Okay, what is up, guys? Sorry for the delay. Everything went wrong for the first time right before this debate, so it should be interesting. We wanted to give you guys a chance to get here. So, this is the long-awaited debate that has been requested by everyone 1,000 times. So here we are. Jiren and I are going to be debating, is the Earth a globe? So yeah, I'll just go ahead and hand it over to the moderator, which is Sean Griffin from Keenan Context.
Welcome, everyone. This is the infamous debate, Is the Earth a Globe? Jiren Campanella of Jeranism. Austin Whitsitt of Whitsitt Gets It. Austin, do you have the screen? It shows just you right now.
Well, for them, it shows all three of us.
Okay.
You just can't see.
So welcome, everyone. This is possibly round one of this epic debate going down tonight. Is the Earth a globe? And I think Jiren Campanella is going to be in the affirmative position. So he's going to go first. The format for the debate will be 10-minute openings, 7-minute rebuttals, followed by 30 minutes of open cross-exam between the two interlocutors. And then we're going to be taking questions from the audience for a 30-minute Q&A. So be sure to hold your questions till about midway through the debate. That way they don't get lost in the abundance of questions flowing in. And Jiren, if you're ready, we can go ahead and hear your opening.
Yep, I'm going to set my timer so I have a little clock here going. And we'll be good to go. Okay, and we said 10 minutes. Okay, we will, can we edit this one? Good enough. All right, and let me know, can you just tell me when we have like 5 minutes and then 1 minute or something?
Can do.
Thank you much. Are we good to go?
Yeah, I'll start the time when you start your speaking.
Sounds good. All right, so thanks everybody for being here. Obviously, thanks for inviting me, Austin. Thanks for moderating, Sean. I know it was last second. Much appreciated. So, and let me begin by saying hello to the former colleagues, friends I have. I wish it was under better circumstances. Unfortunately, as you know, tonight I'm debating somebody I once stood next to in the Flat Earth community, Austin Whitsitt. We ran summits, Globebusters. We spoke at conferences. We used a microphone and speaker at Venice Beach. We claimed to seek truth, and the same I thought could be said for all of you. Originally, the difference is that I actually meant it. Others did as well. They've escaped the flat earth. We weren't here for a social movement. While I might agree with the ideas of that, those can be done in other ways. We were here for truth and a scientific truth. Once that truth is gone, that's it, game over. So I spent a decade researching, presenting, defending the flat earth model. Why? Well, because I thought it was true. So sadder still, Austin and I both went on a trip in December to do what we both thought was helping the flat earth, and in my mind at least, by showing strong evidence for or against it. When I encountered the real world observations that flat earth can't explain, I didn't ignore it. I tested it, I went down, took action, I went to Antarctica, watched the 24-hour sun with my own eyes, circled for 4 days. It wasn't NASA, it wasn't Dave Weiss's plasma sun that he got from a Microsoft whistleblower. It's not hearsay, it's a real observation, 100% above board, despite what you hear from all the great flat earth researchers. And what did I find? I found a model that predicts and explains and matches reality exactly. And it sure as hell isn't the flat model. I thought people would be adults and we would say we were wrong when the evidence was dropped in our lap. And thanks to Robbie, Paul, Patricia, Austin Thompson, Alex Stein, and the others. And there's still some more people who want to remain unnamed, and still others that maybe nobody knows their names. So I'm happy at least that people can admit when they're wrong. But yes, for nearly a decade, I was one of the most vocal proponents of this theory about flat earth, and it's sad to be here. I know there's a lot of people that I respect very much who are speaking at this event, who have been friends of mine for a long time, haven't talked to them in 6 months because they abandoned me just like everybody else, because I went down to Antarctica and came back and told you the truth. Can you imagine? You're all truthers, and you turned your back on me for going on a trip and telling you the truth. So what do you think that does to my opinion of the truthers of the flat earth? But what separates me from the community is exactly that I will follow the evidence even if it leads me somewhere uncomfortable. I'm not here representing NASA. I'm not here on behalf of any government. I'm just here on my own telling you my observations and what they mean to me. What is this debate not about, I guess, is, let me get to this part. So my opponent, obviously Austin, I think Austin's sharp. I think he's articulate. I think he's smart. I think he's undeniably passionate. I used to admire that passion, and I do, but I think that the passion without precision is just noise. Austin's approach is a philosophical approach, I believe, more than it is scientific. And here's what we can expect Austin to do tonight, at least in my opinion. He's not going to answer my questions because he's going to leave us with no picture of how the world works or how it looks or how it operates. No idea of its layout, no understanding or no clue about how anything works. He won't offer any explanations since Flat Earth doesn't have any. It will instead say the default position is that we live on a flat plane. But throughout history, we've already corrected that error. The globe is a counterintuitive suggestion. I agree with that. However, it is true. So he also won't at any time offer a working map or model, won't provide a model that matches all known observations, won't explain how you can have circumpolar stars in the south, seen from the continents, the 3 continents, explain why the north at 80 degrees are seeing an inverse but identical observation today that we made 6 months ago to the day, predict sunrise and sunset times for every location on Earth with a flat Earth geometry, or tell us how the sun stays visible for 24 hours at a time in Antarctica unless he invokes refraction or reflection.
Jiren, real quick. Jiren, I paused the time for you. Before we started, you said you were going to minimize yourself. Are you thinking you're showing something right now?
No, I'm not showing anything yet.
Okay.
I'll get
all right. Good.
Yeah.
I'll resume the time.
Okay, thanks. So one of the biggest problems is that I've seen is that the flat Earth has become somewhat of a cult. So why did I leave it? Well, I left it not because I was debunked, not because I lost a debate or because I was paid off or because I was got tired of fighting. I left because I did something that very few in this community are willing to do. That's testing our conception of the Earth. Think of what the flat Earth has brought in 10 years. It's been 10 years. We have brought nothing to the world. We have invented nothing. We have increased the knowledge of nothing. We have just spun our wheels and ran on a hamster wheel and then got off and been like really proud of ourselves. But when you look back, you didn't go anywhere. You didn't do anything. We didn't bring anything to the world. And there's a certain point where you need to say, hey, shouldn't we have something by now? Shouldn't we have something? So I tested my conception of the Earth. I went to Antarctica. I witnessed the 24-hour sun. I saw it with my own eyes. It means that the South is not a lie. We'll get into that. But let's talk about the so-called research that was done around the response to the final experiment. Spoiler alert, there wasn't any. No investigation, no travel, no counter experiments, just knee-jerk denial, memes, name-calling, lazy live streams from basements with the globe in the trash and Dave Weiss's app back on a digital Ouija board. Instead of being met with genuine curiosity, my trip to Antarctica, something this community has claimed that they wanted for years. This was something that people pushed for, wanted, said was impossible. We went and did it, but instead it was treated like betrayal. Why? Because I didn't come back with a blurry GoPro clip of an ice wall. Instead, I came back with something far more dangerous to flat Earth, and that's the truth. I watched the sun circle my head for 4 straight days. I recorded it. We live streamed it. We showed angles, timestamp, shadows, sun spots, you name it, all things that wouldn't exist as we saw them on a flat Earth. And so what do I get for that? Shill, actor, Freemason, CGI, the usual default settings of belief systems that can't survive contact with reality. This has opened my eyes to what the truth community really is. If this is the kind of research that they do about the Antarctic trip, then think of all the things that I thought they were researching correctly before. And it becomes a little bit like a cult when you can't question the doctrine, you can't update the model, you can't accept conflicting evidence, and you sure as hell can't leave if you notice that. It's Scientology with memes, basically. So here's my evidence focus area. Number 1, I want to remind everybody that today's date is 6 months to the day that we filmed the 24-hour sun. Why is that important? Well, because we can actually go watch the time lapse of the sun circling us right to left in the south. If we went today to Google Earth and we went to 80 degrees north, we would see the exact opposite observation in the sky. Everything identical, 35 degrees at its high, 15 degrees at its low, moving left to right this time. So how is it that we have places in the world that are symmetrical and upside down from each other? There's only one shape that could possibly be, and it's not flat. If the Earth is flat, the South has to be a lie, period. There's no getting around that. You can't have an opposite of the North like we're taught, and then say that the Earth is flat, but it still works that way. No, it wouldn't work that way. So if we went down there and we saw that the South was not a lie, then that's pretty good evidence that the Earth is what we were taught. So if you're unaware of it, it's time you figured it out. If the Earth is flat, then the South cannot be what we were taught. Therefore, if it is exactly what we were taught, then guess what the shape of the Earth is? So in December 2024, I knew the following. The South is either a lie or we were wrong. So I decided to take a free trip to check. And throughout this debate, I will be focusing on a few main points. Each of them is a dagger in the heart of the flat Earth model. It's the reason that I switched. It sucks. It's the last thing anybody wants to do. It's the worst thing I've ever had to do. However, I'm a truther. So despite the people yelling and screaming and the people lying about me, so-called truthers, Steve Falconer blocking me, or, you name it, Dave Weiss blocking me, no contact, these people are not truthers. If they were truthers, wouldn't you want to know what Jiren has to say? This guy was a flat earther for 10 years and now he's flipped. Let's listen to him. Nope. Instead, you all blocked me. You all refuse to listen because you're in an echo chamber. That's what you've built for yourself. It's the only way flat earth survives is if you sit in that echo chamber and repeat each other and pretend that Steve Falconer's video did anything other than prove the globe. The South Celestial Pole is visible from the South continents. It rotates just like the North Celestial Pole, but clockwise instead. The South Pole itself is a geographic location. It's verified by directional convergence and solar angles. The reverse sun and moon motion, easily explained by simply saying the word sphere. Tropic of Capricorn behavior, curving to the left, not to the right, easily explained by saying the word sphere. Southern star trails, matching observations that only make sense with a spherical rotating Earth. Circumpolar stars in the south that would never work on a flat Earth, impossible, but they work perfectly when you say the word sphere. Sunrise and sunset, left to right, setting and rising, predicted on a globe, unexplainable, and a paradox on flat Earth. The apparent fake second refracted something cop-out sun is basically the only out that the flat Earth has, is to introduce apparent suns, second suns, third suns, reflected suns, even though that's not how the world works. So my final thoughts is, thank you. Austin, I know you too want the truth. So being that we saw the same thing, I think it's time that we figure out how you can see differently than I do now. If the globe accounts for every single observation that we saw on the trip, and the flat Earth didn't account for any, it failed, it was disproven, it was falsified, then I have to ask you, Austin, why you would remain in the camp that has nothing, and is that still you being a truther? But at the end of the day, I have something that he does not really. It's an explanation that actually works. So to the audience, I'm not asking you to believe me. I just ask you to think, to test, to observe, to not just discount me outright. Listen, learn, and take it in, and then go and do your own observations. I've got evidence tonight that you can do on your own. You don't need NASA. You don't need authority. You can figure out by the end of today what the shape of the Earth is. And we were wrong. It's okay. Guess what? I'm a truth seeker. I told you guys that we were looking for the shape of the Earth. We found it. Let's move on. Let's get over it. Let's get past it. Thank you.
All right, you are muted.
Yep.
So I'm trying to make sure we're right here. So it's rebuttals right now. Do I do my opening right now or my rebuttal?
Not sure.
You do your opening now, and then you guys will do your rebuttals, starting with Jiren.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let me replace. Okay, cool. I don't have a timer. Here, I'll set a timer.
I got a timer here.
Okay, yeah. Just let me know when I'm getting close or whatever, and it's cool.
Yeah, I'll call out the 1 minute mark.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this anyway. All right. Okay, cool. All right. So yes, Jiren and I are obviously have been friends for quite a while, and it is somewhat poetic that we're doing this at the summits, which we used to run together, and we did indeed go to Antarctica. So I am going to have to it's a debate, and so I'm just going to have to do what we do in debates. So I will lay this out, and I'll save a lot of the stuff I maybe would have said for the rebuttal period. But to lay out kind of the issue with the South Pole claim and what happened in Antarctica, right? It's really simple. It's just an illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent. And in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer, is that to maintain logical consistency, I could not have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I, at one point, didn't understand how something worked. If I were to say, oh, well, I can't see how this would work on a flat Earth, therefore it can't be flat, therefore it must be a globe, that's called an appeal to incredulity, meaning I don't understand it, so it can't be true. And this is a very dangerous fallacy, right? This if we applied that standard to everything else in the world, then we would have never made any type of progression. So that's like my core issue with it is the people I have seen flip when I ask them, they're just articulating to me that they don't understand how it could work on a flat Earth. And that kind of leads into the next part, right? Which is that they shift the burden that I would say that the globe holds over to me or a flat earther, right? Shifting the burden of proof, which is the person that challenges or denies your positive assertion, you're asking them to prove that it isn't true. So yes, it is correct. I will say that the flat earth is the default position because it is. I think Jiren is going to be honest, more honest than most people, right? So when we typically debate this conversation, so I would imagine he would acknowledge that the default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane. He said that we figured it out over time, that we've been able to replace it. Like we can discuss that, right? But the default position is that the Earth is stationary. The default position is that the Earth is a topographical plane. We utilize it as such, like for almost everything that we do, for transportation, for civil engineering. We actually build that way. We fly planes that way. Like we have to utilize it as a plane. We actually measure elevation vertical, perpendicular to a horizontal baseline that is the sea level, the horizontal datum, and it goes on and on. There are many evidences that we live on a plane, but it is the default position. Therefore, just logically speaking, to claim that the antithesis of that is true, right? The opposite of that, it has the burden of proof. I don't really think that Jiren is denying that. I think he's saying that he thinks it's been satisfied. But the only issue is that if you didn't go to satisfy that burden, it cannot be an articulation of an appeal to incredulity because you don't understand how it could work on a flat earth. It can't be, well, if I assume that Earth's a globe, this makes perfect sense. It makes more sense to me than whatever I would think of a flat earth. I had reified a model prior to this, and therefore, since it doesn't work with the reification of my prior model, it can't be flat, it must be globe. These are just fallacious, and this is the very issue that's got us into this free falling through an infinite vacuum, infinitely at 66,600 miles per hour nonsense that we currently were told is true. This is the very line of reasoning that got us into the ever-expanding Copernican model that people believe to be true. Now, I don't know Jaren's specific position now. I don't know if he's a geocentrist or not, et cetera, but we're talking specifically more about the shape. Is it a globe is the question. So I'm going to list off some evidences. I just want to make that very clear that, like, on its face, a stationary topographical plane is the default position based on empirical evidence. The antithesis of that would be that it's actually a globe, that it's a sphere, that the Earth is bending convexly at a certain rate, and therefore it has the burden of proof. And if you point to the sky and say, well, if we were on a sphere, when I get over to the other side of it, everything would be upside down. And since this stuff looks upside down, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere, because I can't understand how that would work on a flat Earth. That isn't a sufficient argument. That is affirming the consequent, shifting the burden, reifying your model, begging the question, and more importantly, it's just an appeal to incredulity. That's what it is. So that's why I don't resonate with it at all. So I'll list off some of the evidences of how we know that it is flat. It is a default position. Any positive claim requires the burden. And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter and they throw their hands up. And I can understand even Jaren's frustration with that, because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always try to understand the way that things work. We should always seek out answers. We shouldn't try to look at this as some type of little gotcha game where we don't have to answer that. Haha. But it is true that just because I observe a celestial phenomena, it doesn't then make all other evidences dissipate, right? So what we look at the preponderance of evidence, we have to stay logically consistent, and we have to see what the empirical evidence actually says, and then we go and test it, and we see what the answer is. We don't throw out 95% of evidence because there's 1 or 2 or 10 outliers that we don't know how to currently explain. So I would say one of the really strong pieces of evidence that we live on a plane is something that we recently found out, which is if you actually take angle measurements to stars, say from a ground and from the surface of the Earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry. It matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect, whereas the globe, it would be an entirely different position, many degrees different. And the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement, so refraction can't even be applicable. So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is, you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jiren experienced, only he went the other way, right? So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field. This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially away from the center, but that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution of the electrical field is a major issue. It's an impossibility on a sphere, right? So what typically happens, I'm guessing that we're getting close to my time. So I got a few more minutes. So what typically happens is it is what we've always experienced. And this is why I will be very blunt. I'm quite perplexed about Jiren's approach. Like I was there with him. To all the people that are saying that he's faking, he's not. I was there. I am in no way going to attack Jiren's character in terms of if I think that he believes this or if he's being honest. I think that he does believe it. He does feel like he's being honest, and he feels that he's willing to take shots and attacks to do it. So that aside, because that doesn't really matter, take all the personal stuff out of it. We're trying to figure out actually like what the truth is. Yes, I went to the south. We went to what is seemingly Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice south from Punta Arenas. We saw the sun, and it circled around us, and it didn't go down. So then to claim that that proves that it's a globe, I would have to say, if the Earth's a sphere, in the winter, when I go to Antarctica, the sun will be in the sky for 24 hours. Oh, look, sun stays in the sky, does a circle for 24 hours, therefore Earth's a globe. It's a textbook affirming the consequent. Textbook affirming the consequent fallacy. I could say Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I could go find out that there's mail in my mailbox on Friday, therefore Sasquatch is real. To apply that type of logic, it is an infinite regression. You would never find truth. So this is the reason why I haven't flipped. It's because of the empirical evidence, and we could list them off, and it's endless, right? Just the base empirical position, the default position based on empirical evidence that the Earth's flat. How are we even actually making accurate elevation angle measurements in the center of a continent if we're using a horizontal datum, a horizontal baseline that starts at the sea that's thousands of miles away? We extend that horizontally to the center of a continent and then measure a vertical distance above that, perpendicular to it. How is it that planar geometry is perfectly predicting and matching the angle to that star once it's occulted by the mountain, and matches the based on the time of the observer standing on the top of the mountain? You can draw a straight line from observer to top of the mountain to star, and it perfectly matches an angle down to a horizontal baseline with planar geometry, where it's significantly different on a globe. But yet the star's not where it's supposed to be, and we can't invoke refraction because it's after the star is occulted.
1 minute.
So I will say, basically, what always happens is people say, well, then how would this work, this work, this work, this work? And if I don't get my answers, then you lose, Earth's a globe, as if we are to grant them the presupposition of a model that they have reified. That is not how it works logically. So yes, in conclusion, the Earth default position is as a stationary topographical plane. The burden of proof is on the other side. It needs to prove it. And when there's direct geometric refutations to that claim, they cannot be hand waved because there's another celestial observation that you think is better explained by that model that was just refuted, right? We can't actually skip over to that part. So that is very simply my position. And I think that it's based on the logical parameters of how we actually examine the discussion in the first place. So.
And time. Cool. All right. Thank you, Austin.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen. The next part of the debate is the rebuttals. And so we're going to afford Jiren 7 minutes to rebut to what he just heard.
So this is just me presenting myself. Okay, gotcha. It's not asking questions. That'll be okay. Gotcha.
You're just going to respond to what Austin said.
Okay, thanks.
Right, let me add you to the full screen. All right, you're good.
Okay, so the issue I have there is that the way Austin's describing it, he's saying that if nobody can explain how something works, well, it doesn't mean it's not true. But we would never get to the truth if that were the case. If the case were that anything could be true, even if it doesn't have any explanation, doesn't explain anything, but somebody just says, well, I think it's true, because that's basically what he's saying, is that if we have different ideas on the shape of the Earth, he's saying it doesn't make a difference if one of them makes all the predictions and the other one makes none, because simply because you don't know how it works doesn't mean it's false. Oh, then that would be true for anything. So I think we live on a dog, and then you might say, well, that wouldn't work. How could we live on a dog? And I'd say, well, just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's not true. So, I mean, we could do that forever. We could live on anything then. I mean, you have a group of things that you look at, and then you find out which one better matches the observations. Now, for me, the flat Earth better matches observations when you're talking about the Earth looks flat. It operates and appears flat. And everything we do is with the flat Earth. That's because no matter where you're at, it's flat. So you can treat the Earth completely and totally like it's a flat plane. And that's how you best do it. When you're flying a plane, when you're building a bridge, when you're building a canal. If you took the curvature of the Earth into account, it wouldn't make any sense, because where we build is level. So we use a spirit level where we're at, and that is a level plane where it is. And yes, down the road that way or that way are not quite still level with where you're at, but that's not needed in any walk of life. We don't ever look down the way and say, oh, how do we line up with that? We just build a canal. We just build a bridge. We just build where we're at. We use a spirit level, and that's how it works on a sphere. You said that, I guess where I was confused, if all observations match predictions, then that's where you live. So I don't know how to better explain this, is that if you're given a map of your apartment complex and you're asking, hey, where's the laundry room? And they say, here's the map. And outside of your door, they show a pool, but there's no pool in front of you. You can then at that point take the map back to the office and say, this map is incorrect because it doesn't match observations. So we have a map like that. It's called the AE map, and it no longer matches the observations. Therefore, you can take it back to the office and say, hey, this map doesn't work anymore. And then you can take the globe and you can say, well, how about this one? And Austin mentioned going down to 80 degrees and seeing Punta Arenas and blah, blah, blah. And then he said, but that doesn't mean that the Earth's a sphere. Well, what it points out is that every single location that you or I have ever been to, and I dare say every single location that anybody watching this debate has been to, matches the observations given to us by mapping the Earth on a sphere. It does not match any flat plane, doesn't match any cylinder or pyramid. It matches a sphere. The Earth is mapped on a sphere. You can call any of your friends, no matter where they live, and ask them, hey, can you go check and see if the sunrise, sunset comport to this model and this prediction? And their answer every single time will be yes. We have Google Earth, which has never been disproven by one person. It doesn't get the angles of the sunrise and sunset wrong. It gets them right, and it's based on a sphere model. You talked about the celestial theodolite, but you need stellarium to even talk about it. So again, now you're using a globe Earth spherical system in order to tell me that the Earth is flat by using the numbers that the sphere system gives you. I'm not even going to go down that road. That seems to be preposterous on its face. Electrical field on the Earth, I don't know what you mean by linear distribution. You mean that it's, I guess I don't know what you mean. It goes up in a linear fashion, I guess is what you mean. So I don't know why that wouldn't work on a sphere. As I said, wherever you're at is level. So therefore, above my head would be a linear progression of electrical field. Doesn't make a difference if the Earth's a sphere because it doesn't matter for where I'm at. You said we went south, we had a giant sheet of ice. Yeah, we did, but you have to remember we saw the sun south of us, and that refutes any flat Earth that's ever existed and will ever exist. That's the thing that people don't realize about this flat Earth. There'll never be another map, not for the rest of your life, not for the rest of your children's lives. There is no other way to map the Earth on a flat plane other than the AE map. That's it. And once the AE map has been falsified, we're done. It's time to get out. You can go back to the drawing board if you want and play around. I did that for 6 months and realized that's it. There's no more. If the sun circles in Antarctica, then it matches all observations of the sphere, and that's what it did. And the you said about the Fermi consequent, where I'm confused on that is, haven't you said before, and Nathan Oakley and many people, they all say that the R value has been falsified, that the globe has been falsified. When you ask them why, they say if the Earth is a sphere of blankety blankety blank, and right, and then it's distance to the horizon is 1.22 times the square root of right. Then the Earth's so then they're doing the same thing. So now the number one evidence of the flat Earth that you guys use, the black swan, is in affirming the consequent. You just said that. If it's not, then why can't somebody say, if the Earth is a sphere and the sun does this, then we would see this in the south and we'd see that, therefore the Earth's a sphere. If that's not allowed, then neither is saying that the horizon is a little bit higher than it should be on that black swan. Which, by the way, I believe that guy Bo, who did that observation, says that he went out there every day for 6 months, and then he saw that observation. So now the flat Earth is using a 1 day out of 6 month observation and going around telling people that that's proof that the Earth has been falsified. That's a joke. It's a literal joke that we would ever think an anomaly, meaning that 1 day out of, what would that be, 180, has an observation that makes the Earth flat, and so we're going to go around telling people that the globe Earth has been falsified because of an anomaly. That's crazy. So I think if you have different ideas about the shape of the Earth, which we did, again, I thought that the South was a lie. I thought that they were lying about the southern 24-hour sun. I thought they were lying about what happens south of the 60. That's why I thought they had the Antarctic Treaty. And guess what? I was wrong. When we go down there, we saw that the angles matched perfectly in Punta Arenas. They had the sun going right to left. Again, people need to consider this. If you're on a flat Earth and you're at the south of South America, how is the sun going left? How is the sun going to the south? Guess what? There's a model that says the sun will go left, the sun goes south, it goes around the bottom of the Earth, comes back south of east. And that's exactly what we saw. So the globe Earth provides a, and again, I'll fully admit 100%. The globe is counterintuitive, but so is bugs in your tummy. So are a lot of things that we realize now are true. Go take a microscope and pull some bile out of your stomach and you're going to see little swimming creatures. Now, you don't feel like they're in there, but they are. So the globe Earth is the same. You may feel like the Earth's flat. We may feel like there is no curvature. However, we just don't understand large spheres. A sphere can be so big, 24,901 miles in circumference, that you can't tell that it's curved because we're too small. That's how the Earth is a sphere and how it is kind of beautifully created, because you don't have to treat it like it's a sphere. It actually doesn't matter to your life. If you want to be a flat earther, that's fine, but get out of scientific studies, get out of scientific debates, because you don't have the kind of evidence to go up against a globe. You have to better present the world than the globe does. And the flat earth can't explain anything. So that's basically it. You kill my time.
And time.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Jiren, for your rebuttal. And next is Austin. You have 7 minutes as your rebuttal. I'll start the timer when you begin talking.
All right, cool. All right, so to rebut your opener and kind of some of the stuff you said right there, I'm just going to list off kind of what's wrong with these arguments. Okay, so we have, again, like I described actually earlier, we have shifting the burden of proof. That's when you make a positive claim. If someone challenges or denies your positive claim, you then tell them they have to prove it. Meaning, if we challenge or deny your claim that the reason that we see that the sun's up in the sky doing a circle for 24 hours is actually because we're tilted antipodal to someone on the other side of this presupposed globe, that actually the sun is 93 million miles away and there's an empty vacuum between us, and therefore, because all of the stars are at such immense distances that we don't ever see them, and that perspective doesn't actually affect where we see them, even though it moves just as if it would be because of perspective like everywhere else. And then about 5 more presuppositions. And you actually require these presuppositions to claim that geometric position of you on the globe is why you see the sun do that. So you list all of those off and then say, if that's not the case, which most of the people defending the globe, they just expect this to be granted. They very conveniently omit that it requires that many presuppositions to even then affirm the consequent that viewing the sun is that way. Right? You have to view all of those, you have to claim all of those presuppositions and reify them, presuppose them, and then affirm the consequent to address the idea that we're doing the same thing. We are not, right? Like the black swan argument, for example, was if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and the geometric physical horizon is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, it is not. So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That is a falsification of a positive claim, as opposed to affirming the consequent, which is if the Earth is a sphere, we'll see the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. Therefore, Earth is a sphere. That's affirming the consequent, making a positive claim, presupposing the actual thing in question, and then just affirm it because of the outcome, like the actual observation itself. Right. So as if to exclude any alternative possibility. This is why it's logically fallacious. Right. And then, of course, like the straw man of like, it could be a dog. No, the position specifically is that we physically, empirically measured the surface. We utilize the surface to actually be a topographical plane. And then I listed off specific reasons why we have to utilize it to be a plane in the first place. And we can talk more about the positive evidence. I want to just specifically rebut these things. So we have shifting the burden of proof, affirming the consequent. Your whole opening really was like poisoning the well as well, right? Kind of like a hasty generalization, because there certainly are some people that act that way within the idea of flat earth, hasty generalization fallacy to put them all together, then kind of a stereotype fallacy, right, to describe what we all are, right, and then a genetic fallacy because those people are like that, anything coming from them must not be true, and then these fallacies are packed into one, and then you use that to poison the well the entire time, right, which is incredibly fallacious. And there were lots of ad homs in there, and then a lot of people that are not here, and I'm not going to answer for what they did or didn't say. I do also know, like, in good faith, I'll acknowledge that there's obviously a lot of context and history kind of leading up to this debate and what a sad one, Jiren. You did say that you tested it and tried to explain it for 6 months, and then you decided, well, really right when we got back, you started saying that the Earth was a globe. It wasn't that you tested it and looked for alternative explanations. Okay. There you go. 6 months before. So, okay, and then begging the question, it's kind of the same thing as affirming the consequence, just an informal, right? And then it was a lot of kind of an appeal to an emotion, right? It's really kind of irrelevant how these people acted. They all turned on me as well, arguably more. And this is a big one. It's a false dilemma. It's a false dichotomy, which is either it's that AE map or it's my presupposed globe and there's no other alternatives. And so since I don't think that this observation works on the AE map, therefore it must be a globe. It's a false dichotomy fallacy. And there were many straw mans, as I've never even claimed that model to be true. I've actually said the opposite for a very long time. So, and again, the big one being the argument from incredulity. So I will say all of these claimed evidences, they require, I wish I knew the time. All these claimed evidences, time? Can you,
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. All these claimed evidences are presupposing so many things, bro. And that's the part that I'm very perplexed about, because we have all sat here and we've realized that we need to suspend belief. Not believing in the globe is a suspension of belief. And you're approaching this as if, no, it's actually us coming in and we have a super staunch positive belief. That is not my position at all. I am suspending belief, wiping the board clean, and be like, okay, what can be empirically validated? I'm not going to presuppose things. Again, let's just stick with the 24-hour sun. To say that the 24-hour sun, because you just defended it, you just stated the conclusion in your opener. You stated the conclusion as a fact, right? So you're just saying that we saw it, therefore we proved it. You just told us about how it was definitively proof, not really how it wasn't, or how it was proof. And then when you kind of even went in that direction, it was because I don't understand the alternative. I don't see how that could possibly work on the alternative. It matches the globe perfectly, which again affirms the consequent. So I want everyone to just think about this. So to claim that the reason we saw what we saw in Antarctica is because we're on a sphere, we're going to claim that all the stars in the sky are infinite distances away, so far away that when we move across the surface of the Earth and it looks like they drop down when we move further away from them, it isn't because of perspective. How perspective changes everything else in the world. And when we see a plane fly away from us and it goes down, right, and it comes close to us and it goes up, perspective affects everything in the world. We use special pleading, which is claiming the exclusion to a universal principle, the exception to a universal principle, which is no, actually the sky is the one exception, the stars is the one exception. Perspective doesn't change it. It does exactly what perspective would do to change the position, but it isn't because of perspective. And then to make that, so we have to presuppose that to even claim the globe is possible. This is why they've changed the distance so many times and kept pushing it back. Then to claim that those stars are that far away, you then have to answer the question of how would you be able to see it from that far away? So now you have to assume that there is a vacuum, that there's nothing between us, a near perfect vacuum, so you could even see
1
them.
minute.
And then you stack those on top of each other to come over and say, therefore, we're physically changing direction. It makes the perspective look as if it would if we were on a horizontal plane, but it's not perspective, and therefore we see the sun where it is. And you have to assume the distance, pretty much assume the 93 million miles as well. So that's my main issue with this, is that before we even get to affirming the consequent, we have to, presuppose like 7 or 8 things. And that's kind of my rebuttal. I listed off all the fallacies. I won't listen back. I don't think I have a full enough time, but the big ones are argument from incredulity, an appeal to ignorance. You have shifting the burden of proof. You have begging the question, appeal to pity or emotion, false dilemma, slippery slope, strawman fallacy, affirming the consequent, ad homs, hasty generalizations, reification fallacies. And that's the issue, is that every single one of the arguments I've heard so far have literally been a textbook fallacy. So we can get into specifics going forward.
I think it'd be good.
And time. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for your rebuttals. And I think I want to announce to the audience right now, go ahead and start submitting your questions to the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Click that box. The Q&A should open as a pop-up. Be sure to submit your questions. And for the next 30 minutes, we're going to engage in an open cross-exam between Austin and Jiren.
I think it'd be good if we kind of go through and, maybe I'll ask a question of you, you can answer it, then you do one of me, just so that we can kind of stay on these topics, because I think you've hit some good points that I want to kind of iron through. For the first one is that the stars do not act as perspective acts. Perspective does not adjust equally, meaning that if I move a certain distance, it lowers a certain distance, and if I move a certain more distance, it lowers the exact same distance. If anybody wants to go outside tonight, find a northbound longitude line and measure wherever 69 miles from you will be. When you get there, the North Star will change its position by 1 degree. Well, guess what 360 times 69 miles is? 24,901. Why is that? Because that's the shape of the Earth. That's the circumference of the Earth. You can go prove it tonight yourself. You don't need anybody. But flat earthers aren't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you, oh, it's perspective, and that's how perspective works. It's not how perspective works. Go measure the height of a telephone pole, walk halfway to it, measure it again, walk another same amount of distance, and you'll notice that it changes it. If you're walking towards a building, it gets bigger faster as you get closer to the building than it does when you're far away. This is not how the stars work. So the stars, he was false in that. He said that the stars operate as perspective would. That's not true. They don't. What's your, I guess you're...
Well, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Yeah. So you agree, like if a plane flies over your head and goes away, it looks like it's going down. As it flies close, okay, so perspective does in fact cause things in the distance to appear to go down towards the horizon and converge into that place.
Agree.
And, okay, so that's what I'm not talking about the exact ratio. The sky is for sure a very interesting phenomena, right? I mean, indisputably, in the paradigm of the globe, it's like wildly crazy
Distances
phenomenon.
are wild. Yeah, the things are pretty crazy. But I think that the flat Earth model that calls for stars circling your head would have parallax issues. They would have all kinds of stuff that we don't see anything of, right? We don't see the constellations change their orientation. So it does do exactly what the sphere calls for with these stars at a very, very far distance.
Well, let's just talk about it. So like, okay, so perspective does cause things to look like it goes down when it goes away from you. And the stars do that. So like I said,
But at a predictable exact rate. So like if you did that with perspective, you wouldn't get the same, we move 69 miles north, the star drops 1 degree. 69 more miles, 1 degree. 69, that's not how anything perspective works. If you did that.
That actually isn't even entirely true, right? So there is, so it's claimed to have like a linear 1-to-1 ratio. This actually isn't true though. Like if you actually look at like the celestial navigation, like the manuals, right? You cannot take any of the angles like all the way up to something like 15 degrees and then a few degrees away from 90. You can't even take them. And so actually it's like logarithmic. It actually starts to compress almost like a hyperbolic, like a geometry. But everyone just says it's 69 miles. Oh, it just works. And everyone acts like it works. It doesn't. It like factually doesn't. You can't actually use the angles to the stars lower down, meaning as things get closer and closer to the horizon, right, that claimed linear ratio doesn't happen at all. And just to make the bigger claim though, because I don't want to get lost, what I'm saying is it is special pleading in that we're claiming the exception to a universal principle, which is everywhere else. When we look, we know that because of perspective, that things get further away, they appear to go down. Right. And we see the sky appear to go down, but the globe is claiming. So, yeah, it has the same effect as perspective, but it isn't because of perspective. It's because we're physically changing our orientation. Right. We agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just want to know if you're talking about if perspective is a mathematic equation, is there a formula for perspective?
Well, that's a good question, right? People do use a formula for perspective, but I don't agree with it. And so,
Okay,
if you actually look into it, it's well known that like visual space is much more complex than this really rudimentary trigonometry that people try to use, assuming that there's linear visual space. And this has been tested and written about at some of the highest levels all the time.
Saying that do you think if we went to 25 degrees north and then we kept going 1 degree or north each time, so we get up to 45 degrees. Are you saying that the star wouldn't adjust by exactly that amount of degrees based on if we go 69 miles north, 69 again? Say we do it 10 times, it's 690 degrees, 10 steps so that way, so the North Star would be 10 degrees different. You agree with that?
It will be, yeah, it will be very close. It will not be exact. And
if you're at 25 and 45 degrees, it should be close, right? Because you're not in the refraction zones.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. You're calling this. Let's make sure everyone understands this. Conveniently, we call the refraction zones all the way up to like 15 degrees or more above the horizon, because what actually happens is the stars start to act way different, right? I mean, that's 15 degrees is super high above the horizon, right?
I agree.
No, but the stars start acting different. Well, this is what like hyperbolic visual space would predict. It would be a logarithmic relationship. So like on the globe, it's very simple. We're standing on a globe. There's basically nothing between us and the stars. They're super far away. So the only reason the stars look like they change positions is because we're tipping over. But that's actually not what we observe in reality. All the way 15 degrees or more, we start to see them start to compress and get logarithmic, meaning that the way that they change is exponentially different. And even all the way up towards 90. So you're told specifically not to utilize those. So we can say it's refraction. That's not even like a realistic or viable explanation, like 15 degrees. So conveniently, the difference in the linear perspective and a hyperbolic perspective, it's a wash, right? According to the globe, it just conveniently, we're going to change that range and not use it. We're not going to use the range that would be different between a linear and a hyperbolic visual space.
But is that also the place where refraction would cause issues with the observations of stars?
15 degrees above the horizon?
Sure. I mean, if you're looking out in a direction, that's not very high, and that's where all the atmosphere is, right? So you're going to be looking through the most amount of atmosphere at about 10 to 15 degrees from the ground. That's where you're going to have, again, I'm saying if refraction is true, which I believe that it is, and then you just have to say, well, that's what the globe is saying, is that the reason that the stars get mushed together is because they are being refracted, or they kind of disappear, they kind of get faded in that area. So again, I don't know if that's really, because I'm saying we could still take the distance away from 15 and away from 90, and then we could, if that's working perfectly as a sphere, that'd be really weird that works as a sphere, but not the 15 degrees that we have left to go. So, I mean, you could just keep doing that one section that you have, and you would be able to figure out that the Earth is 24,901 miles around, simply because you can keep going north, and you would always get 1 degree every 69 miles. So I see what you're saying. I mean, again, you're just going to claim that that's, I'll have to look into what exactly the formula is, because I do know that refraction does break down as well. Not refraction, sorry. That perspective breaks down close to you and far away from you.
It does because of the way that everyone tries to use like linear geometry for perspective. So like, and this is just an assumption, but this has actually been written about for decades, and it's just people don't even want to go touch it. And like, I've done a stream on this, right? It's a very basic way to disprove this idea, because when we look at railroads, we know that they're physically parallel in reality, but they look like they converge. Okay, but according to planar geometry, they don't ever converge. They're just parallel. So if we were seeing in planar geometry, we would see them just remain parallel. So obviously there's a difference between how we see in actual plane geometry, right? Because it's converging. They appear to converge. And what they end up saying is, oh, well, we have a formula for that. Yeah, you made a corrective adjustment to the trigonometry because planar geometry doesn't work. And this has been like a well-known problem. It's just like the elephant in the room in any discussion about visual space. And I will say they actually recently had to address it because they were utilizing planar geometry for perspective with robotics, which required extreme precision, and the robots were off. They couldn't accurately position things even in small rooms because it was such a precise need of visual alignment. So they actually had to start to integrate like hyperbolic visual space. So now we have a huge situation where we're assuming that we see in straight lines on a globe, and we map the whole globe out that way. And if we actually see with curved visual space, right there, if perspective is not perfectly linear, the globe can't be true. Like on its face, because that's like every angle measurement, the way the entire globe model is set up, it's based on assumed straight lines that we see in. So we actually don't even see it that way. And
so you're saying that we see curved lines to the stars?
I'm saying that like the collective visual space itself, yes, like towards the bottom, what happens is the extremities. So like towards as far as you can see, when you get closer and closer to the limit of how far you can see, you start to have like an actual curved convergence.
But we don't see that with the stars, right?
We do see that with the stars, and that's why even in the manuals they say don't even take the measurements like up to 15 degrees.
Sorry, I meant do we see? You were talking about like railroad tracks converging in the distance. So things as they go away from us converge, but stars don't do that. Is what I'm saying. The stars.
Oh no, yeah, they definitely don't do it like the rate. If they do, it's like hard to even notice at all for sure. Right. But that's why I did immediately concede that yes, the sky isn't just like very basic, but they're in like a different realm almost, right? We don't, regardless of what you think about the Earth, it's well known that what happens in the sky is like something totally different, right? Like we don't know. Like according to the globe, it's pretty crazy as well. It's actually, I would say, much crazier. I'm not claiming to know exactly how the sky works, and I'm also acknowledging that perspective is not exactly like this one-to-one. I don't even believe that it is linear. The evidence shows on the Earth that perspective is not that way. So now if we're going to add way more distances to the stars, right, we have to account for curved visual space.
Let me just say, so you understand my position too, is I'm not buying into any of the other stuff yet. That all takes being convinced like I was of the sphere. So everything else is on the table, but the sphere is not something at this point that I think can be changed. Nothing's going to come out that now the sphere doesn't work anymore. It's the Earth is mapped as a sphere. It operates as a sphere. Again, yeah, is it flat locally? Yes. So do we treat the Earth like it's flat? So it doesn't surprise me anymore that we have manuals saying treat the Earth as a flat, motionless plane, because that's what you do. If you did it anything else, you would crash, because you don't need to do that. The Earth is so big, we just don't have any understanding of spheres that are large enough that are in the entire world. I want to show this real quick, just so I'll get your answer on this one, Austin. So this is you can see my screen now that I'm sharing these little things here.
Yeah, actually, I did find out that I can help you share your screen if you want.
Okay, well, I'm all right. I think as long as people can see that. So this was on Twitter.
Let me make you bigger then. It's like super small, right? So,
but it is kind of serendipitous, or whatever you want to call it, that this is the 6 month to the day anniversary of this particular observation. So this is the 24-hour sun on December 14th in Union Glacier. So this is what Austin and I both saw. We both know that we were both there. We both know there was no trickery. There was no funny business. That's the freaking sun. And it does circle your head in Antarctica. So once we see that, something interesting is if we go now to, if we go now to the Google Earth here, you can see that, yeah. So I've got Google Earth pulled up, and you'll see up here that I've got the date as 6/14. You can't see that high? Oh, it's a little bit. Let's see if we can get this. You can see it. Shoot, hold on. I don't want you to see. Sorry. Stop. Okay, let's go with this one instead. That's better. All right, now you can see it up there. Right. So you see at the top here, it says 6/16. I went back 2 days. But you'll notice that this is at the north, at 80 degrees north. So the complete opposite of where we were 6 months ago. And if we play the time lapse, you'll notice that the sun does the exact same thing that we saw it do, only the opposite. It's the opposite direction. And there'll never be a flat model ever in your life or your children's lives that will ever explain this. And it doesn't matter if you say it's personal incredulity, that I don't know how something works. So no, because there's been flat earthers forever, and they've never, not one person, not one entity, not one Daniel Shenton, not one Lady Blount, not one St. Pierre, not one Allen, not one Whitsitt has ever been able to explain it. So if your level of acceptance of something is you're not allowed to say that it doesn't, just because I don't know how it works. Well, how many people need to say that something doesn't work until we know it doesn't work? Eventually, we have to get to the conclusion that something will never work, and we move on from there, and we just leave it. We don't stay on something and say, well, we still think the Earth's flat no matter what, even if it doesn't work. There is a model that very simply says, of course, you would see 80 degrees north, the opposite of what you would see at 80 degrees south 6 months later, because that's how the globe works. It's what it predicts. It's what it calls for. So, and again, it's the exact same, meaning that if you were to measure the lowest, which looks about right there, the lowest spot in the sky, if you measured that, it'd be 15 degrees. If you notice, it's exactly north. Okay, what I figured out in the south, whoops, didn't mean to move up. What I figured out in the south was by watching the sun, I said, man, every time the sun gets to its lowest position, if I walk towards it, it will adjust up by 1 degree every 69 miles. And we were, remember, it was like 15 miles or 10 degrees low or 15 degrees, wherever it was in the south. And I realized, oh, I bet you we're 790 miles from the pole, because you could just figure that out by how many times do I need to go towards the sun till it was at 15 degrees, but by going towards it, it's going to lift. And every time it lifts 69 miles, you would do it 10 times, it would lift 690 times, or 690 miles you'd travel, and that's where the South Pole is. Because what that would do is raise that sun to 25 degrees, and then what would that move the 35 degrees behind me to? 25 degrees. There's only one place on the Earth that would allow the sun to go around you and stay at the same height the whole time. That is the North and South Pole. And that is what we saw, 15 degrees and 35, but now I can infer from that there's a South Pole. We know the South Pole's there. Flat Earth wants to keep pretending that it might not be, which is them creating a paradoxical world where we have a North Pole, and underneath it, we have a North Celestial Pole. Underneath it, we have a North Pole. We have a South Celestial Pole, which is exactly 180 degrees from the North Celestial Pole. What's below it? Flat Earthers will never answer that because it completely destroys the model. You can't say there's a South Pole because on a flat map, everywhere is the South Pole. The South Pole is in all directions and everywhere. So my question to you, Austin, is with this, I get what you're saying, where you're saying, well, no, you're just claiming that you don't know how a flat model works. So at what point do we throw the flat model away if we've now falsified it, technically, in the way that at least the map that you don't ascribe to? But do you understand that there's no other map ever coming, that there's no other, the AE map is the continents laid out correctly, with the tropics laid out correctly, with the equator laid out correctly. Those are not movable because they're not man-made. They are features of the place that we live. The sun furthest south, Tropic of Capricorn, furthest north, Cancer, and the equator is where it's above on the equinox. So my question is, if there's never going to be another map, and the flat Earth map has been falsified, then what is your hope by staying a flat Earther? Where do you think, what's going to happen? How could that ever be answered? It would have to be, number one, we create a new map, which is impossible because the continents are laid out correctly. That's the AE map. Or we figure out there's a magic formula of repeating suns and duplicating suns. So is that really what you're hoping for, is some sort of miracle? Or do you understand that you'll never explain it? Because it hasn't been explained in hundreds of years, if not thousands.
Okay. Lot. You said a lot, right? So
sorry, we can take it slow. I just want to know, what is your, do you acknowledge that in the north right now, today at 80 degrees north, they would be seeing the inverse and complete opposite of what we saw?
Yes, it certainly seems that way. Now, I mean, we did one trip and we saw one location, but it was pretty close to matching. Like, I don't even think it actually matched perfectly, some of the elevation angles, but pretty close. Sure, but here's the thing, right? For one, it's like, how are we even determining what is the opposite? Like, what are we talking about right now, right? We're talking about a model. And so you're bringing up the AE map. The AE map uses the same fictitious observer in the center that the globe does. You actually have to just assume the center of a globe, use a fictitious observer, and then look at the sky, and you're actually going to map out this projection. You're talking about the South Pole, if I were to take the center point and move it over 5 or 10 degrees, now everything changes drastically, right? We don't even have the same positioning to observe the sun at all as the AE map because it's just a projection. They both have fictitious observers. And this isn't just some like way to get out of it. It's very important. It's very important to understand that these are just maps and projections and models that use fictitious observers and assumptions for convenience sake. We then did this over the course of time, and now we have generally what we observe matches our map or our model. And you keep saying, like, you keep bringing up the AE map as if like I'm supposed to answer for that. And then you say, well, were you expecting to have some other, for one, if you wanted to play the projection game, you can move stuff around and get a bipolar. If you take that away from the South and move it in, you get like a bipolar projection. And you would say, well, then how would this work on the bipolar? And you're going to try to critique it. Well, they're all just projections. I don't reify and treat any of those as if they're real. I know that they're not. They're just projections, and they all have issues. And you make consistent refractive corrections. And this is very important because this kind of got lost with the first one. We're talking about the refractive conditions required for, let's say, celestial navigation for cell nav. You have to use planar corrections, actual empirical measurements, then correct to even try to get the refraction. And you don't just use like Snell's law. We use planar measurements to then correct, and we can't even actually use this 1 degree per 69 miles, which is such a slam dunk for the globe. It's the complete opposite. That doesn't actually happen in reality. And then to try to make the corrections for refraction, we don't use like typical refraction. We then actually have to account for planar geometry to even do it, right? So, and then that kind of spills right over to, well, then we definitely can't have a situation where when we look at the star and we see the position of it in relation to a mountaintop, if we take a planar geometry measurement to that, as soon as the star is occulted by the mountain, we're like, okay, because this is what it's all about. You're talking about this proves the Earth's a globe because the sun's right here, right? And it's based on the position on the globe. It's the same thing, celestial observation. I see the star go behind the mountain. It gets occulted. I immediately take the time, right? And then if I go into solarium, and you brought that up, well, that's just like a globe. Why are you using that? That's the whole point. We're using the globe to see what the actual prediction should be, right? To falsify it. And it uses the same fictitious central observer again. But like when we're on top of that mountaintop, we look at the time, it matches the perfect planar geometry measurement. Meaning if I'm on a flat earth and I stand right here, I look at a mountain, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and I take an angle to the top of that mountain. If I go stay on top of that mountain and take another measurement to that star, it'll actually make a straight line all the way down from star to mountain to observer, right? It'll come down and basically complete part of a triangle. And there's a specific angle that the flat earth would predict. The globe earth predicts something completely different. It would be much lower. It's on a globe. And it matches the flat earth prediction every time consistently.
Right?
What?
Stellarium is right when it tells you what the angle would be from the mountain.
Yes. The thing is that we're talking about the input, the one measurement you're making is the actual observer. The observer is making that measurement. What's the time that the star is occulted by that mountain? And then we're going to compare that. It makes a perfectly straight line where it wouldn't on a globe. And so what all the globe proponents have been trying to do is claim refraction, trying to find out any way they can to claim refraction. And they can't with this, though, because it's occulted. It isn't there. It's not even there to talk about to invoke refraction. It's not even applicable. So the sky doesn't help these always just get thrown under the rug. These are like major problems. So we're claiming the globe is a physical geometry changing our physical positioning, and that's why we see the sky the way we do. Then how come whenever we start to get down where hyperbolic visual space would be expected to converge, that's what we see. We can't use the globe, or we can't even navigate. Then we try to make corrections. We have to use plane measurements, plane trig, plane geometry to even make the corrections for the refraction that we're presupposing. So this is a major problem for the globe. And this, I want to hit something meta, and I'm going to give it back to you. This is the meta part here, right? That you're like, because this is what I don't understand, right? I believe you that you're saying you don't understand how I'm still a flat earther. You don't get it. I went there with you, and how do I not see it? And you think that I'm not stupid. You don't get it. This is how
you know something I don't.
Okay, well, how I feel though, right, is like I don't understand how, if there is an entire list of refutations, geometric refutations that need to be addressed, if I come over here and I see something that we previously just didn't have access to, that was the issue. We didn't have reliable access to it. That's how we felt. So that we went and verified it. How am I going to see that and then be like, okay, wow, I don't really know exactly how that would work on a flat Earth. And then somehow it just nullifies the whole other list, because what you're saying, right? You're saying, you're bringing up the appeal to incredulity. And if, okay, we just do that, what are we just going to sit here forever? Because what I'm saying is, you're saying it can't be true because you don't understand how it could be true, which is an appeal to incredulity. And you're saying, well, then were you just going to sit here and not know how stuff works forever? Apply that same thing to your side. When I ask you about the star, it's going to be, we don't know how it works. It's going to be, think about the long list of refutations of the globe. Currently, your response to all of them is going to be like, I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know any. I mean, so you're telling me there's observations that you just said that it doesn't work, that we do 69 miles. But let me just say this. So if you know what your degree of latitude means, right? So if we're talking about the difference between 42 degrees and 32 degrees, we know that that's 10 degrees. And so we know that that is the distance between those two locations would be 690 miles. So are you saying that if we measured it, it wouldn't work out? I don't understand how you can say it doesn't work, yet it's how the world is mapped.
No, I'm saying that generally speaking, that relationship is somewhat accurate. We're actually using planar geometry to even do it. And if you were to go into the real world and try to let's just assume the Earth's a globe and it's one degree per 69 miles, and I'm actually like, oh, look, it's kind of cloudy up above me, but I see some stars that are like 10, 15 degrees above the horizon. If I actually start navigating using that, I will not be able to do it. If I assume the Earth's a globe, it won't work. And that's a major problem, because this side would predict that. My prediction would be that.
That's how they sailed boats. That's how they sailed boats. That's how they found the South Pole. That's how they found the North Pole. Everything that they've done is through the stars, and you're just throwing it away and saying, "Oh, we wouldn't get anywhere. We wouldn't actually be accurate." But that's
no. I'm saying, yes, there's no doubt that we have a well-established relationship between the sky and how we navigate. Like, no one can dispute that. Okay. But the point is, like, why? Why is it the way that it is? Why do we see it the way it is? Why are we able to use it reliably? You're saying it's because it's a globe. We're physically changing our angle, our orientations, making the stars look different, right? That's the claim. But in reality, that doesn't match the evidence. I'm saying, well, we're on a plane, and the way that we see is not in these perfect infinite straight lines. That is factually not true. We can even disprove it with railroad tracks. So we would expect there to be a pretty solid relationship right in the middle, the little sweet spot, until we get to the extremities where it's going to then converge and become logarithmic. That's literally what we see. With curved visual space is what we see.
So
we mapped it out. We mapped it out is what I'm saying. It's reliable because we mapped it out. There's no doubt that's how we see the sky. The debate is about, why do we see the sky that way?
Yeah, I get you. Because I just measured from 20 degrees to 30 degrees, and it's exactly 687 miles, which is what you would expect, 69 times 10. And then what I'm saying is, so those two are not within the refraction zone, being at 20 and 30 degrees. So what you could do is then just move here and do it again for another 10 degrees, do it again for another 10 degrees, and you would keep going until you've done 24,901. That's the whole sphere. You're saying at some point that would break down. That's a paradox. Where does it break down? Where does it fall apart? Where does the Earth stop conforming to being a sphere? Because it does everywhere else. Just like, so the next thing I wanted to get into, and that's just...
well, wait up though. Like, I want to bring up a flat Earth evidence.
Okay.
Because like, realistically, the star being occulted by the mountain is not answered. Right, like,
yeah, I think that's a kind of a new thing that I think that people are working through right now. I don't fully understand it because of the fact that you're using stellarium, which is giving you the curved Earth angles, correct? It's not giving you flat Earth angles, it's giving you curved Earth angles, but you're saying you're taking a location from where stellarium is not even talking about. You're further back than that, right? Stellarium is just telling you where the mountain top to the star is. Is that correct?
Yeah,
and
yes.
You're drawing your location back here and saying, oh, now if we draw an angle to that mountain top. Right, so you're kind of adding something that stellarium is not accounting for.
Well, that's the whole point, is like, the one measurement you're taking is you're standing there, you're looking at the star, you're looking at the mountain. Once the star is occulted by the mountain, boom, write the time down. Okay.
So why wouldn't refraction come into play? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Because, okay, well, now the star's occulted. We're accounting for the position of the star once we're not even seeing it. It's occulted. So how are we going to say the position of the star is just because it's being refracted? It's not. It's about an
going to be somewhere. So when we see the sun set, they say that it's actually still above the horizon, right? It's gone, but it's still there, or whatever. It's always somewhere about a half a degree off of where we think. So that would be the same with stars, meaning that if you're counting when a star gets occulted by a mountain, it would make a difference as to where it's refracted to. Is it refracted above the mountain, below the mountain? Is it I would think that that would matter, but it doesn't matter in your case because you're not actually taking any information from the location that you're at. You're just measuring. Stellarium's not taking that into account at all, correct? Am I correct in that? Stellarium doesn't know that you're taking an observation of the, it's just telling you from a mountaintop to this star, this is the angle, correct? That's correct. That's what Stellarium's telling you. And then you're saying, well, if we step back further and measure to that mountain, then it matches a planar angle. And does that, I guess where I'm confused, is that then matches Stellarium or doesn't?
No, it doesn't match. It doesn't match.
Who's saying that it's a planar angle, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Not Stellarium.
No, this is the issue. It doesn't match the globe, right? The globe claims that the 69 mile per degree is a physical, like a real physical effect. We're physically tipping away. It's not an optical effect. It's not an apparent effect. It's a physical effect. We're physically moving, right? Sure. So, okay, well, the star gets occulted by the mountain. And then if the fact that we can connect that observation with a perfect straight line, right, shows that there isn't a physical effect of 69 miles per degree because of globe geometry. It can't be. And the flat Earth prediction is exactly what it's supposed to be, but the globe is significantly different. The default, everyone just always says refraction to everything. So that's all that they say. And you said it's kind of a new thing. Well, it's been months, right? And the globe is just keep on trying to find different ways to say somehow it is refraction, but it's not actually optical.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was funny at me to the beginning because this is when I was answering everybody about we don't look at lights in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth, and then 2 weeks later, this celestial theodolite comes out, which is looking at lights in the sky to figure out the shape of the ground. So I just kind of dismissed it on its face, and I guess I'll look into it a little bit more. But I guess I still want to go back to what you said because it still doesn't make sense to me. Why couldn't we just measure in 10-degree segments on the Earth to stay away from this?
Oh, you can, but what?
So we would calculate, and that would come out to 24,901.
But you're saying why can't we just avoid the part that falsifies the presupposition that we're on a globe? Because I don't want to, because I'm bringing up that it falsifies the globe.
Right, but if there's refraction, that's why we're not taking those angles because they'll be off. So if we just take the angles that we can see, this say from 15 to 80 or 90, well, that is sufficient to get us to the shape of the Earth.
But they use empirically derived formulas to correct the stars, so that they use actual observations with planar geometry to actually make the corrections with cell nav, which is not the same as like Snell's law, like refraction. They actually have to use planar geography to try to make these corrections. And you're just. I will say it is somewhat baffling that you're able to just default to.
No, I'm not able to default
so comfortably now.
No, it's not that it's so comfortable. It's that they have an explanation that has been measured and does show to be the case. I've seen examples of refraction myself, but here's what I want to go back to. If people understand that the latitude that you're at is your angle to Polaris, there is no getting around that. If you measure your angle to Polaris tonight from wherever you're at, it will be your latitude. So if we know then that somebody at 45 is going to see Polaris at 45 degrees and that somebody at 35 is going to see it at 35 degrees, then we just need to measure the distance between a person at 35 and 45, and guess what you'll get? 690 miles every single time, because the Earth is a sphere and it works as in a linear fashion like that, or I don't know what you would call that, in a very equal action like that, every 69 miles, 1 degree. And that's how we have the whole Earth is mapped. Now, I want to ask...
it's calculated. It's a calculated presupposition based on the actual astronomical latitude.
How is it a presupposition if it's the measurement of miles?
Yeah, it's not a measurement. You measure one... Okay.
But I'm saying I just think if we measured...
That's the time of like open?
That's the open cross exam time.
Yeah. That's really short.
30 minutes has been completed.
Yeah,
schedule number 2. I guess schedule number 2, we'll get some other stuff. Because I had some other things I wanted to show people. But I do think, Austin, one thing that, and maybe I'll find something specific for you, but I think that you need to watch my show. I get it. I do too many live streams. You don't want to watch it. I get it. But it's also the same thing that every other flat earther's done. So all I see is people running around saying, we don't understand what Jaren's doing. We don't understand. But I've literally done an entire series, an unplugged series of 12 episodes, where I went through every single evidence and every single piece and explained it thoroughly. So if people don't understand my position, or why do I just accept refraction? Well, it's because once I saw that the south operates as the globe calls for, and then we saw the sun setting right to left in the south. So that immediately, let me give one example, because I think it's my best proof that nobody's been able to, come up with an answer for. And I didn't even know this. I've never heard a glober say it. But everybody who's in the north, When you look at a sunrise or sunset, so I'm talking about looking east or west only, not north, not south. We're looking at sunrise or sunset. The sun will rise left to right and it will set left to right in the north for every single person every day of the year, no matter what. End of story. In the south, they see the opposite thing. Okay, so every single sunrise for every single person in the south for every day of the year goes right to left, and every single sunset goes right to left. When we were in Punta Arenas, we saw the sunset severely right to left, way different than we've ever seen before. The sun's never done that to any of us in our lives, because the south is the inverse of the north. Now, get this. This is the paradox of flat Earth. Can an item that's going in one direction be seen by two people looking in the same direction to be going in opposite directions? And I know it sounds convoluted, but if you have two people in the north and the south both looking west at the same sunset, we're talking about the same sunset, can they see it going in opposite directions if the Earth is flat? How would that be possible, right? So you'd have a sun going around, and you'd have people south and north looking west, the sun's setting, so it would always go to the right. On any flat Earth that there'll ever be, it'll go to the right. But we saw it going to the left. Now, here's the crazy thing. Do you know if somebody on the day that we saw the sun set right to left in Punta, if you were in the north, you saw the sun set left to right. So imagine that. We're in the south watching the sun go left. They're in the north watching the sun go right. That's a paradox on a flat Earth. How could you have two people looking the same direction, have a sun going in two opposite directions? Well, the reason is there is a shape that would call for that to happen. There's a shape that
Jiren,
says...
Jiren, do you want me to submit that question to Austin? Austin, do you want to answer that question real quick before we move on to the next segment?
Well, I'm ready to move on. I want to make like a meta point though that I feel like everyone wants to say, since you kind of got that off. Give me like a 30-second thing and then we'll move on. Whatever. This is the issue.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Take a minute.
I want to say this again. Okay. It's like we saw something we didn't previously have access to. It requires affirming the consequent. You don't know how it works on the globe. You reified the AE model. I get all that. It doesn't automatically wash out all the geometric refutations of why flat Earth is a thing in the first place. That is my point. That is my point, though. You would have to then diligently, logically, go provide sufficient rebuttals to all of those geometric refutations, where it doesn't matter what you're still stuck with.
What happened to falsification is independent of replacement?
That's my point. That's my point.
What do you mean?
Right?
Didn't you say I have to replace those things? So you're saying I have to do that.
No, I'm saying you actually have to address the geometric refutations, not replace anything. You're asking us to replace the globe explanation. Wait, you're asking us to replace the globe explanation, or it must be a globe. That's what you're doing. I'm saying we falsified the globe explanation over here with like 100 things, and then you're just you have selective amnesia.
No, I want you to,
gentlemen, before I want to jump in real quick, because we could go on all night, I'm sure. And some of these things you're talking about are in some of the questions that have been submitted, so you'll get a chance to readdress some of these things.
Okay.
So for the next segment, we'll go 30 minutes here. We'll take questions from the audience. We got quite a few questions coming in, and the questions do seem to be meaty. I think you guys are going to, have a chance to really dig in with each of these. The majority, I just got to warn you, the majority of the questions are for Jiren. So what I would like to do is I would like to give each person 2 minutes to address the question. And if it's a question for both of you, then I'll allow each of you one rebuttal for 1 minute after you hear your interlocutor's answer to the question. Are you guys cool with that?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Jaren, you want to go full screen?
Yeah, I can do that.
She looks a little better.
So, Austin, just to be clear, you will get a chance to address the questions that are for Jiren as well. So you will get 2 minutes.
I get you. Cool.
Yeah, but whoever the question is addressed to will speak first.
Okay.
All right, guys. So we have Charles is asking, Jiren, how does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
Okay, because it's something called a measuring stick, right? So just like you can use a ruler, why can we use a ruler to go measure things? Because it's a standard. Every ruler is the same, and so we can use it as a measuring stick. The sun is the biggest and most accurate measuring stick that the world has ever known. It's the most important thing that there ever was. And it is a measuring stick because it moves in very predictable 24-hour fashions. We know exactly where it will be in 400 years, 4,000 years, 40,000 years. We know exactly where it was 2,000 years ago. So that's because the sun works as a measuring stick. So once somebody gives you a map and tells you you live here, the very first thing you should do is see if it jives with the known measuring stick. Because if it doesn't, then guess what? The map is wrong, period. There is no instance of ever a measuring stick being wrong when it's actually the measuring stick, right? So you can never have, this measuring is wrong because this ruler is wrong. Well, then the ruler's not a measuring stick if it's wrong. Just like the sun, it wouldn't be a measuring device if it was wrong. It's perfect. That's why we use it for calendars, for dates, for time, everything, time, you name it. The sun is used for that. So if you can observe something that is not possible on the map somebody gives you, then you can immediately hand them the map back and say, you're wrong, I don't live here. Well, guess what? That's what the AE map has had happen. Now I get Austin's point. He's saying he doesn't believe in an AE map, but then then you don't believe in anything, then the earth doesn't have a shape or a look. Can you give me any idea what the world looks like? Because if you're going to tell me it's a flat earth, then it has to be flat. And I know that the only flat map that can exist is the AE map. Now, you can disagree with that all you want. I spent 6 months trying to figure it out, and then I got to the point where I said, because the AE map because a flat map has to have the continents laid out correctly, has to have the tropics and the equator, therefore the only map that will ever be flat is the AE map. Now, you could say I think Austin said there's a bipolar model that completely destroys all observations. Again, if you have a bipolar model, the sun would be coming up the other side, so it would be rising in the west to people in Russia and Africa. It doesn't make any sense. That's why you've never heard it pushed, because this is why there's no other map pushed. Have you ever wondered why there's no other flat earth map?
Thank you, Jiren.
Let me know when the 2 minutes are up, last time. Or give me a 10, 20
I try to give you a little bit of a grace period afterward so that we're not too strict. Austin, you have 2 minutes. The question is, how does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
Yeah. So it's independent of physical measurements of the surface. It is. But my approach is that you don't just like turn your head to things. Right. So I'm all for like trying to understand it, right? Because again, actually seeing the occultation of that star, well, that's actually technically in the sky. Now difference is we're using a physical measurement of the surface there, right? So we have a linear baseline, a specific angle that creates a straight line from observer to mountain peak to star, and there's an occultation, it's physical. And then hopefully there'll be a question about cell nav in here where I can hopefully explain and correct exactly the issue with the globe there. But I will just say, to answer the question more directly, it's like, actually it doesn't. You don't prove the surface of the earth strictly by making a singular celestial observation or any celestial observation for that matter. It requires a lot of presuppositions, and just frankly may not be the answer people want to hear. It is just an affirming the consequent. To say the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe requires a logical fallacy. It like literally requires it, and then shifting the burden, appeal to incredulity, et cetera. So that's the issue with it. The reason that it doesn't prove what the ground is because it requires affirming the consequent and presupposing what you're seeing the sky from in the first place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So another question, it's a nice follow-up to what you guys were just discussing here. Anonymous is asking, is cartography real? Why does every map of a large area require distortion?
Yeah. Well, is that for him?
This is for both of you. This is for both of you. So Jiren, you can go first.
Well, obviously, because the Earth is a sphere, and so no matter what map you ever make, will always have issues, because a sphere has a certain amount of surface area, and a flat piece of paper will always have more, and so you're always going to have distortions.
Okay, Austin?
I'm trying to get it to where we're both on the big screen when we answer, but yeah, because it's simply a projection. You're trying to fit a projection. You're trying to fit measurements, typically using the sky, and then put it on a projection. So it's always going to have distortion, and just depends on how you move it around. The bipolar model, ironically, it's like exactly the same as the globe. You can move it around 5-10 degrees, whatever direction. It is literally just a distribution with a projection, right? It's just a projection, and you use a fictitious observer for a central point. So the answer is like, yeah, there's always distortion because they are just projections. They're inherently flawed, right? Like none of them are actual realities.
When you say fictitious observer, do you mean that they take the person to be at the center of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but that is the same angle that you'd be on the surface. It's the same angle.
Yeah, but you're just like admitting that, yeah, you just have to presuppose the idea of some fictitious observer in the center of a globe. You
don't have to. It could be on the surface. It'd be the same angle. You're just taking that and saying that it means something, but it doesn't mean anything because it's the same angle.
Well, if you actually utilize that method and then take the distances, then everything's 3,959 miles away from you in the sky.
Right. No, I'm saying that if you're talking about the angle from the fictitious observer to the celestial sphere is the same regardless of if you're at the middle or on the surface. because the line would go through that person on the surface, right?
Yeah, but you to know where you allegedly would be on the surface to get that angle, you have to actually have the sphere, thus the center of it, to go get that angle in the first place. You would say, yeah, if you do have the sphere, you assume the fictitious observer in the center, then you're on the surface, it's the same. Yeah, because the angle has to still come out from the center to actually claim that that's what the angle is in relation to. It requires a fictitious observer in the center. Right.
So I guess where I'm getting confused, I just want to go back to where, when we keep talking about, you're saying it's an affirming the consequent, where I get confused, isn't that just a wording thing? So if we say, if the Earth is a sphere of 3959 in circumference, then the horizon can be no more than blah, 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 when we just leave out refraction from that equation. But let's just leave the equation alone. So can't I word then my supposition the same way? So can I say, if the Earth is flat and the sun goes around in a circle, in a clockwise circle, then there can be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, so the Earth is not flat. What's wrong with? I just worded it exactly like your black swan. Why is that not okay?
I didn't even hear exactly how you said it.
Okay, so the black swan is if the Earth is a sphere of 3959 miles. So that's the presupposition. You have to make that assumption. Okay, if the Earth is a sphere and if it's 3959, then the horizon can only be this distance based on this math. We go out and observe and it's actually not that. Therefore, we've now falsified the globe. Okay, so if we change that to now, if the Earth is flat and it has a sun that goes around in 24 hours in a clockwise motion, then the south cannot have a sun that circles the opposite direction. And if it does, we go out and observe. Guess what? We went and saw that it does do that. Therefore, the flat Earth has been falsified. What's different about my claim than the flat Earth?
Because you're just like claiming there's like no apparent sun, and then straw manning putting the argument or putting
You're
the claim
doing the same thing with refraction.
No.
Nothing here says nothing.
The globe model is just claimed. There's just a definitive geometric claim. There's a physical geometric horizon. So like,
what do you think? So what's not claimed in a flat Earth? Do we claim that the sun goes around? Yes.
Well,
we've had an additional 2 minutes back and forth on top of each other's answers.
Let us finish that one though. I want to finish that because this has bothered me the whole time. Is that I don't understand how Nathan Oakley goes around telling people.
Let me give you guys 3 minutes, and I'm going to pause the timer. Okay.
Thank you. So I just want to know why it's not the same. So in that sentence, if the Earth is a sphere, 3959, then the horizon can be no further. Okay, great. But what they're not mentioning there is that there's refraction that causes things to be higher up. So when we do go observe, if we do see it a little higher up, that doesn't falsify the globe. It means refraction is there. Now, I'm just saying it doesn't mean that that's a fact. It means if that's the claim by the globe, then we have to at least look into it, not just dismiss it. But when I try and put that into a flat Earth saying, now all of a sudden it's not allowed. I can't say if the Earth is flat and has a sun circling 24 hours in a clockwise formation. Those two things are part of the flat Earth model. So it's the same thing as saying if the Earth is a sphere 3959. Then they say, then the horizon can be no more than, well, then the sun cannot do backward circles in the south. It doesn't go along with our premise at the beginning of this. We went and observed it does do backward circles in the south, so therefore the Earth cannot be flat. So I agree. I would actually agree that that is not a correct statement, but I'm actually trying to point out more that the flat Earth statement is incorrect. That you can't just, because they didn't even take refraction into account. I don't understand how you go around telling other people that they are using and affirming the consequent when that's what the flat Earth is doing. They're saying, oh, well, we don't see curvature, therefore the Earth's flat. Hey, we don't see water bend, therefore the Earth's flat. You are the ones doing that. No, that's, so I don't understand where there's this, globe Earth is doing that, but the flat Earth, we just say that the Earth's not a globe. And no, you're going around making claims, and those claims are, not holding up when you actually, like water doesn't bend. What? Water does bend. It's probably the most bendable substance that there is. Go pour it on your body. Does it bend around you? All right, go ahead.
Austin, what's your response here?
Okay, yeah, this is an argument from ignorance. So it's like X is true because you cannot prove that X is false. There's the assumption of a conclusion, like because of the lack of evidence to the contrary, right? And that's an argument from ignorance. But it's very specific. For one, I want to say this. You're saying like you didn't even account for refraction. You keep saying that. Like, okay, no, just because someone said a word because they needed to say that something is not where it's supposed to be doesn't mean that it's real. What type of refraction? Terrestrial refraction? How does that work? All of a sudden, when they change what refraction is and apply it to something that isn't even analogous, and take the actual physical horizon and say something's looming whenever the horizon's looming, when looming is a relation to the horizon, right? They just said the word refraction because the horizon wasn't where it's supposed to be. So when we say, yo, here's a physical geometric limitation based on the assumption that the Earth's a globe, the evidence doesn't match that. That's like a very rigid, specific geometric physical claim that comes from the globe. We tested it. It's false. It's falsified. And just saying the word refraction doesn't work, right?
Just saying the word falsified when you haven't taken into the account what their explanation is.
That's the point. We did take it into account, and we actually have to ask them to even specify it. And when you actually get into the quote unquote expert that they cite, he actually uses planar geometry, and then he doesn't actually apply Snell's law. It's a singular medium differential. And then he actually, people on the internet totally exclude that part, and they just act like, oh, we know this works because it's refraction, and they claim it's looming when looming is in relation to the actual horizon. So and it's a category error, and they just reify the R value, right? And then they just expand it. They just take everything in question.
I just think that when you're talking about that particular issue, it's funny that Bo says he went out there and that was one observation of 6 months. So what Flat Earth seems to have done is gone out and waited until there was enough refraction that the back water was way up higher, and it looks like the horizon is super far away. And so then we took that observation and said we refuted the globe, which is insane because you just got done saying that we don't take one observation and we don't say from that we destroyed something. We don't take the one observation of the sun and say that we proved the globe, but you will take the one observation of the 1 out of 180 days of a higher horizon and then say that falsifies the globe.
Dude, this is super important that you're not understanding the difference here. The globe model makes a very specific claim that, if the Earth, this is what the black swan is, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon is a physical geometric edge, physical obstruction, physical geometric horizon is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is the globe's claim. They made a positive, definitive,
mathematical,
specific claim. It's a very specific, it's a mathematical claim about a very real physical thing. It's a physical location.
Don't ever work that way.
This is the point. The globe makes that very specific claim. You're over here, then you say, well, flat Earth can't be true because if we assume that the sun's in an actual position and then I tell you what the map should be, then the sun shouldn't do this. That's not the same thing at all. There's a geometric refutation on the table because of a positive claim. It's physical, and refraction doesn't work for the black swan, by the way. But you're saying the word. I explained why, because you actually have to assume the R value, and then it's a category error. You just extend it out infinitely because they say that it's looming. Looming is an effect in relation to the horizon.
Yeah, but you're just using words, though. Well, is refraction real?
Oh, dude, you just hit me with I'm just using words, bro.
Well, you just used words, a bunch of words that don't make
was that word salad?
I didn't want to say word salad. I didn't bring the little Hidden Valley Ranch.
Come on, man.
With your face on. No, I mean.
All right, guys. All right. We've spent a lot of time on this one.
Hey, go ahead.
We got quite a few questions here. The audience are thoroughly enjoying this. The questions are really rolling in here. This one is for Austin. Austin, what is NavCell and how does it apply?
Wow. Sounds like dyslexic question. Cell nav.
NavCell, NavCell.
Okay, well, I'm saying like cell nav, like celestial navigation, right? So this is like a super important part, right? When we're talking about how I was explaining how that they always say 1 degree per 69 miles, they act like it's proof the Earth's a globe. We can go out there. We know how to navigate perfectly because we can just assume we know the Earth's a globe. So it's curving at a certain rate. So as I go across the surface, I'm tipping at a specific angle at a certain rate. So the stars are going to change based on that angle. 1 mile or 1 degree per 69 miles. That actually isn't true. It doesn't work like that. It regularly needs corrections. And they tell you can't even utilize the angles like all the way up to like roughly like 15 degrees and then around even the 9 degrees. What? There should be no refraction looking straight up, right? But if there's actually curved visual space, we expect that. So then how do they correct it, right? So so if you say like, do they just use like an apparent raw angle or the celestial refraction corrected angle? And they're using the corrected angle, right? You're claiming that it's refraction. That's somehow what's going to fix it. So then is it a solution? Do we actually use certain variables for a refraction equation and that's how we fix it? No, they actually use like empirically derived solution, meaning like the answer is empirically derived. They actually use different formulas for every like angle band, right? Like every segment of the angles. So the input is just height and or angles. There's no temperature, there's no pressure at all in those corrections. So it proves it has nothing to do with refraction. It's actually an empirical physical correction, right? Normal refraction has temperature and pressure. Celestial refraction does not. So that's a big problem, right? I mean, how does that work? And the way the answer is the way that it works. It's just because it needs to work. It just has to work. So that's what's so frustrating about it is that is brought up as if direct evidence for the globe. That's like it's terrible for the globe. Doesn't work at all. They claim refraction, but don't actually use refraction equations or variables. They don't even use like temperature and pressure. They aren't even claiming like actual refraction. right? They're using empirically derived angle measurement corrections, and they're using planar geometry to do that. So, celestial navigation is not good for the globe at all.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Jiren, did you want to address this one?
Yeah, I just he keeps saying that the 69 miles per degree doesn't work, but if that's the case, then we wouldn't have your latitude lines, which are all over the earth. Wherever you live right now, you have a latitude. The reason you have that latitude is it's the angle from where you're at to the pole star. So clearly, everywhere is mapped, everywhere is correct, and if we take the distances between those lines, we will figure out that it's 69 miles for every single degree, and if you times that by 360, you get 24,901. So I don't know where you would ever start thinking that, oh no, it doesn't, they don't actually use it because of refraction, and when it gets close, we're not talking about that. Everybody's latitude is known, and it's their angle to the pole star. That's how we've mapped the Earth. So again, for it not to work would be that you have people where they're not actually at, but we know that anybody who's at 37 degrees, go out tonight and measure the angle to Polaris, it will be 37 degrees. That's what it will be. And the other thing is are you trying to use the Nathan Oakley line that we can't measure angles from a curved baseline? Is that what you kind of are saying something close to that, but I can't tell if it's what you're trying to say is the same thing? When you're saying that we,
No.
Okay.
No, but the actual extension of the baseline is a problem for the globe. The actual accurate extension of it.
Yeah, because I don't think that's what they're actually taking it for, right? Because like if I were to ask you, if I went outside my house, if the Earth was a sphere or if it was flat, would I have the same outside my house? Be identical, right? There'd be no way.
Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys, but it looks like it shows that the webinar is about to end in 4 minutes. Is there a way that we can extend it, or will it automatically turn off?
Man, I don't think it should automatically turn off, but I'm gonna try to check it. Yikes! If anyone else is in here and can help at the same time, that'd be great. I'm gonna go try to change it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, the pressure's on. We technically could start another one, but that would be really lame.
Can I pee?
4 hours, save.
I'm gonna go. Oh,
Did it change? Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. All right.
So, but if we went outside
We've got
my
about
house,
another minute on this, and we'll move on.
Thank you. So, if I went outside my house, though, Austin, the Earth would not. I mean, the observations would not change if the Earth was flat or a sphere, correct? Of the size that they say.
Wait, what did you say?
So, in my front yard, if the Earth was sphere or if it was flat, would that change my front yard? If the Earth was okay, so then we can take angles to stars from quote unquote curved baselines because it wouldn't make a difference one way or the other. You're using the latitude. You're using the tangent, which is technically the flat Earth.
Well, technically, like if you want to ask technically, like on the smallest, most imaginable scale ever, our front yards would be different technically, but practically,
Right, okay, but I'm talking about
practically,
angles. If we're taking an angle to Polaris.
technically, but like practically, no. But
Right.
the issue is that we utilize an extension of a horizontal baseline. And again, when we actually take these angles and they don't match, we have to make corrections. And what does the globe claim? The globe claims refraction, but do they actually account with refraction formulas? No, they don't take temperature and pressure and make the corrections. They actually take strictly height, strictly angles, and planar geometry to make the corrections.
Yeah.
So to actually
That's
make
the
it
part
work, you have to make the Earth flat on top of acting like it's flat, on top of measuring like it's flat, and then you claim that's the proof it's a globe.
Well, that's what you would do if the globe was the size that they say. You wouldn't start treating it like a sphere when we don't even notice that. You would treat it like it's flat with a tangent. But I just have one question. You said again that if they have to make adjustments. Nobody's making adjustments to their latitude, right? I mean, if I'm 37 degrees because that's my angle to the pole star. There's no adjustment to that. Nobody's adjusting that. Anybody, at least, I mean, I would like to hear somebody tell me that there's a location on the Earth that's off by more than 1 degree. I don't think that's even possible. Like you're telling me that there's somebody at 47 degrees that measures the angle to the Polaris and it's 53 degrees? No.
Well,
what I'm saying. There is no refraction getting in the way of our latitude, and our latitude lines are a certain distance away from each other. And if you measure those out, they equal to the 24,901. So I get that you're saying, oh, that's just some arbitrary math. Well, no, it's not, because we have the Earth mapped. So
okay, but longitude and latitude is how was that accomplished? It was reverse engineered from observations of the sky, right? And then they actually apply correction. They apply correction angles over long distances. Didn't actually go physically measure anything. They do calculative corrections over long distances, right? That's what they do. This is where we go all the way back to what we were talking about earlier, which is like, well, how are we actually seeing? Because you're presupposing we're seeing in perfectly straight lines infinitely, and that the only reason the stars are changing is because I'm tipping over on a ball, and we actually don't see that. So if I say the Earth's a plane and we don't see in perfectly straight geometry, it's curved visual space. You say no, actually, we see in perfect straight lines infinitely far, and there's nothing between us and the stars is how we can see it, and they're crazy far away. Like, okay, let's go test it out. Which one matches reality? It's actually the first one, because when we start to get to like 15 or even more degrees close to the horizon, it all begins to get logarithmic and compressed in as if it was converging in curved visual space. It would not do that. And it's not just refraction, because again, it also that you're not allowed to use up close to 90. That's where the refraction was supposed to be the least when you're looking straight up, right? That's what they say. They say you look straight up, there should be basically no refraction. They cannot use close to 90 because, well, if it's curved visual space on both close to 90 and the edge, you would expect there to be an actual logarithmic change. It wouldn't be a 1-to-1 linear ratio. And that's what we see in reality. And conveniently, they'll never tell you that. We have to go look at the actual manuals and find out, wait a minute, why did they tell me I can't use this? I thought it was super easy, 1 degree per 69 miles. It's not. This makes perfect sense. It's exactly what we expect if visual space is curved. So now we expect it off. It's real simple, like caveman math, let's use straight lines. But, that's what they say.
Yeah. Gentlemen, we need to move on to another question real quick. Casey's asking, I hear ball earthers routinely invoke the argument that flat earthers don't have a map. However, it would seem to require a king's commission for such an undertaking. What kind of assets and costs do you both believe are associated with the creation of map making?
Well,
Jeremy, go first.
We've already done it. You can make observations of the sun. We know where the tropics are. We know where the equator is. Once you have that, you verify the continent shape, which we've pretty much already done, and the layout, which is pretty much already done. So there is, the reason that they say there's no map is there's no map that matches real world observations. You can draw a flat earth map and be happy with it if you want. The A map works for just drawing it. And it actually, if you look at Dave's app, it actually kind of shows where the sun would be above for the most part, as long as you don't go too far south. But regardless of that, it might be a king's undertaking, but it would be fruitless because we've already mapped the Earth. And so you're not going to come out with anything. If it's flat, then you would come out with the AE map. I mean, there's no other way. It doesn't matter what you map out. You're not going to get continents. Africa is not going to be on the other side of South America. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen because the sun goes in the order that we know. So therefore, we know the layout of the Earth, and it has been tried on different shapes, and it only works on one. And that's will forever be that way. I've now realized that. There'll never be a way that you can match observations of the what we see with a flat world, because the Earth's not flat. So it's unfortunate, by the way. Unfortunately.
Austin, would you like to address this one? What kind of assets and costs do you believe are associated with the creation of map making?
That's something insane that's impossible to even fathom. For one, like free exploration, and then of course in today's day and age, probably lots of money as well. But it's much more about the resources, the amount of people, and the amount of time and that it would actually take to do it. It's not particularly realistic. Like, yeah, sure, we have some maps, but they're just maps. This is actually the problem: is people, Jiren, really, you think that there has to be an accurate map of reality, and there will never be one. There will never be one. There's not even one of the globe. You think the globe is accurate, but you're correct.
You're not going to let you say that.
Wait. The globe is made from a coordinate system. The globe is made from a coordinate system. That's all that it is. You presuppose the actual sphere. Then you're going to look at the sky. You're going to reverse engineer the coordinate system. Then you're going to make the map based on that coordinate system. That's why you're going to always have distortion. Okay. It's just a projection. And you can move the center around, and then it changes. Am I lagging?
Are you saying the globe? The globe has you just said that the globe is a projection, or is the globe an actual model of the Earth?
The map's a projection. All the maps are projections.
I'm not talking about a map. I'm talking about the globe Earth. The globe model with the 3D globe with some people on this side, some people on this side, some people upside down from the other people. That map, that globe model.
What about it?
Well, because it's
made from a coordinate system.
And that's how you would make it. That's how would you make it?
Do you not get the point though? It's not about how you would make anything. It's like we just make the coordinate system using the sky, reverse engineer it, and then we make the maps based on that. So, okay, so you have to presuppose it again. You have to reify and affirm.
Sure, but that's what you do. If you're going to test things, you presuppose something and then see if it matches observations. So if we presuppose a flat Earth, we notice that it doesn't match observations. If you presuppose a globe, it does. That's the difference.
Well, first of all, coordinate systems are not the same as like physical datum, like physical measurements. And we actually take physical measurements and take actual datum. They're horizontal consistently. This is what we keep on talking about. We take the coordinate system, we presuppose the globe, we make a coordinate system, reverse engineer it, then we're going to make projections and maps. That's why maps are so blown out of proportion in this discussion, they're useless. That doesn't matter. When it comes to the truth of the matter, it doesn't matter at all. Literally.
The map is flat, and a flat map can never match the real world. That's why.
Just in general, the maps are just projections. They're just merely conceptual and they can be changed around. This is the important part. This is the important part.
If the Earth was flat, wouldn't we be able to map it easily?
No. The problem is, again, the way that we act. Could we, in theory? Sure, maybe. But the actual problem is the way that we did it, which is we took a coordinate system. We created a coordinate system. So they presuppose the globe, they reify it, and then take coordinate systems based on that, and then they make a map, and then they create that projection, and we can move it around however we want to. But they don't take, again, this is the difference. Calculative assumption that creates the coordinate system, or physically, empirically measured datum on the surface, which always matches flat. This goes back to what we were talking about, where, okay, well, we can find out the truth of the matter. Let's go look and see what happens when we move along the Earth. When we move along the Earth, we cannot assume it's a globe. It doesn't work. We have to make corrections. Oh, it's refraction. Okay, then let's go. What do we have to correct for? Pressure and temperature and optical variables in the sky, right? No, that's not how we make the corrections. We make physical measurements, empirically derived corrections with just angles and height, and we have to fix and cook the books because the globe doesn't match. So that proves that the actual coordinate system isn't correct. So how do we get the coordinate system? Because however we got it isn't correct. The presupposition was that it's a globe. Then we made a celestial coordinate system. Then we made a map. Then we flattened that globe out. And people say, look, this flattened globe out is distorted. It's like, yeah, of course it is.
Right. And Austin, I got to jump in real quick.
Okay.
You're definitely on a roll, so I'm going to stop real quick. We got a few more questions that we need to get to. This one is from John, is asking for Jiren. Do you now believe that the weak force of gravity holds all southern oceans onto the bottom of the sphere? And if you do believe that, what type of gravity? Is it Einsteinian? Is it Newtonian?
Yeah, I think
gravity holds the atmosphere. Is it being equilibrium with the vacuum of space?
I don't know. What seems to make this the most sense, because I think that the Earth proves itself to be a sphere. So therefore, the idea that the center of the Earth has some sort of attractive force seems to make sense, because that's what we experience. So there is no water being held to the bottom of the globe. That would require the pressure to be going the other direction. The water is being held to the globe like the water in the north is, like the water everywhere is. It's all the same. There is no difference. There's nobody who's upside down. To be upside down, you have to have your head where your feet should be. But on the Earth, your feet should be at the ground towards the center of the Earth. That's where you are. That's where everybody is. So there is nobody upside down. Now you could say, well, what about the guy way up there in the north versus the guy down there in the south, Jiren? Are they upside down compared to each other? That's a different story. That would be a yes. But they're not upside down themselves. So to make questions about how do we hold water, how do we hold boats, how do we hold ships, is basically admitting that you don't have a full grasp of what they mean by gravity and how it works.
Okay, thank you, Jiren. Austin, would you like to address this one?
Sorry, I was changing it over. Yeah, can you just remind me what it was?
Yeah, it's
gravity.
Do we now believe the weak force of gravity holds all the southern oceans on the bottom of the sphere?
Oh, yeah.
And if it is gravity, what type? Einsteinian or Newtonian?
Sorry, it was so gay I forgot it. Obviously I don't believe in any of that nonsense. I don't believe in gravity's terribly debunked and impossible, and everything's intrinsically electric. And I guess this is kind of the point I was trying to make to Jiren, and more of a meta, right? Which is like, you're honing in on something that you're like, okay, I can't explain this on the flat Earth, so it can't be flat. But it's like, okay, so what about all these other things that we know you're not going to be able to explain on the globe? Because you actually require gravity as the prerequisite to ever even claim it's a globe. And, inclusion directly to the question, no, I absolutely do not believe in that, because gravity's been debunked 1,000 times over. And simply because they need the globe, they need the heliocentric model, they need the Copernican principle, they had to come up with some crazy nonsense where, time and distances magically contract and slow down to match whatever they need for the Earth.
Do you think it could be something else, though? Like, there's a guy, I was just reading his theory the other day. I know it sounds crazy. It's called the trillion years theory. But it's the theory that there's a black hole at the middle of every sphere, that the black hole at the middle of the sun, black hole at the middle of the Earth, and that's what's attracting things to it. So it's not gravity per se. So, I mean, that's where I kind of am saying that the Earth will always be a sphere. Just like all your friends that are geocentrists, Robert Sungenis, Robert Bennett, all these PhD guys, they all believe the Earth is a sphere. Everybody, Tycho Brahe, Copernicus, you name them, they all believe the Earth was a sphere. And there's a reason for that, because the Earth is a sphere.
No, you're just now you boldly appealed to majority.
No, it's not appealed to majority. So you're saying that we have today a flat Earth theory that has no map, no model, no explanations, you can't even tell me what the Earth looks like. You can't even say, oh, it looks like this, because what
you appealed to majority, now you're shifting the burden I don't want to be super cutthroat and just hit you with what your fallacies you're using, but you are using lots of fallacies. But like to answer in good faith, like it's like, who cares? Actually, I talked to Dr. Bennett and he said that he sits in the rooms and he's like, wow, I don't know how to answer these reputations of the globe. He hasn't focused on that. He didn't say like he's for sure that the Earth's a globe. It has to be a globe. Da da da. But I want to ask the question everyone here wants to know from you, right? Like, do you think the Earth is moving?
It seems to make sense that's where you would get, easier observations. Otherwise, if you're geocentrist, then you have to move everything around the Earth at crazy speeds, faster than the speed of light. It seems kind of funny.
Dude, so do you not see why people are like, what is going on right now? Like that what? You know that the evidence has shown that the Earth is not moving. We maybe will have another debate or something.
Real quick, guys, let me jump in with this next question, which is exactly what you're talking about, okay? Roger's asking, why are the measurements of the ether ignored? The MMX, the Dayton Miller, Bob, and many others, along with Aries failure, which shows the Earth is not in motion.
Okay,
Jaren, would you like to go first?
I mean, to me, it shows that the Earth is not in motion through any kind of an ether that they tried to test, at least the way they tested it. So again, to those things, that seems to me to be such a high level physics thing that's out of my wheelhouse. And it used to be important to me because I thought we were lied to about the shape of the Earth or where we lived. And I no longer think that's the case. Now, I think they could be wrong. Obviously, I think they're wrong about dark matter, dark energy. Even there could be gravity issues. There could be, maybe we haven't gone to the moon. Maybe we can't get out of low Earth orbit. There's a lot of other things, but I'm not making those claims today. My claim is that the evidence shows us where we live. And I think that in order to believe that you live on a flat Earth, you have to then believe in a deceptive God. You have to believe that a God made the Earth answerable with one word, sphere, but it's really not. It's actually flat, and it's actually this, and well, no. Why would God make it so that it's answerable by saying flat? Why would it be so easy to say, hey, how come it's an upside down sun and moon? Oh, you're upside down and you're on a ball. Oh, why is there backwards moving? Because you're on a ball. Oh, well, why is there a south celestial pole? Oh, because you're on a ball. Oh, so all the answers of you're on a ball suffice. Yet we're supposed to believe that that's not the truth. The truth is really that God made a flat Earth, but just happened to make the mistake of making it also answerable by being on a sphere. Now, the difference is we can map the Earth, we have it mapped on a sphere, and it matches every single observation, every one. And on a flat Earth, it matches none. That's the difference. So you can keep believing in the flat Earth if you want, but it's not going to come along. You're not going to, down the road, figure out that there's some answer, because look how long it's been. There's been no answer. There's a reason why Lady Blount in 1895 was saying, well, there is a southern sun, but we can't explain it. Well, now we're 150 years past that. And there hasn't even been an attempt, because people have realized what I realized. Oh, any flat map will be the AE map, and the AE map doesn't match reality. Therefore, I hate to tell you, the Earth cannot be flat. It's time to just grow up and say, okay, let's move on to actual real conspiracies, and let's stop teaching kids lies. I did it for 10 years. It makes me sick that I thought so completely about the South being a lie that I based my entire idea of the Earth on that on that point. And when I went and found out that that's not the case, now everything else is a mess. So I see what Austin's saying, where you're like, what's going on? Now you believe that we're spinning. Now you believe. No, it's not a matter of that. It's the Earth is a ball. It shape is a sphere, and that can be realized by yourself. You can go out tonight or sunset, watch the sunset, call a friend in the South, have them watch the sunset go the other direction, and you know you're on a sphere, because there's no flat map that will ever account for that. But the sphere model is exactly that. How would the Earth be modeled?
Thank you, Jiren, for your answer. Thank you. Austin, did you want to address this one? Why is measurements of ether ignored? MMX, Dayton Miller, Bob, and many others, along with Aries failure.
Yeah, of course. And like Jiren knows the answer to this. It's because it actually has philosophical implications that the Earth is in a special and unique position. If the Earth is in the center of everything, how did it get there? And that is the answer as a creator. It was placed there. There was some type of intelligent design. You can actually prove that with the first and second law of thermodynamics. Doesn't matter though. Like that's why it's so glaringly obvious if the Earth is in the center that it was placed there, that they run away from it. And they say this, and Jiren, again, you know that as well. Like they just straight up tell you. Wait, bro. I don't interrupt you, bro. Like they straight up tell you, right, why they do that. All geocentrists are globers. That doesn't matter. Like we're talking, like the question is, this like now I have beef with you, intellectual beef though, right? But my point is that it's like, how all of a sudden are you going to flip on that? Oh, maybe it makes more sense. It'd have to go faster than the speed of light. No, actually, even in the theory of relativity, according to his own equations, that the actual stars can go faster than the speed of light based on the presence of the strength of the gravitational field and the immensity of masses. And in relativity itself, it can actually go faster than the speed of light. Actually doesn't have to, because we have to presuppose distances to even claim that. And we have to claim the finite speed of light in the first place. But MMX absolutely showed the Earth was not moving. So now we're in the world where we're just invoking insanity, right? Just pure insanity, that the measuring apparatus contracted, but it looks exactly the same size, time slowed down, just coincidentally the exact right amount to make us think that the Earth is stationary, but it's actually not. But we can't just, I don't agree with that, but it could still be moving. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it isn't moving. The answer, and Aries failure proves definitively that it's not moving. And this is kind of like the issue. This is the issue. This is, you said, but now I was just thought we were lied to about the shape of the Earth. So now I don't really care about that. What do you mean? That's actually the inverse of how I feel, right? The most important part of it almost is that the Earth is stationary, because that means it's in the center and it was created.
God no matter what? You believe in God no matter what? So for me, there's a creator no matter what, whether the Earth is out amongst the galaxies or whether it's the central point. Neither of those is going to make me, it's not like if I found out that heliocentrism was real, I'd be like, oh, there's no God, we're all here accidental. No, there's a God regardless. That's the point. You just brought up the point about lying to children, and now you're saying it doesn't really matter now because I selfishly already believe in God. So who cares about children being told that we're flying infinitely to a vacuum? You say, what's it matter? Because I already believe in God anyway. Well, what about the 6-year-old who's being told that they're on a time spec, it does free falling through an infinite void? We'll teach your kids not to buy everything at school. That's one thing we should know right off the bat. We should know that isn't the point. Truth always matters. That was your whole point. And to answer the question directly and very concisely, the reason that it's ignored is because it has philosophical implications that the Earth is in the center. We were on the same page.
Okay, well, it definitively shows that the Earth is not moving. Now, you have a stationary globe, and you know that that's really rough to deal with, and that's why you're like, well, maybe it is moving, because it just sounds ridiculous that it's just sitting there.
There's not enough people that have ever looked into it. There's not enough people that have thought about, could the Earth be at the center of everything and be spinning? Could it be? There's a lot of things that make you go, I don't know if that works. Well, if it's
spinning, it has to revolve at the same time. They absolutely would have done that if they could have done that.
It have to revolve at the same time.
Based on the actual celestial observations, if they're spinning, it has to be revolving.
Jim, I'm going to jump in real quick. We have we have a few minutes left, just 2 minutes left, actually. And a few questions that, Jiren, do you want to take any more questions at this point? Or
do
you guys want to keep going on where you're? Okay. So we got a question here from Casey asking, hi, Jiren. It's actually to both you, but mostly to Jiren. Hi, Jiren. I appreciate you and Austin. I admit,
thanks.
I'm embarrassed to admit I've listened to both of you for hundreds of hours. Thank you both. And Jiren, your change of mind was immediately following your trip. It would seem deep reflection would be necessary before concluding anything publicly. To me, your response seemed inorganic. Why didn't you ponder your view for a longer period?
So that's multifaceted. But for one thing, I was the only one, if people remember, for 6 months prior to the trip, saying what it meant, that I was laying out the AE map that I believed in, said this is the map that I believe in. It's the map that Dave Weiss uses for his app. It's what everybody believes in, even though now they pretend like they don't. We're not talking about Austin. Austin has never, championed a model. But all flat earthers, this is why they have to say that TFE was fake, is because they actually do believe in the AE map, and they actually do know that the sun circling down there would falsify it. They just don't want to come out and say it, so they'd rather just say that the trip didn't happen. This way they don't have to worry about it. But the trip did happen, and the sun did do what falsifies the AE map. So it comes down to, remind me of the question, the premise?
It's basically,
why didn't you ponder longer before
why didn't you take longer before you publicly announced your decision?
Got you. So for 6 months, I was the one telling everybody this, because it was big to me. I did see it as an opportunity to either prove flat Earth or to detriment it, meaning that if the sun did set down there, then the flat Earth is pretty much it. Now we know that it's the case because it now refutes the globe. The globe is falsified with a setting sun in the south. So that was a hope. Now, talking to Austin, we both understood that as time got closer to that trip, we were like, shit, as it gets closer, I'm starting to think it might be a 24-hour sun there. But I already knew, and this is why everybody was arguing with me from, Brother Sanchez and Z and all these guys. They were all upset at me for saying that if I go down there and see a sun circling, then I'm going to come back and say that the globe model better matches reality. And that's just how I felt, because the AE map I knew would be gone. And for 6 months, I sat there with paper trying to draw it, trying to figure it out. And I just couldn't, I was like, oh my God, the tropics are a physical thing from the sun. Same thing with the equator. So we can't move those, and so are the continents. So therefore, it's an AE map every day or nothing. So that's why it was so easy. Now, when I got back and I saw everybody saying that it was a fake trip, I realized what we were dealing with, which was a shell of the former flat Earth. The Bob Nodells, the Rob Skiba flat Earth, the research flat Earth is gone. There is nobody left like that. There's people like Stephen Alfonso, who will just say that all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun. Completely and totally false. Everybody bought it, ran with it. That's what the new flat Earth is. St. Pierre coming up with what's his name? Walter Bislin's model, where now we introduce a second sun that happens to be placed exactly where the globe model says that the one sun is. and we call that a flat map that has some sort of answer. Nope, that's just lying and cheating and stealing from the globe. So everywhere I looked, all I found was people saying, you didn't go, you're a liar, or it doesn't matter, it's a nothing burger. So I realized, people who are flat earthers will forever be flat earthers because they refuse to acknowledge when something goes against their model. They'll just call it fake, and they won't even deal with it. So there was nobody to go to the table with me. I thought, hey, we'll come back and we'll go to Zoom and we'll get together, go back to the drawing board, and figure out what the map is. There's no such thing anymore. Flat earthers are so intolerant and so convinced, they don't even do that anymore. They don't even sit down and discuss things. They already think they have all the answers. They know it. Go look at Facebook, look at comments, look at posts. They just make crazy, rude statements about people and say, oh, you stupid idiots, what, a boat's upside down? And they're just so sure of themselves. And it's a sad thing to see because I don't think that they're right anymore. And I think that a lot of it is misunderstanding. And then there's just lies everywhere. You know that video where the astronaut's on the ISS and he drops a screw and it goes ding, ding, ding. And he goes, oh, we found out that's fake. A flat earther faked that. They made that scene. You can find the original. It doesn't drop any screw.
Yeah.
So there's like all these, which are very.
Thank you for your answer, Jiren. We're going up on 3 minutes there. And last one is actually for Austin here. Austin, wouldn't Occam's razor tell us that if the globe matches all observations in the sky and distances on the ground, but no flat map can do either of those without distortion, that it's most likely a sphere?
Okay.
This guy should debate instead of me. Jesus.
Yeah, but it actually doesn't. Occam's razor actually doesn't do that, right? That's why I originally said the best argument you could try to make about the 24-hour sun, for example, because you just made claims that aren't true. Matches all the observations in the sky. No, they don't. I just specifically detailed multiple observations it doesn't match, and they're always hand wave dismissed. I'll look into it later, or refraction. I don't need to explain how.
I didn't hear anything specifically.
So, yeah. Specifically the star that was occulted by the mountain, and specifically that you can't even use celestial navigation 1 degree per 69 miles. But this is what I'm saying. Please don't interrupt me, bro. Like, this is what is always done. It's like these holistic claims as if they're just true. We're supposed to grant them. It matches everything, doesn't match anything on the flat earth. I told people, by the way, to the Globers, I'm like, the best argument you could make about the sun, the 24-hour sun, is Occam's razor. That which requires the least amount of assumptions is most likely to be true. So if I say, oh, well, I go down there because I'm just tipped over, right? Because I will throw this in here. Well, hey, if there was actually a satanic force, if Satan's actually real, I know you might take beef with that. If he wanted to deceive the world, well, maybe he would have greater knowledge of the way that the world works, and he'd be able to absolutely hijack the fact that in the South things change. So that doesn't sound like you appeal to like a philosophical grounds there. But I'm just gonna say Occam's razor. Okay, the problem with that actually though, it sounds good because the other argument is just affirming the consequent. That's no good. But Occam's razor sounds good until you realize, oh, actually, it doesn't require the least amount of assumptions, right? Because it requires me believe that the sun is 93 million miles away, that the stars are an infinite distance away. Thus, there's nothing in between us so that we can see that. And that perspective doesn't affect the sky like it affects everything else with special pleading. Then I claim that actually my physical orientation is why I saw the sun that way. So it requires way more assumptions before you can talk about observing the sun in the first place. So Occam's razor doesn't even apply the 24-hour sun with the globe. So my answer is, if your hypothetical was true, if no observations ever matched, and yeah, sure, with specifically celestial observations, Occam's razor would benefit the globe, but that isn't actually the case. That isn't how it works at all. So you're incorrect. In fact, celestial navigation observations, the angles to the star observations, the Seattle celestial theodolite observations with the mountain obscuring it, etc., actually perfectly match the flat Earth. We can predict where it's going to be based on the flat Earth using plane geometry, and it doesn't match the globe. So the base premise that you baked in there actually isn't correct. And I do just want to make this one more meta point right here. Is like, based on the story that Jiren just said. And wait, can we do closings? Because I don't like.
We didn't discuss it, but do you guys want to do closing?
Closings or something?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we'll just do that because I don't want to go too long. I want to kind of address some of the stuff that Jiren said though, right? Because he kind of went on a bit about the whole thing, and I want to kind of address it. But so to wrap that up, like, no, actually, Occam's razor doesn't apply because you made a claim that isn't true about how it always matches the globe, doesn't match flat Earth. That isn't actually the case, and I've given multiple examples. So you're actually isolating a singular observation that requires multiple assumptions prior to you were even going to claim Occam's razor, which means it requires many assumptions. So Occam's razor doesn't apply. That's the direct answer.
Okay, thank you. All right, if you guys want to do closings, 3 minutes each. Jiren is the affirmative, so he would go first.
Okay, I think people can go back and look at the debate. I mean, if there were known anomalies with observations that the globe predicts, and what I'm just talking about is simple sunrise, sunset, angles, and times. Those are predicted by the sphere, and they are match everywhere on the earth. There's nowhere you could go and say, oh, now I look at Google Earth and it's off by 3 hours. When Austin's talking about the stars or something being off, he's talking about tiny little bits, like a degree, something. So it's the earth is still a sphere. If you're off a degree every once in a while, that's not going to make it flat. And to picture for yourself, an earth that is flat is going to have much different geometry than an earth that is a sphere. It meaning that you can't tell, here's my new belief. I no longer think you can lie to people about the shape of the earth unless they want to be lied to. Okay, what I mean by that is people can make observations. So if somebody comes and tells you you live on a dodecahedron, you can go out and make observations and figure out that you don't, because what the dodecahedron would call for isn't matching our real world. So if the earth is not a sphere, then we would be able to show where observations of a location somewhere in the world doesn't match what the sphere says it will, and we don't see that. So even if Austin says that we do, he can't name one. Just name one. Just tell me like, oh, well, in Jakarta, India, whatever, they're supposed to be at 27 degrees latitude, but actually the angle to the star is 38, something like that. That would be, then you'd say, oh, there's a problem with the globe. But the globe is perfect. The globe has complete symmetry. 90 degrees south, 90 degrees north. Each place you move up, 80, 70, 60, is identical 6 months later from the other place. We have 12-hour days and 12-hour nights on the equinox for everybody. And then moving north or south, the daylight hours change perfectly, meaning that in the summer for the north, you would have 0 daylight hours at the South Pole, and you would start moving your little marker up, and it would go up perfectly until you get to 24 hours of daylight at the North Pole. That's impossible on any other shape. The fact that you have the sun going different directions. For a flat Earth, that's a paradox. For a globe Earth, it's a feature of living on the globe. For me, again, I just want to end it with this. I'm not concerned yet with the spin, everything else yet, because I'm trying to get people to understand that we live on a sphere, that you can go figure that out yourself. You don't need help. You don't need mathematics. You don't need your professor or NASA or anybody. You can do it yourself. I was going to show you tonight. I didn't get around to doing that, but I even put a GoPro on a globe, spun it, like they say, looked at the observations of the light and what it does, and then matched that, and it matches exactly what we see. So therefore, we live on a sphere. It would be impossible that we didn't. And the only way that we can let them get away with supposedly lying about it is that if we let them. Meaning that, like, we all as flat earthers just believe they were lying to us, even though we can make observations that tell us that they're not. We can make observation. Now, I'm not saying all observation. I'm not saying that Austin's wrong about a lot of what he's saying. About the shape of the earth is the globe will be globe forever. I hate to tell you, and believe me, it's unfortunate for me. I don't want it that way. I've lost my channel. My channel's going to be gone. I'm going to be off of YouTube because I told truthers the truth. That's the problem.
All right. Thank you, Jiren, for those closing statements. Austin, 3 minutes. I'll begin when you start talking. You're on mute.
Thank you. One of the things that you keep on saying goes against something that you've said for many, many years, and is that people knew that the earth was flat for thousands of years without a model. And now all of a sudden, we absolutely have to have one. We have to have one because of a singular isolated observation, right? That the globe explanation for actually isn't even sufficient. It has insane, preposterous presuppositions before we even get to observing the sun. You just look at the final outcome, right? You don't even hold those previous presuppositions at any type of a scrutiny. And I'm just pointing out that you used to repeatedly and adamantly point out, dude, what? We don't have to have a perfect model. For thousands of years, people knew the earth was flat without a model. Now we need one specifically for one observation. Everything else gets thrown out the window. But so if Jiren had a justified belief that the earth was planar and stationary, then a 24-hour sun over his head in the south would not falsify either planar or stationary. It only does that if he's affirming the consequent and or did not have a justified belief that the earth was planar and stationary. Therefore, why would anyone accept his new belief that it's a globe is a justified one, considering his previous belief could not have been justified? So basically, it's just the ontological premise in which you're reaching these conclusions are flawed intrinsically in both situations. And so what I will say in closing, this is what everyone's so perplexed about, is you keep, what it sounds like to me is in the answer to the question of why you didn't take your time or whatever. And because I was there, bro, and I had your back, and I didn't turn on you, and I still haven't, and I'm not going to, but I was there, right? And I talked to you after the plane. I know it was a genuine, sincere experience and moment that you had on the plane, and I was there, bro. I was there. And I got turned on just like you did. You may think you got it worse. I don't know. I think in a way, maybe I got it worse. Yeah. But this is the thing, right? It's like the reason that people are so perplexed and so confused is because seemingly what happened was you came back and like you said, we're going to go to the whiteboard. Let's get on Zoom meetings. Let's figure it out. Some of us did do that. You said that's not what happened. That's not what flat earthers did. Well, no, actually some of us did do that. You have, again, you don't like it, but Joe Hanvey has shown many different possibilities. I've seen a few different possibilities, and simply the sun's in an apparent position, but you didn't actually do that. What you did was you come back and realize, yes, there were some people that absolutely, that they pissed me off too. I've taken a break. Because these people just acted crazy, right? And they started attacking us. And then, like you said, they clearly did reify and internalize the AE model. And then they're like, wow, this would disprove it. So they started calling us liars. They started attacking us. They did everything that we stood against or claimed to stand against when it came to the globe, right? Just presupposing a belief and internalizing it, and whatever doesn't go along with it, we're going to turn against it. But what you've now done is kind of stereotype and holistically generalize all of us, throw us in a basket. This is why people are getting triggered with you, right? Because when you say things, you say flat earthers as if we all do that. We didn't all do anything. Right. And so, yes, in a way, in the grand scheme of things, this is going to be way beneficial for flat earth because, yeah, the cultish, like dishonest people popped their head out. And so we realized, whoa, dude, we were so focused on this phenomenon on the other side or with other people or with the mainstream, we didn't realize that they were right around us as well. And so that absolutely did happen, and I stand right beside you against those people that just all turned on us. But in conclusion, I will say this is the issue. You are basically just saying they can only be this way, and you're not actually examining all the presuppositions baked in. You're not actually logically assessing it because it requires presuppositions to even make the final affirming of the consequent. That is a major point that I want you to think about because you are not you're all of a sudden able to hyper focus and isolate that singular observation and then put all of the other evidence aside, all the refutation, say, well, whatever the globe answer is, it must be true because I know it has to be a globe now. And that is not the proper way to look at it at all. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, Austin, about the people. It's just, I think I look at it and I see that there isn't the group of people that there was before. I know you're saying that there was and you were on Discord. But really what it comes down to is that when, let's say somebody in the future goes down now, they're not even going to want to go because of what happened to us. So what we've done is we've created a cult that will not accept that their information might be wrong. They can't accept there's an observation that goes against us. It was fake. We were some of the top flat earthers that there are. You and I don't know what number you want to put out, top 10, something like that. But they didn't give a shit. They threw us under the bus so fast. Why? Because they don't care about fixing their position. They already are right. So
yeah, and we agree with that. Maybe we can do a show and talk about that. We agree with that.
Sure. Because I think that's the problem. I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying.
I'm going to respond to your second closing with repeat the one thing. I want you to think about this. I'm just going to repeat this thing. It's written down. If Jiren had a justified belief that the earth was planar and stationary, and then a 24-hour sun over his head in the south would not falsify either planar or stationary, it only does that if he is affirming the consequent and or did not have a justified belief that the earth was planar and stationary. Therefore, why would anyone accept his new belief that if it's a globe, that's a justified one, considering his previous belief could not have been justified? And I want you to just think about it. I mean, I'll copy and paste it to you and just think about it, right? Because it's like, that's the issue. It's the actual route in which you're reading the conclusion.
Does it make sense that I would say that I thought that the South was a lie because of the map that I adhered to? Then I went looking for another map when I said, if this map's falsified, what are we going to have? And then I said, there is no other map. So there is only one flat earth map and it has been falsified. So you're right. You could be saying something true, meaning that Jiren, you don't know that there's another map that's going to come out in the future. You're right. I don't know that. There could be one, even though I've already kind of worked it out that there couldn't be one. But
brother,
right.
That's not even what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you're putting way too much weight on projections and models in the first place, reifying them, internalizing them, and then implementing a false dilemma, a false binary. That's what you're doing. But look, we're going to go back and forth forever. We should wrap it up.
As a moderator and a passive observer of this conversation, I'm walking away with hearing that you both had a significant moment on an airplane on the way back in which Austin was turned on also.
You heard that too? I was wondering what the hell was going on there.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it's okay. We knew what you meant.
I was turned on too, man. I was turned on too. And
what did I say?
Yeah, you said Jiren had I know you had a significant moment on the plane coming back, and I was turned on too. So yeah,
Yikes! I was trying to say.
Thanks for bringing that up, by the way. Thanks for bringing that up.
I was trying to say I was there too. I don't even know. I don't know.
It was pretty hilarious.
I could bring up that AI picture of us. That was pretty nice. I won't do that.
Well.
Guys,
I will say, can we say this? Let's say a good faith thing about it is you see, look, we're not literally about to go to each other's house and fight. People need to chill out because it's just it's just way over the top. People need to chill out on all the sides, and I'm just going to throw that out there. And that was one of the objectives with this debate as well. So,
Yeah, I'm the same
Thank you,
person. I
guys.
just have a different belief, and I would love to still be friends with the people as before. I get why they don't want that, but certainly neither one of us was paid off. Neither one of us lied. Neither one of us faked anything. So that's really what I would hope we come back and people are like, okay, they saw it. Let's now go forward with this. But we're not even close to there. You got Vika and you got Banjo and you got literally half the community is.
But yeah, it's good riddance to anyone that's not honest. Doesn't matter. If Jiren had a justified belief that the earth was planar and stationary, then a 24-hour sun overhead in the south would not justify either planar or stationary. It only does that if he's affirmed the consequent and/or did not have a justified belief that the earth was planar and stationary. Therefore, why would anyone accept his new belief that it's a globe as a justified one, considering his previous belief could not have been justified? Hey, thank you so much for moderating, though.
Yeah,
no problem, guys.
I know we went over and we went over. You have any?
I'll just let it's okay, man. I got to go pretty soon, but I'll just let you guys know that I am excited that you guys went on this and that's critical in this discussion, because I was just talking with someone a few days ago about possibly in a couple of years going down to Antarctica myself.
Oh, by the way, you can go down there. You can go down there the 14th. I'm sorry, 14th or 15th this year for only $21,000 to go on the ice marathon.
By the way, it's going to be really cool for like an hour.
It's not like 3.
It's really cool on the plane. If they'll just fly you over,
the plane landing is cool. The plane landing is cool, but then after that, but here's Austin. You know what our problem was? Sleep.
We didn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep before I went. It was terrible.
Like, why do we have it? Yeah. We should have told them when they gave us the same hotel room. Like, no, we need our own hotel room. How the hell are we going to sleep?
Yeah, it was bad. It was all bad.
Not making any sense.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks.
I've got about personally. I don't know how you want to end this, Austin.
I'll let him end it.
I'll end it. Wrap it up and end the session.
Okay.
Later.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. Cool. Much love.
Yeah, you too.
All right. I'll go solo here. All right. Cool. So, you guys asked for a long waited. What we did clearly find out is that, it seems like a super long discussion, lots of topics that would need to be discussed for a while, right? That's how I feel. This happens with Flat Earth a lot. I mean, like the linear distribution of electrical field and stuff like the other. Anyway, there are points that didn't really get covered. I'm sure he feels the same way, but there was the debate. I'm not going to just I'm not going to just talk a long time after the debate now that he doesn't get to keep saying anything. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. We are going to do the VIP after show. We're actually way behind with everything, obviously, now. So give me a minute to just kind of use the bathroom, maybe get a snack. And I'll come back up here. We're going to do a VIP after show. And so we'll have a bunch of different legends in there. And you can hang out. So if you're VIP, only have access to that session. You may not even see it if you aren't VIP, but the VIP, you will see that there's a debate after show. We'll start it here shortly, and you can come in, and hopefully it didn't just I can change the time of it. Either way, we'll figure it out. Keep your eye out for the session for the after party, the debate after show, and then everyone can come in. I think we're going to even let people pop on camera if they want to and just talk and hang out, kind of discuss the debate. We ask that everyone's cordial. So hopefully you enjoyed that. This is the end and the conclusion of day one, pretty much, except for the VIP hangout. So I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Tomorrow we'll start around 1:30. We'll have music and we'll get right back into it. So really excited about day 2. If you know some people that would enjoy it, tell them to come because they can still watch the replays of day 1. And cool. So hope you guys enjoyed day 1, and we will see the VIPs in just a moment. Peace.
Welcome, everyone. We are live. This is going to be a good old-fashioned debate, a one-on-one debate, and I'm hosting this one on the TFE channel, so we will have no more audio issues. My apologies on that with the last debate against Nathan Thompson. That was on my end, just a lack of understanding on the tech side for all these different moving parts. So audio should be great for today. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to this, as have I. Stephen Alonso has kind of made a name for himself in the flat earth space, but especially in regards to the final experiment. So just so everyone knows, this is not a debate that I asked for or sought out. It was actually suggested by someone who is a fan of Stephen's and told me that he would like to see me debate Stephen. I think Stephen knows him, or they're at least connected online. And I said, sure, no problem. And then Stephen agreed. And here we are. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Stephen on. Hey, Stephen, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you, Will?
Great. Thanks for being here. And why don't you just go ahead and start by introducing yourself, talk about your, credentials and accomplishments and whatever you want to say, so people know exactly who you are.
So I'm Stephen Alonzo. A lot of you probably know me mostly from Facebook, but also YouTube as well, which has been where most of my content has been. I got into flat Earth about 5 years ago, but only 2 years ago did I feel comfortable to start teaching it. I noticed major problems within the flat Earth community, and Will and I are going to be discussing that later. But a lot of the stuff that they would deny, I thought, why are they denying it if it makes perfect sense on flat Earth? So I founded the Flat Earth University, put some free programs together to start teaching people the flat Earth model that I believe is the most realistic representation and the most cohesive, explanation for all of phenomenon. My educational background is in computer science. So that was when I was younger, maybe 2012 to 2016, did my undergraduate. And then September of last year, I earned my PhD in geocentric cosmology. That is through the Flat Earth University. Now with that, my dissertation, my original contribution to the field was with the Firmament Trackers app. My original contribution was with the multi-observers at once. So prior to my contribution, astronomy software could only have one observer at a time. And we can discuss that more as well, but that's a pretty good introduction to who I am. I run the Flat Earth University. I have the Flat Earth Science textbook, and I made the Firmament Trackers Flat Earth app. Those are my ways to give back to the community, and you can download it for free.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that introduction. So, Stephen, I need to tell you something which is going to be super important so that you understand where I'm coming from and so that the audience understands where I'm coming from. I was convinced, and by the way, let me just get this out. You don't need to respond while I'm saying it, because it's kind of a little bit long-winded, but it's important. There have been multiple people over the years that have trolled the flat Earth community. So probably the one that people know the most would be Logan Paul. He trolled the flat Earth community, ended up making a YouTube video / short documentary about it. Jimmy Kimmel did it. Tyler, I think his name is Tyler Oliveira. He did it. Another guy who I don't remember his name did it to Nathan Thompson. And so I don't like people that troll the flat Earth community, because what they're doing is they're acting like they're flat Earth in order to get into their inner circle, in order to record them, and just try to essentially make fun of them. So I don't like that. Now, I was convinced until 2 days ago that you were trolling the flat Earth community. And so I was going to ask you if you wanted to come out and say that you were trolling the flat Earth community. But
no,
yeah, so I don't believe that anymore. I decided to look into you a little bit more, and I'm really glad I did that, because I became convinced that you are not trolling the flat Earth community. I found things that I thought that I've only ever seen in the flat Earth community. And so I'm glad that I did that extra research. Now, why this discussion has a personal connection and importance for me is people who have been following TFE, they know that I got into flat Earth because of a friend of mine. Her name is Wendy. And Wendy has been convinced by your model. So she still believes that your model solves these issues. And so as far as I can tell, she's still flat Earth even after the final experiment. And so that's important to me, because you're now in the way, so to speak, of her leaving flat Earth, which is what I think she needs to do. So let's go ahead and have a conversation. I don't think you're trolling. I do think you're a genuine flat earther, but I do think there are things with you and your model that aren't forthright, and I think that will come out in our discussion.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I was just thinking you were going to originally ask me, am I trolling? But that caught me off guard how you did research. And I think you're being serious that you do think I actually believe what I'm saying. And that is important. That'll make the communication we're going to have a lot clearer. And as you know, I agree with 100% of your observations, meaning this kind of is more of an epistemological debate about which model best describes reality. You believe that your interpretation is the only correct one, and you will defend that. Whereas I do believe both interpretations are valid, but that when correctly interpreted, we find that the results better match the North Polar AE projection rather than an oblate spheroid projection. So science operates under the philosophy of falsifiability. Scientific theories are never proven in an absolute sense. They are only supported by evidence and can potentially be disproven by new data. Science relies on empirical observation and hypothesis, which are both inherently fallible. So any conclusion, including yours and mine, can always be overturned by future evidence. So instead of proving things, science refines hypotheses through repeated testing. The goal for my flat earth science is to continually move forward without contradicting the past. We still live on the Gleason map, much in the same way that you guys could relate to classical mechanics, Newtonian, evolving to Einsteinian relativity without anything Newton did being disproven. So that's why a lot of you guys know that I stand firm on what I said a few months back, that Mark Sargent and David Weiss are still correct and all their work's valid. They were only operating from a 2D framework, and they didn't have access to the 3D model I made to correctly understand what I call dome refraction. So I'm just going to quickly just show this only image here, just so you guys know what I'm talking about. If they could not see this prior to TFE, and they had no way to know better. So I'm not saying anything prior to me is wrong. I'm improving on it, and I hope that from that we can find out that we still live on the Gleason map and that nothing changes.
Okay, cool. So, Stephen, one of the most important observations / experiences / data that we have for the final experiment is actually a flight. And so there was a flight that Critical Think took on his way home from Antarctica, where he flew from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, nonstop. And that flight was a little over 13 hours long. I would like to know what your thought is on that flight, how you think that flight is possible on a flat Earth, but more importantly, how you think that flight is possible on the Gleason's map.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of people know that I believe we have an ether fluid framework that all matter essentially travels through, and it's within a dome structure. And the reason why this matters is that ether compresses measurements. It's called the Lorentz length transform. This is a real thing that special relativity would use. Now, I don't fully agree with that, so I reinterpret it to a way that works on the Gleason map. So I'm not sure if you remember TFE challenge number 1. Let me just see if I can put it up on the screen so people have an idea of what I'm talking about. I want to share challenge number 1. Okay, cool. Let me see if I can make it so you can still see my face. Wonderful. So what I did because of your challenge is I had to derive a formula using planar trigonometry. Now that's very important to understand, because with planar trigonometry, we are actually measuring distances on a flat surface, unlike the Haversine formula, which I wanted to make sure to show so that people know the difference. It's not as simple as just saying Steve used the Haversine formula. It's no, Steve is using planar trigonometry. And then to deny it, you got to go more advanced and look at the ether, the implications beyond that. But the practical approach is that the farther you get south, distances compress. So I actually believe if we could go up in space and look down, you would see Australia exactly like that. But because of the etheric compression, measurements end up exactly the same as the globe. So it's really, really hard to tell the difference from flights alone.
Okay, cool. So I do want to get back to your submission for TFE challenge number 1, but this is a very specific flight. So if a pilot was going to make a flight plan for that flight using that map behind you, what exactly would that look like?
You would have to, I guess, graph out the gradient compression to know the shortest distance. So it's no longer as if you're being on a sphere doing like a geodetic survey where the great circle is the straightest line. On flat Earth, you need to see where the etheric compression is the least. So because we have a parabolic dome, if you're right at the north, it's going to be a very different compression than if you're flying around there. So what happens is pilots will plot a flight pretty much the exact same as if it was a globe. So it's going to not be a straight line because the distance is shortest that way. There's too much ether here, if that makes sense.
Yeah. How would you know, like how would the pilot know to have enough fuel though?
Well,
for that flight?
Depending on what the distance is.
And how do they calculate the distance?
With the Lorentz latitude distance formula. So you have 2 options. You can use a globe Haversine if you want, but you can also use the flat Earth model. And what I found was that the difference was only about, or is it the first slide where the distances are shown? Yeah, it's only about 20 kilometers difference. So that alone over these massive flights, I can't really tell the difference of which formula is more accurate. Should we use the flat Earth Lorentz latitude distance formula, which is number 2, or should we use the globe Haversine distance formula? So I guess with your final experiments, I was kind of hoping you would be letting us have that data. So for the predictions made, we could then see which model is more accurate. For example, the flight from Los Angeles, is it actually 8,928 or is it 8,972? So we don't really know yet, but I'm hoping if you're able at some point to release that data, we could possibly then figure out what model aligns best to reality. But at the moment, they both work fine.
Okay, now when you say distances are compressed, what does that mean?
It's a Lorentz length contraction. So I guess there's 2 ways of looking at it. So, in general relativity, you can go so fast that time slows down. There's a kinematic equivalence to that. So a lot of us don't at all believe in general relativity. The way to look at it is that the coordinate system is expanding or contracting. So either time speeds up. Me personally, that makes no sense. I don't believe time can change. I do believe that physical distances, though, can compress under ether. Scientifically, this is the Lorentz ether length transform. You can Google that quickly, or anyone in the audience can, to know that it's actually real. The problem is, or where we can debate about, is my application of the Lorentz length transform.
Yeah. Now, I do think there's some serious issues with your formula, which we'll get to. But the issue I'm having here is I personally know 3 pilots. Okay, one of them works for Southwest Airlines, so they're very serious pilots.
Yeah, commercial license.
Yeah, definitely. And as you know, I was trying to find a flat Earth pilot to try to understand, because when I talk to the pilots that I know, they are using the globe for flight planning. They're not using any of the things that you're talking about. And so do you know a flat Earth pilot?
No. So it's called a CPL. You'd lose your commercial pilot license if you did what I did and publicly spoke. You could probably find people with a PPL, the private pilot license, they would talk to you, but a commercial one, it's a financial. So that's the problem. In mainstream capitalism, we are blackmailed financially. If you say the wrong thing, unless you're like me and you're self-employed, it's different. But most people have licenses. You with your financial licenses, you could lose that if you do the wrong thing. So it's very hard to find that in this modern day right now. Sadly, we're a persecuted minority group.
That makes sense. And if you recall, I also said I would speak to a retired flat Earth pilot. So do you know any retired flat earth pilots?
No, I don't know. I also don't know how pensions work either, if it's possible to lose that.
Okay.
You have to see how they benefit from talking to you and see if it's a win-win for both of you. I don't have a commercial license, so it's hard for me to empathize fully with them. But the way I view it is if I had some type of license that I could lose by speaking, I wouldn't want to.
I see. So, Stephen, again, I'm glad that I did more research into you, because then I discovered I don't think you're a troll. But in my extra research, I came to the conclusion that I actually think you're an imposter. And that's the best word I can come up with. In my research, I went to Amazon and I typed in your name.
Yes.
And the first thing that came up is Flight to Truth, A Pilot's Journey to Flat Earth. And that's you.
Yes.
And so in this book, you claim to be a pilot.
Yes. Now, that's a very good thing to point out. So let me share what I want to then show you. So as you know, I'm an author. I have several income streams. That is one of several books. So if you can see the screen I'm sharing right now, I have a book called The Bun in His Oven. It's about male pregnancy. As a lot of you guys don't know, men have to go through pregnancy, and we often aren't appreciated for the struggle that we have. So I wrote a book about me as a man, the tale of male maternity. Let's also take a look. Oh, and just so you know, these are actual books. You didn't want to click it to show them it because you know it would disprove your argument. But I am an author with several books. Let me see if I can expand this. So I also wrote one called The Encyclopedia of Woke. I have about 10 different books. So you might not want to click where it says Stephen Alonso at the top because it'd ruin your argument. But you'll get to see that I have about 10 fictional books that are not used at all for teaching. And it's free. That's just for fun.
Okay, so here's the issue that I'm having is that I read your book, and I've also found comments you've made online, even recently, where you're claiming to be a pilot and that you were a pilot. And so I fear that you're an imposter and that you never were an actual pilot.
So you'd want to look at the groups that I said that in. So I belong to both globe groups, where it is just globe trolls, they're being toxic, and flat earth groups. So if it's a flat earth group, like the firmament trackers that you are in, that I'm an admin of with 28,000 people, I've never said that at all. Now, if it's a globe group where people are saying, Stephen, you should kill yourself, you should die, you're a terrible person, it's different for them. The content is more about engaging with them and trying to get the genuine people to come to the real groups. So look at where it was posted.
Okay, now, am I hearing you right that you were never a pilot?
No, of course not.
Okay, I appreciate that, because your book claims that you were, and it claims that that's actually how you came to be flat Earth, was by being a pilot.
Correct, but I have books that say as a man I can get pregnant. It's non-fictional, especially that outfit. Like, no one dresses like that to be serious.
Okay. Well, I appreciate clearing the air, because I contacted people that have interacted with you, and they told me that you actually told them you were a pilot, that you answered questions. And so I'm glad that we can definitely clear the air there.
Yeah, it depends which group. So there are Facebook groups where like they're very toxic, and it is just for trolling. There's no actual genuine discussion like what goes on in the Firmament Trackers group that you're a part of. If you see the difference between a moderated flat earth group and an unmoderated flat earth group where it's only trolling, I participate in both because I actually genuinely enjoy the discussion, the psychology of it. It's very interesting. So I want to know why a glober would self-identify as a glober, and oftentimes they only are attracted to the ridiculous stuff. You have to dress up as a pilot to get their attention. But that's not for teaching flat earth. So flat earth science, like this, is something completely different. It's an actual academic book. So there's a difference between fiction books and non-fiction books.
Okay, cool. So let's go back to your submission, which, give me 1 second. Oh, this is very annoying. Hold on. It looks like I have to stop sharing and reshare each time. So 1 second. Okay, here it is. All right, so this is your challenge that you submitted for the TFE, the 3 challenges that I gave out prior to us going to Antarctica. And
now that one, there's an amendment. Let me just check to see the difference.
Okay, and if you'd like,
something wrong with it.
That's okay. And if you like, you could email me the amendment right now and I can pull it up. But our first conversation that we're going to have about this is going to have nothing to do with anything that you amended.
Okay, yeah, the amendment was published December 22nd when I've reviewed the math, but I'll have mine up on screen and I'll see if I notice any errors in yours.
Okay, cool. So the first thing I noticed in your math was this very strange number of 6,371 kilometers, which just happens to be the average radius of the Earth. And so my first thought was that you're cheating and that you're kind of sneaking in globe math into your flat Earth math. And then you told me, either in an email or in a Facebook post, that the reason that number was in your formula was because it's the height of the firmament.
Correct.
So here's my question for you, which is, what does the height of the firmament have anything to do with planes flying through the air?
The amount of ether. That's similar to what I said before. So remember how we live under a dome? The compression that happens on the South Pole is completely different than the compression that happens at the North Pole. So the height, I actually played around with that height. I could raise it and lower it, but the problem was the results didn't match what we actually observed in reality. Like I have friends in Australia who can drive across the country and measure the distances. So we kind of knew what a wrong and right answer would be. So this kind of had to be the height of the formula given the real life observations that we observe.
How did you get the height of the firmament? Because I've never seen the firmament.
Well, it's derived from the observations. So if I chose a different, so example, I started, let's say 1,000 kilometers. At one point, I thought the height was a lot smaller. I had 2 different heights at one point. It wasn't until your challenge that I realized the ether actually matters for distances. And that's why I had to raise the height. I think, or it was in miles before. I might have had it at 6,000 miles, and now it's at this in kilometers, 6,371 kilometers. I think those are the 2 differences. But the reason why is that I found out through your challenge, my previous model was wrong. So that's why I always talk about the scientific method. We make a hypothesis, we attempt to falsify it. And thanks to TFE number 1, I then learned that the height of the firmament is actually that, and my previous one is wrong.
Okay, got it. So it's interesting because I think you might be the first person ever to figure out the height of the firmament.
No, who is it? What's the guy's name? Shane and Alan use it, but it's from another guy before where he derived the radius of the Earth from the wavelength of light. So I've seen people do that before as well, where if you get a wavelength of light under certain situations, you can derive that radius as well. So I've seen other methods. Do you want me to put it up on screen quickly? Or is it just not really?
No, I've just I've never found a flat earther that said definitively the firmament is exactly this height. And so that's what I'm saying. You might be the first.
Well, it's not definitively. As I said, this is my hypothesis right now. So I'm always open to I want my model to be falsified so I can then move forward and figure out the correct stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So right now, I do think that's the height. Yes, right now, this height works perfect for everything. And I have no reason to change it.
Well, I can tell you that calculating flight distances will only work with the radius value of the Earth. And so if you change it, they're not going to work anymore. And so I think it's a pretty wild coincidence that the height of this so-called firmament is exactly the radius of the Earth.
Well, that's what happens if you wrap a flat Earth into a ball. You're going to end up with much of the same dimensions, especially along the latitude.
Yeah, but the height of the firmament would not have anything to do with wrapping a flat Earth around a ball.
Yeah, you can stretch it out to do that. Let me see if I can show you the math for that. Wrapping the flat Earth into a globe. So all of this is on my website. Let me just see if I can save the image instead of the whole website to put up. Let me get rid of these images, sorry. Yeah, a lot of my nonfiction books are all free. So anyone who wants to learn about these fiction books, check them out on Amazon. But let me get the why I did what I did here. So this seems to make sense to me. Whether you have a flat Earth or a globe, you're going to have this same kind of results. Does that make sense what you're seeing on screen? You're going to have a diameter, and you're still going to have a diameter. You're going to have a radius, which can become the firmament height. What's actually interesting to me is that the firmament has two values on the flat Earth model, where the globe only has one, which implies to me that the final result is more fixed. Like, this is how it has to be.
Gotcha. It's okay. I don't get it, but it's okay because your math is definitely flawed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down here on what you sent me. And I'm going to go down to the Sydney calculations, which you can see on the screen. And you'll notice there, your final result was 11,027.9 plus 3,417.4 equals 11,327.9. So this is just bogus math.
Yeah, that was a typo.
That's a big typo.
Yeah, now you have to see the full work on something else, but let me just show you what the actual one could be. That's why I recommend you guys go to the website to get the updated stuff, because I fixed this all when I reviewed it. But let me just show you the same calculation, how it would correctly look. Let me see.
Okay, so I see some problems here. Here, let me do this. I'm going to take mine off to make yours bigger.
Yeah.
Is this Sydney?
Yeah, this is for Sydney. Yeah, So the same number you're looking at in yours, 6.42 would be the same.
Okay, great. So the compensation, which is the third from the bottom, that has to do with your etheric compensation, if I recall.
Yes.
That number you just you just reduced it to what you needed. You see?
No, I don't.
Your etheric scaling.
Mm-hmm.
You just here, do this. Can you pull up London?
London. Yes. London spreads across 2 pages, but I think I can still make it fit. Let me just see.
The bottom is what matters.
Okay.
Okay, got it. So you did it again here, and then
so it's the same formula. It's the same for all calculations in the world. That's why I believe it's more accurate, because it works no matter where you are. Even when you emailed me asking for the local one in like Boulder, it seemed to work for that as well.
We'll get to that one next. Can you pull up Atlanta real quick?
Yes. Atlanta is 6.2.
Okay. All right, great. And then lastly, which is what I want to talk about, can you pull up the Denver Boulder one?
Yeah, now that's not on this sheet then.
That's okay.
No, I can still get it though. I have it, I think. That would be TFE number 1. No, I actually can't find the Denver Boulder one. I don't think I put that to my website.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Okay, cool.
Oops, that's not it. 1 second. Okay, here it is. Okay. Here is the Denver Boulder one. I found some more bad math there. The etheric scaling, 2801.81 times 32.26 divided by 5,000 equals 7.54. That's not correct. It doesn't equal 7.54.
You sure?
Yeah. You want to grab a calculator?
Yeah, I was going to text that. It's 32.26
Yes.
divided by 5,000 times that by 2,000.81 equals 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, you're right. That's wrong.
Okay. So as I went through this, I didn't understand everything, obviously. But the pieces that stood out to me were math issues. Now, you said you made corrections on the other one. I never knew that. So I'm glad you're telling me now.
Yeah, so there might still be ones here that I'd want to review. What matters, though, is the full work, not what I copied down from the papers. Let me show you on my screen how it actually expands out. So this is, now let me see, did I do this math wrong as well? Yeah, I still have the 7.45 there. So that is wrong. That should be 18.
Okay. So let me tell you what I think is significant is if there is a debate going on between two people, as significant as we live on a globe or we live on a flat earth, the way to settle the debate is to find where there are differences. And the things that you kept submitting were not very different from the globe model.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting to me that these two ideologies are so diametrically opposed to each other, but you keep giving me things that are so close to the globe model. So what I did to prepare for our debate is I tried to find something, which I found, that you and I would agree is completely different on the two models.
Okay.
And that is a geographic South Pole.
Yeah, it would be slightly different.
Well, it would be very different because on the globe model, there is only one geographic South Pole. And then in your model, you said there's an infinite number of South Poles.
Infinite, yeah, but the South Pole magnetically is the same as the geographic South Pole, which is a single physical location. So when you asked me to find where it actually is, I then had to assign a location to it on my model. So that's it up here. Now, where it is would be longitude 139 degrees west. So on the Gleason map behind, that's right about here. Now, the reason for that is that's how people get there from New Zealand. So I had to look at the most realistic spot for where it'd be, and that is it. Now, what you're right, though, about where we absolutely would disagree is the exact location. You're going to believe it's at 9 degrees south latitude, whereas I believe it's at 89.999 degrees south latitude. Now, the only way to tell that apart would be to look up at the South Celestial Pole and I guess have measurement devices that can confirm it is actually 90 degrees and not just 89.99 degrees.
Okay, so we'll get to the South Celestial Pole in a bit. But when it comes to this geographic South Pole, I was not expecting any flat earther, but I wasn't expecting you especially to say there's an infinite number of geographic South Poles. So
no, not geographic South Poles. There's only one geographic South Pole. There's an infinite magnetic South Pole.
Yeah,
the South Pole is a magnetic point. The geographic, there's only one.
I'm talking about geographic South Pole only.
Yeah, there's just one.
And you're saying there's only one on a flat Earth?
Correct. One on a flat Earth, one on a globe as well. I assume they're at similar locations. You'd head south of New Zealand.
Okay, so you're saying the geographic South Pole on a flat Earth is south of New Zealand?
Roughly. You'd go down. So the exact longitude is 139 west. That's what I put in my model. That's the visualization up on screen. So it's going to look different depending on how you're looking at it. But you'd head south, southeast of New Zealand to get there?
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. And then is that where you're saying the South Pole Research Station is located?
Yes. I think it's called Amson Scott. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah, that's it though. That's where it'd be.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you are stating this. This is very important. There is a company called White Desert. Are you familiar with them?
Yeah, they do Wolf's Fang runway, I think.
Very good. I'm impressed. Yes, they do. Now, did you know they fly people to the South Pole Station?
No, but I would assume they do. But Wolf's Fang is down here, so I think I know where you're going at. But continue. Yeah.
That's not where Wolf's Fang runway is.
Oh no, they're over here actually.
No, they're not over there. They're actually south of South Africa.
Over here. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So I don't. Can you zoom out a little bit so people can see your map? Yeah. So go ahead and put your finger south of South Africa. Now, it'd be a little bit further up higher. Yeah. Right in there. Something that people don't know about landing at the South Pole is you have to have skis on the plane.
Yes.
So we're talking about very small aircraft, okay? That have
not like
skis.
what you landed with at ALE, not in a Boeing.
Correct. We don't have to have skis at Union Glacier.
Okay.
But at the South Pole, you do. So we're talking about very small aircraft. White Desert flies people to the South Pole in about 7 hours to the South Pole Research Station. So if you look back at where you were saying that research station is, and where, yes. So how does that work in a small plane going?
So there'd be two options. The latter, I don't really want to believe because that would imply simulation theory. But the former one is that etheric distance I was talking about. So I don't actually think they have their compass at, what would it be, due south is like 180 degrees. So I don't think they're actually going 180 degrees south. I think they're going 179 degrees south and just wrapping right around. But if that's not the case and they actually are able to confirm they're going 180 south, that would imply we live in a virtual reality. It means that what they're doing is going that way and popping out right over here. Now, I don't think that's very realistic. I would rather believe that they're just traveling through the ether going at that exact same speed.
Yeah, so the distance of that flight would be probably on your map, the longest distance of any flight in the world. And it happens in a very short amount of time in a very small plane. And I just don't think that's possible.
It doesn't sound realistic, no.
Okay. I'm glad that you're at least willing to admit that.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, there's still a lot to learn in the south and all the technicalities of there. So if they are going 180 degrees due south, that's quite interesting. But even if they are going that way, that's the same ether compression that I believe in.
Okay, cool. When you say 180 degrees south, are you referring to 90?
No, my compass would show 180 degrees if I'm going south. My compass could be wrong, but it's an old analog one. But we have a 0 degrees at the top, 90 degrees east, 180 south, and then 270 west.
Okay. All right. So my next question for you.
That's all I was trying to say, due south.
Okay. My next question for you is about the South Pole again. So the research station that you mentioned, the Amundsen Scott Research Station, the reason it's called that is because in 1911, Roald Amundsen and Robert Scott both were trying to become the first men to ever go to the geographic South Pole. Now, Scott did not know that Amundsen was going to do it because he was supposed to go to the North Pole, but he changed his plan, didn't tell anyone except his brother. And did not even tell his crew until it was almost too late for them to turn around, but they all agreed to go with him. So they started in different places, thousands of miles away from each other. And Amundsen beat him there. So he got to the geographic South Pole on December 14th of 1911, and he set up a very small tent with a Norwegian flag on it. And then they left because you have to get out of Antarctica before the Antarctic winter hits or you'll be dead. He never knew if Robert Scott was going to make it. Well, 34 days later, Robert Scott made it to the exact same spot where that little tent was. Do you have any idea how you can start thousands of miles away in Antarctica and end up in the exact same spot back in 1911?
So it's similar to what I said before. Either they are truly circumnavigating, which would mean that we live in a virtual reality and there's popping on the other side, or they're right along the edge. Now, the edge of flat Earth is the exact same speed, apparently, like relative to you, as if you were in the North Pole going around this little tiny circle. So what I think they probably did is got as close as they could to the firmament, like 89.9 degrees. And because of that, it'd be very easy to go very fast around. If the story is true, I want to believe it's true. So if it's true, that's how I think it would work.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's definitely strong evidence that it's true. But my main question for you is, how did they get to the same spot? There was nothing there.
Oh, that's celestial navigation. So the South Celestial Pole, you can always look at that. And the next question you're going to say is, how do they know where to go? Well, that's the longitude. So you may have never seen multiple observers before because you can't really do it on the globe. So you have to like stitch two stellariums together. But what matters though is the orientation will be offset. So right here, these are two South Celestial Poles. You have Chile and New Zealand. The circle is showing where the Southern Cross is. So that is how we can have an infinite amount of South Celestial Poles. You can have 1 million because longitude is a continuous coordinate system. And based on what part of the firmament you're looking at, it's extremely easy to know where you are in the world. So that is how, if they were trying to meet up, they would have done the same way everyone has always done celestial navigation, either with the North Celestial Pole or the North Celestial Pole, which is Polaris.
Okay, cool. So here's the issue. I've studied your model. Now, by the way, we'll get to the South Celestial Pole. They would not be able to use that because they were finding the geographic South Pole in the summer and they had a 24-hour sun. So does that give you any clues as to how they found the geographic South Pole?
If it's in the summer and there's the sun, that would then be interesting. There might have been day stars they could see. For example, you know how we, like up in the north, we can see Venus very, very bright in the day. Maybe that's what they saw. Because with stars, the exact same concept applies. We know how offset the star is from the North Celestial Pole, and we can always find our way. So that is how it would have been done in the day. And it would have been very clever as well if that is what they were doing. But I actually don't know how they did it. I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, no problem. So Robert Scott ended up dying, but we recovered his body and his journal entries. We were able to read what he did. Amundsen survived and wrote a book about it. So they used celestial navigation, but they used it with the sun only. And so they would take sun elevation angle measurements every day, every hour, so 24 per day. And the lowest elevation angle was south, and they would go in that direction.
That makes sense.
Here's the problem with your model, which I've looked at. If two people were in different locations on your model in Antarctica, and they followed the direction where the sun has the lowest elevation angle, they'll actually be going away from each other. They would never go to each other.
You're right. So the difference then, you'd have to then look at something else. So you'd have to look at maybe sunspots or the time of day. Those would be the two variables you'd have to play with, because the sun's still circling around every 24 hours. So that's what you'd have to play with if they were doing celestial navigation with the sun.
Okay, cool. I'm really glad that you admitted that, by the way, because this I do think is a very significant issue with your model. Is back in 1911, two men, they started at different times, thousands of miles apart, ended up in the exact same spot. By the way, that's stunning. So Antarctica is 1.5 times the size of the United States, and Robert Scott ended up where a tiny, small tent was 34 days later because they followed the same celestial navigation on a globe. Following celestial navigation will bring you to the same spot, which is the South Pole. On a flat Earth, including your model, it'll send them further and further away from each other.
Correct. No, you're right on that.
Okay, I appreciate your honesty.
But I don't think that's what they did, though.
Okay, but well, by the way,
you're right. They would have went in completely separate directions, but I believe they used sunspots and the timing of the sun to correctly navigate. Because the sunspots still move, similar to how you could use the South Celestial Pole and what I was saying with the Southern Cross. You can look at the sunspots as well. And
so I was reading in Amundsen's book about what they did to protect their eyes from the brightness of the snow. And they had like leather with little slits in it to just let in just a little bit of light so they wouldn't get snow blindness. I have no idea how they were looking at sunspots back in 1911.
Correct. So if the story is true, it does cause a problem for my understanding of how they would navigate. So that's something I definitely want to look into, because on my model, I did put 3 little dots for sunspots. So I can kind of play around with it and see if what I'm saying is even true. I never really attempted this yet, but you've given me now a project to attempt, and you'll see the results in the Firmament Trackers Facebook group.
Okay, awesome. Let's get to the South Celestial Pole. So we conversed on this, and again, you said there's an infinite number of South Celestial Poles.
Yes.
And one of the things, if you want me to pull it up, I can. But one of the things that we talked about was you said that, I believe you said that no one would ever have the South Celestial Pole directly above them.
Correct. And I don't believe that. So because 90 degrees south would mean the firmament is crushing you. It's not possible to actually go to 90 degrees south. As I said earlier, I do believe they're at 89.99 degrees. Now, we can't use GPS to verify that because GPS is closed source. I tried to look into it to see if we could look into it, and it's only an appeal to authority logical fallacy. So what I said is we need to look for the South Celestial Pole angle. If that is exactly 90 degrees, then they are at 90 degrees south latitude. But I think it's actually 89.99 degrees.
Okay, do you remember why you told me no one could have the South Celestial Pole directly above them?
No.
Okay, I don't either. 1 second.
Bring it up, though. Yeah, I can clarify if I said something weird.
Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm starting to remember now. So let me pull this up. Okay. What I said to you was that there is only one place that you would have the South Celestial Pole directly above you. And correct. You did admit if that was true, then your model would be falsified.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so of all of the people that have been to Antarctica, which is countless, who knows how many, and all of the photographers and video and pictures, there is only one place that anybody has ever been able to film the South Celestial Pole above them, and that is at the geographic South Pole.
Oh, so no matter, I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, if I was to go 1 degree away, the geographic South Pole would still be within the area. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that of all the people that travel to Antarctica, regardless of where they go, whether they start in Africa, whether they start in South America, whether they start in New Zealand, the only place that you can film the South Celestial Pole directly above you is at the geographic South Pole. And so I do think that fact alone also falsifies your model.
Well, are we able to go though to anywhere else? Because the way I understand it is they have like the area set up where if you want to go to 90 degrees, it's this specific zone, and they have like red markers and bamboo poles, I think, at the geographic pole. Like you can't go past an area. So I don't know how the permitting works, but if like you wanted to go here and head south, would you be allowed to just stop somewhere there? And because as you said, you need special runways. So what you're saying makes sense. If there's only one place that's possible to land on, and that's the only tourist or research area around 90 degrees south, like if they have nothing at 88 degrees south, then yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So just so you know, and I'm sure you know this, but people make solo trips in Antarctica every year. They try to, go to the South Pole by themselves. They try to cross Antarctica by themselves. And so we have so many people that are there. They're freely and privately and independently traversing Antarctica.
Yes.
And the only place that anyone has ever seen the South Celestial Pole directly above them is at the geographic South Pole.
But how would you tell the difference? Like, do you mean they're showing you a video of them at the geographic South Pole and pointing it up? That's what you mean? Like,
Yes,
there'd be
that's
no
right.
way for you to take a video without it and point it up. That's kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying if you film the night sky anywhere else in Antarctica, you don't have the South Celestial Pole directly above you.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. The South
I
Celestial...
agree with you, though, at the geographic South Pole, you can. But what you're trying to say is that regular people should be able to have gone to other places, and because they haven't, only your interpretation is right. That's the logical fallacy that I'm not following. But I agree with you that, yes, people do go to the geographic South Pole and take a photo. What I disagree with is that it's impossible to go to other places and get that same photo. So I believe you could, on the opposite side of the geographic pole, go to 89.99 degrees, look up, and get the exact same photo that you got over there. The only difference would be you don't have that geographic marker around you. But I don't know why people would do that. Like for me, if I'm going to go to the South Pole, I'm going to the Amundsen Scott Station. I'm not going to mess around over here where there's nothing. So I think that's the problem. You're expecting a photo that no one wants to do or even can do. I don't know if there's set up here to go. Like if you want to, can you? 88 degrees at 0 longitude. How would you?
Yeah, it would obviously be very easy for a flat earther to refute this, because on the globe model, the only place you can be at the GP, the ground position of the SCP, the South Celestial Pole, is at the one and only geographic South Pole.
Yes, what you're saying is true if the angle above is actually 90 degrees. If it is directly above you, instead of being an arc second off, which is what I believe it is, you would be right. But we need a way to measure the difference between 90 degrees and 89.999 degrees. And I don't think science has advanced to the point. Like that's why people still are debating flat Earth. Science is so young and we don't have the tools to measure this stuff yet.
Gotcha.
I don't think we can.
Okay. All right. So something else that I think is important, Stephen, and again, I'm bringing this up because I feel like flat earthers have been duped by you and believe you. And again, I'm defending you on one side of the coin by saying you're not trolling. But on the other side of the coin, I do think that you are an imposter. And so I have some issues that I'd like to bring up right now with the Flat Earth University.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to share my screen here again. Okay. So the first thing that I noticed is your credentials. And it says here that you got a Bachelor of Computer Science from the University of Waterloo, a Master of Computer Science from Queen's University, and a PhD from York University.
The PhD from York is not true.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Because I could not find evidence of any of that.
Yeah, so I don't post information that would allow people to actually like dox me, call up my professors, because as you know, we've received death threats and we are a persecuted minority group. So the information there is vague, but it's the best that I can actually give people.
Okay. Yeah, I even searched for your dissertation there, human emotions in large language models, silicon versus carbon, and I just couldn't find it.
Correct. None of my past academic papers will ever be public for people. Because I don't want them calling up York University saying, hey, Stephen Alonzo, whatever.
Okay. Sorry, I got to get better at presenting here.
No worries.
Let's see here. There was some more here.
Yeah,
Okay.
the about section, there's probably going to be something. I think I know where you're going.
Well, this one here says that you've held faculty positions at several universities. I couldn't find any evidence of that.
Correct.
It also says that you've authored numerous papers in leading computer science journals. I couldn't find one of those. It also says you hold several patents. I couldn't find a single patent.
There's one that is public.
Okay. And then
Say it on the show though.
okay. And then it also says that you received the Excellence in Teaching Award from Queen's University and the Distinguished Researcher Award from York. I got the list of the winners of those and you weren't there listed in either of those. Okay. And then the next one here, let's see here. Okay. So this one was a little bit concerning to me, which was another professor at the school, Professor John M. Anderson. I have a feeling this is a fake person.
Oh yeah, correct.
Okay. Yeah, because it also listed his credentials, which I could not find, claimed he had a PhD from Stanford.
Yeah, these were all AI teachers. There's another one, Dr. Mei Lei Zhang. That was when I was originally setting up the Flat Earth University, but it made more sense to have the students interacting with me directly. So none of those professors actually teach the courses anymore. So you can enroll now in FE 101 or FE 102, and you'll be assigned me directly as your professor.
Okay, but Professor John M. Anderson's not a real person.
Oh, no. I just got the license to use that through the clothing deal. If you notice they're wearing my clothing, that's the company that provided me to use those.
Got it.
So they're not real people at all, no.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful because, again, people have, unfortunately, fallen for this and they think that it's all real.
Oh, I'd hope not. So I'm the professor at Flat Earth University. I'm the one who will actually be teaching people.
Okay, great.
There's a lot of stuff from 2023 when I first started it and didn't really have funding, didn't know what I was doing. So that link there, I don't think is actually public on the website. It'd be an old page that's probably still archived by Google. That's how you would have found it.
Gotcha. Then there's this one here, which is the San Pedro campus.
Yes.
I noticed that the picture there is actually the government building in Santiago, Chile.
Correct. So that's actually the banner image for all our pages, not just this one.
Okay.
So if you click like I think students, I think the banner image will be the same as well.
Gotcha. Okay. So there really is no campus then?
Well, the Flat Earth University exists as a business in Belize, and I use it for a lot of my financial purposes. Like we own assets here.
Gotcha. But it's not like a physical campus.
Correct. No, we can't ever have physical campuses due to the threat of hate crimes. That'll never happen for Flat Earth, at least not now in the current state we are in.
Okay.
In the future, it'd be nice if we could have public buildings where people could come in and study and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, great.
So we're an online school. If you're not aware, we're an online school.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, some people had thought that you were actually had physical locations.
Have they though, or is it only Globers? Have you ever had a flat earther tell you that, or is it only Globers? Because that seems to be the only people that try to make me look bad.
Well, I mean, the website says it, so I wouldn't fault somebody for believing it.
But it should be very obvious. Like I have 400 students right now fully enrolled in the online program, and I never got one email saying, "Hey, where's the campus?" So I hope like it's not flat earthers messaging you, and I'm assuming based on your response, it is only Globers that are saying that. And if so, I'm okay with that.
Okay. One other one here real quick, which I thought was interesting, is you mention here the last sentence of the first section says, Flat Earth University serves as the global epicenter for geocentric cosmology.
Now, this is very important because it's a semantic logical fallacy. If people don't understand how a noun and an adjective can be different, that's why it's there. So I've been pointed this out several times, but I'm not changing it because it's very important. In Flat Earth, the meanings of words matter, but in all discussions, the meaning of words matter. So global means a great outreach, a wide audience. It doesn't mean on a physical globe.
I see. Okay.
So you're going to see a lot of that in this site, because my whole point is to help make flat earthers smarter. As you know, like there's no reason to deny a 24-hour sun, no reason to deny all that. And it comes down to very silly reasons. And I hope through what I do with this, we're able to teach people in kind of a fun way. So this is the perfect example of how I would teach people about semantic logical fallacies and why the definitions and uses of words really matter.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make you aware of it as...
Oh, yeah, I know it's there.
Okay. And then this next one here, you actually did post in your group, the Firmament Trackers public group. So...
Yes.
I noticed, because again, like I was researching you and I just noticed this pattern of you claiming things that I didn't think were true, that didn't seem believable. And this one here, you said in 2020 you did your ISSA certifications.
Yes. Do you want me to get my textbooks?
I called them and they said you never finished and you were never certified.
I don't know why they would say that. I don't even think they're legally allowed to say that.
Well, people want to make sure that the people that are claiming to be ISSA certified are legitimate. So I think they are allowed to do that so that people can't just lie about it. And they definitely said you contacted them about doing the class, but that you never finished it and are not certified.
That's interesting.
So anyway, I do like that you're, take your health seriously. And
yes, I'm down to 20% body fat now. So when I first started this 6 months ago, I was at 25% body fat, 190 pounds. I'm about 164. But it's body fat. And again, flat earth fitness. We're exercising on flat surfaces. So yeah, this is a wonderful program. If anyone's interested, we have a Flat Earth Fitness Facebook group where my work speaks for itself. So I'm not a big credentials guy. I don't want you to believe me because I have a PhD. Believe me because of the science and math, the exercise science, the proof of the results. That's all. Don't ever believe anyone because of a degree or a credential. That's just receipts for tuition.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you still consider yourself a doctor?
Oh, yeah. So to have a doctorate, you have to contribute original work, make an original contribution. Now, if I didn't, then I would feel shameful for referring to myself as that. And to clarify, I'm not a medical doctor. So I don't want anyone to think I'm a medical doctor. A doctorate degree means you make an original contribution to the field. And for me, that was the Firmament Trackers app. Multi-observer software is something that was never done before. As you see, the best globe model possible is what I have above me, and you can only have one observer at a time. So my original contribution, which allowed me to earn my PhD, my doctorate in September of last year, was this software. And I'm really proud of it. You can download it for free, test out the basic features. We have many versions of it. So this is why I earned my doctorate, because even Globe software cannot do multiple observers in real time. They got to do pre-made renders like in Blender, where my software is real time, which is insane that it took a flat earther to do this.
Yeah. Now, I should tell you, Stephen, this is an area, I'm not a doctor. This is not an area I'm very familiar with, but I did have some people contact me when I announced our debate and I made the thumbnail, and they pushed back at you referring to yourself as a doctor. They said that it was disrespectful to people who are actually doctors, who actually got their PhD. And so I do think we should be careful in arguing that if we make an app that's new or novel, that we can call ourselves a doctor.
Well, it depends what field it's in. So I'm not a doctor of philosophy or a doctor of biology. It's geocentric cosmology. So no one should feel offended unless they feel like they work in the same field as I do. And it's not just a new app, it's a whole new entire concept. No one's ever done this before. Like, I don't even think you can do it on a globe. To have multiple observers on a globe, I don't think it's possible, but I'm willing to admit that it's more of a software limitation rather than a modeling issue. But yeah, it's not just an app, it's a whole new way to look at astronomy. No one has ever been able to plot like infinite observers. Let me just see what we have. No, not this one here. Yeah, so the software is just so cool. And that's why with the software, I became so confident that there has to be a 24-hour sun. And I built this myself. So I was able to test what works, what doesn't. And yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you credit. You've done a good job. I think in the past, I'm going to apologize for something. In the past, I accused you of stealing Walter Bislin's model.
You did.
But the reality is, it appears you have not done that. Rather, you have built on top of it and made it better, so to speak.
Well, not even built on top of it. They're entirely different languages. So he did his in JavaScript, and I did mine in TypeScript. So JavaScript, the best way to describe it is we have objects, and it's handled completely different. So I actually don't even understand Walter Bislin's code, and it makes no sense to use someone else's. Anyone who works in software development, like I do professionally, that's where most of my money comes from, software contracts. And that's why I'm very secretive about what I do with Flat Earth and what I reveal to people. But anyone who knows software development knows it's easier to code your own code base than trying to learn someone else's code base. And I've been doing software development for like over 10 years now.
Okay, cool. That is what I had prepared to talk to you about. I do think the issues in the math on the flights and the South Pole, the geographic South Pole, and the single South Celestial Pole directly above it are things that you're going to have to work on. And maybe, as you told me in the past, if I'm right on those, that your model is falsified. So maybe you'll tell me it's falsified.
Yes, but sadly, it's not going to mean Flat Earth, though, is over. There's other communities like the Awake Souls. They have 20,000 subscribers, more influence than me. And they have that model that you showed me with that picture of the stereographic model. They can't develop it out themselves. It'll have to be me who ends up making it for them. But they have it conceptualized, and they have a large following that really believe it. So it would falsify my model. You're right. The Firmament Trackers app would have to be redone or rebranded. The AE model wouldn't work if what you're saying is true. If it's actually possible to go to 90 degrees, look straight up and see it at 90 degrees and not 89.99, that's a huge problem for my model. But that's what's great about science. We form hypotheses that we attempt to falsify, and we move forward to a more refined understanding.
Yeah, definitely. Is there anything you want to say in closing?
No, I think we had a really good discussion. In general, I haven't actually looked at the comments. I have this in full screen. But any flat earthers who are wondering like about giving up flat Earth, it seems to be now because all the communities are now just, we have no model. Earth is measured flat. We make no claims. But that's wrong. We have to make claims. We have to make predictions. And I encourage people to study like flat Earth math. There's a reason that most of us in my group knew there'd be a 24-hour sun. You know, these are 90-degree right angles against the flat Earth. And go outside, look at the sun. You know, I live in Belize. My north celestial pole is 17 degrees from my horizon. Well, if the sun's behind me, I can start making predictions about places like Union Glacier. So I encourage people to look at the math, do experiments yourself. For flat Earth, it's intersectional because it crosses through all these different types of fields.
Got it. I do want to address one more thing because people have contacted me concerned about you selling merch with the TFE logo on it. So, Stephen, I just want to show everyone for full transparency our conversation that we had via email.
Yes.
So you reached out to me and you asked if I would want to like split profits with you if you sold TFE merch. And my response was very simple. I said, thanks for reaching out. I didn't create TFE to make money, so I don't think this is a good idea. And now on your website, you say that you have a licensing agreement with me to sell the merch.
Mm-hmm. That's that
Now-
bottom email there.
Yeah, the bottom email is you.
Implicit, yeah.
Yeah, the bottom
why-
email is you. You picked a charity, and you said you were going to donate my shares to charity, and then put on your website that you and I have a licensing agreement, and nothing could be further from the truth. I actually said I didn't want to do it. So I do appreciate you repping the brand here, but that seemed a bit disingenuous to me.
Well, that's why I said, so the reason I have to let you know is that I cannot legally sell it otherwise. That's why I had to let you know. You could have said no, you didn't. I took that as implicit consent. Because obviously it looks bad if you're telling a flat earther he can sell the merch. So that's why I try to set this up in the way that it'd work out for the both of us, because I do want to promote TFE to the flat earth community. And if they see someone like me wearing this and making documentaries about the science and math that was done, it's really good. But what I said is still true. Anyone who has bought a shirt, I can prove that I'm making that donation if that's the issue.
Yeah, I will say that I'm not upset or anything like that. But I just want you to know how it came across to me. That's all.
Yeah, I tried to set it up in a way that you didn't have to say yes, because it looked bad. Then if I screenshot you saying yes and post it to everyone, it'd make you look bad and people already like think crazy stuff. So that's why I did the way I did it there.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you being here. I think we had a good conversation, gave people a lot to think about, and people can check you out online if they want to follow up for more information.
Got the links above. Thank you all for joining.
Thanks, man. Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I will let people come to their own conclusions. And I also have an announcement to make, which is a couple guys that you're probably familiar with, Craig McNeill, FTFE, and then MCToon, McKeegan, are going to be doing an after show about this debate on the FTFE channel in about 15 minutes. So definitely head over there if you want to talk about this and kind of get your opinion out. I also want to tell people that I struggle to multitask. So when I'm talking to Steven, I can't follow the comments. So if you were commenting and tagging me, my apologies. I didn't see it. If I look at your comments, I won't be hearing Steven, and that seems disrespectful to me. So I focus on what people are saying, and that's the best I can do. So anyway, if you want to have your voice heard, go ahead and head on over there here in the next 15 minutes. Also, in 45 minutes, I am super excited about this. The next video on our channel in the Final Experiments series is going to premiere on the TFE channel on YouTube. I am personally proud of this one. It is my favorite video we've ever done. It took me a very long time to do it, but I'm super excited about it. And so please watch it. I'll be on the premiere. So if you're commenting during the premiere, I will respond to you. Please share it around. I think it is very powerful and a very strong argument against flat Earth and for the globe. Dare I say, foolproof and bulletproof. But anyway, thanks everyone. I know people were looking forward to this. I enjoyed this very much. It's just all about research and thinking things through and testing ideas, which I think we did. So with that, I'm going to sign off and hope to see everybody soon. So take care. Bye-bye.
The Earth is
Flat.
the Earth is flat.
We are taking flat earthers
I found God really through the flat Earth.
to Antarctica.
If the 24-hour sun was seen,
Yeah, it would be a major problem for flat Earth for sure.
Welcome to Antarctica.
It definitely matches the globe.
Sometimes you are wrong.
The final experiment is a Decepticon.
I'm sitting right here telling you that it's real.
I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is.
Will Duffy, welcome back from Antarctica. You spent a lot of money to go there to show that the Earth is not flat. Did you succeed?
We definitely succeeded, but it's going to take a little time, I think, to convince everyone of that.
Well, tell us about your trip a little bit.
Yeah, it was a trip of a lifetime. I feel so blessed that I was able to visit Antarctica, which is a place that most people will never have the opportunity to see with their own eyes. I was told by multiple people prior to going that it's the most beautiful place on earth, and I didn't believe them. I thought they were just telling me that in order to get me excited and get me to go to Antarctica. But now that I've been there, I can safely say it's definitely the most beautiful place that I've ever seen.
For those hearing about this maybe for the first time, in simple terms, can you just briefly summarize the final experiment and why it matters?
Yeah, so I pastor a small church just outside of Denver, Colorado, and I came up with the final experiment a little over a year ago to settle this debate over the shape of the earth. The flat earth community is alive and well. I think that the number of flat earthers in the world is growing. And I figured somebody, if they put the time and effort and financial resources into it, would be able to come up with something that would settle the debate, convince everybody that we do live on a globe, give definitive evidence of that. And that involved going to Antarctica because the flat earth model has a completely different reality than what Antarctica really is. On a globe, it's this island continent, but on a flat earth, it's this gigantic ice wall that encircles all of the world's continents. And so we went to Antarctica to dispel this flat earth myth.
And by the way, for those that missed it, make sure you guys check out our previous interview with Will Duffy. It's on our YouTube channel. We'll make sure we have the link below in the description.
You know, Will, I have a GIF that I'd like to show about illustrating what we're talking about here. It's got the North Pole at the center. You can see there's we're showing you that you got North America and Europe and Asia, Africa, Australia, and South America. And along the perimeter of this flat Earth, there is this white area, kind of grayish-looking area. That is the ice wall they would call Antarctica. It's not a continent at the South Pole. There is no South Pole. It's simply the perimeter of the Earth. And this little GIF shows the sun going around in circles. And as it goes around, different parts of the Earth are illuminated. It's noon or daytime in the Americas, and it's daytime in Asia and Australia. And notice that parts of Antarctica are illuminated from time to time, but at no point would all of Antarctica be illuminated. And that's key because even on this model, I think you can see the Arctic region for some times of the year will be have a 24-hour sun, but that's not going to happen in Antarctica. And that was, I think, this the whole point of your expedition down there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Flat earthers said for years, almost a decade, that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica because they realized that it would not be possible on a flat earth. On the globe, both in the north of the Arctic Circle, and in the south of the Antarctic Circle, we have what's called a 24-hour sun, which is geographic locations where the sun doesn't set for an entire 24 hours. It's up all day. And so showing them that 24-hour sun, these flat earthers that went with us, so they could see it with their own eyes, we obviously videoed the 24-hour sun as well, was kind of that final nail in the coffin, showing that the flat earth model is just not possible.
And not only the 24-hour sun, but also the 24-hour moon, right? That's pretty significant.
Yes, the 24-hour moon is something that we also have in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere when you're far enough north and far enough south. We were not in Antarctica at a time where we would be able to see the 24-hour moon. There was a full moon while we were in Antarctica, but it was not visible. And it was not visible because it was behind the horizon. And so that's another flat earth falsifier. But other people who have spent a lot more time in Antarctica than myself have captured the 24-hour moon on video. And we released some of their videos on the Final Experiment YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, I noticed on your YouTube channel, you have a playlist of some of the final experiments. You're slowly releasing them. And you just released one just the other day, right? In terms of Anthony, that released his video of the 24-hour moon, which I thought was pretty amazing.
Yeah, there's people who spend a lot of time in Antarctica, and so they get to capture these really unique celestial events and southern lights and just some beautiful things. And so we released Anthony Powell's video of the 24-hour moon, and also Robert Schwartz has videos of the 24-hour moon directly at the geographic South Pole, which also doesn't exist on a flat Earth.
Keep in mind that the 24-hour moon occurs during winter. I don't think you want to be in Antarctica in the wintertime. Few people have braved it wintering over, but it's not for the faint of heart. It's a lot worse than in the summer. The northern hemisphere 24-hour moon is a lot easier to capture. You can get to civilized parts of the country, such as in Scandinavia or in Alaska during the winter. It's not as bad as it would be in Antarctica.
Yeah, so the flat earthers that were with us, and again, we had 4 flat earthers go with us. They saw this 24-hour sun with their own eyes. They experienced it. They were getting sunburned. They had a firsthand experience. So they have zero doubts about this 24-hour sun. As to their position on whether or not we live on a globe or we live on a flat earth, I expect at least half of them, so 2 of them, to come over to the globe side at some point, just based on conversations that were had. The other 2, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, this was very, very powerful. Now, the flat earth community as a whole, they have no idea what to do with this. They are, in my opinion, completely imploding. I was on a panel the other day that I joined, and they all disagreed with each other as to the final experiment. They couldn't make up their mind whether there's a 24-hour sun or not, whether we were really in Antarctica or not, whether the final experiment was staged and faked or not. So right now, they are all over the map, and that shouldn't be a surprise to me, based on what they've done with space travel and the moon landings and the ISS. But I really didn't see that coming with having 4 flat earthers, their representatives, go to Antarctica and tell them, hey, we were there, we saw a 24-hour sun.
And so what was going on in your mind? Like, what were your initial thoughts when you saw the participants witness the 24-hour sun? Like, were the reactions as expected?
Not really. I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, and I will tell you, they definitely were hoping and expecting internally to see the sun set. As the day progressed, the first day that we were there, as the hours ticked on, you could totally tell that they were realizing this sun is definitely not going to set. And when you have something challenge your paradigm, especially something that has such a significant part of their identity and who they are and their livelihoods and just their circle of friends, that's not something that is going to be easy to experience. And so we were very humble on the globe side. We weren't rubbing it in their faces or anything like that. We were just kind of letting them take it in and letting them process it.
I believe one of the participants, Jiren, he admitted he was wrong after seeing the 24-hour sun, although he still didn't give up his flat earth belief, as I know. But I mean, how big of a moment was that for you when you saw that? And what's the latest status on his beliefs right now?
I had no doubts about the 24-hour sun. So it was just a matter of getting there, waiting until it was midnight, doing that live stream. I let the flat earthers say whatever they wanted on that live stream. I just said, hey guys, we're going to go live. People want to hear from you, say whatever you want. So they chose their own words. But yes, he has been, in my opinion, the most honest about what he saw and the results. As you mentioned, he admitted on camera that he was wrong about the 24-hour sun. And I think he's still processing everything, but I would be shocked if he stays in the flat earth community after this entire experience.
And for those that are wondering, you had a whole live stream. Can you point people to that live stream if they want to watch some of those reactions?
Yeah, so our channel is on YouTube. It's called The Final Experiment. And if you go to the live tab on our channel, a lot of people miss this because they just go to the videos tab. If you go to the live tab, we have a video called It's Midnight in Antarctica. It's our most watched video by far on our channel. And people can watch that historic live stream that we did at midnight in Antarctica. The sun was still up in the sky. It was completely bright out as if it was midday. And you can hear from all of us, there were 9 of us there for the final experiment, kind of get everybody's take on everything and hear how the flat earthers were experiencing that in that moment, because that's kind of really that first moment where it really sunk in to them. On their model, the sun should have been on the other side of the world. Think about a flat disc over around, Australia, but it was just boom, right there with us. And so, yeah, it was a pretty special time.
So in the live stream, when you're watching, there's so many different tripods and cameras that are set up. Can you explain a little bit more on why that is?
Yes, that was very, very important in preparing for this, because we have years of experience watching the types of arguments that flat earthers make. And so we looked at all of those arguments and we said, we want to make sure that they won't make those arguments for our experiment and our time in Antarctica. So all of these tripods and cameras and equipment that you see in the background of these videos, we had about 10 cameras all tracking the sun and recording our surroundings. We had multiple 360-degree cameras, which was really important. One common flat Earth claim is that NASA will only show one side of a camera because they have a set behind them and a stage with lights. So we wanted to make sure we give people 360-degree videos. We also had cameras with solar filters on them taking pictures of the sun, specifically the sunspots. And one of those cameras was actually on an equatorial mount tracking the sun through the sky. So our goal was to make sure we covered out all of our bases, obtain as much data as we possibly could to head off these types of arguments that the flat earthers make. But flat earthers love to jump the gun. They love to come up with theories before they've researched it. They like to make bold statements before they ask questions of the participants. And so they've made all of the wild, crazy conspiracies that we've all heard before prior to us even releasing all of this footage and data. So I think that's definitely going to put a little bit of egg on their face over time.
And before we get to some of those objections, I just want to know, the flat earthers that went with you on the trip, do they still believe in the ice wall?
I don't think so. Let me tell you why. We flew from the southern tip of South America to get to Antarctica. And so we were able to look out the window the entire time. And this was filmed by multiple participants. The entire flight was filmed out the window. And so you see yourself leaving Chile because there's islands down there. Then you cross ocean, and then we should get to this ice wall if the flat earth model is true, which it's not. And there was no ice wall. I have not released this yet, but it's a slow transition where the waters start to freeze over. There is no ice wall. As you get further south and as it gets colder, there's more and more ice buildup. And so this ice wall myth comes from flat earthers taking pictures of breakage off of this ice buildup, and they will just show you one little part and claim that that's a gigantic ice wall around the earth, when that's now demonstrably false. We've got pictures and video to prove that.
How have the professing Christian flat earthers treated you through this whole thing, before, during, and after?
I have been treated horrible by the flat earth community as a whole, including the Christian flat earthers, which is very, very sad. I like to tell people that I never realized creating the final experiment, I would overtake NASA as enemy number one of the flat earth community, which hopefully this will be temporary. But the flat earthers have called me every name in the book. They've made every wild accusation, the worst of which is that I'm a demon or I am working for Satan. Wow. And the last person that made that claim was actually a pastor whose name is Dean Odell. And so he released a video about the final experiment where he said that the only two entities that can control the weather are Lucifer and the United States government. I don't know why he forgot God in that equation, but he claims that I worked with Satan to clear the weather in Antarctica and fake a 24-hour sun. These are the lengths that these people will go to protect this precious belief of theirs.
Going foundationally, I mean, it's pretty clear that these flat earthers, many of these guys, they've been really deceived and indoctrinated into believing this flat earth fairy tale, which is really quite sad. I really feel sorry for a lot of these guys. And it's clear that many of these guys don't actually care about the truth. They're only interested in confirming their story. And what you just mentioned, I mean, basically just proves that. But I just want to know, in your own thoughts, why are flat earthers, Christian flat earthers and others, so resistant to changing their beliefs even after receiving and seeing such overwhelming evidence for our globe?
That's a tough one. I think people in general, not just flat earthers, struggle to give things up that they've held for so long and that they've made such a public ordeal about. So it's tough to say. I do think one of the things that flat earth is rooted in would be a form of Gnosticism, having special knowledge and feeling like you're special because you have this knowledge, and then also feeling like you have to get it out there. So you become a hero in your mind, in your own world, because you have to combat this lie and you've got to convince everybody of the truth. But the reality is we don't live on a flat earth. We live on a globe, and they are wasting way too much time on this, in my opinion, if the entire flat earth community just gave this up and instead focused on something that would benefit society, man, I think this world would be a much better place.
This is why I call Flat Earth a cult. It's got all these characteristics of a cult, maintaining some central core belief system, being flat Earth, and you will bend everything to that one core belief. If you don't, then it's over.
Yeah, I'm not an expert like Danny, but I've been researching the flat earth for a few years now, and it definitely seems like they are holding on to, like you were saying, a cultic religious belief here. And from our last interview, I think this is really no surprise. We predicted that many flat earthers would not be convinced and just explain away the evidence, what we call a rescuing device, to try to hold on to their worldview, basically rejecting basically objectable truth, observational facts, and rejecting reality itself, which is really sad.
Well, there's been some claims out there among flat earthers that there's evidence that used the green screen. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, green screen gate. So when we were doing our live stream that we mentioned before at midnight, the first day we were there in Antarctica, I use a green screen, as you can tell behind me. This is not, this is a digital image behind me. And so to use a green screen, you use something which is known as chroma key, where you tell the camera and the computer program you're using to remove the color green from the screen and replace it with this image. I always use a green screen. And so when we were out there in Antarctica, I forgot to turn my chroma key off. And one of the flat earthers had a green patch right here on his jacket. So when he stood in front of the camera to speak, you could see this logo right here, our TFE logo right here on his shirt. And so the flat earthers that have used a green screen, which seems to be the minority, they immediately understood it and they were like, oh, Will just left his chroma key on.
Like Flat Earth Dave, right? I think Flat Earth Dave made the whole video that explained that.
Yeah, it was a little weird having Flat Earth Dave come to my defense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the majority of the flat earth community, though, does not know about a green screen. They've never used it before. And when they saw that on his jacket, they immediately jumped to a conclusion that the whole thing was fake, that we were using a green screen, that we were caught because of this glitch. And they ran with that story, which again is not a characteristic of someone looking for truth. It is not a characteristic of something who wants to research things and who wants to learn. It's a characteristic of someone who wants to just jump to conclusions. This is known as confirmation bias, and they want to interpret everything they see as confirming their preconceived ideas. And so we actually ended up the next day, because we heard about this conspiracy traveling through the flat earth community so quickly right after we live streamed, that we did another live stream the next day, probably within the next 10 hours or so, where we debunked the green screen. I flew my drone behind me a very far distance, so there was nothing behind me, and we had people live streaming all around us at the same time. So that's a good example of how flat earthers think and how flat earthers act.
Yeah, and again, from our last interview, that's basically what we said. We predicted that many flat earthers would not be convinced, just explain away the evidence. In other words, coming up with a rescuing device in order to hold on to their religious beliefs. In other words, rejecting objective truth, rejecting observational facts, and rejecting reality itself. And it's not just green screen. What I did is I came up with my own little list of some of the excuses and different objections that I've seen from the flat earth community. Number one, probably the most common I've seen, is they are in Antarctica, but they're all lying, and thus no 24-hour sun. Like you said, another one's they're not in Antarctica. There's no breath, too warm, green screen, studio. Number three I've seen is they're not in Antarctica. They're actually at the North Pole in June. In other words, there's a pre-recorded video. Another one I saw was the sun that they're seeing is actually a reflection coming off of the firmament, which a whole nother conversation there. Another one I saw is, yes, there is a 24-hour sun, but the earth is still flat. We'll figure out a way to explain it. And then the other one, also common, is it doesn't really matter because the light in the sky above can't really tell us anything about the earth's shape below. That's essentially kind of the list that I came up with. What are some other excuses from flat earthers that you've heard so far? Yeah,
they're coming up with everyone that you can think of. Another one is footprint gate. They're claiming that they have video of us walking on the snow and not leaving footprints. And so what's funny about that one is the people saying that, they have to be people that have not experienced snow in their life. No, I haven't seen one flat earther make mention of the pattern on the snow. the snow is graded where they're looking at this. And so the company that we went to Antarctica with, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, ALE, they actually groomed the snow for us for two reasons. First and foremost, for our safety. So we were at a camp outside of Union Glacier so that the sun would stay above Mount Rossman there so we could film the sun the entire time. And so they need to make sure there are no crevasses that we're going to fall into and die. And so they groom it with a big, heavy piece of equipment for that reason. And the second reason was to level the ground for us so that it wasn't all hilly and bumpy, so we could put our tripods up and film the sun. And so when you compact snow, it changes. It's not just fluffy snow that has just fallen fresh. And so you've got that. The temperature does change in Antarctica based on conditions, wind, etc. And so there were times where we had to walk carefully because that compacted snow had turned into ice. And so we do have video of us leaving footprints, but they're just going to, again, take something out of context and blow it out of proportion.
I would like to get back to the Gnosticism you mentioned, and I agree that there's a lot of, I think the appeal is a secret knowledge. But for the Christian flat earthers, they believe they see in Scripture clear evidence that the earth is flat, even though there's no verse that actually says anything like. I oftentimes get this challenge from people, from flat earthers, saying, well, prove from Scripture alone that the earth is a sphere. They're so confident they can't do that, and they're so confident they can, from Scripture, argue the earth is flat. Well, they can't. Neither one of us can. You can't use Scripture alone to prove that Antarctica exists, though I'm pretty certain it does. I can't prove from the Bible alone that I have a spleen, though I'm pretty certain I probably have one. There are so many questions that we might have that the Bible does not give us a direct answer to, or even an indirect answer to in many cases. I think it's pretty lousy epistemology. They're basically professing that they can only believe things if the Bible tells them so, and that is just a wrong-headed attitude for Christians to have.
Yeah, it is. When you use the Bible and you interpret the Bible in a way that contradicts reality, the only message you're sending to the world is that the Bible is false. And so this is a very dangerous idea and ideology that is growing within the church. And I really hope Christians see that. When you tell somebody that the world that you live on is not the world that the Bible says God created, you are telling them that the Bible is wrong.
We can use science to probe the world around us. That's what science is all about. And, science was founded by some biblically minded men 400 years ago. It's drifted quite a bit since then, but the science is not a dirty word at all. We're creationists. We want to make sure we come back to the touchstone of Scripture to make sure our ideas do not contradict Scripture. But we don't have to believe things only because they come from the Bible. Again, it's a very, very poor understanding of how knowledge works, and we call that epistemology.
Yeah, I think what's important, something we say all the time at Answers in Genesis as our ministry, is the Bible, God's word, is our starting point. It forms the foundation for our worldview. We have a biblical worldview, and that is our ultimate authority. We start with God's word to then interpret the facts around us, to interpret, like Danny was saying, all the science around us. One thing you hear all the time even from Christians, they'll say that the evidence speaks for itself. And I usually tell people, if evidence starts talking to you, you should probably run. But we always have a worldview that we bring to the table. We always interpret evidence in light of our worldview. And as Christians, it's very important that we start with a biblical worldview to do so. And that's what we need in terms of starting with Scripture, having the authority, starting with God's word, God's infallible word. Because really, there's only two options. There is no neutrality. Jesus says you're either with me or against me. You either start with God's word or man's word. And so that's really what we're trying to say here.
Yeah, the Bible is not supposed to be an exhaustive resource that covers every single topic. It is an incredible resource, and it tells us so much about history, but it's not exhaustive. And so my view is this: I cannot comprehend this incredible world we live on and this incredible universe that we live in not having a creator. That position makes zero sense to me. And so what I love about this world and this universe is the more we explore it, we are exploring God's creation, and we're learning more about him through that process.
Yeah, and also speaking of the Bible, speaking of God's word, the Bible repeatedly states that you need 2 or 3 witnesses that are required as a standard to establish any matter. And so as you're talking, I just kept thinking, on top of all the video evidence that we have, we also have eyewitness testimony from many of not only globe earthers, but also flat earthers. And I think some of the flat earthers even also claim to be a Christian. So we have credible eyewitness testimony of the 24-hour sun that you've seen in Antarctica and a lot of the results. But I just keep thinking, is that enough to convince? Have you seen that being able to convince anyone in the flat earth community?
Yeah, that's a really good point you're bringing up. The Bible is pretty clear on a matter being established with 2 or 3 witnesses. Obviously, that's being done through God's wisdom. Knowing just one person could lie, but having 2 or 3 witnesses, you can establish something as truth. And we have seen flat earthers already leaving flat earth because of the final experiment. We've covered this on our channel if you want to see some of those emails and hear about these people. But I am being contacted. Someone just sent me a YouTube video recently, a flat earther named Nick, and he said he's out of flat earth now because of the final experiment. So these things do take time. They're not just going to happen overnight, but I do expect to see a significant fallout. But the most important thing I think we will see is it's going to be very difficult going forward for the flat earth community to recruit new people into this flat earth world, because they are going to hear about the final experiment and they're going to hear about all of the experiments that we did both in South America and Antarctica. And I think it's going to be difficult to make new recruits because of all of this overwhelming evidence against flat earth.
I did see that in one of your recent YouTube videos. You mentioned that people have been emailing you their testimony saying that they've now abandoned their flat earth beliefs because of the final experiment. Can you point people to where they can go to email you if they know maybe themselves or they know someone who has changed their mind on flat earth because of the final experiment?
Yes. So my email is located on our website, which is thefinalexperiment.com with dashes. So the-final-experiment.com. And the email is pretty easy to remember as well. It's thefinalexperiment2024@gmail.com.
So moving forward, I mean, it's pretty clear that these findings have fundamentally just changed the whole conversation regarding the shape of the Earth. And so looking to the future, what do you hope will be the lasting impact of the final experiment?
Yeah, I do believe what we've done is historic. We've had a university professor reach out to us and let us know that the sunspot photos and data that we captured in Antarctica is probably a first of its kind. We also had a filmmaker with us who was a flat earther. And so he's going to be making a documentary about all of our experiences down there. So there's still a lot to look forward to. But my goal is that this will turn into a resource that people can use to either A, show someone before they fall into this flat earth world the truth so that they don't become flat earth, and use it to help people who have already accepted this flat earth belief to come out of it.
And again, this was quite an ambitious project. So 2-part question for you. Number 1, what were some of the most surprising or exciting results from it all? And number 2, what are some lessons learned? In other words, what are some things you wish you'd done differently?
The best part of the whole thing was the camaraderie and the collaboration. I don't think this has ever been done. The flat earth versus globe debate is very divisive. It's very divided. There's a lot of vitriol and hatred between the two camps. And so we came together and did this together as a team. And we bonded. We had dinner together every night. And we were able to really just see the humanity in each other, which I think is what God wants us to do. And just spend time together and break bread together. And so that was the best part. I really hope going forward, if there's any type of debates in this world, in any areas of science or whatever, that people will use this as an example going forward of saying, hey, you and I disagree. Let's do an experiment together. Let's agree ahead of time that the results will falsify one of our positions. And let's do this together, so we don't have to call each other a liar and call each other everything that we did fake. And so that's something that I really hope will happen going forward. In terms of what we could have done differently or any regrets, I really don't have any. Everything worked out great. It worked out far better than my expectations. There was only one thing that I was completely worried about that was completely out of my control, and that was the weather. When you are in such a harsh climate, such as Antarctica, you have no idea what the weather is going to bring. And when we got to Antarctica, literally, the plane landed, they put us on a vehicle. We had about a 20-minute drive to get to camp. As soon as we got there, they removed me from the group, and I went and met with one of the partners of ALE who was there but had to leave on that plane that dropped us off. And he said, Will, I don't understand this. We've had terrible weather for 2 months. You show up and the skies are blue. And he said, I think you might have someone looking out for you. And he pointed up. So people were talking about the fact that the weather just completely cleared up as soon as we got there. I can't prove this, but I have no doubts that it was God who cleared the weather because he saw the importance of the final experiment.
Amen.
I hope that Dean O hears that, what you just said.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just thinking that.
I do commend you, Will, for being able to get people from both sides together, and they were civil. They basically were acting as a check on one another, make sure that you were doing things properly. You weren't going to hide anything and lie about anything. And I think that's a great thing to do. Will, I have another question to ask for you. It's a little off track, but before you went on your trip, I suggested, since you're going to spend a few days in Chile, I made a food recommendation to you, con griot, and did you try that?
You know, I did, and I now know why you didn't tell me what it was. So,
but you did enjoy it, didn't you? Did it taste good?
It did, yeah. So the first night out, I looked for it on the menu and didn't see it. Our second night out, it was on the menu. And as soon as I saw it, I told the table, hey guys, Danny Faulkner said we have to try this. So I'm going to try it. But then I noticed that they had the English next to the Spanish. And so it said that it was eel. And that caught me off guard a little bit. But I was like, you know what? You're only going to be here once. You got to do it.
And it was very tasty, wasn't it?
It was good. I'm not the biggest seafood guy.
I don't care for seafood much. There are only about 4 fish that I'll eat, and that's one of them. Will, can you tell us a couple of your most favorite parts of this trip?
Yes, one of them was we were taken on a scenic flight around the Ellsworth Mountains in Antarctica. They put us on a little twin otter plane and flew us around, and seeing Antarctica from the sky was absolutely incredible. Being able to hang out with and talk to people who live and work in Antarctica was incredible. Hearing their stories, finding out what it's like to actually live down there for months out of the year was really neat. It was not uncommon to meet someone who had been working in Antarctica for a decade or longer.
Did you have any least favorite moments?
I did. So I'm a bit of a germaphobe. And one thing people don't realize is Antarctica is essentially the last place in the world that's not just completely tainted and destroyed by man. And so they try to keep it very pristine. And so they don't even allow human waste in Antarctica. So ALE, one of their jobs is they have to actually take all of our waste out of Antarctica on their planes at the end of the season. And so in these portable bathrooms, they don't have running water and soap. They just have a little bottle of hand sanitizer. And so as a germaphobe, that really bothered me.
I'm not a germaphobe, but that would bother me too. Just saying.
You don't do much hiking. If you do, and where I go hiking all the time, we have latrines, and they don't even have hand sanitizer. It's entirely upon you.
Yeah. So real quick, I want to go back to some of the rescuing devices that flat earthers will bring up to explain away the evidence that you guys gathered in Antarctica. And one of the common ones I've seen is they'll say that the sun that you guys were seeing is simply a reflection coming off of the firmament or something like that. Would you mind addressing that?
So they'll do anything other than accept the one model that can make sense of everything, which is the globe model, the one model that makes countless predictions that all come true. They just don't want to accept it. And so they'll come up with anything that they can. And so this 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is impossible on a flat earth, they're now some of them are now starting to state that it's a reflection off of the dome, so that when the sun is actually on the other side of the world, over Australia, you can still see a sun when you're in Antarctica, south of South America, because it's a reflection. They have no evidence for that. That's not how light works. That's not possible. They don't even have evidence that there is a dome. And so sometimes we need to take a step back and realize what's being argued here. They are appealing to something they've never seen, that no one's ever seen, that they can't show exists, to try to make something that's not possible work. And it's all just one big rescue device. I can't say now, unfortunately, yet, because we haven't released it, but we have a response to this reflection idea because we knew that they would argue that. So we have some very important data that we collected in Antarctica, which completely refutes this idea of a reflection.
Keep in mind that they say the flat earthers will tell us that the moon, the lesser light, is its own source of light. It doesn't reflect the light of the sun, but apparently the greater light does sometimes is a reflection, not an actual object. I find that interesting. They're very inconsistent, aren't they?
Yeah, and one of the things I appreciate in one of your videos I saw is talking about when you have a model, it has to be accurate, it has to have testable predictions, and they don't have a model because flat Earth doesn't exist. You can't make a model off of something that doesn't exist. The globe exists, and that's why we have a model, and that's why we can have these testable predictions that are accurate. Go ahead and speak a little bit about that as well.
Yes, the flat Earth community is all starting to go on this new path of saying there is no accurate flat Earth map. We do not have a model, and we do not make predictions. And the reality is that's correct. And the reason you don't have a map, the reason you don't have a model, and the reason you don't make predictions is because there is no flat Earth. You cannot make these types of predictions that are testable, accurate, and consistently come true based on something that doesn't exist. And so that is not going to get them very far. And so my prediction, because I've already seen it with a couple of people, is they're going to now start to take all of the globe predictions. They're going to say all of those are accurate, but they are all flat Earth predictions. And so that is a common theme, which is stealing globe models, stealing globe maps, and stealing globe predictions and taking them for themselves. And again, I just don't think this is going to be a winning strategy long term.
Yeah, and just to add to what we were saying earlier in terms of the dome, I mean, I worked for many NASA programs over my career. I've sent spacecraft to Mars, Jupiter. I was part of a program called Parker Solar Probe. I was also the lead navigation engineer for a lot of the resupply missions to the astronauts on the ISS. And what that means is because I was the lead guidance and navigation engineer, I was the guy driving the ship. I was the guy driving the rocket, driving the sat. So, I mean, I wasn't driving the rocket into the middle of the ocean is what a lot of the flat earthers would say. So I think that alone also dispels a lot of the dome conceptions that are out there. I want to go over another rescuing device I hear all the time in response to your guys' video is they'll say that you guys were not in Antarctica, but you were actually at the North Pole in June and that this was a pre-recorded video. Go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, that's a weird one to me. The people that went with us to Antarctica most of us had never met the other people in person. We didn't even know they existed. So that doesn't work. The North Pole is wildly different from Antarctica. So these mountains that we were experiencing, you don't have those at the North Pole. That's why the climate is so different in the North versus the South is elevation. Anybody that's ever spent time around mountains knows that as you go higher in elevation on a mountain, things drastically change. It gets colder, etc. Not only that, we ran into a group of around 80 marathoners who were in our hotel in Chile to go run the Antarctica Ice Marathon, the 2024 Antarctic Ice Marathon. We met them. We did interviews with them. They had their shirts on for the marathon, and there's videos of them running at Union Glacier Camp as well. So we have ample evidence that this wasn't done at the North Pole, that it wasn't done 6 months ago. We also interacted with people on our live stream. And again, we thought of all this stuff. And so we actually, when we were at the airport in Punta Arenas, Chile, we read off sports scores from the previous day to show that this is live here.
That's perfect right there. Yeah, and one of the other ones that we hear all the time, a lot of the comments I've been reading is it doesn't matter because a light in the sky above can't tell us anything about the Earth's shape below. Go ahead and respond to that one.
Yeah, this is an area where they've completely changed their mind. So we have videos from flat earthers like Eric Dubay that are called How the Midnight Sun Proves Flat Earth, How Polaris, which is the North Star, proves flat Earth. So their position was that the lights in the sky prove the Earth is flat. What they weren't expecting was that we would be able to show how the lights in the sky actually confirm the globe and are not possible on a flat Earth. So they've completely done a 180 and are now saying the lights in the sky can't tell us anything about the ground we live on, which is just not true. But the important thing that I'm telling them is that the lights in the sky can falsify specific models. They specifically falsify flat Earth. But I will give something to you guys, which I haven't stated publicly yet to anyone, which is that one of our experiments that we did was we actually measured the ground as well. And so they tell us that if we can prove curvature and prove the globe by measuring the ground and not just by looking at the lights in the sky, that would prove the globe. I'm sure they're going to move the goalposts again, but we did measure the ground and we will be releasing that at some point.
Yeah, I think like you were saying earlier, Eric Dubay, he had this whole video talking about how the sun, there's a 24-hour sun in the North Pole, right? And he was saying that was great confirmation of the flat Earth. But then you guys are using, basically the same argument, and now he's going against it. You talked about the inconsistency there. Well, the other comment I've been seeing a lot is the claim that there's two suns, and how do we know that there's only one sun? And talk a little bit about some of the photography that you and Dave McKeegan did to try to disprove that objection.
Yeah, this claim of two suns is an interesting one because there was only one sun while we were there in Antarctica, and obviously there's only one sun in our solar system. So we thought about this, obviously, and to head this off, we took pictures of the sun using solar filters so we could see the sunspots, but we also asked people all over the world to take pictures of the sun as well. So we have hundreds, if not thousands, of pictures of the sun. We know the latitude and longitude where each picture was taken. And in comparing that, not only can you see it was the same sun and that there was only one sun, you can actually see that only the globe can make sense of that data. For example, the sunspots rolled over the same face based on where people were located on the globe. And so this idea that there were two suns is completely bogus. Even Jiren Campanella, who's a flat earther that went with us, is telling people who are bringing this up with him, he's asking them, so when exactly did the first sun, the real sun, swap out for the second sun, and how did we not notice? It just doesn't make any sense.
And if people want to learn more, there was a really good video just a few days ago released by Dave McKeegan. It's about a 19-minute long YouTube video. Really good one. Talks a lot about what you were just talking about. So if people want to learn more, they can check that out. Well, so if you could ask our audience to reflect on one key takeaway from the results of the final experiment, especially for someone who maybe doubts the findings, but is actually willing to listen to the truth. In other words, that they're on the fence here. What would it be?
So Jesus said in John 8:32 that you will know the truth and the truth will set you free. That, to me, is the most important thing here. The truth can set you free from not only having false beliefs, but all of the ramifications of having those false beliefs. The flat earthers know with firsthand experience how difficult it is in their relationships and just being in this world because they hold to this idea. It affects their family, it affects their friendships, it affects their community. And so I do believe that if people are willing to just listen, set aside for a second these preconceived notions, look at the data that we captured and we're going to be releasing and already are releasing, and just take a look at this, that truth will set them free. I've already had one flat earther contact me and he said, Will, this did set me free. It's gonna change my life and my wife and my son's life forever. And that's exactly what I want to hear.
So going back to what you were saying earlier, well, I love that you were able to repeat the words of Jesus, that you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free, John 8:32. And sadly, both me and Dr. Danny Faulkner at the Creation Museum, we receive letters all the time from families, from wives and husbands where the spouse is believing in the flat earth and they don't. And it's creating a lot of conflict in their families. Talk a little bit more about just being able to be set free by the power of Jesus.
Yeah, so God is a relational God, and relationships are the most important thing that we have on this earth. And so many relationships and even marriages have been split apart over this flat earth idea. I know many people who they don't believe the earth is flat, but their spouse does. And it's at a point now where they can't even talk about it with one another. And so I really do believe the truth of the world that we live in and the fact that we live on a globe will set people free. It will bring people back together. It will restore relationships. And it will also hopefully help them get outside and actually enjoy this globe that we live on, as opposed to just staying inside for hours and hours and hours, arguing with people online, watching YouTube videos about flat earth. I really do think if people let it, this will change their life for the better.
Amen. Amen. And lastly, I just want to know what's next for Will Duffy. Any new exciting projects on the horizon?
No projects planned. I do like to do big projects, so I will do something in the future. But I will say, I thought that once the trip was over, it would kind of slow down. It has only sped up. I'm having to deal with all of these new conspiracies that are popping up, what feels like on a daily basis. And I'm also trying to get out all of the data that we collected, which is very, very difficult. We brought back, I think, around 100 terabytes of data. And so just sifting through all of that, editing it into good videos is very hard. But anyway, just monitor our channel. And the next experiment we'll be releasing is on the South Celestial Pole, which is something that cannot exist on a flat earth. And we captured that on our trip as well. And just stay tuned. We've got a lot of information, and it's a preponderance of evidence that we'll be releasing that not only confirms the globe, but also falsifies flat earth.
Well, thank you, Will. We appreciate you coming back on to discuss the final experiment after the experiment's done. We're really pleased that you could do this, and we look forward to more of the results being published.
Awesome. I will hopefully be at the Creation Museum later this year as well, and hopefully we can connect in person.
All right, Will, I'll see you around.
Hey everyone, hope you all had an amazing Christmas. I am visiting family right now, so I do not have my green screen, my Antarctic-sized green screen. I wanted to give everyone an update on what to expect over the next couple of weeks. First of all, the flat earth community is completely imploding. If you thought it was bad before we went to Antarctica, you should see it now. It's the worst I've ever seen. Someone actually did a poll on X asking if the final experiment was faked, and only 20% said no. Even Austin Whitsitt responded and said that it was just embarrassing. The excuses flat earthers are coming up with are nothing short of comical and borderline insane. People are still holding on to this green screen excuse. This includes even Math Powerland.
So there's been some real serious tampering with the scientific method. And I'm going to just show you what's going on here digitally. The time lapse of the final experiment by Will Duffy and Jiren is green screen. I got this today, and I'm being like, this is being very difficult to record on iTube, this little green button here. And this is pretty serious, that this was all over the web, and Candace Owens is producers involved.
Other people are saying we never went to Antarctica. Others are saying our shadows don't make sense in the videos. By the way, that means you don't understand shadows. Others are saying we filmed this in the Arctic instead of the Antarctic. I have not seen a single intellectual response to the final experiment from the entire flat earth community. Not one. The closest I've seen to an actual intellectual, logical response to the 24-hour sun is this one, and it's not even an intellectual response. But I have heard a couple people say that even though there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the Earth is still flat. That's the absolute closest thing the entire flat Earth camp has come up with that is not an absolutely embarrassing response to the 24-hour Antarctic sun.
And even that response is not rational. When the globe prediction comes true, the same globe prediction that you said for years would be wrong, the right thing to do is say that this means the globe might just be true. That's the only honest response. The honest thing to say is that you are now going to consider seriously that the globe might be reality. But I have not seen a single flat earther say that publicly yet. Now, before I debunk the wildest conspiracy about TFE, I want to let everyone know what to expect in the next couple of weeks. Tomorrow, I will be releasing a video asking the most important question now that the final experiment is over. Is flat Earth still tenable? Is flat Earth still tenable after TFE? Spoiler alert, it's not. Modern Day Debate would also like to host a debate with this proposition. Is flat Earth tenable after the final experiment? MCToon doesn't think so and will be representing the globe side. And they are looking for a flat earther who thinks flat Earth can survive TFE. So if you think flat Earth is still plausible, then let me know and you can make your case on Modern Day Debate. Starting next week, I will be releasing TFE's preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. 15 experiments that we performed both in Antarctica and in Chile. These 15 experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth, and they all prove the globe. You ready for this? Every single globe prediction associated with TFE came true. And every single flat Earth prediction associated with TFE was false. I'm not exaggerating. The globe side scored a perfect 100% score on their predictions, and flat Earth scored a big, fat goose egg. Okay, the wildest excuse I've heard so far comes from a YouTuber named King Nico.
We are live from Crusaders of the Resistance headquarters. I am King Nico, and we are currently exposing the final experiment, Antarctica. A bunch of Freemasons traveled to an area which was supposedly Antarctica and somehow filmed a 24-hour sun, which is pretty much impossible on both models, the heliocentric and the geocentric model.
He says we were actually in Antarctica, but once we got there to Antarctica, we went into a giant sphere of LED screens.
I told you yesterday that how they could fake the 24-hour sun, because online everyone's talking about green screens. And I'm like, yes, green screen is a very valid point, considering some of the videos they posted had some green screen effect in it, and everyone is still holding on to and screaming green screen. But how can you green screen the whole sky, right? So we're going to go and watch this 24-hour video again. And remember, I'm a video editor. I do AI. I manipulate video footage all day, like all the time. So I know what to look for. I have an eye for this stuff. And while watching some of these videos, I immediately saw that there's a separation between the sky and the floor, which is the staged setting here, where snow looks like it's been brought in. And there's a line here that goes pretty much all the way around the setting. So the sky, I'm saying, is not a green screen, but is actual LED screens, because they're standing inside of a sphere. So here's the sphere in Las Vegas, and the screens can show images on the outside and also on the inside.
I'm going to debunk this wild attempt at discrediting TFE using some epic footage I got with my drone in Antarctica. I actually received special permission from DJI to fly my drone up to 1,500 meters, which is almost 5,000 feet high. Keep in mind that the $2.3 billion sphere in Las Vegas, which King Nico mentioned, is only 367 feet tall. The footage you are about to watch was taken almost 5,000 feet above Antarctica. And King Nico, you are incorrect that we filmed the 24-hour sun in a sphere. We actually filmed the 24-hour sun on a sphere. Enjoy.
casual now that
All right.
it's
Well, this has been a wonderful day of wonderful lectures and content, but we have saved the best for last. I've certainly been waiting for this. We're going to talk with, well, Spencer Marks and Jiren Campanella about flat Earth and Antarctica and all kinds of interesting information along those lines. So I'm going to hand it over to Spencer Marks to kick it off. Thank you, Spencer.
Okay, I'm Spencer Marks. I am one of the senior investigators for the Center for Inquiry Investigations Group, like Ross.
Your mic's not on.
Test.
Test.
There
you go.
There you are. Do I need to reintroduce myself?
Yeah.
Who the hell are you?
I am Spencer Marks. I'm one of the senior investigators from the Center for Inquiry Investigations Group, like Ross. And
IIG,
yes. That's our old term. In science, we have kind of a tenet that says you can adjust your views based on better and newer evidence. Well, to that degree, the person we have on stage here used to believe the Earth was flat. In fact, he was quite a large proponent of that and has a popular YouTube channel. And for a long, long time, he spoke about the Earth was flat. But then, some of you may be familiar with something called the final experiment. That's just the name of the thing they did. A bunch of people went down to Antarctica, which is, by the way, a place where many flat earthers say you can't even go because it's guarded by military and so forth. But our next guest went down to Antarctica, and he saw in December, which of course is the Southern Hemisphere summer, he saw a 24-hour sun, something else that is completely impossible on a flat Earth. So like a good scientist, he adjusted his views based on newer and better evidence. So to that degree, I commend him, and I think everybody should welcome him. This is Jiren Campanella. Jiren, I just want to, by the way, we're going to talk just a couple minutes, and then we're going to actually see a really cool slideshow that Jiren brought. But I just wanted to touch base a little bit and ask some questions. So tell us a little bit about just where you were born, your background, a little bit of how you were raised, where you were raised, and that sort of thing.
I was born in San Jose and raised in Gilroy, California. Born and raised there, or born in San Jose. And then I basically went to Catholic school all the way up till I went to Bellarmine. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's a Catholic Jesuit all-boys Catholic high school in San Jose. And then after that, I went right into working at Long's Drugs. I don't know if people remember the old Long's Drugs. I was a store manager there for quite a few years, and then they became CVS, and I was still with them. And then around 2012, I saw the way that the store was going. It was becoming corporate. They didn't really care about individuality or care about customers anymore. CVS does not care about you, by the way. But so then I quit my job to open up a bookstore. My wife and I, we had a bunch of books. My aunt passed and left me a big collection. So we opened this bookstore, and we forgot that you have to have customers in your online bookstore. So we thought we were going to be Jeff Bezos, but we couldn't get anybody at the store. So luckily we got picked up by an app or two, and we're able to survive like that. But we had looked into religion and decided that it was lies. And so my wife and I kind of said, well, let's start our belief systems from the ground up, and let's work our way to what we can believe. Well, unfortunately, the first thing that we stumbled on was my wife asked me if the world could be flat. And I said, of course not. That's ridiculous. I've flown to the Philippines going west. You've flown to Germany going east. That wouldn't work. There's no way planes could fly around a flat Earth. And it was a couple weeks after that I saw Eric Dubé's, what they call the flat Earth map. And I guess that shook me because it broke my brain in the fact that planes can go around it. And so I just told my wife that, no, of course not. It's ridiculous that you'd be able to do that. And then I'm looking at a map that shows that planes could go around a flat Earth. So then I started looking into, from there, evidence to kind of debunk it, and was having a hard time finding that. And then some things started to actually show me that it could be correct. And then you kind of go on that journey. From there, it was just, too many people emailing you and saying, oh, I've been thinking like this for a long time, and thank you, you brought me back to God, or whatever it was, that just kind of pushes you further and further into that mindset. And then you go through a confirmation bias where you no longer look at evidence objectively, you are looking for your truth. And I think that's very easy to do. It's very easy even if you're a flat earther, people might think, how do people become flat earthers? Well, if you are looking for that evidence, you can find, and you just disregard stuff that doesn't line up with it. So, there's a lot of debunker channels on YouTube and things like that, but they don't They don't capture you because you don't want to hear derogatory things about you. You don't want to hear that you're wrong. So you just kind of avoid those videos and you end up watching nothing but other flat earthers promoting the same thing. So you just lose touch with reality. In a way.
So in the flat earth world, and I'm very familiar with it because I've been researching this thing for probably 9-10 years myself, but the flat earthers have a lot of sort of associated beliefs like gravity doesn't exist. They have to believe that because gravity has to, it just doesn't make sense on flat earth for many reasons I won't bore you with. I'm going to assume, I don't know, I'm asking you, have you, once you came around to believing the earth was a globe, have you renounced those beliefs too, like gravity doesn't exist? So
it wasn't that gravity doesn't exist. Obviously things fall. You just have a different explanation for it. So the flat earth explanation is usually, well, all items have weight and that they're in a medium that doesn't sustain it, like air, so it goes down, and then you have the questions of why down.
Right.
So there's a lot of hoop jumping that you're doing, clearly. Sure. But no, once I've accepted the sphere, from there things can just, I don't have to know how gravity works. Scientists don't know how gravity works. So it's okay just to say I accept that as a truth, and that it must be if the Earth's a sphere.
When you went to Antarctica, was there at all a concern? I know you were certainly concerned, or you believed that the sun would not be up 24 hours. Was there a concern that you would be turned away because many flat earthers say, oh, you can't even go to Antarctica because they'll turn you away with the military?
It's a little bit of it's kind of iffy because you really can't, what they're saying is that you can't independently go and investigate Antarctica, which is true, but it's true of any country. I can't independently go to Bangladesh and just show up and start investigating Bangladesh, and I can't go to Australia. So there is laws, you have to have your passport and things like that. So Antarctica works the same way. There is these bases that they take tours. And so once I realized we were going to a existing company, ALE is the name of it, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions. And if you're looking to go, I would definitely give them a call. They're awesome. They'll actually work out with you whatever you want. If you have a certain thing you want to do that's different, you have to have money to do it. But
yeah, they aren't cheap.
They're not cheap. So no, I think that once I realized that we were going to one of those set up spots, then it was there was no worry about getting stopped. I don't think I was somebody who said ever that they would stop you, just that you couldn't go by yourself, and you wouldn't. Flying over it, you realize why you don't want to do that. You will die.
Yeah, of course. But I think technically, just because it's so barren,
right.
I mean, if you really wanted to do it, you could actually go to the continent without anybody knowing, but it would not, like you say, it's not a bright thing to do.
No.
There's no McDonald's.
And they're not going to save you. I mean, there's going to be no way for you to get out if something happens. There's no grocery store or anything. So, I mean, you would have to have provisions. You would have to have, skidoo and a bunch of, and then there's crevasses all over the place that are death traps if you were just to be walking. So ALE talks about if you're going to go on a certain path, they go first with this, I don't want to call it expedition truck that has sensors and radar and can actually see that the ground is solid, and then they map it out for you. Wow. So that's what costs so much money.
Fantastic. Well, I don't want to delay too much more. I want you to get to the presentation. Anyway, there you go. Jiren, come.
Thank you. So yes, let me get this open. And we'll see if the first slide works today.
Press the down one.
All right, there we go. So basically a journey through evidence and learning what evidence is and what it's not. And I want to try and bridge the gap between people who are, I want to say skeptical, but I understand that that's not the correct word, because I think you guys would consider yourselves skeptics, whereas from our line of thinking, skeptics would even be skeptical of science, right? So, and I'm not saying you're not, I mean, you are skeptical, but I want to bridge that gap between people who don't trust science and people who understand its importance. So for a decade, believe it or not, I was a dedicated flat earther. I used to host shows, host debates, go to events like I've met these guys at, tests, experiments, and I spent years doing that and spreading the word. And that's the most upsetting thing now, looking at what's going on and seeing the community the way it is realizing that I was a part of that, and that I owe, some people some apologies, and I owe, the world kind of a, my goal is to actually bridge that gap and get some people to see what I see so that they aren't stuck in a very difficult place, which is what Flat Earth has become. Flat Earth no longer takes any evidence that goes against what they believe. So that was real obvious. Basically, I found that out by going to Antarctica, coming back and hearing everybody say, oh, it's fake. You faked it. It was CGI. It was, well, I was like, no, I was there. Hello. And you just realize that the reason why is because the evidence that I brought back goes against the Flat Earth. So you learn real quickly, oh, you'll always be a Flat Earther. Whoever's a Flat Earther today will always be a Flat Earther, because if anybody brings new information, they're going to deny it, call it fake, and just move on. And so that's not safe at all, and it becomes what people call a cult. It's what it is. When I announced that I was no longer a Flat Earther, I was ostracized immediately, called a shill, kicked out of the groups, and people that were my friends for 10 years, just in a heartbeat, turn their back on you like nothing. So you realize none of them were actually friends. So then I went down to Antarctica, and thank you to Will Duffy, if anybody knows who that is. It's a pastor out of Colorado, who basically had a friend who was a Flat Earther, and he tried to conversate with her to get her to change her mind, and she was just steadfast in her position. And so he kind of tried to come up with some way of definitively showing. And that happened when he would watch Flat Earth content, and he saw that Flat Earthers would say that there was no 24-hour sun in the south. And then you would watch Globe Earthers say, no, there clearly is. So he came up with the idea of taking people down to Antarctica and finding out once and for all, and thought that would kind of squash the debate. So for me, everybody else turned it down. First, it was basically they did a poll to see who the audience wanted to send to Antarctica, because the pastor was going to pay. By the way, it's a $35,000 trip, so something I certainly would never be able to afford in my life. So the first person that was selected turned it down. I was in second place, and as soon as he said it, to me, that's what I'm there for, right? So this is the chance to prove or disprove what I've been saying for 10 years. So I jumped at the opportunity in a heartbeat, but I realized after that everybody else was saying, don't go, why are you going? This is a trap. And I'm like, no, it's going to tell me one way or the other. And they're like, well, if you see the sun circle, that doesn't mean it's not flat. And I'm like, no, it does. And then that started, about the 6 months before the trip, was really people trying to combat me to get me to say that if I did see it circling, that I would still remain a Flat Earther. And because I said no, they had already, before the trip even happened, started saying, oh, he's working with them, oh, he's involved with the guys. So it is a continent. It is at the bottom of the globe. It's not a ice ring, as I might have taught before. So we're just looking at a journey through evidence and how skepticism and real-world observation reshaped my beliefs, and how I went from a Flat Earther to a critical thinker, who I was, who I am now. We'll talk about seeing is believing and how hard reality hits. We'll talk about how the truth movement can become a trap and the problem with truth communities. We'll talk a little bit about the idea of trusting the science and where I think we need to bridge a gap that is currently there that I think maybe you guys don't realize is there. The issues that science has caused. Debunk dishonesty, why fake science hurts real science. We'll talk about that. Thinking critically, how to question everything but accept what holds true. And then I have a message to science advocates and the issues that science has caused, how we can bring that all together. And then ultimately reality wins, and reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth, right? Not what you want to be true, which is what a lot of people go through. So we talked a little bit about my journey into Flat Earth. That's basically it. Once I remember the very first thing I noticed was there was a lack of north-south circumnavigation. So if you've ever seen the Flat Earth map, which we have a slide in a little bit, I thought, well, this map clearly can be debunked by showing that people can circumnavigate north-south. But looking into that, there's not a lot of records of that. There's somebody who did it in the late 70s, early 80s, and that's Sir Ranulph Fiennes, who they call the greatest explorer ever. And so that's an example of something that I looked into, and I saw that in a court case that he admitted to faking accidents on an expedition. So I took that and I just erased everything he did, right? Because this person, he lied. So I'm not going to accept that he actually circumnavigated. He could have been lying about that. But when you do that, you're really, again, now looking back, I'm like, oh, he definitely did. He probably did. He just also faked an accident and had to admit it in court. Not a big deal. Why I was so sure I was right is because of confirmation bias. You no longer look for the evidence that goes and flies in your face. And you'll see when I realized some things, it was profound that, and I actually feel stupid. I feel very stupid that I wasted 10 years on this. I could have known this within a year. if I just would have accepted what people said, or at least followed up on what they said and not dismissed it outright. So we'll talk about that. The Antarctica moment was the moment that it all came to me. I remember the pastor, we were on the plane coming back from Antarctica. We landed in Punta Arenas, and we're getting off the plane, and I told him, I'm like, hey, Duffy. He's like, yeah. I'm like, the Earth's a sphere. He's like, what? I said, the Earth's a sphere. And he goes, no way. I'm like, yeah. So he was pretty excited about that. I think that his goal was just to have one person turn. He thought if he can get one person to change their mind, that maybe there'd be a cascading effect. And that has happened. I don't know if you guys know Patricia Steer has stepped out, no longer a flat earther. Robbie Davidson, who was in charge of the first 3 conferences, has stepped out, no longer a flat earther. Paul on the plane, no longer a flat earther.
Wow.
There's a guy named Melodome who stepped out, Rose 777. So a lot of people are seeing the issues. And then there's this new group of flat earthers that basically is in a la-la land where, we don't know what the sun's doing. We don't know where the sun is. It's apparent. It's not a real sun. It's a figment. They're starting to talk about something called dome refraction. I don't even know where this came from. It's their excuse to explain why things are not where they should be. And the power of real-world observations, and then why it matters. So how I became a critical thinker is exactly as I said, realizing that, and it took a lot of things. When I came back, my thought was, okay, I'm going to slowly kind of introduce this to my audience and kind of see if there's somebody who wants to go back to the drawing board. Maybe we can create a new map. And in doing that, I kind of really started to skeptically look at things different. I could just tell my brain was different. There was like a mental block that a lot of people talk about that I can't even, people are like, write a book about it. Your brain is protecting itself from what it currently believes to be true. Any information that's trying to come from outside is just disregarded. It's almost like your brain doesn't want to even consider it a possibility. But once you see something, and that's why seeing is believing, once the evidence is right in front of you, that mental block just gets kicked right through. And then when it's not there, all of a sudden now you're reevaluating everything that you previously thought, and you become a critical thinker. So seeing all these people call it fake and looking at their excuses for evidence made me realize none of these people can research anything. They're terrible. So right away, all these people that I had for years kind of depended on or believed what they said. Now I have to question everything that they did. So I'd start to look into one thing that they said or something. Maybe it's a long distance observation that they made. I would go and check the numbers and really get down to it and realize, no, the globe says that that's perfectly viewable from that distance. But before, because they lied about maybe the distance by a couple miles, they lied about their height by 100 feet, you would be able to justify where somebody in a flat earth would say, the earth could be flat because we can see too far. That's another thing. I mean, if you listen to flat earthers, if you ask, what is your main evidence? They're going to tell you water lies level. They're going to say that we see too far. And both those things are true on the globe. We see further than the geometric horizon because the atmosphere works as a lens. It allows you to see further because of refraction. And so these things that are, water lies level, I don't think that flat earthers understand size. I don't think that because I didn't. I mean, I don't think I truly understood. We think of a basketball as a ball, right? A baseball, something small, a yoga ball, even a beach ball. But that doesn't describe the earth. The earth is so big that the curvature is so little that you don't notice it. We don't need to worry about it when we build things. We don't need to worry about it at all. Even canals, which was a big thing for me. Like how the canal drops, so many, how could that work on a globe earth? But then you realize that one of the numbers I've been telling my audience lately, for 660 feet, which is 2 football fields end to end, that's only 1/8 inch of curvature. So if you hold an inch in your hand, now do 1/8, that's like 2 dimes stacked, or maybe 2 nickels stacked on top of each other. That's the curvature for an entire 2 football fields. And then if you went to the next 2 to build them, you don't need to worry about those 2. You build the next 2, and there's still an 1/8 inch of curvature. And then you go to the next 2. So you could just build those football fields all the way around the earth, come back to where you started, and you never noticed a curve. There is no curve to even notice. So when they say water lies level, and the water doesn't curve, well, yeah, water lies level locally, and we don't take a line from there and say, okay, let's see if water lies level over there. You go over there, and water lies level again. So pretty incredible what the earth actually is. And once you have that mental block kicked in, you realize that you were teaching things incorrectly. The way you taught people is incorrect. So the comfort of certainty is just, what I meant by that is that there is a certain comfort in flat earthers get to the point where they say, we know the earth is not a sphere. And that feels comforting. Like, yeah, we know it's not a sphere, and it could be flat, it could be something else, but at least we know what it's not. And there's a comfort in that. And in fact, one of the things that was very surprising to me is I was always afraid of flying.
Just, hey, I still would fly. It's not like it stopped me, but I was a nervous wreck. Like, I'm not religious anymore, but I would say the Our Father 10 times on every flight, even though I'm not religious anymore. But when I became a flat earther and got on the first plane for the first time, I no longer had a fear of flying.
Wow.
So, and it was kind of, I understood planes flying above a flat plane, and it just made more sense. Well, now, understanding how the globe works, it's the same. Planes are flying above the flat plane of the Earth. Again, it's every 660 feet. You're only going down 1/8 inch. The plane does it on its own. You'll hear a flat earther say, well, the planes don't nose down. And you're right. If a plane noses down, it descends. So, of course, you don't nose down when you're flying an airplane. The moment I knew I had to change was the moment that I saw everything and said, oh, man, for me, I'm going to have to go back and tell people that I was wrong. I thought that I was going to have some people join me. A guy's name is Austin Whitsitt. They went with me. He saw the exact same things I do. He's going to stay as a flat earther. He thinks there's enough wrong with the heliocentric model that it could still be flat, even though it cannot. And this is, if you watch my channel today, yesterday I did a video on, I said I was going to make a prediction for flat earth for the next 25 years up till 2050. And it was kind of a joke because for every year I just put, you will continue to provide nothing to humanity. You will continue to be a sore on humanity's, ass. You will lose family. You'll lose friends. You'll lose money. And you'll get nowhere. It's like a hamster wheel that you run, you think you're doing something, and then you get off and you look at it and you're like, oh, I'm still where I started. So for 10 years, that's what happened to me, right? At the beginning to now, if you said, well, what did you accomplish? Not a lot. I kind of spun my wheels and didn't do much. So that is the shift to critical thinking. And why real skepticism requires adaptation, you always want to adjust your opinions based on the evidence and not say, here's what's true, and now let me go find things that can show me that that's true. It's not the best way of doing that. Seeing is believing, obviously, because the 24-hour sun at Union Glacier cannot work on a flat earth. And, there was people who right away came out. Dean Odell is this crazy pastor, I don't even know, Alabama, I think he's out of, who came out with a video the next day saying it was Satan, that it was the sun, that Satan knew that we were going to be there and cleared the sky. And that scares me because the fact that that person can say that and get away with it is just scary. He's got to, how does he have a congregation? How are people there watching him? For him to say that, because if you go that route, well, then anything can be explained by Satan, and you throw science out the window, right? The sun setting right to left. This is one that makes me feel so stupid. On the Earth, if you're in the north, like most of us, I'm sure, we see the sun set every day left to right. Right? It goes from the left to the right. In the south, the sun goes right to left. Now, that right there destroys the flat Earth. The flat Earth has a sun that goes clockwise around an Earth. So it makes sense why flat Earth took off, because in the north, people might look at that map and go, oh, that matches what the sun does. Okay, well, I think the Earth could be flat. If you're in the south, I don't know how you could ever believe in a flat Earth. The sun goes the other way. So how could it get to? So one way I would describe that, and we can look at that in a little bit, is picture being at the tip of South America where we were at Union Glacier, at Punta Arenas, and you're looking west, okay? And the sun it's December 21st, so you're at the Tropic of Capricorn, that's where the sun is. It's at its southernmost point. So clearly on a flat Earth map, the sun needs to go to the right to get to Australia over there, but we see the sun going down that way. And that was shocking because it was like completely in the face of everything that I had been teaching and what I thought. And then you start thinking, well, I know that the sun is above the Tropic of Capricorn, and I know that those places, Australia, South Africa, are on the Tropic of Capricorn, but it looks like it goes that way, where I'm thinking it goes to the right. So when then you kind of start putting two together and you're like, oh, wait, if it goes over there, Australia must be underneath us. That's the only way that it could get the sun. So it just kind of all unfolds right in front of you. That's a hard thing to explain to flat earthers, though. The South Celestial Pole, another thing that, as flat earthers, that doesn't work. So I believe that it moved around, meaning that if you're in South, let's say you're in Australia looking at the South Celestial Pole, and it's nighttime, that throughout the night it would kind of move to the next continent, sees it in their south, and then it kind of move. When you're there in Punta Arenas and you realize, oh, this is just like the North Star. It's identical to Polaris, but the stars turn around the other way. And then you start thinking, well, I know that I've never been to the North Pole, but I know the North Pole exists because the North Celestial Pole exists, and that's what's below it. So then you have to think, well, I saw the South Celestial Pole. No, I did not get to go to the South Pole, but I was 600 miles from there. And you can tell by the South Celestial Pole is right there. So you know it's beneath it. And why no flat earther has ever documented it? Well, obviously it's expensive. And so that's kind of an excuse that they use to just say nobody can go there. But that's not true. There's hundreds of people that go every year, right? If not 1,000 people tours that go every year. This is me here at Union Glacier. This is kind of cool because this was, I want to say I was the first one to ever live stream from Antarctica. That might not be true, but I can't find anything on YouTube that shows somebody live streaming. This is right when we got there. We landed. They brought us to the camp.
Duffy, we got anything to say to these
And this is, you'll see, that's Will Duffy, the pastor
We
there.
made it. We're here.
Tell them about the flight.
Number 1 tracked flight on Flight Radar 24.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
Amazing.
Pretty dope. It's not cold at all. Look, everyone's barehanded, shirtless.
So now there's people that watch this
No gloves,
and
no hat,
said it's fake.
These polar boots are also getting a little hot too.
They are getting
They're getting a little toasty.
And you guys said I was crazy because I wanted to do a polar plunge. This
I'm
was
clearly Californian because I'm still wearing these gloves.
Yeah, for sure.
totally doable to do a polar plunge.
And it was like
Can I just do polar like
between 5 and 15 degrees
Snow
centigrade.
angels?
Not too bad, but
Definitely put it on the polar jacket.
So there's your sun, and that is no, I don't see the sun. Hello, where are you, sun?
it's so bright there.
Yeah, it's north.
Can't even
I'll
put
show
your
you where the
glasses
north
down.
corner
Obviously, the whole ground is reflective.
Triangle over there.
So just pointing out where north is. Obviously, the sun was
Triangle Mountain.
northwest.
Yeah.
And we were just waiting to see if
Right
it would
there.
come around and
Triangle
circle
right
us,
there.
which it did for 4
North.
days.
So the sun's there. Which it definitely is tracking the opposite direction. It's moving
Right.
this
So we
way.
see the sun move left to right.
And,
If you're at the North Pole, it would move left to right. At the
Go
South
behind
Pole,
this mountain here, if you can
right
see it,
to
which-
left.
I mean, this is crazy. I know you can't see it good on the screen. That mountain looks like it's right there.
It's actually like 4 miles away.
They say it's like a few miles away. They say that let me show you see if you can see the glacier.
Kind of hard to see this, but
You
this
see
is
the glacier?
it's in bad quality, but it's 10 miles away.
So the glacier is right behind the sign right there, is 10 miles away. It looks as clear as can be right there, you can see it. So what we did is we flew in and we ducked into these, see that brown?
And when you land directly
So
on the
bright.
ice.
If you take your glasses
The
off
plane
for a
lands on
second,
the ice.
holy smoke, that's too bright. We flew in and then your plane kind of tucks in there and then they drove us by vehicle here. That's like the medics, doctor's office. That's the red flags. If you go past those, they say you'll get hit by a plane, so don't go past the red flags. There's 2 smaller planes. There's a larger military plane. Can you zoom in?
When we went there,
So not too bad.
the plane that took us there was a
and these are the
757,
tents.
a real jet, and there was only 10 of us on the flight. It's probably the best flight I'll ever take in my life. You have a whole 6 rows to yourself if you want. You see, oops. Okay, so this is a time lapse of the 24-hour sun. People want to see that. It's beautiful. I will forever miss that and remember that. So that's south. So right there, the sun is above Australia's head. When it's in the south, and obviously you're in Antarctica, and on a flat Earth map, as I'll show you in a little bit, that doesn't make any sense.
How are you doing the tracking?
This is Dave McKeegan. He has a all azimuth mount, powered one. I also have a solar quest right there that tracks the sun as well. So yeah, it was unbelievable, and people watch this. We had 10 cameras. All these cameras are all recording at the same time in real time, and we got back and presented all this information, and the flat earthers called it fake. And for me, that's a problem because even as a flat earther, I know that a lot of cameras like that then it makes it more difficult to fake. Obviously, and again, for people who might be conspiracy theorists and believe that the moon landings were faked, okay, well, there's only one camera, and I could see where you can come up with that. But when you're talking about this, is much different. There's 10 cameras. We're live streaming. You can check each camera to verify. And there were some people who actually went through, and because if you have 2 cameras and you know the distance between them, you can actually take things in the distance, draw a triangle, and figure out the distances. So there was people who started to do that to prove the people wrong who were saying that the mountains were a backdrop, and they said, no, if it's a backdrop and we have 2 cameras, known distance, and we draw a line to that mountain, that will eliminate the possibility of a backdrop because it will actually give you the distance to the backdrop, not the distance to the mountain. But they were able to show that, no, the mountains are between 5 miles and infinity from where we were. So this is a good map to show you here. So this is what I believed up until December was the map of the Earth. I thought that this is where we lived, that Antarctica was an ice ring. So I put a couple arrows here just so I could show you some ideas here. So if you look at the red dot over there at the bottom, that is where we were at Punta Arenas So we had to go to Punta Arenas, and the way that they set up these trips is you have to arrive there 3 days early, and leave 3 days after the trip. And they do that in case there's weather problems. You might fly out early, you might fly back, which we did. We actually came back a day early because the weather went bad the next day. But so we're there at Punta Arenas for 3 days before we went to Antarctica, and we're watching the sun rise and set. Now, again, the yellow arrow is the way that the sun would have to go. And we know that that's a fact because that's people live there and it goes in that order. So there's no question there. The green lines are what the Tropic of Capricorn is, right? It's the southernmost spot that the sun goes to. Those are the only places that would have no shadow on December 21st. Nothing south of there would have no shadow ever because the sun never goes there. So those are facts. So one thing I can say right away to flat earthers is I can say there is no other map. A lot of them are under some assumption right now. There'll be another map. We'll come up with another map. And it's like, no. We know that the North Pole exists. We know that the North Celestial Pole exists. We know that the continents have to be laid out like that. So anytime you draw a new map, it's going to be an AE map. Once this has been debunked, the Earth is a sphere. It's just the way it works.
Let people know what the AE map is.
Oh, sorry. So this is it's called an azimuthal equidistant map. It's basically a globe projection. And the reason that it works well as I don't want to say a lie, the reason that it's easy to use to convince people that the Earth is flat is because the entire North is almost identical. There's no difference between the North on the globe and the North on, and it actually makes more sense to people because if you've ever flown from, say, New York to London, you probably wondered, why did I go across Greenland? Mm-hmm. Because on a globe, what they'll show you, they'll back this big arc, showing you this big arc. Well, that's because that's the Great Circle route. But on here, since it's been flattened, it's just a straight line. So it's very easy to convince a person that the flat Earth is more in line with reality because you'll say on the plane, you're just flying straight. So we just fly straight there. And people start looking at flight routes and say, oh man, this does make more sense. And there's a couple of things for me that I thought, okay, so you look at your senses, we don't feel like we're spinning. Well, flat Earth says we're not spinning. We don't feel like we are curved. We don't see a curve. Well, flat Earth says they're not curved. So there's enough that caught me as interesting that I was able to kind of buy into it and then start searching for evidence of it. And then anything you find, right? Anything, maybe a scientist makes a mistake. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think, said one time that from 120,000 feet high, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. Well, all these globe believers are telling us we see the curve from the plane. And then we can easily say, you're lying. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't. You guys are saying you can't. So it's just very easy to pick and choose what you start promoting and what you leave alone. So the sad part was when we were at the red dot looking at the sun needs to go where the yellow line is, meaning the sun should go to the right, but it went to the left, like the purple arrow. And then it rose where the purple arrow is rising. So that is not making any sense. And then when we went down to the blue dot, which is us in Antarctica, then the sun's doing what the red line's doing. So none of that jives with this map because we know that when the sun gets here, that it's over here. So now what Flat Earth does is Flat Earth actually says that there is an apparent sun that appears over there. Now it's very easy to make fun of that because I just keep saying, oh, so it just happens to be where the globe predicts. That's where, the globe predicts there's one sun that's over here, and you're saying, no, there's actually two suns, and one of them just happens to be where the globe predicts. Okay, that seems funny. So it was very easy for me. The South Celestial Pole plus the South Pole. By the way, another thing I saw when we were in Antarctica is the sun is at a tilt, right? Slight tilt, meaning it was at 35 degrees at its high in the north and 15 degrees at its south. And I realized by walking towards the southernmost part of the sun that if I just kept doing that, I would get to the South Pole. And that was kind of groundbreaking to me. And then understanding, other people in Antarctica, they could all do that and we'd all end up at the same place. And then you're like, oh shit, there's the sphere. So it's just sad when you spend 10 years trying to explain away everything you see and trying to make excuses for things. And then you're just there and there's no more excuses to be made. And then to find out, I was telling Toon that, MCToon is a flat earth debunker on YouTube. And I was telling him he goes, that's exactly how Amundsen and Scott got to the South Pole. He said, they didn't have GPS, and a compass doesn't work there because the actual South Pole magnet is out in the ocean south of Australia. So he was saying that's how they all did it. And then if you remember the Great Race that they talked about in the early 1900s, those people came from two different sides of the continent, and then they actually got to the same place. They actually found each other. Well, one of them was dead, but they found each other because the tent was erected exactly where the sun becomes balanced, right? So at the South Pole, it's the only place that the sun doesn't change its tilt. So just realizing that as I walked towards the South Pole where the sun is at its lowest, every 69 miles, it's going to tilt up by 1 degree until eventually I was at a place where it would be above my head even the whole time. So once you realize the South Pole is real, you just kind of run out of ways to make excuses now. The truth becoming a trap is definitely true. It's probably the scariest thing that I see is I'm trying to get people out of it right now by telling them there's what is going to take you out of flat earth if you don't accept evidence that goes against your belief. And that really just showed me a lot, like how many people are doing that in the world, that you have a certain belief and you're steadfast in it because you only accept what fits and not what goes against it, which is really what you should use to be a barometer of where you're at. The illusion of open inquiry. So the ideas of flat earth are really a distrust of authority, which I even personally don't have a problem with, but to a unhealthy level, right? To the point where you only can believe things that you see. You can't trust anybody else's evidence. And I realize now if flat earth was in charge of the world, we wouldn't have cars yet. It would just be a disaster. People would be fighting each other. Just nonsense beliefs that nothing is going through any kind of a peer review. And that's really what flat earth is it's just a bunch of people that let each other get away with stuff as long as you're promoting flat earth. So you could even say something wrong and no one's going to come out and attack you. They're going to just let it go because you're a flat earther. And it's really like a team thing more than it is about truth. And that's sad to see it because you're like, man, was I a part of this for all these years? The cost of leaving, how they isolate themselves, that's just because of people calling you crazy, right? So if you go to Thanksgiving and your family says you're nuts, cousin Jimmy believes in the flat earth, you just slowly move yourself to another part of the house, and the same thing is true in your social life. You only really want to be around people that are like-minded. Like I said, why we don't watch debunking videos is we don't want to be called names. Same thing is true in your social life. So if you have two friends and one friend accepts you as a flat earther, but the other one wants to make fun of you, you're just going to gravitate towards the one that accepts you. The cycle of reinforced beliefs is just terrible. It's just, there's a guy right now, his name's Stephen Alonzo. He claims to be a PhD. He's not. He claims to be a pilot. He's not. He's just a lying grifter on the internet who's a flat earther. But he would say things like, when we were about to go down there, he said, oh, actually, every flat earth map predicts a 24-hour sun. So I hear that, I'm like, what? No, they don't. It's impossible. Well, the thing I started hearing is then everybody was saying it. Like it was a fact. Just because he said it, now it gets picked up by everybody, and now you have to argue with them and say, no, that's not correct. Another one is they just started saying, you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. Now, this is something that is made up by flat earthers. There's no reason why we would exclude evidence. Do we check urine to see if a woman's pregnant? Well, yes. It's okay to look somewhere else for something because there's signs in the urine that the woman's pregnant. So it's the same thing as the ground. We can look at other things. We don't have to just test the ground only. If you have a known orbit of something like the sun, it's known orbit for thousands of years, you can use that as a measuring stick. And any time anybody gives you a map, you can look at the map and say, does this jive with the known orbit of the sun? And if it doesn't, you can turn the map back in and say, this is not where I live. The map is false. So that's what they call falsifying. So I don't believe in proof, but I do believe you can falsify things, and we've falsified the flat earth, in my opinion. So why truth must be more important than identity? Yeah, I was watching a show last night, and they were talking about me, and they said, Jiren, this is what happens to traitors, and it goes on. But so that's how they think of it. They don't think of it as, oh, Jiren, saw evidence that made him. I'm a traitor. I must work for the other side. I'm involved with the other side. Kind of scary. The idea of trust the science. So I have a couple things here that I think is important to point out, because these are reasons that I stayed a flat earther. There are reasons that flat earth has a distrust of science. And when we try and bring these things up, it's the thing that's kind of hard for science people to hear or see, because there are facts that, for instance, there's Stephen Hawking's Genius program faked their experiment to prove the curvature of the earth. That is not smart, because what it does is it creates ammo for conspiracy theorists that you will never get back from them. Meaning, the very first question I get asked now when I say I'm a globe believer is they say, what? Why did Stephen Hawking fake his experiment? I can't answer that question. So it becomes very difficult that if that wouldn't happen, if there was just everybody's being up and up. Now, what I hear from the science community is it's just a television show. So it's meant to be entertainment. Like, okay, but it's on PBS. It's supposed to be for learning. And as a flat earther, there's only been two, at least that I can think of, mainstream attempts to show the curvature of the earth. There's the Stephen Hawking, And then there's the Nat Geo that both these gentlemen were involved in. I'm going to show that video as well. That's another thing that flat earthers consider fake. Okay, and we're going to watch both those, and I'll show you why, and then show people why it's important that we don't do that, because that's going to be the hardest thing for you guys to get back. And again, I get it, but we'll look at that. Why fake science hurts real science? That should be obvious. The need for honest, repeatable tests, right? We're going to look at John Tiller, I think his name is, Timmer. He's the head of science at Ars Technica, where he's actually making a video where he makes fun of flat earthers, saying, why do they have this unhealthy trust or distrust of authority and of scientists? And then he uses as an example, the video I'm about to show you is fake. So what that does is it gaslights conspiracy theorists, meaning it actually makes them think that science is against them, because it's a assault on your intelligence, really. And I will show you that. The need for honest people, then when science communication fails. So this is the first video I'm going to show you. This is the Nat Geo. It's got 6.2 million views. No flat earther will ever get 6.2 million views. It's impossible. So when you think of that I want you guys to kind of think of it from a flat earther's perspective. When they're watching this, it looks like an attack on their belief.
So it's starting?
Hey, look at
Okay, so the test is starting. The test is starting right now.
Now, I wish I would pause
At first,
this, but
all the stripes are clearly visible.
we'll just look at this first.
Sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon,
So she said reaches the horizon, but the horizon is behind the boat.
by one.
Let me show you again.
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you see that the red stripe that was at the bottom has completely disappeared. And it's now getting closer to sort of the middle green stripe that is.
So we've lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right. So this can only happen why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so we said we lost. So we lost 1.5 stripes.
Have a very different interpretation of
And then
results.
basically this is just Mark Sargent saying
So
we
you
don't
don't
believe
think
it.
that what we're seeing is actually real? You think it's because of
heat? Absolutely heat. Does anyone here in Flat Earth believe
He actually says now that I've been paid off and I've been given a house. So he told his audience.
It's not fair either.
Not true. But okay, so here's the problem with that particular experiment. And I don't know why this happened, but if you look at this board before it went out in the water, you'll notice there's what flat earthers call an optical illusion. The reason for that is the black line looks like it's in the middle, but it's not, right? There's three white, red, white on top of the black, but then just white, red on the bottom, okay? So when that sign goes out, the water barely covers the bottom red stripe, but when she asks Ross, he says we've lost 1.5 stripes, which is not true. Sure.
Just really interesting aside. I made that flag there, that's the target. And the only reason I used those colors was just because they were different contrast. I had no more thought into it than that just different contrast. But I was going to say, in the flat Earth community, I saw online a conspiracy theory that somehow the colors were like Nazi or something. I was like creating some kind of Nazi memorabilia, and I was like, no.
It's one of those things where, what is the saying? Like, never ascribe to malice. Right. So it's easier to understand that this is just an accident. It's not an optical illusion. Nobody was trying to fool flat earthers. But it even fooled Ross in the way that he says in it when they're asked how many stripes are gone, and he says we've lost 1.5 stripes. When the only thing they ever lost was the bottom of the red.
Well,
So
the white was compressed, and Mark Sargent didn't disagree with that either, or any flat earther standing there.
No, not there.
They all agreed.
Yeah, I think I don't think anybody saw that. It was after that this came out.
And this has been edited too, so, I don't know if they were grabbing the footage at the exact same moment that we were
So
seeing.
that's kind of what I'm talking about.
But everyone around agreed, looking at that screen in the sun, that we could only see half of the white stripe.
Half of what white stripe?
The bottom one.
Oh, got you. So the video might be edited, right? I mean,
well, it definitely is.
Right. It's not the actual test.
I will show you how much it's edited.
Right.
When Marianne Van Zandt, whatever, asked me, and I turn and say, she says it's starting, and I said yes. I was actually on the boat in the middle of the Salton Sea. How am I saying yes?
See, I
starting?
know that.
Yeah, I'm on the damn boat. So that clip where she asked, is it starting, that had to do with a prior test where we were floating balloons out across the
I
Salton
remember
Sea.
that.
Yeah, so that's when I said yes, it's starting. I couldn't possibly have said it during this segment because I'm on the boat.
Right. So more importantly, you can see that is basically what the show shows as the most it's ever covered. So if you go watch the documentary or the film from Nat Geo, it never shows more than that. So as a flat earther, you're looking at that saying the bottom red is covered, and also the horizon is back here. Notice where the white arrows are pointed? So the things would get covered by the curvature of the Earth at the horizon, not in front of it. So as a flat earther, you can look at this and see the dots I put here. Those dots look like it's a wave, and the wave is covering the bottom of that board, not the horizon, which is behind it, which would be where the boat would start going over the curvature. You can't see past the horizon. So how would you be able to see water past what's covering? So again, this is very easy to dismiss. And being that it's a big 6 million view video, and it's kind of one of the only times that mainstream has tried to show this, flat earthers easily dismiss it. And I would say that this has probably created flat earthers, because you can show them this and then they say, oh, they're lying about it, so therefore it must be the wrong way. It must be that the Earth is flat. This is the Stephen Hawking film. This is one that is important to show because it's got hundreds of millions of views. But I can't see it. And you'll notice he's saying here he can't see the helicopter. It's hid behind the curvature of the Earth. They've landed.
Okay, Joy, go ahead and lift off.
They plan to ascend until Jim can see them on the horizon, then they'll tell him their altitude.
Let me know when you can see us on spots of the horizon.
So as a flat earther, you are skeptical of this right away, right? You're going to watch it, you're skeptical. Oh, are they going to show us the curvature of the Earth? This was their chance to. You see the helicopter come back. You're like, okay, it was behind the water.
How many feet are we above the lake?
And then he says how far it was above the lake.
24 feet.
That was probably the clue that made us start to look into this when he said 24 feet. That is the curvature of 6 miles, but not with a 3-foot telescope height. So right away, flat earthers are onto something. They're saying, no, you wouldn't be able to hide a helicopter from that distance at that height. And we'll see why here in a second. So the problem becomes, if you're going to be Nat Geo, if you're going to be PBS, if you're going to be the Discovery Channel, if you're going to be Stephen Hawking, even though it's a TV show, flat earthers don't look at it that way. They look at it as this is your chance to show the curvature of the Earth, right? You're on national television, and we're going to see here in a second that that scene is faked. The scene is not a real scene because they've actually used CGI to input the helicopter. I'll show you that in a second. And John Timmer right now is trying. John Timmer, I think his name is trying to get in contact with the producer. Notice here, these are 2 different timestamps in the film. Okay, notice that the water is identical, but in one scene there's a helicopter, in the other scene there's not. The water is identical. That right there is impossible in reality. So what you've done is you've now created something that flat earthers can forever point to and say this has been faked.
Right.
It is a faked film. So regardless of the reason why, because people have said, well, Jiren, maybe they did the test, but after they missed a piece of footage, I said that's fine. I agree. I'm not saying that they went out and said, because I believe the Earth's a sphere. So I certainly don't think they went out with the purposeful intention of fooling flat earthers. But I do understand why flat earthers can think that way. Right. It's very easy to see. This is a very dumb editing mistake because you have 2 scenes with birds flying through them. They're identical. In one scene there's a helicopter, in the other scene there's not. So now it just blows the whole thing open. You can't count on any of it. Is this scene real? Is that scene real? No. Somebody CGI'd the water onto the scene for some reason. Nobody can figure that out. So again, once you've seen this, you see those are the same scene, look at the water. Once you've seen that, I want you to see what the head of Ars Technica says when he is doing a video to flat earthers, where he calls into question their mindset and says, what drives this inability for them to face reality? But then he shows this exact test. So as a flat earther, you're going to see that as a direct assault on you, that it's faked. We know that. Then you've got a guy saying, what drives flat earthers not to believe great evidence like this? And it's fake. So that's a problem. Again, it doesn't mean that science is against them. It just means that sometimes they know the Earth's a sphere, right? So let's say they get out there, and my prediction is correct, that they couldn't hide the helicopter behind 6 miles worth of water because of a 3-foot telescope height. It kept coming down, they kept seeing the top of it, and then they just said, we'll edit it in post. The Earth's a sphere, we know that. We're just educating people. Right. The problem is, does that create more of a problem than it does a good thing? You can turn on the volume on this one. This is another thing.
It worked. I'm not a scientist, and to be able to just do that.
She's on the program saying she's not a scientist. But she's here a year earlier.
I received my master's in biology
saying
at
she's a
Cal
scientist.
State East Bay in Hayward, California.
So-
I was offered a internship at KQED, which is a PBS
It even says
channel. I
scientist.
was also able to do an internship at the University of Alabama in herpetology.
But yet
where
she's
I
on the
worked
film
with
a year
diamondback
later
water snake and
saying,
the python.
I'm not a
2 years
scientist.
later, I got another internship in
So
neurobiology.
I tried to talk to her, I tried to reach out to her to get an answer. She ended
There
up
I
blocking me.
studied 3-day-old chicken embryos.
So this whole
And
film was a
I
big
cut the
problem, and
shell
it's
open
brought up as
and
probably the number
take
one
out the
evidence for
I
flat earthers.
admire Bill Nye the Science Guy, Carl Sagan, for the work he did.
Yeah, thank you. And then there's one other. So then the other girl, the Asian girl that was with her, who the show bills it as 3 ordinary people. We went and got 3 ordinary people to prove the shape of the Earth. Well, this girl's a scientist saying that she's not. The other girl, supposed to be ordinary, she's the head of storytelling, video storytelling at NASA Goddard. So that's not a good thing to do, because when you just look up her name and you see head of media storytelling at NASA Goddard to a conspiracy theorist, you've just given them so much ammo. They're going to stay that way. That girl there, she's a, and this guy's a teacher, which I guess is an ordinary person. But she works, Joy NG, or I don't know how you pronounce the last name, is not an ordinary person. She works at NASA as a head storyteller. So there you go. She's, and she talks about science storytelling is what she loves to do. So yeah, this is the scene that I just wanted to show you. Again, this proves that something didn't happen there. Something is not right. And that's a problem. So to me, I want to try and get people to realize the importance of making good quality experiments that people can repeat, especially in this case, because you'll actually hear Timmer say, no, ordinary people don't have a helicopter. They don't have these things to do these tests, and it's true. But when you say that and then you fake it, well, then you're kind of basically gaslighting. First-hand experience shouldn't be so important, but it is to a conspiracy theorist, because when I see something like that, that's why if it would have been somebody else who went down to Antarctica, I can't be sure that I would have accepted what they came back and said. Because of now it's me, it's different. I went down and saw it myself. It's a fact. There's no arguing what I saw. And people can say it's fake. You're like, no, I know what the sun looks like. It's the sun. It was there for 4 days. I don't know if where's the Timmer video. So why mockery doesn't work? Again, you're not going to want to stay somewhere when somebody's calling you names, right? It's just obvious. So there's a lot of debunkers on YouTube that their kind of goal is to make fun of flat earthers. Now, I found out when we're down in Antarctica, and I even questioned one of them. I said, nobody watches your channel. Nobody watches it because of how you are. I said, you're not actually recruiting any flat earthers. And he flat out said, I'm not trying to. I said, I thought that's what you'd be. He's like, no, I'm providing entertainment to globe believers who think flat earth is silly. And then also I'm making you out to be so dumb that nobody who's getting into this wants to become a flat earther. And it made more sense to me. I'm like, oh, okay, I see. And the way I think of YouTube is anybody should be able to do whatever they want. Meaning that if that's what then that's on him. So I don't think you should be able to tell him, don't do that, do this way, go against what. No, if that's what he wants to do, that's what he wants to do. But from a flat earther's perspective, there wasn't enough actual scientists coming out and speaking on the issue. So what you would see is these guys who are globe earth proponents, well, you have to remember, they're just people, so they get things wrong. Well, when they would get things wrong, flat earthers would take that as the establishment of science was wrong, right? Oh, you're lying, science is lying. Well, no, this is just some guy who lives in Michigan, that got something wrong, said something wrong. And I think that's one of the things that flat earthers need to be explained things simply. It needs to be like holding their hand, to be honest with you. Because anything that's too high level, they just dismiss. And anything that can be explained away with just, basically hand wave dismissal, they'll do that. So some of the things I've been trying to do is show people over and over again where they can figure it out on their own. That's my kind of goal, is because I understand the distrust of authority. So I'm trying to tell them that I didn't need any authority in anything that I did. As far as going to Punta Arenas and seeing the sun set right to left, nobody needs to be an authority to tell me that. There's no scientists involved. There's no government involved. Watching the sun do that. Same thing is true with the South Celestial Pole. What's below at the South Pole? Nobody needs to tell me that. I can figure that out on my own. Knowing that the Tropic of Capricorn goes to the left and not to the right. Again, the Tropic of Capricorn isn't man-made. It is a fact of life, that's the furthest south that the sun goes. I don't need government to tell me that. I can go and interview those people or stand there on December 21st and see where there's no shadow and know that that's the tropic. So I'm trying to convince people that are afraid of authority that you don't need them. And in fact, I'm trying to even say at this point, it's impossible to fake the shape of the earth. I think that this is something I just found out, that
I thought it was possible, and now I realize it's not even possible. You can't fake the shape of the earth because people make observations. And if you lived on a flat plane with a sun going around it, and you tried to trick people and tell them that they live on a sphere, as soon as they got on the sphere and looked at the sun going around, they would immediately say, hey, this doesn't jive with a sphere. And they would know they don't live on a sphere. The problem is when you map the earth on a sphere, it's the only time it works. There is no other time it works. You can put the earth on a flat ground, you can put it on a triangle, you can put it on a cylinder, and no matter what you do, it does not jive with observations anymore. There is one shape that jives with observations. It's a sphere. So when you have the North Pole and the South Pole, and these, so one of the main things about flat Earth is the South had to be a lie. I showed you the map earlier. The center, I said the North is the same. The South is vastly different. Vastly. I mean, you're talking about lines of longitude in the South being maybe 30 miles on a globe, but actually being 120 miles on a flat Earth, which is just enough in and of itself to dismiss the idea. So really what it comes down to is giving people a chance to learn what they can believe in and what do they use to weigh what's right and what's not. And I think that that's something I want to try and help people get to the point of. I would love in the future to go places maybe as observatories or at NASA and actually try and bridge the gap and show my audience, here, look at this is real. Look at this. We are looking at Mars. We are, because a lot of times it's just easy to dismiss if you're somebody who's never goes out. You're always at home and you don't actually do anything. It's just easy to dismiss. More real world testing is needed. I think anytime somebody's hands on, you guys probably know when you're down at the Salton Sea, it helps when people are there, they see it. It's just a little bit more real. Science must be honest and transparent. Another one of my goals talking to John Timmer is I said, can we get PBS to go do that again? Said it would just be a good thing that people would all watch it, be very popular, and let's go help hide the helicopter again, get it right, the distance if we need to go further to get the helicopter to hide behind it. But I think that would show a good bridge there. Truth must matter more than pride. I mean, that's the hardest thing, right? So I have to face myself every day knowing that I spent 10 years, I don't like to say lying, because I wasn't lying, but I was definitely telling things that were not true and pushing things that were not true, right? Actually advocating for the untruth of those things. So why the scientific method works, obviously, the new flat earth idea is they say we don't make claims, we don't have a model. And so my thing to them is, okay, go home, sit down, because you're not allowed in scientific inquiry, because science is the making of claims. I'm going to make a claim and I'm going to back it with this evidence, and then you figure out which claim best matches reality based on the evidence that's given. So that's really what we should be doing, and I think that people care a lot more about being right, and I think they dig their feet in. This is why I started 5-6 years ago telling them, don't fight with your family over this, please. I said, because if you call your brother a moron and he calls you a retard, you're both going to dig your feet in, and neither of you is going to allow any evidence to come in from the other side, because it then means if you're wrong, that you are the retard. Or if I am wrong, I'm the moron. So I saw families break up all the time. I saw people say, I don't talk to my parents anymore. I don't talk to my brother anymore over flat earth. So now hearing that, I had somebody call me the other day crying, saying that his wife left him years ago because of flat earth. And so, you all of a sudden realize the real world implications of faulty beliefs, and how if you have incorrect assumptions, then your beliefs are going to always be wrong. Or at least they don't have to always be wrong. You could get lucky. But more times than not, if something's faulty, meaning like for me, thinking that the South is a lie, well then everything that I base on that is going to be wrong, because the South is the truth. The South is the opposite of the North. Completely just the opposite, a complete flip. And if you've got the North is exactly the opposite of the South, what other shape does that besides a sphere? So a call to, what did I say? Call to what? Embrace critical thinking. Right, so I'm just going to be trying to show people that I think that that's the best way. Like for one instance, one thing that I still, I obviously have big doubts now, but at the time I was a big moon landing denier. If you don't know who Dave McKeegan is, he's a YouTuber, excellent. He was on the trip with us, and him and I got to know each other well. He was, teaching me how to use an all-azimuth mount for the telescope, teaching me some other things. So he said, why don't we do a series where you bring your best moon landing hoax stuff, and I'll refute it. And we'll just go through a couple series. So we're going to do that in the next coming weeks, and I think that'll be excellent. And I probably think that I will change my mind. I'm not going to change it yet. I think it's better to wait for the evidence, right? And so when I see the evidence that refutes my points, I think it'll be great to show that in real time, Or maybe I'll show him things that he can't refute, and we go from there. Who knows? But it will be good to see. And I think that those kind of things, what we're doing there is we're bridging what is otherwise a divide, right? There's a divide between the science side and the science deniers. And if they're never meeting eye to eye, or they don't do things together, it's just easy for the other side to dismiss it. When Pastor Duffy had this idea, it was bring flat earthers together with globe earthers together. Let's go down there as one. Immediately, all the animosity goes away. Where the hateful words that are said online, now we're together, nobody hates each other. All of a sudden, people are friends, talking, laughing. We go down Antarctica together, and there's no arguments, there's no fighting. It's just people actually doing science. And for the first time, I got to see globe earthers prepared 50 times more than we were. Meaning notebooks, notepads, cameras, everything that you could possibly need in case things failed. They had something else. They weren't faking anything. They weren't tricking us. They were there to do science. And I think seeing that was eye-opening, because you don't think of them that way. You think of them as like sitting around a table figuring out how they're going to attack flat earth next, when really they are doing science. They don't care about flat earth. They're just trying to show people what's true. So reality does win. You have to keep an open mind. I believe that you have to keep an open mind. I think what a lot of science people have said is kind of, so now do you know that everything that you believed in that was fake is real? I'm like, well, some things, yes, but I said, no, other things I want to wait and get to the bottom of. I don't think there's a remote control car on Mars. That's me. Now, if there is, I think it'll be shown to me that it is true. And I think now, looking at things differently, I'll get there, right? This just happened in December, so it's only been 2.5 months. I think I've made great strides in at least admitting that I need to relook at those things. And I think people even hearing that is new, right? For conspiracy theorists, they hear moon landing and they all think it's fake, and that's just that. So when you have somebody who believe that saying, oh, I'm going to talk to Dave McKeegan about it, we're going to look at, they get immediately scared. They're already scared of that. They don't want to see that happen. Because you don't want that chink, like I said, that block in your brain that was kicked out for me. I think some people cognitively know that that's there and they don't want to let anything in. It's kind of like the Christians who say anything that comes from outside the Bible is from Satan. Right. That's the way of protecting their beliefs, right? So if you ever try to bring something up that they don't agree with, they just say that's from Satan, dismissed. And it really works the same way for a flat earther. Why changing beliefs is a strength, not a weakness? Yeah, that's just going to be me trying to explain that to people. Again, like I said, the entire community of flat earthers has either said that I've sold out or I've been purchased, or and that's very scary. You'll never get out of that belief then, and I want to keep pointing that out to them, that is a recipe for misery for the rest of their lives, because if they're wrong, how would they ever know, right? So the way that you know when you're wrong is when evidence is brought to your attention that doesn't meet with your current beliefs, and then you should change your beliefs to match the evidence, and that's not what happens. So yeah, that's what I said. The next one. Breaking free from the need to be right, that's a problem with the internet that I'm not sure how you get rid of. It just becomes, people, I've seen it a million times, when they state something, they'll just stay on that. It's like they're afraid that if they change their mind on that their audience will see that as a weakness. And so they stick to their guns, whatever they came out and originally said. And I've seen ridiculous things that people have said that they just keep on because they're afraid of being wrong. And that's on both sides. And just keep asking questions and keep testing. So if you guys have any questions, I'll take those if you want. But you can find me on YouTube on Jeranism.
Well done. Well done.
I think, well, go ahead, lady.
Yeah, this may be a really stupid question.
No.
But if the earth is flat, what's on the other side?
So I guess what I would say, if you asked me that 3 months ago, I would say that the earth is all that there is, that we're kind of the basement of the universe, that there's nothing necessarily on the other side. That
No, but there's nothing under it?
Just ground, it's just kind of like the earth is all there is, right? So I would tell people before that they try and place us in a place, but really this is just our existence. We live here, and that there doesn't need to be something underneath it. Again, now that sounds silly, but even as I'm saying it, I'm like, how did I ever do that? But again, it's like you have something in your brain that would rather make something up that gets by than to actually seriously take that into account. Because now you saying that it just sounds ridiculous. I'm thinking to myself, like, what do you mean it's the bottom of the universe, and what's underneath it? So yeah, that's
turtles.
It's hard to turtles all the way down, right? Exactly.
Yes.
You'd mentioned that you came to Flat Earth by a process with your wife, and you mentioned coming to Flat Earth when you and your wife decided to question fundamentals and things like that. What's been her journey on this topic?
She was right there with me. We both became flat earthers. She was involved, did a podcast with me, and then because of the way people are online with comments and stuff, they're terrible. I mean, YouTube is like the bottom of society as far as the comments go. So once I saw people start attacking her, I told her, hey, I'd rather you just sit out and not do this, because women have an issue. I don't know if it's all women, but at least ones on YouTube, that they love to read the comments no matter how terrible they are.
Right.
And they take them to heart. And guys can usually, I can not look at them and just not care, know that there's going to be people saying negative things. She couldn't do that. So I kind of told her, I'll just do this. But then as soon as I found out about the final experiment, we were kind of outside talking, and I just kind of walked her through what was going to be happening. And she agreed. She just said that, yeah, if you see the sun circle, it's impossible that the earth could be flat. And we knew that. So she was excited about it. We felt good that we would know one way or the other. We would get back from the trip, and either the sun would set and the world was going to change, was my opinion, or the sun would circle, and at which point we needed to change our opinion and our belief.
2 quick questions. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful talk, and I am so glad you came here. I really appreciate it. 2 quick questions. I've been in this world for a very long time, not the flat earth, but the world of understanding scientific skepticism, and I think we need to be very empathetic to people. Because we've all been on this journey, haven't we, you guys? We've all been here believing things and then find out later they're not always correct. But number one, is there money in the world of flat earth belief? I mean, obviously there's got to be a lot of money in YouTube subscriptions. And number 2, why does it seem to be so male-centered? I mean, I know there are some women you see, but you can almost name them on one hand. But it seems to be, everyone seems to be male on the whole everything.
My reason for that might be kind of strange, but I think it's because what I noticed is the people that are flat earthers on YouTube are almost like the description of people on their grandmother's basement. The way people describe that is kind of real. I mean, it's a lot of people at the lower ends of society. Maybe they're frustrated that they've been removed from groups, or that they are segregated or secluded. So the problem with that is I think those people attack women for whatever reason. So what happens is if a woman does show up and start talking, the people who make comments and watch will attack that person to a point where a guy can kind of take it and maybe give it back. And women are just not good at that, and they take things to heart, and I think that they come and go. So I've seen women come and they just leave.
Even believers? I mean, that also believe, so they're just renting them out just because they're...
Or they think that they're, they'll just call them a plant, or they'll even call them a man, is the thing. And I mean, that's my own personal opinion. I think that these people have never... so let's say you are somebody living in your mom's basement and you don't get out much, and now the internet allows you to be a person that you can't be in real life. So these people, for instance, they've never turned a woman down. So now when there's a woman in front of them, they can attack that woman, and they get the feeling like, I just dismissed that good-looking woman by calling her a man, or whatever. And I think it's just like I've seen it. I've seen people do it. It's disgusting, but it's the way that some people are.
Jiren, to follow up to that question, though, I haven't been there, but I've seen pictures from flat Earth conventions. Would you say that's true at the conventions as well, or are there more female presence at the conventions?
I'd say there's definitely more female presence. I mean, I've looked at my YouTube stats, and I think it's like 92% male, 8% female is my viewership.
Wow.
But I think in conferences it's probably closer to 60-40.
Because they come with a man.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily women going by themselves.
Very rarely, I haven't seen that.
That was a very good answer. Thank you for being honest. Because I've always been interested. Same in the UFO community. The UFO community is extremely male.
Okay, I don't know if it's the same thing. I'm sure there's a lot of infighting. It always becomes that. Here's the thing: when you have a distrust of authority, you immediately have a distrust of everyone else, right? And that causes the self-destruction of these communities, because as soon as somebody believes something different than you, which should be okay. Right? Spencer and I might have different beliefs, a lot of different beliefs, but we can still coexist. But online, what happens is if somebody's got your beliefs together and all of a sudden he says something different about a subject, then I look at him with the eye of, oh, you're a shill. Somebody sent you in, you're working for the other team, you are what they call controlled opposition. So they think that people are put in there, which is actually true in life, that does actually happen. But Maybe not on the YouTube scale like people think it is. People think, I've been saying recently, like, people don't get paid off like that. This is the whole lot, they say I've been paid off. I'm like, you would never, the government, if they had these secrets, would never come to me and tell me the secrets, which is what paid off would be like, Jiren,
Right.
the earth is actually flat. Here's $10 million to go away. Just the government wouldn't do that because now I know the secrets and I can go and tell people, and we don't have people coming out like that. So the government, if they do have secrets, is much better off not telling people. But your block in your brain has to come up with a reason why his belief is different than yours. So the best way to go is that he's a shill and he works. And then the fact that maybe him and I have never met in real life, if you're on the internet, is another thing. That these people will throw each other. I've seen it happen to me. People that I've known for 10 years, friends, would think they're friends, but I've never met them, and they just can so easily throw you under the bus and dismiss you. That doesn't happen as much in real life because you actually have to face people, right? If you're threw family under the bus, well, you got to go to Thanksgiving with them. You got to go to Christmas. So that doesn't happen in real life. But on the internet, I mean, I don't know how we handle the internet. I think it's terrible. I think TikTok is terrible. The other day I was showing on my show, if you just search Antarctica on TikTok, almost every video that comes up is fake. And I realize I'm looking at it like, man, if I consider myself, let's say the middle of intelligence out of 1 to 100, then that means there's 50 people less intelligent than me. And then I have to start looking at like, man, I bet you 20 of those 100 believe those videos, which is enough to be scared about. Because with AI now, you can actually make voices that sound like news reports. And so everything that people is now consuming, it becomes very difficult for people to determine what's real and what's fake. So I think that's scary. And then the fact that, there's people on YouTube that would go every day and they would get on their channel and say they call me a pedophile. Well, that doesn't happen in real life because you can't go to your job and call somebody a pedophile. Without evidence, the person's going to confront you. If you do it the next day, you're fired. Right. On the internet, it's allowed. There's no, YouTube allows it. It's not even against YouTube's rules. So somebody can go on their channel every day and say, Jaren's a pedophile, and I'm just stuck having to either defend myself, and then if you start talking, no, I'm not, then people look at that as funny. Why are you even answering this person? So it becomes a very, I don't know how we fix that though.
Let's do the one last question here.
Hi, Jiren. I just want to say I really appreciate your search for the truth because I think that's why we're all here on different journeys. But I do have a question. I'm not very familiar with flat earthism, but I was just wondering, do you extend that, or do the flat earthers extend that belief to other celestial bodies? Are they all flat? Or
no, they would think that they call them lights in the sky. I mean, they basically say that we don't know what they are, that, if you see like a lot of telescope views, your at-home telescope is going to show Saturn as a light with rings, or a planet with rings, but it's, from a flat earther's perspective, they're going to say, well, we don't know the size of that. We don't know what it is. We don't know that you can go and actually see it or stand on it. And then the things that they would look at from, I know you can't stand on that because it's gas, but that's their opinion, is that they think these things are much smaller and that they're basically orbiting around the top of us. And it's a belief that even repeating now doesn't sound like I ever could sell it to anybody. I don't know how I ever did. But it is hard to explain, and I would write a book if I could ever explain it. Your brain opens up finally to allow that information in. And so what happened to me in the South was that now when somebody asks something, my brain is thinking about things a different way. It's not twisting what you're telling me for me to give you an answer that fits what I believe. It's rather telling you what, I'm telling you what they believe, but I don't even know how I've ever said that before. They're just lights in the sky. It's like, well, clearly they're not just lights in the sky. But if you had asked me that 3 months ago, I would have said, that they're just lights in the sky. We don't know the distance of them. We don't know exactly what they are. We think NASA's lying to us, and so they're just making up stories. That's what they believe, and that's the problem, right? Is that you can't get through to somebody like that. So it took, unfortunately, somebody paying $35,000, and I get there's people out there that are like, don't congratulate Jiren. He's guilty of doing this, and then he got given a trip for free for not believing in something, and nobody should get rewarded for that. I understand all that. I'm very thankful for Duffy offering the trip. I jumped at it the second I was offered. It wasn't like these other guys who turned it down. Because the reason I jumped at it is because I realized that I would know one way or the other. So I was different than them in the way that I would understand evidence that was right in my face. And clearly the other two flat earthers that went don't have that ability because they're still remaining flat earthers, even though they saw exactly what I did. They've just gone to the idea that we don't know what the earth is, we don't know what the sun does, And even though we know exactly what the sun does, it's like, I asked somebody the other day, they're like, we don't know what the sun does. I'm like, what astrological sign are you? They're like, Pisces. I'm like, okay, then we know what the sun does.
Well, you just made a point that I wanted to make, which is that, well, we've interacted before.
Yeah.
You know, you came on my show. And
how's Carrie, by the way? Is she going? How's Carrie? Is she good? I haven't talked to her in a while.
Yeah, that's a long story.
Oh, okay.
But I know she'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
And one thing I would always tell people is like, Jiren was able to interact and do it civilly and really talk about evidence and was really interested in the truth. And I think you are to be commended for that reason. A, because you took that trip, and B, because as you said, other people went on that trip and were not able to make that change.
Right.
You were, and now you're in a really powerful position, even as much as you've acknowledged there are some people you can't reach. You now have this amazing standpoint and platform and experience to speak more to people than any of us in the room ever could. Yeah. So I thank you for continuing your channel. Thank you for speaking to the truth that you found. It's so powerful.
Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate you having me. This is the first time I've given a presentation. Not a flat earth presentation.
No, fantastic. I'm really impressed. Thank you everyone for coming out today. This has been an amazing conference. Thank you to all of the organizers.
Okay, we are live. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. Excited to have this conversation with Joe Hanvey, who I think everybody is probably familiar with at this point in time. Just mainly, I think, due to the final experiment and his models. So I am going to go ahead and bring him on now, and we will get this conversation rolling. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing well.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. A lot of people are excited to have you with us today. So, so anyway, I want to tell people why we're having this conversation, which I think would be important. So the main reason we are having this conversation is because I told Joe that I did not think he was being honest about a couple of things.
No, you called me a liar.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, I do not call people liars flippantly. In this whole world of the debate over flat Earth and globe, you can't listen to content from either side for very long without hearing them call each other liars. So that is thrown around a ton. But me personally, if you guys listen to my content, I will rarely say that. I'll say things like you're wrong, or that's false, or that's not true. But to call somebody a liar means you believe you have information on their intentions and you think that they are knowingly saying something that is wrong. So I think that's a good place for us to get this conversation started. Just so everybody knows, Joe, so that you know, I would not say that unless I felt like I had good evidence to back it up. So
you don't think lying and deceiving is wrong, so it's kind of funny.
What makes you say that?
Your sermons.
And did you listen to them, or did you only hear like a small clip?
Your summary is enough to know, bud. But yeah, I mean, as far as you talking about Rahab and other things within the scriptures, just because the scriptures record lies doesn't mean that God's okay with it. The scriptures also recorded David's adultery and his murder of basically his plot to murder his best friend in war. It doesn't condone it.
It actually condemns David's actions.
Exactly.
And where was Rahab's lie condemned?
In all the scriptures that say God hates a liar.
Okay, so this is important. You think it's always wrong, no matter what, to lie?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that's not my position, and you did misrepresent me. I've never said it's perfectly fine to lie or it's good to lie. I have taken.
I didn't say that. I said that you don't think it's wrong to lie, which you just admitted.
That's all. That's also incorrect. So for anybody that wants to actually go listen to what I said, my position is that it's almost always wrong to lie and to deceive, but there are rare exceptions where it's okay and morally permissible. So that is my position. And I think it would be difficult for you or anyone else to actually take the position that when you are trying to save someone's life, that it would be wrong to lie to the person that is trying to kill them. And I guess that's your position?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into crazy claims that you like to do these weird, like before when you're talking about what do you think about the Titanic, you like to divert, you like to play word games, you like to do all this weird stuff and create these weird scenarios that try to manipulate the situation to make things fit your narrative. And I'm just not going to play that game. Why don't we do this? Why don't you prove your claim that I intentionally lied about when I figured out that it did work?
Okay, so let me.
That's what we're here to talk about, Will. We're here to talk about your claim that you said that you could prove that I intentionally lied about when I decided that it did work. So prove that. That's what we're here for. Prove that, and then we'll move on, because that's what we're here for.
Okay, let me catch the audience up, because this is going to be new to almost all of them. So I have made the claim, and again, I don't do this loosely and lightly, but I've made the claim that I think Joe Hanvey has lied about two things. The first one is when he became a flat earther, and the second one is what convinced him to change his mind on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So do you want to give your take so that everybody knows your position, and then I'll explain to the audience why I think you're not being honest?
Okay, so this new claim, that's new to me. You've never said that to me. That first claim, you've never said that to me. So I thought I mentioned it. Dishonest right there.
I thought I mentioned it with Vika, but
yeah, you thought you did. See, you're being dishonest. This is what you do.
Okay, so Joe, I'm telling you right now, I think that you have lied about when you first became a flat earther. So do you want to tell everybody what you've already told me and others as to when you became a flat earther?
Yeah, I've already said it many times. I'm here for you to prove your claim. That's a new claim you're adding in. So I'm cool with that, because I'm not afraid, man. I haven't lied.
Okay, so could you tell everybody when you're claiming you became a flat earther?
Roughly sometime between, I think, 2009 and 2012, somewhere in that time frame. I don't remember exactly. However, I've always said that I was in the closet for many years. So.
Okay.
And about 5 years ago is when I really started letting everybody know what I was doing, not what I was doing, that I was a flat earther, not publicly, like online or anything, but all my close friends and family, I really started talking about it a lot more and how important it was, and that we had been deceived on a level we can't even imagine. And then roughly 3 years ago, I started the modeling process. But 5 years ago, I started studying and doing actual research out in the field to learn and observe our Earth system so that I could try to model it. I've said that consistently. So go ahead, try to prove me wrong.
Okay, cool. So I know this doesn't matter to you, but for what it's worth, if what you're saying is true, that makes you the first modern day flat earther in the world.
No, it doesn't. That's such a false statement, dude. There's tons of books on flat earth. Like, just go look.
So modern day, what I'm talking about is alive today. There is no one today alive on this planet that claims to be a flat earther that far back. So you would literally be the first.
You're making false claims.
Okay, who do you know that was a flat earther?
I'm not going to get into this with you. You're going to prove what you said you're going to prove.
Okay.
Or we're done.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so Joe, this is super important. I received an email in September. So this is months ago. I get hundreds of emails, if not thousands. And this email was from someone who claims they know you.
If you're going to go to that avenue again of trying to defame my character, I've already said that I am an advocate for medical marijuana. It's not a big part of my life. That is a poisoning the well, basically just trying to defame my character based on something that's ignorance anyway, because it's a natural plant. Pharmaceuticals are way worse for anybody, so go ahead, like whatever. But I guarantee you that person is not close to me 100%.
Okay. So yeah, let me finish. So when I got this email, I had to think it through and I had to say, is this person telling the truth? Are they not? I didn't know what to do with it. And so I literally didn't tell anybody. I didn't share it. I just kind of kept it in the back of my mind. Like, I don't know if this is true or not. And hearing you and being involved with you more and more, it started to become clear to me that I think this email was true. Now, I have redacted some of this email, which I think mentions things that are a little too personal about you that I don't think you would want publicly shared. So I'm doing that out of respect for you. But I am going to share this email with you and explain to you why I think that this email is right and is accurate, and why I decided that the person who shared this was telling me the truth and you were not. So I'm just going to read the beginning. It says, Mr. Duffy, I wanted to give you some info on Joe Hanvey and his background. I saw him on Facebook posting the video of his interview on your channel and a few other things in regards to you. I watched the video and I hope this message is informative for your information going forward in the future. I also want to add that what you're doing here and how you're approaching guys like Joe is by far the best I've seen. I have known Joe since we were kids. I was good friends with his older brother, who is not a flat earther, growing up. We know each other's families and have always had the same groups of friends for quite some time. Here's the important part. He smoked a lot of weed and still does to this day. But to make a longer story short, getting to the point of now, Joe did not become a flat earther until sometime in early 2021. He tried to tell everyone.
Hold on. Let me say this. You got to tell me who this is, because otherwise it can't be falsified. I have to know who it is.
I would need his permission to share this with you.
See, then this is inadmissible.
Hold on.
It's inadmissible. You can't use it because you're not gonna tell me who my accuser is. You can't use it. Whoever this is lying.
Okay, so Joe,
they've already lied. I know they have.
Here's all I'm trying to say.
No, see, you are trying to poison the well and defame me with false information, Will. That's false. This email is false. My brother, he doesn't care about flat Earth, but he absolutely knows the Earth is flat. So this person is lying. Yes, I used to smoke weed. I lived a very wicked life before I came to Jesus Christ. A very wicked life. What do you want me to tell you about my past? I'll tell you any of it because I'm unashamed.
Well, no,
I've been changed by Jesus Christ. That 2021 is a freaking lie. The whole me smoking pot all the time is a lie. Now, back in the day, yeah, absolutely. Not anymore.
How long ago was that?
How long ago was what?
That you gave that up?
It doesn't matter.
Was it years ago? Was it weeks ago?
You won't tell me who sent you this email. So it could be a complete fabrication and a lie. I guarantee you it's not anybody close to me. I guarantee it. If they grew up with me, they're pretending to know me today. They do not. You won't share whose name it is because that's your tactics. This wouldn't hold up in court and you know it. So let's move on.
Okay,
it's not evidence.
Okay, so I just want you to know, Joe,
I don't care what you want me to know.
Please don't interrupt me.
I want you to provide real evidence, not fake, made up crap.
Okay, that's fine. I just want you to know this is super important. I've sat on this since September, thinking about it, dwelling on it, trying to decide if I think this person was telling the truth. And I hopped on Vika and I asked you about the marijuana piece as just a way of trying to decide if I thought this email was true or not. And you immediately distanced yourself from the marijuana. And you mentioned that you support it for medical use, which I do too. Okay. But this person that you think is lying about you, I think they're a little bit closer to you than you realize. And they sent me your recent birthday cake. And
that's not recent.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 44.
Okay. So anyway, they sent this to me.
My family had that made for me because I am a huge advocate for medical cannabis, bud.
Okay.
So you're taking things out of context. You're trying to use something that is not bad to defame my character. It's weird, Will. Get off of it. Move on. You're trying to build a case with false information that wouldn't hold up in court. I've admitted that I am for medical cannabis. Do I smoke weed every single day of my life? Is it a big part of my life? No. Do I suffer from ankylosing spondylitis, an autoimmune disease. Do I, on occasion, use medical marijuana for pain relief? Yes. I'm not going to make any excuse for that. I advocate for medical marijuana extremely heavily and have for many, 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 many years. So let's get off of that. Let's get to what you're here to do and prove me as a liar about when I decided that it worked, that the 24-hour sun could work in the biblical cosmological model. That was your claim. Okay. You're trying to divert and defame my character, and you're doing so with very, very poor evidence.
Okay, I will move on, but I will just tell you that I actually support the use of medical marijuana as well. And despite the fact that I support it, no one would ever give me a cake like this, just for what it's worth. Okay.
Well, your family's different than mine.
Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, so I think a lot of the Final Experiment community and audience knows you from all of the different attempts you made to try to make a 24-hour sun work on a flat earth. Can you tell the audience when you changed your mind? Because you took a definitive stance that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and then you changed your mind. Approximately when was that?
I never took a definitive stance that there was no possibility that it could work. I did think, based on what we had, that it probably didn't happen. I had never tested it for myself. I had never really given it much thought. I admitted that I didn't even start trying to model it until after you brought up the Final Experiment. I said that plainly. So, but I started changing my mind when I started really thinking about it. I started thinking, well, truth fears no investigation. The earth is level, so there's got to be a way that it works. And then I talked to my friend in New Zealand, and he showed me how the sun rises and sets physically to him during the winter solstice. And we were going through an app, and I was like, wow, maybe the 24-hour sun actually does work. I've been modeling the system. Let me try to model it. So there's a difference in starting to change my mind that it probably didn't happen to, well, it can happen, and then deciding, oh, it actually does happen. See, there's a difference here. And I went through stages, and I've been clear about that. I've gone through stages the whole time. That's how growth happens. You go through stages. So when I physically decided, oh, it does happen, was after I had done it in the model.
Okay, cool. So someone commented, and they heard you as well talk about in a conversation about there not being a 24-hour sun on a flat earth. You added to that by saying, my friend is in Antarctica and says there's no 24-hour sun. So I think at that point...
No, that's not what I said. I said she said the sun rose and set. Go watch the tape.
Okay.
And you falsely claimed that I bragged about it. I said one sentence. How is that bragging? See, this is what you do.
Okay.
You lie and manipulate because you are a master at lying and manipulating. And you do it with that little grin on your face like everything's good and everything's cool. And everybody knows it. Like, people can go into X and read your interactions with Austin Whitsitt and see how big of a liar you are.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course you don't.
Okay. So anyway, if I said bragged and I overstated my case, my apologies on that. But
thank you. See, you're proving that you do manipulate.
Okay. But I will tell you that saying that the sun rises and sets is the same thing as saying there's not a 24-hour sun.
So if my friend was on a cruise in Antarctica and she told me that the sun rises and sets, and I repeat that statement, is that a lie?
I never said you lied.
Okay. What? All right. So not only is it not a lie, is that me bragging? No, you just admitted that. That is me simply making a statement that I heard from somebody else. That does not denote my stance. It does not denote what I think or any of that. So trying to speculate on my motives and intentions and beliefs based off of a single statement doesn't work, bud. Again, you don't have evidence.
Okay,
Show me your evidence of where you can prove that I lied about when I decide. This is what your claim was. You said you could prove that I lied about when I decided that it actually worked. I want you to prove that. You're not doing that. All you're doing is presenting false information.
Okay, so Joe, all I'm pointing out is that conversation where you said this was about the fact that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That was the whole conversation in a room of flat earthers. And so anybody would interpret your statement of, I have evidence that you're right, that there is no 24-hour sun.
Yeah, but I didn't ask for the mic. I had my friend sitting beside me. Dean was standing right there in front of us. When he was saying that, I looked over to my friend Chad and I said, yeah, I just recently had a friend there and she said the sun rose and set. So, and that's all I said. And then Dean walks over and says, can you say that again? And I said, yeah, I had a friend in Antarctica and she said that the sun set. She was outside the Antarctic Circle though. And as a matter of fact, she did tell me that I think she said it set at like 11 something p.m. and rose at like 2 something a.m. And I did think, I was like, wow, that's in the sky for a long time, but I didn't think much about that.
Okay. By the way, for what it's worth, the Antarctic Circle can only exist on a globe.
You keep saying stuff like that. You don't even have a model.
I do. The Antarctic Circle is created by
a model must be able to demonstrate things in the micro just like it does in the macro. You cannot get water to stick to a ball. You can't get gas pressure to stick around a ball. You can't get any of that to happen. You can't do gravity on a micro scale. So you don't have a model, Will. No, you don't. No globe. So globe does not have a model.
You just
you have concepts and theories.
You just strawmanned the word model. So I'm going to go ahead and push back on you. Do car models exist?
Yes, car models exist.
Do they have internal combustion engines in them?
Many of them do, yes.
Do all of them?
No.
Okay, are they still models?
Yes.
Okay, so what you said is false.
No, it's
a
not.
model does not have to be an exact representation of what it's representing.
It has to physically demonstrate a phenomenon, right?
No.
You cannot get water to stick to a spinning ball. You can't get gas pressure on a spinning ball next to a near perfect vacuum. You have no medium, no container, no charge for light. Fundamentally, from the start, the concept and theory of a flat earth or a biblical cosmological earth is better from the start. You don't even have a container. We do.
So I have a toy car model. What does that have to have?
We're not going to do this. We're going to get you to prove. We're not here to debate this anymore, Will. I'm not debating this with you. Nobody's going to change your mind. You wanted to be the savior of the globe. You admitted it. You're upset that somebody actually demonstrated that the phenomena is possible within a flat earth model, and you're trying to do damage control. You're trying to defame character. So prove that I lied, and we're going to move on. That's it. I'm not going to go back and forth with you in this word game that you like to try to do. You're going to prove that I lied. Prove it right now, or we're done.
Okay, that's fine. Just so you know, if you're going to bring up a different topic, you brought up saying the globe doesn't have a model, and I pushed back because that's false. You brought up the Antarctic Circle. I showed that's only possible on a globe.
You didn't show anything. You said. So let's stop with it. I'm done. I'm not going to bring up other topics. You're going to prove what you said you're going to prove, or we're done.
Great. Okay, so Joe, what I do not believe is your claim, and you can reiterate this if you need, but I do not believe your claim that you changed your mind on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica because you started shining a flashlight on that plastic dome behind you. Are you going to take that stance?
I changed my mind before that. I decided that it was absolutely possible after that. There is a difference.
Can you help me understand the difference? I'm not seeing it.
I've already said that. And if you can't see the difference in that and starting to change your mind and then making a decision, then I can't help you.
So here's where I'm struggling, Joe.
Yeah.
There are millions and millions of people who believe in the globe. And when I announced
That's an
the final
appeal to authority. It's a fallacy. It makes your argument wrong.
I haven't made my argument yet, so you can't
said
say
there's
that.
millions and millions of people who believe in a globe. That's an appeal to authority.
That's not an appeal to authority. That's a fact.
It's an appeal to authority in a debate, and we're not really in a debate. We're here for you to prove that I lied. I want you to prove that I lied and stop diverting.
It cannot be an appeal to authority unless I state that the fact that there's millions of people believe in a globe proves something, which I'm not going to say because you interrupted me. Millions of people believe in the globe. When I announced the final experiment, not a single person that believes in the globe was working on models to try to figure out how the sun might set in Antarctica. Okay. So what I'm saying is that I find it extremely difficult to believe, and I'd be curious what everyone else thinks, that you just decided out of the blue to say maybe a 24-hour sun is possible. What caused you to believe that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would be possible on a flat Earth? What was that moment?
Well, I already knew we live in an enclosed system. I already know the floor is level. I already know the truth is on our side, that truth fears no investigation. I already know that we need a container for everything. I know we're not on a globe. We falsified it. I have personally falsified the Umbro shadow for the lunar eclipse. So I know for a fact that the floor is level. So anything that does occurs over that level surface. I already said, after I spoke with my friend in New Zealand and he physically showed me how the sun was rising and setting in his sky at the summer solstice for the southern part of the realm, that I was like, wow, wait a minute. This thing may actually work. Let me try to model it, since I've already been trying to model other stuff. I've said that repeatedly. Like, how many times do I have to say it?
Okay, so I don't remember you saying that on Vika. When I asked you this question on Vika, you said you changed your mind when you started doing your modeling.
No, I said I decided that it worked. You see, this is where you're trying to do this wordplay thing. I've clearly stated that I began to change my mind. And then when I said, oh, it actually does work, was when I modeled it. So there's a difference there, Will. There is this progression of growth and knowing and changing as you get new information.
And hopefully you can see that I am easy to talk to, easygoing, and I appreciate this new piece of information that you're giving me about your friend in New Zealand. So that's
not new. We've talked about this before.
That seems believable to me. But I want to tell you that you have not modeled a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in your model.
Okay, so we're not here to talk about that. We know you don't agree with the model. That's not why we're here. We're here for you to prove that I lied, which you're not doing.
I am going to do this, Joe. I am believing this person that claims that they grew up with you and has known you for years. I am taking what they said and I'm believing that it's true, because I don't have a good reason to think that what they sent in this email is just a made up fabrication.
Well, I have my best friend in my whole life that knows for a fact I told him that I thought the earth was flat over 10 years ago, when he was just going into nursing school to become an anesthesiologist. He is now an anesthesiologist, and he will come on record and tell you that the very first time I told him was 10 years ago or so. And he was like, Joe, it doesn't matter. It's not a salvation issue. That was his exact words to me. So whoever this is thinks they know me, thinks they are closer to me than they are. There were several people at my birthday party that I grew up with that I haven't seen in over a decade. So, and yeah, when I was young, I admit I did a lot of wicked stuff, and I'm grateful that Jesus saved me and brought me out of that stuff. He has radically transformed me and made me into something that I could have never imagined I would be. So whoever that was, you won't give their name. You're using evidence that wouldn't hold up in court to create an argument that is null and void because of that fact. So let's move past the email that is obviously a lie, because my very best friend in the whole world will testify to this. My brother, who has been with me a long time, can tell you that I was studying this stuff a long time ago. So
okay,
just wrong. And whoever that is, I'm going to find out.
Okay.
They'll tell me, because if they're really close to me, they'll tell me. So I'll find out who it was, and then I will make a video. But I'm not going to ever address you or any Glober ever again. No Globe zealot. I talk with Globe believers quite a bit, but Globe zealots like yourself, I'm not going to deal with anymore. And what I want you to do right now is I want you to prove your case. Let's get away from the email, because that's inadmissible in court, and whoever wrote that's lying. They don't know anything as well as they think they do. Let's get to you proving that I lied about when I decided it actually worked, not when I decided it could work, when I decided it actually worked. Prove that I lied there, or we're done here.
Okay, so Joe, this is important.
This is important.
What I heard you say on Vika, which is why I said I think you're lying, was that you changed your mind because of your modeling. And so hold on, don't interrupt. I thought that through in my head, and I thought to myself, if I shined a flashlight on a plastic dome, I would never think all of a sudden magically there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That did not seem believable to me.
How many flashlights have you shined through domes?
None.
Okay.
So okay.
So yeah, you have no experiential knowledge of that. So that's just a fallacious claim. Prove what you said. We've had many conversations, Will. I've said this stuff to you before. So, you can keep misrepresenting and trying to divert and deceive. Prove your claim, or we're done.
I told you that I don't think it's believable that shining a flashlight on a plastic dome would change your mind about Antarctica.
That's not proof of anything, Will. You've never shined a flashlight through a dome.
You're right. It's not. So that's the position I'm taking. I will admit that I could be wrong. I'll let people decide. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is that I offered you the opportunity to present your model on our channel. You said you wouldn't. And I am now going to debunk your model. And I think you would want to be here for that, to make sure that my debunk is accurate. But that's up to you.
We're not here for you to debunk my model. See, I don't care. I don't care if you think you debunk my model. It doesn't matter, Will, because there's so many other people who don't agree with that. The only people who follow that train of thought are you and Globe zealots like you. That's it.
That's not true.
A lot of biblical cosmologists think that I've clearly stated, do not cling to a model. Do not cling to me. This is not a 100% factual representation. All it is proof of concept that these things can work in a closed system with a dome structure. That has been my claim from the beginning, and this model does show that these things can work. Do I need to improve it? Do I know how to improve it? Yes, I know both of those things. This is like the very early prototypical infant stages of a model. I have tons of ideas to make it better and better, to demonstrate more and more. So you can go on and debunk. You've already been proven a liar in saying that I lied and that you could prove it, because you won't do it. You tried to use a false email, of which I have multiple witnesses that can debunk your email that are really close to me. So you have not proven your case. You have not given any evidence. I'm going to get off of here now because you haven't done that. And you can go ahead and do your hit piece and debunk my model for all your Globe zealot friends. But I'm done, Will. I'm done with you. I don't think you're an honest person. I think you are a weasel. I think you are narcissistic to the nth degree. You are a manipulator. You think that you're so much smarter than everybody else, and you're not. Your ego is through the roof, and it's evident. So that's what I'm going to finish with. You claim to be a follower of Christ and you teach against his word. You are a false teacher and a false prophet, and the Father of lights and his Messiah, Jesus Christ, are going to deal with you, buddy. They're going to deal with you. So that's it.
Joe,
I'm done. I'm out.
Joe,
like, you can go ahead and debunk the model all you want for your globe zealots. You didn't prove I was a liar. I'm not going to entertain you anymore. As a matter of fact, my mom sent me an email telling me, she's like, don't engage with this guy. I told you not to engage with him anymore. And she did, and I didn't listen. So I'm going to listen to her right now, and I'm done with you. And you can go ahead and debunk my model for all your globe zealots and all these people that ridicule and make fun and call names and all that. Go right ahead. You're a false teacher. You're a false prophet. The Father wants to expose you, and he's doing that. Goodbye, sir.
Hey, Joe, flat earthers have debunked your model, and they've been trying to debunk your model for months, but you won't listen to them. It's not just people on the globe side. Flat earthers were trying to correct your model.
A bunch of internet cowboys and internet gangsters with no work of their own, no body of work of their own, have said things.
Campanella
Jiren
has been trying.
Listen, I sent Jiren a dome. Jiren does not believe in the scriptures. Jiren is now trying to use Occam's razor in order to argue for the globe. Occam's razor destroys the globe. But again, I'm done with you. I don't care what Jiren Campanella thinks. Jiren is not important to me. So I don't care what any of you think. I care what Jesus thinks. I care what Jesus' word says. And Jesus' word says that we live on a circular level realm, enclosed, and that he sits above. It's his footstool, that it's like a seal that's been hit with a signet, and all these other different things, that the sky is like a bronze mirror that reflects heat, that it's like a molten looking glass, that it's like a cast metal mirror. What is that? Job 37:18. Those are three different translations of it. You look at the Project 314, where Moses built the tabernacle off of what he saw from heaven. It matches the dome type model, the dome type structure. I don't care what you think anymore, Will. I don't care what all the globe zealots think. Go ahead, debunk the model, say you debunked it all you want. I'm going to keep doing me as Jesus tells me to do me, but you're going to be exposed. I don't know when it's going to happen, but you're going to be exposed by the Father because you are falsely representing him and you're falsely representing his word. So we're done here. I'm out. Goodbye.
Thanks, Joe. Are you able to leave, or do I have to do something? But by the way, okay, so that did not go as I had hoped, but it's okay. That's life. All right, so here's what I'd like to say. First and foremost, I cannot imagine a situation where someone would be offered a platform that largely has an audience on the other side and would turn that down. So for example, if Flat Earth Dave or Eric Dubay or Mark Sargent said, hey, Will, we want to have you on our channel and present your evidence from your Antarctica trip that the Earth is a globe, I would say, thank you. I would jump on that in a heartbeat because the evidence is very strong. You can't really refute it. It's powerful. So I told Joe when we were setting this up, hey, Joe, you're allowed, I'm going to let you present your model to our audience. You can show your model that you think makes a 24-hour sun in Antarctica work. And he does not want to do that. And I think he doesn't want to do that because it doesn't work. And he knows I'll be able to poke holes in it. One of the issues on the flat earth side is I've noticed, I'm not trying to overgeneralize here, and I'm not necessarily talking about everyone, but I've noticed on the flat earth side, they will hear an idea and they'll immediately believe it's true. Ideas are not evidence, okay? Ideas are not evidence. And so ideas are important, but then those ideas need to be talked about and discussed and checked. And so when someone hears an idea and they hear Joe Hanvey saying, I can model a 24-hour sun, they just believe it. But if they stick around a little longer and they have conversations with people on the other side, they'll quickly see how easy it is to be debunked. Next thing I want to say is this. When I announced I was going live with Joe Hanvey, and I put that on YouTube, I started getting so many emails, so many Facebook messages. People were reaching out to me saying, hey, Will, Joe Hanvey has blocked me. Joe Hanvey will not respond to my communications. Can you ask him this? Can you ask him that? And this is a very common theme in the flat earth world. The flat earth world claims that the truth of the globe is being suppressed, and that's why there's censorship. The biggest group of people that censor is flat earthers, by far. I've experienced this. And because I created the final experiment to be collaborative, to be friendly, to try to bring both sides together, which I think I've succeeded in some respects, and in other respects, people are still just being themselves on both sides. But because I did this, it created this unique opportunity where people are like, Will, you have the ears of the flat earth community. You talk to them, they talk to you, they watch your channel. And so a common theme I've heard over the last 9 months is these people have blocked me. Can you try to get a message to them? And so what I'm noticing is that flat earthers will block people as quickly as you can, think about it, as soon as they're presented with something that they can't answer or whatever. When I was talking to Flatzoid on Modern Day Debate, I brought this up, and he acted like there's one guy who is stalking him and all this stuff, and he blocked that one guy, which I think is great to block somebody who's stalking you. But then everybody in the comments started saying, Flatzoid, you've blocked me, you've blocked me, you've blocked me, you've blocked me. And so I heard from so many people that are like, hey, Will, Joe Hanvey has blocked me. A good example is Ruhif, right? A lot of you probably know Ruhif. If you don't, look him up on YouTube, Roohif. Ruhif has been trying to get a hold of Joe because he wants to help Joe create a 3D rendering of his flashlight on the dome model. And Joe Hanvey will not give him the time of day. And so I made an email introduction. Ruhif took the position of maybe he gets a lot of messages, maybe he gets a lot of private messages on X, private messages on Facebook, and maybe that's why he's not responding to me. So I did a nice thing and I said, hey, I'll make an introduction. I know Joe, I know Ruhif. I made the introduction, and Joe responded and said he wants nothing to do with anyone who's associated with Will Duffy. So he kind of rage quit on that email. And all it was a friendly introduction. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because Joe Hanvey has been attempting to make a 24-hour sun in Antarctica work for quite a few weeks now. I'd say it's probably even months at this point. And I noticed flat earthers were trying to help him, but he would just release his videos and they were clearly wrong. And flat earthers like Jiren Campanella, even Flat Earth Dave, got frustrated with Joe once because he published Joe's video on one of his channels and it was clearly wrong. And so him saying that it's just globe zealots is not accurate. Flat earthers have been trying to correct his model because his model doesn't work. And so I'm going to give everybody right now the main reasons that Joe Hanvey's model doesn't work. And please share this with anybody who thinks that his model does work. I've noticed a lot of flat earth channels like Mark Sargent and Kingdom in Context and Vika Draziv are having Joe on, which appears to me to be this knee-jerk reaction because we now saw the 24-hour sun with our own eyes, and we have time lapses, we have high definition video, we've got everything you could ever want. And so they're trying to quickly grab onto whatever they can grab onto and try to say, hey, this 24-hour sun works. Well, unfortunately, as the first 15 to 20 attempts that Joe made, which we've covered on our channel, which you can find if you go look at our old videos, he was wrong on all of those, and his current one is wrong as well. So let me explain why. Number one, his camera that he uses for his demonstration of the 24-hour sun is outside of his plastic dome. That is not accurate. So again, there is no dome. Let's make that clear.
He's now added a superfluid, which he calls it. I don't know what that is. I don't know why he's added that. And I believe he's added a two-way mirror, and he has his plastic dome. So anyway, all of these things don't exist. And I actually think the globe side, I'm going to criticize the globe side a little bit. I think the globe side doesn't take the opportunity enough to remind the flat earthers that there is no dome, there is no two-way mirror, there is no superfluid. And so the reality is, can you imagine if us on the globe side appealed to something that's never been seen, can't be tested, there's no evidence for, as a way to explain the globe? They would be all over us, right? I was thinking about this driving home today before this interview, and the flat earth side likes to ask us all the time, show me the curve. I don't see curve. When I go to the ocean, I see flat. When I look at the horizon, I see flat. Imagine if I said that there was like some sort of a superfluid in the air that you can't see, no one's ever seen it, you can't test it, and it actually, this superfluid makes curves look straight. So when you look out at the horizon, it's actually curved, but this superfluid that I can't prove exists actually makes things look straight. Imagine if I said that, right? They would eat us alive, but that is what they're saying. They keep appealing to these things, domes and two-way mirrors and superfluids, which there is no evidence for. And so, in my opinion, you can't do science if you're going to appeal to things that don't exist, if you're going to appeal to things that you can't prove exists, etc. So his camera is outside his plastic dome. And so that right there is a non-starter. The sun that we observed and documented and filmed in Antarctica was going all the way around us, right? It was going all the way around us. There are no observers outside of a dome looking through the dome and seeing a 24-hour sun. A lot of people have mentioned this to Joe, how easy it would be to stick a camera in the middle of his dome so that we could actually see what an observer would see. And two of them have contacted me and said that when they suggested this, they were blocked by Joe. So first and foremost, his model does not work, and you would need to put the camera inside the dome. By the way, he has put cameras inside the dome. He's put his cell phone inside the dome on past videos. All of this is documented on our channel. And so you can go ahead and see how easy it would be for him to do. People are telling me, and it sounds right, that he won't do this because he won't be able to create a circling sun around the observer. Someone named Michael contacted me and sent me a graphic, which I'm going to show everybody real quick. And this graphic is very helpful because it's showing what Joe is doing with his model. So here's his dome, here's his flat earth. And you'll notice that in his model, this circling sun is on the dome wall. And in reality, the sun circled us in Antarctica. And so his model is a non-starter. Again, from this perspective, the 24-hour sun in reality is not something that is doing circles on a dome outside of the observer. The actual 24-hour sun circles the observer in Antarctica. Now, this is also really important, which is that the globe is symmetrical, right? That's a very important piece. It's a beautiful symmetry that we see. The 24-hour sun we see in the north also happens in the south. The 24-hour moon in the north also happens in the south. There's a north celestial pole. There's also a south celestial pole. None of this can exist on a flat earth. And so what they come up with is they have to try to come up with ways for things that we see in the north to also happen in the south. And that's where you get these crazy appeals to domes, superfluids, two-way mirrors, putting circling suns on the inside of a dome. Again, that doesn't exist. And so this is very, very difficult for flat earth is the symmetry of the globe, the symmetry of the sphere. So anyway, that's the next problem for Joe. Now, the biggest one I shared with him, I think it was definitely over a month ago, possibly 2 months ago. He's never responded to this, and I do think it's the most devastating argument for this particular issue, meaning his model and his dome.
And again, it's a perfect globe prediction that matches reality because we live on a globe. In his model, you have this dome and you have this flat earth underneath it. Well, guess what? The 24-hour sun in the north, so I'm not talking about Antarctica anymore. I am talking about the north, the northern hemisphere, up near the North Pole in the Arctic Circle. That sun, that 24-hour sun, which fortunately we have years and years and years of flat earthers saying that there is a 24-hour sun in the north. D. Marble, who's a popular flat earther, unfortunately, he was made popular by taking a spirit level on an airplane and recording it. He actually went into the Arctic Circle and filmed the 24-hour sun. You see, flat earthers believed that a 24-hour sun in the north actually proved their flat earth model. So they have said all of the videos of the 24-hour sun in the north are real. They've filmed it themselves, and guys like Eric Dubay have said that the 24-hour sun, the midnight sun, proves flat earth. And so we have years of flat earthers saying that the lights in the sky prove the shape of the ground, and they didn't change their mind on that until we announced the final experiment. Now, why am I saying this? Here's why. The 24-hour sun in the north is not very high in the sky. Go look at all of the videos. It's just right above the horizon. I don't have the exact elevation angles or azimuth, but it's not very high in the sky. And so when he's doing his demonstration, where he's creating a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is actually just a reflection of the actual sun, I'm not strawmanning him here. You can go listen to his videos. He says that the sun we saw in Antarctica is not the actual sun. It is a reflected sun. It is what he would call an apparent sun, which is not, people don't understand apparent sun, by the way. But anyway, he says that you don't see the actual sun in Antarctica. Obviously, that doesn't make a lot of sense. We felt the actual sun. We saw the actual sun. We were burned by the actual sun. And we were constantly putting on lip balm and sunscreen because it was the actual sun. But anyway, in the north, okay, so he's moving this sun in his model over the north. That would never be near the horizon. That 24-hour sun in the north would never be in the horizon because it's way up here outside of the dome. So this is going to be another common theme when flat earthers attempt to model things that really only work on a globe. They're going to create problems in other areas. This is why I like the term preponderance of evidence. The final experiments, plural, which we're releasing on our channel, that is a preponderance of evidence against flat earth. There's going to be 15 videos representing 15 experiments that we did on our trip, and all of them are exactly what the globe predicted and the opposite of what flat earth predicted. That is a preponderance of evidence against flat earth. And so it's easy to take things and look at them one by one and try to create one model for that thing. But in doing so, you're going to end up messing everything else up. So his model, his dome model with the flashlight on the top, messes up the 24-hour sun. How crazy is that? He messes up the 24-hour sun in the north. That sun, go watch the videos, is just above the horizon. And so that does not work on a flat earth. That is impossible on a flat earth. That does not work with a dome. And so his entire model, which flat earthers are now going to try to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, simply doesn't work. It doesn't work. Now, the biggest one, which I really wanted to get into with Joe, but he left us, is the fact that in his model, the sun stays at the exact same elevation as it's circling. Now, people are seeing his video differently. It kind of reminds me of the old "what color is the dress" ordeal that happened a few years ago, and everybody saw it differently. I see his sun going in the wrong direction for Antarctica. So you guys can go look at that. Remember, from the vantage point of the observer, the sun goes from right to left in Antarctica, the 24-hour sun, and in the north, the 24-hour sun goes from left to right. Okay, again, that's another mirrored symmetry which you get from a globe. So his sun stays at the exact same elevation. That is also wrong. If you recall, dozens of globers made models of what the sun would do while we were at Union Glacier in Antarctica just a few weeks ago in December of 2024. They all made models. Guess what? They had never been to Antarctica. We had never been to Antarctica. The 24-hour sun had never been filmed at Union Glacier. So how was it that all of these people were able to model exactly what the sun would do, which, by the way, was a wave pattern through the sky? It did not stay at the same elevation. It went up and then it went down and then it went up and then it went down. And you can see this if you go to Dave McKeegan's time lapse. Set his time lapse on his channel to 2x and watch it, and you're going to see it doing this. And put it on loop if you can, and you're just going to see that it's going in a wave pattern. So his model does not do that. Not only is that what the sun did in Union Glacier, that's exactly what the globe predicted would happen at Union Glacier. The sun did exactly what the globe model predicted it would do, and we filmed it. So his model will never create a sun making a wave pattern for observers in Antarctica at Union Glacier, because it doesn't work. His model just simply doesn't work. Now, this is going to be a little bit heady, and you guys know me by now. We've spent practically a year together now. You guys know one of the things I love to do is make complex things easy to understand. When I talk to people who are smarter than me, which happens quite a bit, I am now a member of the Wolf Pack, and when I talk to the Wolf Pack, they are way smarter than me. And when they talk about things and I don't understand them, I am like disappointed, because I don't want to say I don't understand and ruin a great conversation. And then I also walk away not understanding better. Thankfully, guys like Ruhif, Wolfie 6020, Where's Wally, Critical Think, they are willing to spend time to help me understand it. But I'm taking my own personal experience in the world of being involved in conversations where people are smarter than me and not understanding, and I try to fix that. So I never want to be that guy that's talking about things and you guys don't understand it. So I'm going to try to talk about something which is going to be a little bit heady, but I think it will make sense. And if it doesn't, just dwell on it, and I think it will make sense eventually. The globe model says that the sun in the sky, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, this would also be true in the north, but it's much easier to demonstrate in Antarctica. The globe model says that based on where you're standing and where you are geographically, the sun will either do a wave pattern or it will stay at the same elevation as it circles around you. Okay, this is big. This is something that's completely impossible on a flat Earth, and it's fascinating. So the sun made the wave pattern, the predicted wave pattern for us at Union Glacier, but just 600 miles away at the South Pole, the sun stayed at the same elevation as it went around the observer. How is that possible? That is only possible on a globe. Now, my own wife did not understand this when I first said it. So what I did is I got excited and I said, okay, I think I can help you understand this. And I went and grabbed a globe. Okay, I went and grabbed a globe. I turned it upside down so that I could put Antarctica on top. And I explained to her that the tilt of the Earth is what causes that wave pattern. Because if you put an observer here and then the Earth spins and now the observer is here, you'll notice a difference of being up here versus down here because of the axial tilt of the globe. As soon as I did that, it made perfect sense to her. Now, at the South Pole, that wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have that rise and coming down due to the axial tilt of the Earth, and so the sun would never do that. So a proper flat Earth modeling of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is impossible, would have the exact same light doing circles in the opposite direction of the north, but for where you're standing would either go through the sky like this or go through the sky like this as it's going around you. It's impossible, okay? It's definitely impossible. So anyway, I gave Joe the opportunity to come on here and show his model. He didn't want to do that. I gave him an opportunity to defend his model with the points I was just going to make. He didn't want to do that. And I consider myself, at least in these situations, humble enough to admit when I can be wrong. And I received this email back in September. I have not said a word of that. No one's ever heard me mention that. I've had interactions with Joe and I haven't brought it up, but hearing Joe more and more, listening to him on shows more and more, and hearing these claims that he's been a flat earther back to 2009, 2010, 2011, I just was struggling when I have this email from somebody who claims to have been with him since he was a child and says that's just false. It's just not true. I had to make a decision, and the decision I made was that he wasn't being honest. I have heard people before make claims of being a flat earther for so long, and it was later shown that they either wasn't true or they didn't have the evidence. And again, as I mentioned, this would make him the first modern day flat earther. I have spent time on this. Yes, it's a waste of time, but I have spent time on this, and I've utilized resources who have spent even more time than me trying to figure out who actually is the first flat earther. And I can only trace flat earth back, modern day flat earth, to the year 2013. I have no evidence whatsoever that anybody was before 2013. And so you've got Math Powerland, and you've got one other guy whose name is escaping me. And you can trace both of them back to either late 2013 or early 2014, but there's no one before then. So if he's telling the truth that he was a flat earther back then, he literally is the first flat earther, modern day flat earther that we have. And so, okay, it looks like MCToon just told me it was Mark Braun. So Mark Braun and Math Powerland, in my opinion, are the two earliest flat earthers, modern day. And I see no evidence that anybody else was. So anyway, I am willing to admit I could be wrong. I am believing this email because this email has a flavor of realism to it. This guy has not been sending this email to other people trying to attack Joe. This guy has not been bugging me to say something. I thanked him for his email, and that's it, all the way back to September. And so we have to take the information that we're given, and we have to make a decision of what we're going to do with it. And I made the decision that the email was accurate, that Joe Hanvey was not being forthright about how long he's been a flat earther. And then I also, again, it sounds like now I misheard him, but I heard him say on Vika Draziv that he changed his mind, because we know he changed his mind. By the way, I didn't even have a chance to show this, but he has now deleted it. But Joe Hanvey has an old Facebook post, which I saved, where he played a clip, a video clip, where someone called a company that does trips to both the Arctic and the Antarctic. And on this call, they asked, can we see the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic? And the representative said, no, you can only see that in the Arctic. So flat earthers were like, we have a smoking gun here. This travel company is admitting, we're recording the call, they're admitting there's only a 24-hour sun in the Arctic. And so he put that on his Facebook. And he put it on his Facebook because he was trying to show, look, there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. This is evidence of that. Now, what's fascinating to me about this is that Vika Draziv just played that phone call that flat earther made to that tour company just in the last week. And they're playing the call because they're trying to figure out if they should believe that call or if they should believe Jiren Campanella and Austin Whitsitt and Lisbeth Acosta and Jonathan Morandi. Take this in, please. Take this in, flat earthers. I want you to hear me out right now. You guys believed a random person who was some sort of a call operator for a tour company who's probably never even been to Antarctica. You guys all believed that guy, that there is no 24-hour sun, and you are all now questioning whether or not you should believe Austin and Jiren and Lisbeth and Jonathan. Okay, these are people that you know. These are people that you're friends with. These are people that are in your community. These are people who have been talking about this for years. You're going to believe a random stranger over these people. That is how deep you are into this lie of flat earth, that you would do that. Austin and Jiren are right.
They thought when they got back, you guys would immediately accept the results of what happened, immediately believe them that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and then work on figuring out how to make it work on a flat Earth. But the fact that you guys are not doing that is making them question their community. It's making them question the community that they're in. Are we really truthers? Do we really care about truth? When you're going to say that they're lying and that it was faked, and that you're going to look at their every shadow and footprint and try to figure out why they're lying, that says a lot. You guys haven't even waited for all of the evidence to come out. I've been working on video for days. Dave McKeegan's been working on it for days. MCToon, Austin Whitsitt. It took days and days and days to process one video that we could release to everybody. We have terabytes upon terabytes upon terabytes of information that we still have yet to release, and you're all saying it's fake and that Jiren and Austin are lying and that all the flat earthers are lying. And then you're going to bring up a call with a guy who's a phone operator for a tour company. He probably works for other companies too. And so it's just stunning to me. It's confirmation bias in real life. You're only willing to accept evidence that confirms your preconceived idea. You don't have the ability to look at things objectively and say, hey, if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. So I want you to think about that. And by the way, this guy, I'll just go ahead and debunk this because I don't even know if it's been debunked. This guy saying you can't see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is because the company that he represents does not go far enough south. It was a cruise company. And most cruises, there's at least one that I know of, most Antarctic cruises do not go far enough south to see the 24-hour sun. So this guy wasn't saying there isn't a 24-hour sun. He was just saying on our trips that we offer, you won't see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But again, you guys, the flat earth community as a whole, there are exceptions, of course. I'm not dumping everybody in. You guys are treating your own horribly. You're willing to believe random people, and you're going to call your own liars and shills and fakers. It's really sad to see, but it is the reality though of where you're at. And so I have to say that I am thankful for it. I am thankful that Jiren and Austin and Lisbeth and Jonathan are seeing what's happening to them. I had a call with Jonathan recently, and he told me that someone is now accusing him of being a shapeshifter. Like, this is just mind-boggling to me. They were going through one of his videos frame by frame, and there was a glitch, and they were like, oh, he's a shapeshifter. Like, where do people come up with this stuff? I just don't get it. But anyway, I just want to say thank you to everybody who joined today. I was hoping that we would be able to have a longer conversation with Joe Hanvey, but he got upset. I tried to be as cool, calm, collected, and honest as I could with him, but sometimes it doesn't work out. And so anyway, I do appreciate the time that we've all spent. I appreciate Joe coming on, but I did need to, at some point, show why his model doesn't work. There's a lot of people that are jumping onto it, and I thought it would be good to just kind of nip that in the bud. And then I will tell everybody something super, super exciting right now, which I am announcing for the first time. So if you joined us live today, and if you hung out until the end, you're going to be the first to hear it. And then I will go ahead and sign off. Here is the exciting news. The exciting news is that the number one thing I am hearing from flat earthers since we've returned from Antarctica, since we have seen the 24-hour sun with our own eyes, since we've documented the 24-hour sun better than anyone's documented it in history. I don't believe there's ever been a non-time-lapse video ever taken of the 24-hour sun. I captured it at 5.7K, 30 frames per second. By the way, I did it on 2 different cameras in case one of them didn't work. So we have 2 sets of those. The number one thing I'm hearing is that, well, so what? You didn't prove curvature. You didn't prove rotation. You didn't prove gravity. So it doesn't matter. Okay, so here's my response to that. My response is, you can't just ignore the 24-hour sun, okay? Like, people can see past that. When you say for years, there is no 24-hour sun, when you say for years, the 24-hour sun would prove a globe, when you say for years, a 24-hour sun doesn't work on a flat earth, you can't just say, well, it doesn't matter. You didn't prove all these other things. Okay, that's not the way we should do things. And people on the outside who are looking in or who are trying to make up their mind, they're going to see that as like a poor sport, as like a intellectual temper tantrum, right? You've got to be honest, and you got to be I'm still waiting for an intellectual response to TFE. An intellectual response is this: we saw a 24-hour sun. The globe predicted the 24-hour sun. Therefore, the globe might be real. That is the intellectual response to the final experiment right there. I'm still waiting for one flat earther to say that. All the other things are not intellectual responses. Okay, so here is the big announcement. The big announcement is we didn't just collect evidence of the 24-hour sun on our trip. We also collected evidence for gravity, Earth's rotation. And so this is very powerful. And the big one, which I can't leave out, is we also measured the ground to show curvature. So again, all these flat earthers that are coming out and making these claims before the evidence is released, it's gonna come to bite you, unfortunately, because we did it all. So we literally have covered all the bases that anybody could ever want. It will be released, and I'm excited to release it, but it's going to take time. We not only have to collect the data and figure it out, we've got to make these videos, which are very hard to make. So please just be patient with us. But I did want to drop that little bomb today on the flat earth community. By the time our 15 videos are released, the final experiments, plural, we will have shown everything. The 24-hour sun, Earth's rotation, gravity, and curvature. All of that was done on our trip, and it was the greatest trip of my life. And I think everybody that went, including the flat earthers, would say that as well. So, all right, everybody, have a great day. Thanks again for joining, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
The internet is a dangerous place, full of charlatans and cowboys, and I would place into that group the Flat Earth YouTube channels. Many of these channels are run by semi-intelligent people who make a living by grifting donations from the intellectually weak. It's a really nice scam. You can make a great living very easily by taking money from the most vulnerable members of society. But lately, something has happened that is threatening to perhaps end that scam once and for all. And the Flat Earth community, well, they don't like it. Recently, in something dubbed the final experiment, wealthy Pastor Will Duffy has flown flat earthers down to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun for themselves. Something that these flat earthers have all said would be impossible on a flat earth.
If the thing happened at the South Pole and the 24-hour sun was seen, would that convince you the Earth was a globe?
Yeah, it would be a major problem for flat earth for sure. I've said that on record 100 times.
Okay, no, I was just wondering, do you think that is the position of the majority of flat earthers?
Well, the flat earther in that video goes by the name of Witsit Gets It. He took part in the final experiment and saw the 24-hour sun, and he wasted no time at all in popping this tweet out here to go back on what he'd said in that interview and continue his grift. But one of the other flat earthers who took part in the experiment was a guy called Jeranism with a massive YouTube channel and a massive following. Here he is admitting again that he can see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south. You should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that.
Now, rather than double down on his flat earth delusion after the final experiment, Jeranism at least gave a little bit of an indication that he might have been wrong after all.
The sky matches the sphere. That the sky can only be explained on a sphere. Am I ready to say that I'm living on that sphere? Well, I'm going to keep it open for a little while to see if anybody has any better ideas, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is the end result, to be honest.
Now, since that moment, Flat Earth channels have been scrambling, desperate to keep their grift alive. And I was really enjoying it until I woke up just a few hours ago to these messages on my channel. Hello, I'm just here to say that Eric Dubé has debunked the little fake experiment, so you can shut your face, Catz. Yeah, check out Eric Dubé's video. He's already responded and man, he's so on point. Yeah, I'll second that. Go and watch Eric Dubé's video, and after watching that, if you can't accept this experiment was staged, you're an idiot. Now, when I got these comments, I was very, very worried. You see, Eric Dubé is considered to be the original great flat earther on YouTube. He spouted more bollocks than all of the other flat earthers put together. Now, I thought he disappeared. Last I heard was a legend that he was stood staring at a calculator, wondering what all those symbols on the buttons meant, but he must have maybe figured that out or give up, I don't know. And he's back with a video to destroy the final experiment and allow the flat earth grift to continue. Now, Eric Dubé, he has quite a dry way of delivering his content. It's quite difficult to really focus on what he's saying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop up Eric Dubé's video, and after every section of his video, I'm simply going to translate what he's saying for you to get across his unique take on the final experiment. Let's begin here.
As footage continues releasing, and astute internet sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies, it's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called final experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set.
As flat earthers struggle to cope with the results of the final experiment, the best we can do is sit here and make up bullshit, such as the whole thing was recorded in a film studio.
Portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian.
I wasn't sure what else to say, so I said those words to fill a bit of space in the video.
Keeping all this in mind, let's review some footage from the final experiment. To begin with, watch the supposed sun circling around during their 24-hour time-lapse video, and pay close attention to its shape. Notice how the sun changes from circular to being smushed down horizontally, back to perfectly circular, then smushed across vertically, and then back again. This is not how the sun usually looks or behaves in person.
Rather than accept the fact that the shape of the observed sun can be altered by atmospheric distortions, I'm going to pretend that the special effects team behind this final experiment was so incompetent that they indeed did not know that the sun was meant to be round.
Now, pay attention to the changes in length and direction of McKeegan's shadow. In the space of walking only a matter of feet, his shadow somehow completely changes direction.
Obviously, with my viewers being flat earthers and intellectually challenged, I can simply tell my followers that the shadow is changing direction relative to the camera, and they won't spot the obvious, which is that the cameraman is clearly rotating his camera to the left.
And triples in length. Watch as his shadow stretches, contracts, and sharply changes angles within the space of just a few paces. This is not at all normal behavior of shadows being cast by sunlight.
I am simply going to say that McToon's shadow is changing length and therefore something fishy is going on. I am going to hope that nobody watches the way I debunk myself in a second, and also I hope nobody watches this little clip here that Catz has put together. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats. This is going to be a fascinating race. This is the stage of the race where everybody goes out with their shadows rather than leaving them at home. Look at the guy in the blue shirt and the bald head. That could be Catz himself, but we're not interested in him. We're interested in this guy with the green sleeves. Look at his shadow. It's a lovely long shadow. How tall is he? I don't know. Is this the return of Gigantor himself? One thing I can guarantee you though is that lovely long shadow will simply not change length at all, because that would mean this race is fake and we're not watching a fake race. Now, what's happening here? Oh, somebody's stolen his shadow. Somebody's stolen his shadow. Oh, he's finally got it back. But what's happening now? Somebody swapped his shadow for a smaller one. What a con. Now, Catz might think he's clever there by debunking me with a YouTube clip that took only 20 seconds to find, but I think I've done a far better job at debunking myself.
In the first example, the light source is held close to the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see quite pronounced changes in the length and direction of his shadow.
When I sellotape my best friend to a piece of paper and I hold a light bulb close to it, I can show that the observed length of the shadow will appear to change very, very easily.
In the second example, the light source is held farther away from the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see much less change in the shadow length and direction.
When I move the light source further away, I still show that it's incredibly easy to have a change in the observed length of the shadow. I don't know why I did any of those things. It really didn't help my point at all.
As they blow hot air out their mouths in freezing temperatures, there should be a cloudy mist that forms in front of their faces as the water vapor in their breath condenses. Instead, however, every time they blow, not a trace of fog appears. In Whitsit's livestream, he claimed this was because the air was allegedly too dry there.
I wasn't sure why I couldn't see the breath when he was breathing, but Whitsit told me the correct answer for once. I wasn't sure what else to say, so I left that in the video.
Someone then asks him to pick up some snow, which he initially refuses to do because his hands would be too cold.
Nobody ever told me snow was cold before, therefore the earth must be flat.
So he turns his camera off, walks into the shed to grab some gloves, then comes back in front of the camera and exhales 1.5 breaths, which now mysteriously do show vapor appearing in front of his face, only to abruptly stop again. Another camera, recording from a different angle, however, caught Whitsit while exiting the shed, doing what appears to be hitting a vape pen, just before turning his camera back on.
After Whitsit vaped and then exhaled so we could see the remains of that vape in the air, it occurred to me that perhaps the special effects department who were putting this together might have been running out of money.
So after exhaling his vape hit into the camera, rather than picking up some of the snow that was all around him, for some reason, Austin walks several feet away and picks up a bit of snow from over there, then walks it back to the camera and lets it fall to the ground. If snow is everywhere all around him, why did he have to walk way over there to get some?
I am going to make you believe that the special effects department are so stupid that they only put one little pile of snow that he was able to pick up about 6 foot from the camera, and all the rest of the white floor was simply painted white. Why not?
Anytime close-up footage of their feet was shown, their footprints always failed to make any impression in the snow.
Can somebody please explain to me the difference between snow and ice?
Throughout the live stream footage, I don't recall a single instance of any wind or even a light breeze strong enough to affect their hair or microphones.
I didn't listen to large parts of the live stream and the constant low-level breeze that was present in the background, such as this.
Many months. Now, if you really want to know about a shill, it's this one right here. Dave McKeegan. Oh, sorry.
Not so good.
Do they? That's the next thing we got to talk about, I guess.
Jiren, Whitsit, and others involved also made comments several times about how the mountains in the distance seemed so close that you could touch them, but that they were actually several miles away.
I'm beginning to regret that I left that in my video, because I have now done some high IQ research and I've come to the conclusion that mountains are indeed pretty big.
These are small, but the ones out there are far away.
If you pay attention to where the background and foreground meet in footage from the final experiment, particularly the 24-hour sun time-lapse, it seems we are seeing where the digital backdrop ends and the studio floor begins.
Now, obviously, when I say that, I'm preying on the fact that my Flat Earth subscribers are usually of very low intelligence and might not realize that if you play with the chroma setting on your device, you can actually have it so the white stuff remains and the other stuff disappears. It's a fact.
In the 24-hour time-lapse sun footage, the mountains and sky are both chroma keyed out, showing they are both part of the studio backdrop. Compare this to other footage taken at Union Glacier. When chroma key is applied, only the sky disappears, leaving the real mountains untouched. This makes the case that the final experiment is potentially a mixture of doctored studio footage to fake the 24-hour sun.
Yes, if you play around with the chroma key settings long enough, you can make all sorts of funky things happen.
The founder of this final experiment, Pastor Will Duffy, has also had a recent clip surface from a sermon of his that gives some real insight into the mind of the man behind this production.
I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
And I would agree with Pastor Will Duffy. Sometimes, in fact, it's nice to be deceptive or to lie. For example, what I'm going to say about your video now is a lie. I'm going to say that your video highlights your best qualities, which is your ability to think outside the box and challenge scientific norms. Right? That's a really nice way of actually just saying it was moronic. But there we go. That was my best attempt at translating Eric Dubé's debunk of the final experiment. And I'm sure as flat earthers continue to stumble over themselves in an attempt to keep this flat earth grift going, there'll be much, much more content like that. There were plenty of comments underneath that video I was going to include in this one, but they're all going to go in a separate comments video for the future, out in a couple of days. And until then, Happy New Year. Goodbye.
Good day, everybody, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. I'm your host, Ryan. Today, we're going to be debating flat versus globe, Will Duffy versus Flatzoid. So thank you so much for being here, Will. We're going to hand the floor over to you for your up to 6-minute introduction. So we're going to be talking about flat Earth and Antarctica predictions. The floor is yours, and thanks for being at Modern Day Debate.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. I've been really looking forward to this. Just so everyone knows, if you don't, I created the final experiment about a year ago now, and we're going to be going to Antarctica in about a week, and that's the one place that flat earthers have said for years would tell us definitively if we live on a globe or if we live on a flat earth. And the main thing we're going to be doing in Antarctica is seeing whether or not there is a 24-hour sun. So we're going to make some predictions today. I'm going to make some predictions based on the globe. Hopefully Flatzoid can make some predictions based on flat earth. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen right now. Let's see here. Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to answer 3 simple questions, and I hope Flatzoid can do the same. So the first one is, on the globe model, what is Antarctica? So on the globe model, Antarctica is a continent, and it is an island continent, meaning it's completely surrounded by water, and that's pretty much it on the globe model. So I'm hoping to hear what Antarctica is on the flat Earth model, and I think we're going to see that it's very different than the globe model. Second question is, where is Antarctica? So I've got a globe here, and on the globe model, Antarctica would be as far south as you can go on the globe. So if you go all the way south, you will end up hitting Antarctica. A lot of flat earthers challenge globers to show how you can go
to the South Pole and then keep going south, and that's a misunderstanding of the globe. You cannot go further south than the South Pole. So very simple. Here is the island continent of Antarctica, and where it is it's on the southernmost part of the globe. And then lastly, the third question is, what does the sun do in Antarctica? This is a very, very important one. On the globe model, during certain times of year, specifically during the southern summer solstice, which we are coming up on in a couple of weeks, most of Antarctica at that time has what's known as a 24-hour sun. And this is because on the globe model, we have what's known as an axial tilt. That's why when you purchase a globe, it's tilted. And so if you look here, I'm going to tilt the globe towards the camera. As the Earth spins, you can see Antarctica the entire time. And so during the southern summer, as the Earth is spinning, a lot of Antarctica is exposed to the sun the entire time. So that results in what's called a 24-hour sun or a midnight sun. This is something that flat earthers have said for years does not happen in Antarctica. They have said there is no 24-hour sun. They have said you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. And they've made a very adamant stance against this. And the globe model says, hey, there is a 24-hour sun. And so that's why I created the final experiment. As I said, let's just go and see. Now, in terms of modeling, a gentleman, lots of people on the globe side have done models of what they expect the sun to do where we will be at, which is Union Glacier, Antarctica. But a guy named Ole D. Hasselier, hopefully I'm pronouncing his name right, he sent me a model of what the sun should do on the globe model where we will be. And so I'm going to go ahead and share that now. And this model, you'll see the rotating Earth in the upper right corner. You'll see the sun there and the motion of the sun. And you also have the terrain around us at Union Glacier. This kind of modeling can be done because the globe is real. You couldn't do modeling like this on something that doesn't exist. So because the globe is real, you're able to model the exact movement of the sun at any particular place on the globe. You'll notice that the sun is going up and down. That is also due to the tilt of the globe. I'm not sure if Flat Earth has an explanation for that. Maybe Flatzoid will say that the sun is not going to go up and down through the sky like that. So I hope Flatzoid can answer those three simple questions, which are, what is Antarctica? Where is Antarctica? And what does the sun do in Antarctica? And then we can have a discussion together about this. And then at the end, time permitting, I would like to talk to Flatzoid about some comments he's made about me being insecure about my religion, if we have time. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Ooh, okay. So there's a little extra heat we didn't know about. Well, thank you so much, Will, for the introductory statement. We are going to head it over to Flatzoid in just 1 second, but I'm going to remind our audience that if you don't know, I want to welcome you to Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We hope everybody feels welcome here. If you haven't already, smash that like button. We appreciate it. Share this out in those spaces you like having these discussions. But more importantly, if you want to grill one of the speakers on screen, we are going to take super chats at the end, so get your questions in now. I see all kinds are popping in. LJ is biting at the chomp there, or champing at the bit, I should say. I can't talk today. I'm tired from last night, I swear. All right, let's hand it over to Flatzoid. You got up to 6 minutes.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate this discussion. Thank you, Will, for actually asking for this, because I'm happy I could actually present this now, especially now it's almost time to do this. So I'm going to argue against why I say the final experiment is not an experiment, as it's not scientific and it's only a false dichotomy. First, we have to look at the basics. What is science? Well, science, based on definition, is the systematic study and the structure of behavior of the physical and natural world through, note, observation experimentation and testing the theories against the evidence obtained. So we have to observe what we're claiming, and then we have to do experimentation to make it called science. So do we observe the sun? Well, I agree. Yes, obviously we see the sun. What do we observe about the sun, though? Let's see. We observe the sun moving across our sky. We see that it gives heat energy. We see it lights up the sky. We see divergent rays. We see it following a circuit with its times and seasons. This should be interesting because since Will Duffy is a Christian as myself, and the Bible does talk about the sun following a circuit, it should be interesting to see how he will speak about this later. We see its change is in angular size based on the weather and just the angle movement. Sometimes you can see the sun huge at the horizon. Sometimes you can see it small. It has different optical effects. And yes, we are even able to show angular size change with lens caps. So next we have to make a hypothesis. What is a scientific hypothesis? A scientific hypothesis is a testable statement that is a prediction of the outcome of an experiment and is based on prior knowledge and observation. So we have to test it based on a prediction, and we have to do an experiment based on a knowledge of these observations. Okay, so what is a hypothesis, you might ask? Well, it's simple. There's just three very basic essential parts. The explanation. This is the explanation is part of the hypothesis, which means you have to know the independent variable. The independent variable is the factor that the researcher has to manipulate to see if it affects the other variables. The other variables it will have to affect is the dependent variable. So the dependent variable is the other variable that is affected by the independent variable. So let's just make this very short and simple. The IV, the independent variable, has to be manipulated to cause the effect for the DV, the dependent variable. This has to be happening to make it scientific. So, what is an independent variable? Simple. It is the independent variable are directly manipulated by the researcher, while the dependent variables are not. They are dependent because they are affected by the independent variable in their experiment. Notice that this is in the experiment done, not just due to observation. Observation is not an experiment. The hypothesis requires an IV and a DV, and the IV has to be manipulated because that is the presumed cause for the effect. So, can we manipulate the cause in the final experiment? No. So not science. No, it's not an experiment. So therefore, we can't claim the final experiment as an experiment because it's not scientific. Now, why is the final experiment a false dichotomy? Well, it's very simple. A false dichotomy is a logical fallacy that presents a situation as having only two options, usually extreme opposites, when in reality there are more possibilities. Yes, this is what the final experiment pushes, either globe or either flat because of sun. Therefore, it's a false dichotomy. What is the argument for the final experiment? Well, simple. If we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then that means a globe Earth. And if we see it setting sun, then it's the flat Earth. The issue I have with this is, it doesn't matter if it sets or is above the horizon 24 hours a day. It will not either invalidate or validate a flat Earth. The only ones making a claim here are the globe, just like Will Duffy did in his presentation, showing the sun and models of the sun moving around the globe. So in other words, it's only there to invalidate a globe, not a flat Earth. Flat Earth is able to have the sun going in a circuit around Antarctica 24 hours a day and not as well. It doesn't really change if the Earth is flat or not. So, why do we look at the sun and ignoring all the huge glaring issues? Why do we not observe physical curve? Everything we observe is optical. This can be demonstrated and shown to be so. Why don't we observe Earth movement? Well, it's simple. We know the stars are moving like the Bible describes it as well. Why don't we observe gravity? Well, the claim is gravity is real, although there is no science for gravity. It's based on pseudoscience and false attribution to things falling. So,
30 seconds.
Just a whole bunch of claims with pseudoscience backing as masquerading as science. And that's my opening statement. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Flatzoid, for your introductory statement. We are going to kick it into open discussion. So a big reminder to our live chat that we are going to take the super chats at the end. They're flying in there, guys. So I'm going to set, I'm going to set 40 minutes on the timer there, and then I'll check in with you guys. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Will, to respond to some of what you just heard in the intro, and we'll try to get a natural flow going back and forth. So whenever you're ready there, Will.
Great. And I can still share easily, same way.
Sure thing. Yep.
Okay, cool. So, number one, this discussion, as both of us knew going into this, was supposed to be about predictions, and you didn't make any predictions in your opening statement. So hopefully that will change as our conversation goes on. I did anticipate you telling me that it's not an experiment. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. And I do have a question for you. Are you a doctor?
No, that was a joke.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to tell you something fun here. If you don't like the name, which I happen to like, you can just call it something else, like maybe the Final Expedition. But what I've learned, Keith, is that when people focus on things that are not substantive, it's because they don't have answers to the actual arguments. So I bet Globers, and I won't do this, I won't say anything about you calling yourself Dr. Flatzoid, because that would only mean I can't respond to your actual arguments. And so therefore, I need to make fun of your name. Okay, so we don't need to talk about whether or not it's an experiment. You can call it whatever you want. We're going to get to the heart of the issue, which is whether or not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is possible on a flat Earth. How does that sound?
No, first of all, Dr. Flatwood was me making fun of not a Professor Dave, because he calls himself a professor and he's not a professor. Secondly, it's a false equivalence, because what I call myself as a name has got nothing to do with what you're claiming is an experiment. You have claimed multiple times that this experiment will either prove a globe Earth or a flat Earth. Someone's name doesn't prove a model or the other. So yes, the predictions were talked about in me stating it's not science. You are the one making a claim that because sun does this, therefore this is the outcome. Therefore, a false dichotomy and not scientific. Now, I'm glad you concede it's not scientific. That's great. But I don't need to make a prediction, because I'm not the one with the burden here. You are the one having a burden because of your insecurities, as you plainly said we're going to talk about. Because you have an insecurity about the globe, you need to go and prove it to yourself.
Okay, cool. You said it's a false dichotomy, right? Is whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in reality a false dichotomy?
Yes, because your outcome is either globe or either flat.
Okay, let me explain this to you. Whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a true dichotomy. There either is or there isn't. You can't say it's a false dichotomy because there is no third option. So if you want to call it a false dichotomy, tell me what the third option is. Option 1 is there's not a 24-hour sun. Option 2 is there is. What's the third option?
Again, your argument is if sun, then globe. If no sun, then flat Earth. That is the false dichotomy. Whoa. It's not just because sun or not sun. Your argument is because sun, therefore model. Therefore, it's a false dichotomy.
We will get there, but you're not answering my question. Is whether or not there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica a false dichotomy?
Not on its own, no.
Correct.
But your premise is based upon either flat or globe, which makes it a false dichotomy.
We'll get there. Okay, we'll get there. So whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a true dichotomy. Okay, so that's number one. What was your position on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica prior to the announcement of the final experiment?
Well, my belief was I wouldn't be able to see it because everything they've ever showed usually is faked. But then again, you're just now obfuscating from your false dichotomy, because your whole argument is, which you're now ignoring, because we see the sun, it's either a globe or flat. Is that true or not?
We'll get there. I do believe we can falsify the globe, and I believe we can falsify flat Earth based on whether or not there's a 24-hour sun. But I think this is super important for the audience to know what your position was prior to the final experiment. So I'm going to play a quick video. It's super, super short. Okay, here we go.
And that's why you get the borders confused with the 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica. As they see, the sun's there 24, but it's not the sun, it's just the sunlight.
Yeah.
You don't even see the sun.
Separator says it's literally sunlight for 24 hours. No, it's daylight, not sunlight. You don't see the sun. There's no sunlight for 24 hours. Only daylight, Liberator.
Okay, cool. So that was your position before the final experiment was announced, right?
Still is.
And why were you taking such a hard stance that you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours?
Because I just said, I haven't seen actual evidence of 24-hour sun other than faked edited videos.
Okay. Now, I've looked at these faked and edited videos that you're talking about, and there's only one that was edited of all of them. And I looked at it very carefully, and there's only 11 frames missing from that edited video. What's the big deal?
Okay, based on 11 frames, we've been through this before. Even Ryan knows. You do know those 11 frames are in the video. And because you're bringing it up, is showing you just dishonest. And by the way, if you guys have been realizing his whole tactic is try and attack my character. So we're going to go back to the actual argument of, is the final experiment scientific and a true dichotomy? No, it's not scientific, and it's a false dichotomy because Will Duffy has an insecurity about his own belief system. Now, I'm going to say this again. Does this TFE debunk a flat earth or a globe? No, it does not disprove or prove a flat earth in the least. The only one it can invalidate is a globe because the invalidation is based on a claim made by the globe. So the burden is on the globe side, not with the flat earth side.
Okay, so a couple things here. The reason I brought up the 11 frames is because it's really unfair of you to say that someone who edits a video means you should reject what they put on their video because they edited it when you yourself edited a video, okay? Now, when you say, and I'm very familiar with this because I do my homework, when you say that the 11 frames were in the video at the beginning, that's because you were playing it at full speed. A frame is 1/60th of a second. So at full speed, no one was going to notice it. But at the end of the video, when you were going in slow motion, frame by frame, where people would actually notice that it went behind the horizon, that's when you remove the 11 frames to get rid of curvature or evidence of curvature. That's the truth.
First of all, a guy's edited video to say, look, 24-hour sun, and he's literally edited to make it look like a 24-hour sun, has not comparison to what I showed. I showed all the frames. You can even put on 2 times speed, 0.25. It will show all the frames in the video. So that's literally a false equivalence again. And then I even point out to say, look where it lands. And I show you the horizon. I show you the apparent horizon. I show you the inferior mirage. And I show you me taking away the inferior mirage after I showed all the frames. So that is totally not the same as someone making a video and saying, look, a 24-hour sun, and it's faked and edited. And by the way, that model you pointed with the sun going up and down, a lot of the videos we see doesn't do that. How does that comport to the model that was presented?
That's because you don't understand the globe. So if you watch a video of the 24-hour sun that is taken at the South Pole, the sun will not go up and down. But the further you get away from the South Pole, it will because of the curvature of the globe. That's just a misunderstanding of the globe model. Now, again, we can make these very specific predictions of altitude and azimuth. And guess what? I think you know they're going to come true when we get to Antarctica. So how is it all of these people who have never been to Antarctica can make these predictions that will come true if the globe is false? Explain that to me. Explain to me how we can have dozens of predictions of what the sun will do in Antarctica. You claim there's no videos of it, and you claim that the only videos that exist are faked. So how is it that these people can make an accurate prediction of what the sun will do in Antarctica?
Okay, first of all, I said the videos I've seen are faked. I'm not saying all videos are faked. Secondly, again, you are trying to reverse the burden onto me to make a claim I don't need to. You, the one with the claim, you are the one making a false statement here by claiming because sun in sky, therefore globe. Because sun not in sky, therefore flat earth. It doesn't disprove or prove anything. It's literally a waste of money and a waste of people's time because you're pushing something that is a false dichotomy.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question. I can't let you get away with this.
My answer is I am not going to be bullied into making a claim because of your insecurity.
Okay, hold on.
Let's clarify the question. And
I'm not bullying. I'm not bullying you. I'm not asking you to make a claim yet. I will be, because you agreed to do this to make predictions of what we will see in Antarctica. But I'm not doing that with this question. My question is very simple. How can dozens of people around the world who have never been to Antarctica accurately model what the sun will do if they've never been there? How is that possible?
A model is a model. They can accurately model a black hole in space. Does that make a black hole real? No, it doesn't. A model is just a model. You can put data in, you can make it. You can make a model of a donkey Earth and get the same results. That doesn't make it reality. A model that you're claiming is reality is a reification fallacy. Now, again, you are trying to push me to make a prediction and me to make a claim which I've never made. And no, I never agreed to make predictions. The whole thing was you came and asked, will I have a discussion with you about this, the TFE? I said, perfect, that'll be great. Because the whole reason I wanted to do this was to show it's not an experiment and to show it's a false dichotomy. And it's very telling, guys, that this guy's trying to be dishonest and trying to character assassinate me and trying to bully me to make a claim that is his.
Okay, so number one, I didn't character assassinate you. I brought to the table a reality, which is that you have been caught editing a video. You didn't even admit to it. You were caught. And here you are talking about someone who edited a video that was taken in Antarctica. And so there just seems to be a bit of a double standard. Now, let's let the record show you have not explained how it is that dozens of people who have never been to Antarctica can accurately predict the sun's movement through the sky, including altitude and azimuth angles, and where the sun will be based on the mountains at Union Glacier. You haven't said how they can accurately predict that if they've never been to Antarctica. So maybe
you don't understand this. It's not my burden. I don't need to make a claim of it.
I'm not asking you to make a claim.
You're saying, how are they doing this? Because you want me to make a prediction. I don't need to. Secondly, a model is just a model again. Like I said, anybody can create a model, and that doesn't make it reality. Again, the 24-hour sun works on a flat earth too, just like it works on your globe. It doesn't disprove or prove the other. Now, you claiming it doesn't because of your ignorance and saying, EMAP strawman model doesn't make it false. You are trying to reverse the burden onto me because I showed everybody that the final experiment is nothing but a waste of money and time.
Let's, like I say, if we're going to keep circling on this one, not maybe pun intended, I'm not sure, but if we want to keep circling this is fine. As long as you feel there's more to unpack, but it might also be useful to go into some of what you presented in your intro there, Will. So, questions
I've got more.
Antarctica, so we can let's try to go down that one for a little bit, if you guys don't mind.
Okay, cool. Hey Keith. Did you change your position after I announced the final experiment?
No. I just said I got exactly the same position.
Which is what again?
I don't believe there is a 24-hour sun because I haven't seen any evidence for a 24-hour sun. But again, that doesn't make it a flat or globe Earth. It has nothing to do with, do I know if there's a 24-hour sun or not? The reason I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun is because all I've seen is edited footage. Now, if there's a 24-hour sun, the only thing that will change is, I see now there's a 24-hour sun. But does that make it a globe Earth? Heck no.
Okay, so let me think this through for a second. How many videos have you seen of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Quite a lot.
Okay, so I'm struggling because there's only one that's edited. I've contacted
According
the
to
men.
you.
No.
Yes.
According to reality and evidence.
No, according
So-
to you, there's only one edited.
Can you describe these edits you saw in the videos?
Yeah, just like the one you usually see, overlaid clouds, lights.
That's the only
sun
one
and the
that
light.
that's the only one that has an edit. What other ones
There's
have
one
you
with
seen?
there's one with a watch, there's one without a watch, there's one with a smokestack, there's one without a smokestack. Which one are you talking about?
None of those have edits.
None of them have edits. Why? See, that's your claim.
Well, no. You're actually making the positive claim this time that they have edits.
You're
So what?
claiming they're not edited.
Oh my word.
Yeah, you
Okay.
just claimed they're not edited. So can you please?
Okay, so I want everybody to see here. This is a tactic of flat earthers. He made a positive claim, which was that a video that was presented as real was edited, and he can't show where it's edited, and so he's going to turn it on me and say that I'm the one making the claim. But that's okay. I'm going to share a video with everybody really quick here because I do believe, Keith, you have changed your position since we announced the final experiment. This video is only a little over a minute long, but it's going to be pretty important to see. Because again, I don't understand why people are changing their positions before we even go. So here we go.
Sorry for
They're
turning
going
your camera off there.
to Antarctica, well, they're apparently going, and they're just going to say, ooh, I see sunlight, therefore the sun's up in the sky.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen, because they're not going to see the sun 24 hours a day. Because they don't understand the difference between sunlight and daylight.
Exactly.
All right, we've got Flatsoid. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah. Sorry to break it to you guys. You're not going to see the sun 24 hours even if you wanted to.
All right, we've got Flatsoid. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah. Now we're saying you'll see daylight for 24 hours. You won't see sunlight for 24 hours.
All right, we've got Flatsoid. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah. And that is seeing the sun for 24 hours in the sky, which you won't. Because many people we have spoken to that worked in Antarctica never saw 24-hour sun. Yes, there was sunlight, but they never saw 24-hour sun.
All right, we've got Flatsoid. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah.
Let's let Flatsoid respond. We can.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm happy because this is showing all he has is trying to misrepresent what I was saying there. Yes, I will change my position on seeing the 24-hour sun or not. Not that the Earth is not flat or a globe. This is what's called misrepresentation of a person. Thank you very much again, Will Duffy, for showing more dishonesty. So can we get to the actual conversation now on the shape of the Earth based on your not final experiment? So since you made a claim that it either proves a globe or a flat Earth, can you show us how does it actually show this? Because like I showed everybody, it's not scientific and it's a false dichotomy. It doesn't prove anything other than it might just show your claim wrong.
Okay, so you just accused me of misrepresenting you. How is playing clips of you talking misrepresenting you?
You playing it and saying I'm changing my mind about the flat Earth. My mind is about the 24-hour sun on the flat Earth, not the flat Earth is going to be a flat Earth or not. This is called misrepresentation, Will.
Well, it's okay. It just means you changed your mind. The question
No, I haven't.
was.
I've got the same. And also, stop telling me what I do and what I don't do, because I'm keeping the same argument. I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun. Okay, the only thing that can change it is if you see a 24-hour sun, but that doesn't make a difference whether it's flat or a globe, which your whole experiment is about, is it not?
Yeah, I just want to make this clear for a second because
Is it not?
I think everybody heard it.
Can you just ask?
Question-
Is
Hold on,
it about?
Flatsoid.
Wait.
Flatsoid, you gotta let
Is
him
it
respond.
about? I gotta know. No, he's doing the
It's
same
okay.
thing.
I'll
over and
answer.
over.
I'll answer.
I just gotta ask. Thank you. Is it about the globe and a flat Earth or not?
Yes.
There we go. False dichotomy. Thank you.
Okay, real quick. The question asked of you is, will you admit you were wrong on flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? And you said yes. So you have changed your mind because you're no longer willing to change your mind on flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun.
No. What does the flat Earth model say about the 24-hour sun?
It says that there is no 24-hour sun.
Great. So does that change the information about the flat Earth model, or the flat Earth doesn't exist?
If a 24-hour sun is not possible on a flat Earth, which is what I'm stating, then a 24-hour sun falsifies flat Earth.
There we go, false dichotomy. And why won't it work on a flat Earth?
Okay, so I don't believe flat Earth exists. And so this is where the title of this discussion is Antarctica Predictions. And so I'm still waiting for you to make a prediction as to what the sun will do, considering you believe we live on a flat Earth.
Again, the predictions is from your side, not my side. I don't have the burden to make a prediction. And no, it's about the final experiment. And I'm showing you how it's a false dichotomy and nothing but insecure ballers needing to supply evidence for their belief system.
Okay, so you don't have any idea what the sun will do in Antarctica?
It doesn't matter. That's the whole point.
Okay, let's go back to square one here. In your mind, what is Antarctica?
Ice.
Okay, that's it. So if I have
ice and land, it's a land.
Okay, great. Where is Antarctica?
The outer rims. They have answered two of your questions.
Hold on.
Okay?
What do you mean by outer rims?
As the Bible says.
No.
It's where the dome meets the earth. How's that?
What dome?
The dome that was spoken about, you know, the firmament in the Bible. Come on, you're a pastor. You're supposed to know this.
Hold on. The Bible talks about things historically, which I love. We're talking about present day. Are you saying present day right now?
Are you claiming
hold on,
the
you're interrupting
narrative
me.
from?
You're interrupting me.
Let's let him finish his
I'm
sentence.
sorry.
Are you saying right now, present day, December 6, 2024, there's a dome?
Yes.
Where is it?
Up in the sky. Where else would it be?
You've seen it?
No, we're breathing. That's why we got a dome. It's holding the waters above.
Okay, so there's something that you believe exists that you can't prove exists and that you can't see?
I can. It's called the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay. Okay, so you haven't seen the dome?
Well, do you see the Eiffel Tower from your home?
No.
So does the Eiffel Tower exist?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Do I need to see a cow before I know my piece of steak came from that cow?
No, because the steak is evidence that the cow exists. Do you have a piece of the dome? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. The reason we're breathing is because we have containment.
Huh. Okay, interesting. Okay, so you said Antarctica is an outer rim, right?
According to the flat Earth model, according to yes.
So kind of like this here?
That's a map. That's not a model.
What's the difference?
A model makes predictions. A map just explains things. It gives directions. That is a sun map. So it's giving the directions of where the sun moves and time. That's what it says on the top there. Read what it says.
Is this an accurate map?
That's what it says according to the sun.
I'm just
Read
asking
what it
you.
says.
We're trying to talk about Antarctica here, right? Is this an accurate map of where Antarctica is?
That's just a map about sun movement, not about Antarctica.
I know, but you're not answering my question. Is this an accurate?
That is my answer. You got different maps for different things. This one is specifically about the sun's movement over the earth, not about Antarctica.
Okay, but is this a good representation of Antarctica?
Probably, because it's on the outer rims, as you would say.
Okay, perfect. So again, this is not a perfect map. No one's claiming that it is. But do you believe there's only one sun?
Yes, because that's what the Bible says. And I've only observed one sun. But
perfect.
We have seen videos where there's more than one sun, and I would more like to think that is a reflection on the dome than a second sun.
Okay, great. So this is South America, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be south of South America in Antarctica, so right about here.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
Australia, way over here, is going to have a sunrise and a sunset each day.
Mm-hmm.
How can we have a 24-hour sun down here while they get a sun each day over here?
Again, trying to make me give claims. Secondly, have you ever heard of reflection, internal reflections? Caustic cups. Caustic cup reflections. Yes, there we go.
Okay, great.
It's a possibility.
Okay, perfect. I love this. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that it's possible, either for the people in Australia or us, that we won't see the actual sun, we'll see a reflection of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if we take pictures of sunspots and they're not reflected, they're not reversed, would that prove you wrong?
How would it be reversed?
I don't think it will be.
Reflection doesn't always just get reversed. How do you know that where the sun's location is, you're not seeing the same side of the sun based on its angle?
I don't understand your question.
Let's say you are looking through a glass of water and you've got a pencil, okay? And you're on the side of the glass and you're on the side of you're looking at the same angle, so you're seeing the same side of the pencil, which is the front. Does that mean now that it's not a pencil?
No.
There we go. Again, you're trying to push things onto me to make a claim. I don't need to. I'm just saying there are possibilities, which explains it on a flat earth, which again shows that it's just a false dichotomy because it won't disprove a flat earth at all. The thing is, you're going to go to Antarctica or fund this thing, and it won't disprove anything other than just showing gullible people for what?
Okay, so when you say they won't see a sun in the sky for 24 hours, is that a claim or is that not a claim?
That is my belief based on evidence.
And what evidence is that?
That all the videos I've seen so far are either edited or not showing a sun.
Okay, so that's a claim, right? And so what is your evidence that the videos are edited?
What am I? Easy. I told you, they have different time lapses. They have different things showing it's edited.
Well,
you just claiming it's not, wait, you just claiming it's not edited doesn't make it not edited.
If someone's going to claim that a video is edited, they need to have evidence that it's edited. They can't just say it's edited because it goes against what they believe.
No, you see, the thing is, when someone goes and says, look, I have a 24-hour sun, and then it's shown to be edited, that means it's dishonest. Why did they need to edit it in the first place?
Well,
okay,
it hasn't. They haven't been shown to be edited. That's the point that I'm trying to get to here.
There has been numerous people showing these videos and showing how they're edited. You just making a claim that they're not edited doesn't make it not edited. People have shown and gone through it and shown it's edited. So again, can I show a video quickly? Because this is based on why I think you have such a, how can I put it, hard time not wanting the flat earth to be real. Because you have, seems to be flat earth hurt you somehow and you have a personal vendetta against it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and share your screen whenever you're ready there. And
okay,
that's up.
Is it showing?
Yep, sure is.
It took me over a year to come up with the final experiment. Every time I would come up with an idea, it would just never work. And then one day, I got it.
This is Will Duffy. Well, Pastor Will Duffy, to be exact. He is the author of what he calls the final experiment. The issue here is this actually the final experiment for all humanity or just for him?
Book, and a friend of mine, her name is Wendy, she posted something about flat earth. And at first, I thought she must be joking, but there was no punchline. So I read the comments, and it seemed genuine. This was very peculiar to me. How could someone today, in the 21st century, think the earth is flat?
Well, the whole point to that is it shows this is just a personal thing for you because you have an issue with the flat earth for some reason, and you have to make it your mission in life to discredit it and to debunk it. So again, you came up with the final experiment. You even said later, if I go around there, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I just know I had to. So, Will Duffy, is it true that you are making sure that you have to do something about flat earth because it bothers you?
No, I chose to.
So you could have just left it?
Of course.
I don't know what I'm going to do, but I just have to. Doesn't that make it seem very personal?
No. But by the way, that video was edited.
That was my documentary I made, yes.
And you edited my voice.
Yes, because of copyright issues. It's
okay,
called fair use.
But by the way, I'm completely fine that you edited. Does the fact that you edited my voice make that video fake?
No, because you spoke those words, did you not? I can give you the source saying exactly the same things.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean that I'm not real just because you edited it, right?
Nope.
So the one video, so flat earthers claim to be researchers. They're not. I have shown that through the final experiment a ton of times. So if flat earthers were researchers, they would have taken the only one video of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. None of the rest are edited. They would have taken the one that was edited and they would have reached out to the guy. I did. His name is Anthony Powell, and I'm now friends with him. And I said, hey, man, just curious why you made an edit. He explained it to me. He explained to me the whole thing, and then he gave me a link to the unedited video. See that? And so I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, that's not me. I didn't say that because it's edited. I'm going to say the truth, which is, of course, we know it was edited. We know why, and we know that it's still real. So you claiming that you don't believe there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica because you think all the videos are faked is not a good argument.
No, not because all the videos are fake, because I don't see evidence for it. There's a difference. You either don't have evidence for something, or because videos are fake is part of the evidence. Again, you trying to say we don't research things is just, again, another jab at flat earthers and showing you are just a bigot, unfortunately. But I have a personal question for you, because since you are a pastor and you don't believe what the Bible says about the firmament, and you do think Jesus is coming from the crust, apparently, because you think the firmament's the crust, how did you cut up with that?
My previous pastor, who has since passed away, who was way smarter than me, wrote a detailed article based on the Hebrew word and based on Moses in Genesis 1 adding a qualifier to the word firmament, calling a different firmament a firmament of the heavens. And he argued that rakia might actually be referring to the crust of the earth. It sounds plausible to me. I'm not a Hebrew expert. And yeah, that's where I came up with that position.
Okay, I can quickly explain it to you. Rakia comes from the root word raka, which means to beat out firm. In Genesis, it's talking about God created rakia, the firmament, to separate the waters above from the waters below. So that's not below. Already you got up and down wrong. When it comes to the heavens, you're talking about Shamahim, which means the sky. There's more than one firmament or heaven in the Bible. So no, it can't be the crust, because what happens when Jesus comes down from heaven? Does he come down or does he come from the crust?
The firmament of the heavens is not the crust of the earth.
Just to jump in quick, somebody in our live chat said rakia means archway to the sky, or archway.
No, it doesn't.
I just was throwing that in there.
Yeah, no, it means solid expanse, solid firmament, vault of the sky.
So, yeah, okay, so I've never said that the firmament of the heavens is the crust. So...
Okay, so what firmament is the crust then? That doesn't make sense, because there's nowhere in the Bible where it talks about the crust being the firmament at all.
It does in the beginning of Genesis 1.
No, it doesn't.
It adds it's fine. It's okay. I don't want to talk about the past. I want to talk about the reality of our present world. Like, just so you know, theoretically, there could be a spherical firmament around a globe. Like, the idea of a firmament doesn't tell us one way or the other if the earth is flat or a globe.
Oh, yes, it does. Because the globe, does the globe have a firmament?
Theoretically, it could.
Where?
Oh my word. Do you remember how you were making the positive claim that there's a dome, but you can't prove it?
No, you made a claim that the firmament is a crust, and now you're making another firmament, a claim that there could be a dome or a firmament around the globe. Then where would it be? Because you guys claim people go to space, don't you?
I'm just telling you it could be theoretically possible. It could. You're ready for this? How about this? What if there was one in the past and there's not one now? Wanting to focus on what happened in the past is the exact opposite of what I'm going for with the final experiment, which is what is happening on the world today.
And what's happening on the world today still keeps with how God created the earth. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Why? When does it say God changed the earth?
God does things, right?
His word is the same today, tomorrow, and forever, correct?
Yeah. Is the earth flooded right now?
No, because why would it be flooded right now?
Exactly. So
preceded in Noah's time, as the Bible said.
Exactly. So God can do things in the past that change the world that he created.
And did he say anything about him not having a firmament anymore?
Yeah. If you interpret the windows of heaven breaking open for the flood, you claimed there's waters above the firmament, so maybe it all broke, and that's where the water came for the flood. Do you see how easy this is to make?
No. This is
hold on.
It's easy.
Don't interrupt, please. You see how easy this is to make the Bible say whatever we want it to?
I do want to interrupt right quick and just say that I don't think the final experiment is going to change either of your theological outlooks. So if we can get back into the subject at hand, we could definitely visit, a debate, if that's something you're interested in, and having a debate versus each other regarding that subject, and we can really unpack at that time. But yeah, for the audience that's coming in for this debate, let's try to focus back on the Antarctica or the 24-hour sun. So. Either one of you, just
Great, yeah. But can I just give a statement about that quickly then? Then you just have to look at Revelations where God says he's going to pull the firmament up like a rolled scroll. That means the firmament's still there. But anyway, back to the final experiment. Okay, the final experiment, again, you haven't shown how it's going to either disprove a flat earth or prove a globe.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica evidence for the globe?
That's a claim of the model, so it's just evidence for it, yes?
I'm asking you, do you believe that a 24-hour sun is evidence for the globe?
Based on its model, yes, because it's the claim made.
Okay, great. So if we see a 24-hour sun, that's evidence we live on a globe.
One evidence.
Great.
So what does that got to do with flat earth now? How does that disprove flat earth?
Well, hold on. If we prove the globe, that inherently... Hold on. If we prove the globe, that would inherently refute flat earth.
But you haven't proved the globe. Evidence, one evidence doesn't make it a globe. Again, 24-hour sun can work on a flat earth too. It doesn't make it a globe.
Okay, you just made a positive claim. You said a 24-hour sun can work on a flat earth too. How?
Reflection, internal reflection, one of the issues, one of the ideas you could say. Remember, we as flat earthers don't claim to know what the sun is or where it really is, but there are models out there which people have made to show you, and I'm sure you've seen it, internal reflections to give a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay.
So this comes back. Sorry. So this comes back to you saying proving the globe. But remember my opening, I said, you haven't shown anything else, which is the glaring issue of the globe claims. You claiming so many things which show against the globe, but now you're saying because something that can work on both models means globe. Don't you think that's a bit illogical?
Let me ask you this. What would prove the globe?
Everything. Show me gas burst out containment. Show the Earth actually spinning. Show gravity actually doing anything. What is gravity? No one even knows. There's no science for gravity because it's not even a scientific hypothesis and scientific experiment for gravity.
Okay, so if I show you evidence right now that the Earth is spinning, that would prove the globe to you?
How are you going to show evidence? Go ahead.
That's no. If I show you
go
evidence,
ahead.
no, hold on. You need to answer the question. If I show you, you just said, if I can show the Earth is spinning, that would prove the globe. So if I can show you right now,
evidence.
Hold on. If I can show
There's
you,
a different way. Right. There's a difference between evidence and proof.
Okay, so hold on. Forget evidence for a second. Keith, what would prove the globe?
Okay, what would prove the globe? Show gas pressure without containment, please.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. More than happy to do this. Here we go.
All right, you're up and running.
Okay. Can you see that?
No.
We can now, yes.
That's not
Okay.
showing gas pressure without a globe, without containment.
Sure it is.
No, that's showing a picture claimed to take from a place that violates natural law. So can you please show me where
Hold
you
on.
have gas pressure without containment?
This is a picture of gas pressure without containment.
No, it's not.
What is this?
It's claimed to be a picture that is in a place that violates natural law. That means the picture is not showing the globe in space. Now, I'm asking you to actually demonstrate gas pressure without containment.
I am. Okay,
It's
so
not. You're not. You're
quick
taking me
question.
to Narnia. You're taking me to Narnia to prove something in Narnia. Do you get the
Okay.
issue here?
Quick question for you. Do you recognize this picture?
The blue marble.
Okay, so I apologize if anybody thinks that this was not right of me, but I set you up. This is not the blue marble.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. They look the same. What's the issue?
Exactly. That is the issue. So flat earthers believe that Apollo 17 only took one picture of the Earth from space. That's
Never
false.
said that.
Okay, do you know how many pictures of the Earth they took?
No, because they took hundreds. Apparently.
Correct.
Apparently.
They took hundreds of pictures of the Earth from Apollo 17. You thought this was the blue marble because it looks just like the blue marble. This picture, I left the number here at the top, is 22725, which they took before the blue marble picture. Okay?
Something's covering your picture
Yeah,
right now.
like a gray screen.
Sorry.
Oh,
I
it's
just
away now.
I just fixed it. So here are two pictures, Keith, that they took from Apollo 17. Now, I listened to your videos and I know your take on what these are, but can you tell the audience what you believe these are?
These are photos that are very easily done in studio.
What kind of a studio?
A darkroom with a model, even a hyper-realistic painting and a photo with a film camera.
Okay, great. So in your opinion, these are pictures of paintings.
Hyperrealist, yeah, it's possible. It's more possible than showing Narnia that goes against entropy and telling me that's where it's taken. So again, can you demonstrate gas pressure without containment instead of taking me to a place that violates natural to say, look, it's a photo of it?
I'm getting there, I promise. Okay. By the way, I spent a lot of time on this for you specifically, and I focused on South Africa, which is where you are from. So these two pictures are claimed by NASA to have been taken at different times from Apollo 17, but you're claiming that they're just pictures of a painting.
I just set a 5-minute timer for going into Q&A just to let you know.
Okay.
So we'll do 5 more and then we'll start doing
Great.
questions.
So Keith, then that means these pictures should be the same if they just took a picture of a painting.
No, I said could be hyperrealistic paintings. It could also be a model. Can you make a spherical model?
You tell me, I don't know.
Yes, the answer is yes.
That looks like this?
Yes. Have you ever seen NASA's model division? Have you ever seen the models they made? They made hyper-realistic painted models.
I haven't seen any of those from 1972, but here's what I did. I zoomed in to South Africa for you. And these pictures, when I zoom in, still look the same.
Wow. So it's the same model taken with the same camera?
But then I zoomed in a little bit more, and if you look, they're different. The clouds have changed ever so slightly.
Can they have more than one model?
It's a claim you're making without evidence, but I just want people to realize
You are claiming they can go to a place that violates natural law, and stating your argument is, look, they took this in the place that violates natural law, so therefore it doesn't. I want you to demonstrate, not in Narnia, where gas pressure does not need containment, please.
What I'm saying is that they took hundreds of pictures on Apollo 17, and every single one of them is different. And so your argument that they're taking pictures of a painting or a model is completely invalid. Since we're running out of time, and I said this at the beginning, you have criticized me for being insecure about my religion. And I wanted to ask you a question. Are you insecure about your religion?
Definitely not.
Are you a Jehovah's Witness?
Definitely not.
Okay, so you believe that Jehovah's Witnesses, JWs, are completely wrong because they state that we live on a globe.
Yes.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
All right, let's get into the super chats.
JWs are heretics. They don't follow Christian doctrine. That's why. Not if they believe a globe or not. Heck, I don't call people not Christians just because they believe in a globe. So again, trying to make it seem I don't believe they're real just because they believe in a globe.
Well, as somebody whose wife was, I can definitely say they probably won't be on the channel anytime soon, based on what I have. Well, anyway, let's just get into the super chats, guys.
Hey, Ryan.
I'd love for that to happen, though. That'd be a lot of fun. Sorry, what's up?
Hey,
Will?
Ryan. Right before we get into super chats, I have made a discovery. It's massive. Throughout this entire experience of the final experiment, I have noticed that the flat earthers do not want to make predictions. They do not want to show a model. And I figured out why. You ready for this? Flat Earth doesn't have a model because you can't model something that doesn't exist. Just let that sink in, everyone. Thanks so much.
So another false statement. Thank you.
All right, let's just get into those super chats there, guys. So thank you to both of our speakers on the panel for having a lively discussion, making space for each other to make your points. It was a lot of fun. We've got a lot of people tuned in right now. Almost 900 people have already voted in the poll, so let us know what you think. Will there be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? 70% have voted yes, 22% have voted no, and then 9% have said, I don't believe in the sun. They just don't play by the rules, and you know what? Whatever. We're just going to read those super chats, so keep them coming in. I set an hour on the timer, so we're going to do a hard stop there, guys, at that time. So I do apologize in advance if we don't get to read any of your super chats, but with that said, let's get right to it. Roger Ledwell, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, Will, you have sent me on the flat Earth experiment, or the flat experiment. Oh, the final experiment. Sorry, I see FE. Sorry, in these debates. I see FE and my brain just goes... Anyway, you should have sent me on the final experiment. Oh, this could be tough. All right.
I'm sorry. He's asking if I should have sent him, or is it just a statement?
Yeah, it's just a statement. Yeah, I read it wrong, and now
I can tell you the context. He spoke to Duffy a few times, and it sounded like Duffy would like to send him, and it just, I don't know, somehow fizzled out.
Never said that. From the very beginning, I picked 24 flat earthers. I had them, we voted on them. We started with Dave Weiss, then we went to Jiren, then we went to Austin. I don't know what he's talking about.
All right, let's just carry on. I don't think, like I say, there's too much to get out of it's not really much of a question, more of a statement. So Big Daddy Globe says, Will, thank you for the final experiment. You're the man. All right, so Big Daddy Globe
appreciate it.
He's giving you a huzzah on the chat. We'd appreciate that too. LJ he's coming in to grill you. I know he is. Thanks, LJ, for your support. It says, Duffy, how much money did it take to sell your soul? Oh, LJ, that I don't know if there's. You can tell LJ to fly off if you want, but it's up to you.
Yeah, no one's paying me. Haven't sold my soul, so it's just another baseless claim. I'm guessing he's a flat earther.
All right. LJ has another question. Says, why doesn't Earth spin under a hovering helicopter?
Oh, my word. Okay, so this is definitely complete ignorance about the globe model. You need to watch a video of somebody that's on like a moving car or a moving train, or just go on an airplane. When you jump up in an airplane, you don't fly back and hit the back. When you're in the back of a pickup truck and you jump up, you don't fly out the back. It's called conservation of momentum. This is very, very basic stuff. So when a helicopter takes off, and when a plane takes off, it's still moving at the same speed as the rotation of the Earth.
So Velcro there. Yeah. Can you explain the tangential velocity with elevation?
No. I don't even know what that is. So.
All right, let's ask the
It
next
means it
super
has
chat.
to speed up to keep with the rotation the higher it goes up. Therefore, it is invoking extra energy, which goes against the first law of thermodynamics.
Like the sun has to go faster around the Tropic of Capricorn because it's 4 times the distance in the Tropic of Cancer, kind of like that?
No, this is a total false equivalence.
Oh,
This
okay.
is about your Velcroed air, which you're claiming is moving in lockstep with the Earth. The higher you go up, the faster the air has to travel with the Earth. So in other words, it has to get energy to keep up with the Earth, and therefore it violates the first law of thermodynamics.
All right, let's move on there. I was injecting. I thought you guys were ready to move on and wrap up, but sorry if I was cutting you off.
All good.
Second best Bob says for $5, Flatzoid blocks me from his channel for asking questions. Ask him why. This is second best Bob. I don't know if you want to say anything to Bob or if you want to carry on.
Last time I checked, Bob was on my stream last night, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
I'd like to say something. Flat earthers claim that there is censorship of flat earth because it's true. In my year of doing the final experiment, people keep contacting me and they're like, hey, Will, this flat earther has blocked me. This flat earther has banned me. This flat earther won't let me post on his channel anymore. The biggest censorship I've ever seen in my entire life comes from flat earthers. And if that's not saying something, I don't know what is.
Okay, would you not block someone who comes and literally just posts negative comments about you and swearing and going crazy because they triggered apeshit because they're taking away the globe away?
Never.
Well, I've got people literally obsessed with me that they literally try and get information about me. It's crazy that they even bring my wife and children into it. This is how crazy they are. That's why I block them.
All right.
When
Next
you get
one.
stalkers, then you talk again.
All right, let's just ask the next question before we get down into a different rabbit hole. JSS Tiger asks, can Flatzoid explain how divergent sun rays are different from parallel railroad tracks appearing to converge at a vanishing point?
Yeah, simple. Sunlight, physically diverging. Railway roads, apparently converging. One's optical, one's physical.
Any response on the other side, or you want to carry on?
Nope.
All right, no worries. Well, thank you to our panel. I'll just quickly say Flatzoid and Will for answering the questions. We are answering questions right now from our live audience. So remind you once again, in case you forgot how YouTube works, hit the like button, boost us up in the algorithm. I see that there's well over, we had over 1,000 there. So yeah, hit that like button. Let's try to keep this pumped out in the algorithm. That'd be a lot of help for the channel. We love you guys. Sunflower says, Flatzoid, wouldn't a 24-hour sun in Antarctica be harder to reconcile on a flat Earth than on a globe?
No, because we haven't made a claim. Okay, compared to a globe, no. Because internal reflection can explain it. So no, not really.
Any thoughts on the other side, or carry on?
Yeah, so when these things come out like internal reflection, that's a claim, number one. That's a claim that there will be no evidence given for, just like the claim that there's currently a dome in the sky. And so there is a double standard here, which is when the globe side makes a claim, we have to give evidence. But when they make claims, they just claim that they're not making claims.
No, we do have evidence. It's called the law of entropy, which you failed to prove against.
I was mentioning your claim that there is reflected suns and a dome.
Yeah, the reason we know we have a dome is the law of entropy. The reason we know we have reflection is because the dome. How
do you know the dome is a reflective material?
Just like the Bible says.
The Bible says the dome is a
crystal molten
reflective
looking
material.
glass. How do you know it's not a reflective surface?
It doesn't exist, so I can't model it.
That's not my issue. That's yours.
It's actually yours, but that's okay.
No, that's not my issue.
All right,
you
let's-
can't model
let's
it
not
because
do I know
don't
you
believe
are
it.
one of
Doesn't
mine.
make
Come
it
on.
my issue.
We
It just
can't do-
means you're denying reality.
We're not doing yeah, that's
Mhm.
fun. All right, let's carry on, guys. Yeah, that's fun. Thanks, Sunflower, for your super chat. We got a lot of super chats, so we are gonna try to pump through. Davgar says, "Where does a pastor? Sorry, like I said, I'm so tired. My goodness, we were up so late last night. If you didn't see last night's debate, go check it out after this one. It was wild. I will say, it was definitely wild. So Davgar says, where does a pastor get send idiots to Antarctica money? What would happen if you allocated equal funds to help your community?"
Yeah, so people don't realize how much I'm actually going to be helping the community, meaning worldwide community, with the final experiment. There's the famous proverb, right? Give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you'll feed him for a lifetime, something like that. I am doing the equivalent of that. People don't see that yet, but they will. There's been a common theme that I've seen throughout the final experiment, which I never saw coming. And that is flat earthers have told me literally dozens of times that they're broke and that they don't have money. It's weird. They've volunteered that to me in the context of not being able to join us or not being able to afford to go to Antarctica on their own. And so I think it's possible that wasting time on flat earth, becoming obsessed with flat earth and making it your life actually makes you broke. And so I'm hoping to free flat earthers from that through the final experiment.
Okay, can I just say something? First of all, that's a very bigoted statement to make. Because flat earth, therefore poor. Dude, that is so wrong. How many people are poor globers? Does that now make them poor because they're a glober? The irony.
All I'm saying is I never saw this coming. I never would have thought of it, but it was volunteered to me, and it's just an interesting insight that I've made. And I started thinking about it. When I look at flat earthers' content, it's hours and hours and hours and hours and hours long. And I'm like, okay, this does make sense. They're obsessed and they're wasting their life on it. And so if I can free them from that, that's a good thing.
All right, I think we've answered that one.
I think making sustainable jobs will actually feed them, but okay.
Well, let's. I think we've answered Davgar's question there, and yeah, don't worry about too much censorship. I know Flatzoid's good for a chat. he's had some pretty hot takes from the live audience in the past, so he takes it with grace. LJ says, "Why can't I purchase a ticket to watch a rocket land?"
Is that question for me?
I would imagine from LJ, it is probably for you. Why?
So I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm pretty sure you can watch rockets land for free. I will say that the video that Red's Rhetoric made, that again, Keith took 11 frames out of, does show something landing into the ocean, and it shows it actually going behind the curve of the Earth.
I have a question for you. Since I took an inferior mirage away, and once I took the inferior mirage away, it looked... Well, before I took it away, it looked like it went behind the curve. Is the question, the inferior mirage, is that the curve, or is the curve the curve?
There actually isn't an inferior mirage because the splash would have been hidden by the mirage as well, but it wasn't. It goes through the entire thing.
Because I removed the inferior mirage. Well done. So in other words, guys, he just conceded the Earth curve is not physical. It's an inferior mirage. Well done.
All right, let's just carry on there, guys. We got lots of questions. Dusty Circuit says, if the Earth is flat, how do you account for satellites? Anyone can test this with a simple $20 SDR and a directional antenna.
Nice. We have what we call satelloons. There's definitely geocentric satellites and things floating up in the sky, but are they in the place that violates natural law? No. So there's definitely satellites. They're just not in space, in a space vacuum.
Any thoughts on the other side? Do you want to carry on?
I've seen Starlink travel across the sky at night, and those are definitely not balloons.
I agree. I never said they were. I said we do have balloons, not they are balloons.
What is Starlink?
Satellites, as you put it. But they're not in space.
Where are they?
By the way, Starlink sucks because I know a lot of flat earthers that have Starlink and they suck with their reception when they're streaming.
If they're not in space, though, where are they?
That felt so genuine.
In the sky.
Flatzoid.
And what's keeping them in the sky 24/7?
Anything can keep it in the sky. How do we know? There's a lot of technology that's not actually available to the public. What about you can have electromagnetic propulsion? How do you know it's not just linked to the dome? Whatever, it doesn't really matter. It could be quantum locked for all we care. I'm not making a claim what it's doing. All I know is I see stuff in the sky, and I don't need to make a claim on what it is or where it's coming from. All I do know is it can't violate natural law, so therefore it's not in space.
All right, that one was for you, so I'll let you close that one out. But yeah, no, I definitely empathize with the I don't know exactly what their internet connection is, but just about anybody when they drop out like that, it's really, it's very sad. Anyways, Andrew Johnson, flats. How many meters are there in 35 kilometers?
3,500.
All right. Cool. All right. JSS Tiger says, if observation doesn't constitute science, then why do flat earthers use observation of a flat horizon as a default position?
Is that for Duffy?
No, it says, if observation doesn't constitute science, then why do flat earthers use observation of a flat horizon as a default position?
Because a flat horizon is a default position. Because everything you measure off is a flat Earth. Even the globe they base off comes off of a horizontal plane. So by definition, it's literally flat. A horizon as well is a plane circle.
Any thoughts on the other side? Do you want to carry on?
Yeah, the horizon on a globe is a circle as well.
All right, let's just carry on. The grumpy old mechanic says, Flatzoid, what is your evidence that the Roald Amundsen expedition's meticulous observations of the 24-hour sun at the South Pole were faked?
Sorry, say again?
Some of these aren't worded so well, but maybe it was just me. Flatzoid, what is your evidence that the Roald Amundsen expedition's meticulous observations of the 24-hour sun at the South Pole were faked?
I don't know. I've got to look at it. Has anybody got a link for that? Then I can look at it. Maybe I've seen it. Maybe I don't. I don't know.
All right.
But again, it doesn't mean it's faked. Like I said, it just doesn't prove if the Earth is globe or flat.
You're having some trouble there. I'm doing what I can to.
And the funny thing is, it's 20 past 12 at night, and my children are awake. But that's because it's 35 degrees Celsius at the moment, and we're dying of heat.
Oh my. Yeah, not up here. It snowed here in Nova Scotia this morning, my G. All right, let's see. Vipe says, Flatzoid, which encyclopedia details the impenetrable barrier south of 80 degrees that aircraft keeps crashing into?
Encyclopedia of 1958 talks about the dome, and then the impenetrable barrier was made by explorers like Richard Byrd.
Hold on, are you saying that airplanes have crashed into a dome at 80 degrees south?
That was apparent testimonials of this, yes.
Huh. I wonder how our plane is going to land at 80 degrees south.
Depends on how you are.
So hopefully we'll see the dome then.
Hopefully. I think that'll be more of a truthful thing. Go and search for the dome instead of look at the sky and determine what's happening on the ground and ignore all the other evidence that it's not a globe.
There's a guy crossing Antarctica right now alone. He'll tell us, but I don't think he's going to run into any domes.
Yeah, it doesn't help that they always, when they get to the South Pole, they make a hard right or left.
He comes out south of New Zealand, and he started south of South America. That doesn't work on any
which
flat
follows
Earth.
the flat Earth map going across. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Everybody that's tried to circumnavigate that way,
New Zealand
seems to go to the south, and they. Why? Because it follows your globe.
Where's the South Pole on here?
Away from north.
No, where's the South Pole? You just said everyone that goes to Antarctica goes to the South Pole and then veers. Where is it?
Geographic or the magnetic?
Whichever you want.
Well, they go to the South Pole wherever they placed the South Pole in the south.
Great. The one that they placed, where is it on the map?
In the ice.
So you don't know. It's fine.
Not on that map. I can't show you like that pinpointed, but it's based on latitude and longitude, which is a coordinate system based on the flat Earth topography. Thank you.
All right. Well, hopefully when this is all over, we'll figure out whose dome is indeed an impenetrable barrier. Let's see. Big Daddy Globe says, you can make a model of a donkey Earth and make it work. I think this debate is over. Keep up the good work, Will. Oh my goodness, where's the bag of bread? Let's do it up, guys. All right, let's close out that poll and we'll let you answer the silly chat.
What's a donkey Earth?
Earth that's shaped like a donkey.
Real arse of a planet. No, so go ahead.
And so does that exist?
No, because the point is you can make a model of anything and make it work. It doesn't make the model reality. In other words, it's called a reification fallacy, and that's what your globe is based upon.
If the donkey Earth doesn't exist, you actually can't model it, right? You can't talk about measurements. You can't talk about the boiling temperature of water because it's not real. That's my point.
Okay, I've got a book here. I can model this book out.
Yep, because it's real.
Dimensions, everything, and I can claim that's Earth. Does it make it Earth?
You can model the book because it exists.
Yeah, you can model a donkey because a donkey exists.
Correct, but flat Earth doesn't have a model because you can't model something that doesn't exist.
The globe doesn't have a model either. You have multiple models for every single thing, just like how things work in reality. Just like flat Earth has multiple models, the globe has multiple models. You don't have one model for everything.
The globe has a model and it makes predictions, which it can do because the globe is real.
Pick up that globe of yours quickly, please. Show me 9.8 meters per second squared gravity there, please.
This is not a life-size model, I'm sorry.
So a model cannot do everything. You don't get one singular model.
When I say model, I don't mean a plastic globe.
That's a model, is it not?
That is, yes. So I'm talking about modeling and being able to make predictions.
Okay, so if you have your globe model,
yes,
can it make anything it wants to?
I don't know what you mean.
You claimed you only need one model for the globe. Can you present this one model for me, please?
Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about...
So it's different models.
No, it's not. It's the same globe, right? So the globe model can predict a path of totality in Orlando in the year 2045.
No, that's based on the Saros cycle. It's been observed for centuries.
It's not.
Thousands of years. Yes, it has.
Hold on a second. The Saros cycle says nothing about a path of totality over Orlando. You should admit that right now.
Okay. Yes, but it's based on cycles, so they're able to base those cycles on what's going to happen, and then they know.
No. The path of totality changes. The cycles might repeat, but the path of totality changes.
Cycles repeat.
Hold on. The path of totality will be in Orlando in 2045 because it's based on the globe model.
No. Not because it's based on, because it's cycles.
No. There was no historical eclipse over Orlando that repeats. That's false.
How do you know?
You can go back and look.
How do you know? You guys claim on the globe that the North Star never used to be Polaris, it used to be Thuban.
So
do you have evidence for that?
It's okay. We're gonna keep making predictions because the globe is real and the predictions will keep coming true. I'm still waiting for a single globe prediction that flat earthers can say will not come true. Still waiting for one.
Okay. I can.
What is it?
Aliens won't come.
That's not a globe prediction. That has nothing to do with the globe. No, that has nothing to do with the globe.
That's got everything to do with the globe because you guys claim there's space aliens because globe in space.
Globe predictions have dates and times and geographic locations attached to them. That's a globe prediction.
Okay, can you show how the globe works with God stopping the sun and the moon in the sky in Joshua 10?
That's not a prediction.
Yes, it's actually shown to have happened. There's a missing day. There's literally a missing day in history.
It's okay. I think you just proved that you can't name a single globe prediction that won't come true.
I just did.
All right.
What?
Your globe cannot account for a day missing in history.
That's not a prediction. I'm talking about the future.
That shows your globe to be false because it cannot predict why it was not shown.
Okay, it's not a prediction, but that's okay.
Yes, it is. Can you predict using your globe on why the day is missing?
That's a past event. I'm talking about future events that the globe predicts, like the eclipse path of totality in 2045.
It's a cycle.
No, it's not. There is no cycle that says there's always going to be a path of totality in Orlando. That's false. You should just admit this and just be honest about this.
Does it follow a cycle or not?
The day is a cycle. The path of totality is not. Just please don't misrepresent the globe model.
And wait. The path is following a cycle as it's moving along as well, correct?
Only on the globe.
No, not only on a globe. A cycle repeats itself with a pattern. So that pattern of the path of totality is moving in cycling.
No, the path of totality has no pattern whatsoever.
Keep telling yourself that. Okay, next
Okay,
one.
make a video showing us the path of totality pattern, and I will publicly admit I'm wrong, but you can't because there is no pattern.
All right.
1 year here, next year here, the next year there. There we go. It's following a pattern and moving across the plane.
No, it's not.
Okay.
All
next.
right, let's move on,
Because this guy's just
and
going in circles.
I do want to close out our poll here. So with over 1,000 votes, I'm closing it out. We have, will there be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? 71% of our audience voted yes, so that will win that poll there. 20% voted no, and then 9% said that they don't believe in the sun. So we're going to put up my classic poll, which is it flat? Is it a globe, or is it a loaf of bread? So stay tuned for that. But I'm going to ask that next question. Cue the our speakers up, and then I'll get that up for you, our live audience. So thank you to our live audience, because they're digging this, guys. Like there's so many questions. Yeah, lots of curiosity. What's going on here?
It's a flat loaf of bread, to let you know.
Flat loaf of bread. Oh boy, no unleavened bread. Okay, yeah, no yeast, right? Yeah, no, it's all good. All right, let's see. JSS Tiger, Flatsoid. If you don't feel any burden, you may as well sit and watch Flat Earth flounder. Are you okay with that? I'm not sure what that
there's
is.
no flat earth founding. You see, the issue is if someone makes a claim and they're not able to back it up, and then they want to reverse the burden onto the person pointing out that they can't back it up, doesn't make me wrong. It just means they aren't able to back their claim up. And that's what flat earth's about, actually. Showing the globe claims a lot of things, which goes against reality, which shows it's not a globe.
All right, let's just try to keep pushing forward here. We got a lot of questions. We still have 35 minutes on our clock. So the boy Lambert says, Flatzoid, please demonstrate how a 24-hour sun would prove a flat earth.
It doesn't prove a flat earth or a globe. That's why it's a false dichotomy.
All right, next one,
But
Jay
you-
says. Oh, sorry.
But you
Go
did say it's evidence for a globe. I want to make sure the record is clear here. Keith said that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is evidence that we live on a
Yes.
globe. I'm
Yes,
very
and
happy.
it would
I'm
be-
very
and
happy
evidence-
with that.
And evidence for a flat earth. So therefore,
No.
it doesn't matter. It's a false dichotomy. It doesn't matter if there's a 24-hour sun or not, because it doesn't disprove one or the other. The only thing that can be disproven is a globe.
It's not evidence for a flat Earth because the flat Earth doesn't predict it.
How? How is it not evidence for a flat earth? Tell me. You still haven't told me how it's not evidence for a flat earth if we see a 24-hour sun there.
Because you nor any other flat earther has shown how a 24-hour sun in Antarctica could
Internal
work.
reflection.
Hold on one second.
Many
Flatsoid.
demonstrations been done.
Let's let him respond. I haven't had to put anybody on mute, so let's let Will unpack, and I'll let you respond.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no one has shown how a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would work on a flat Earth. And just to prepare you, because you're making some pretty bold statements, which I love, is we already have a way to test if the sun we're seeing is a reflection or not. And so if you're confident that it could work as a reflection, you should admit that if we prove it's not a reflection, that flat Earth is wrong and that you're wrong.
And what if there's more than one sun?
You said you believe the Bible when it says there's only
That's
one
what
sun.
I believe, but there's many flat earthers that believe there's two suns. This
Yeah,
is my
so-
whole point. Not all flat earthers have the same belief of
We
the
will
flat
be-
earth. But
we will
we
be
do share the same belief in that the globe has been shown false.
We will be taking pictures of sunspots around the entire world, so we'll be able to show that there's not a second sun as well.
All right, let's carry on. JSS Tiger says, Flatsoid, you originally said there isn't a 24-hour sun. Now you say you don't believe it. So I think we just clarified a little bit about your statement just now. So hopefully that answers your question, JSS Tiger. We got so many questions. I want to carry on. Bitter Truth, Doctor, how fast sun is orbiting Earth? Where is the... Doctor, how fast is the sun orbiting Earth? Okay, let's
That's probably Duffy
clean it up.
because we don't have orbiting.
No, that's your model.
No, we don't have orbiting. Orbiting requires falling at a
He's
parametric
asking,
rate.
okay, all he means is how fast does the sun move in your model?
15 degrees an hour. There we go.
So it changes speed because it has to cover different distances?
Like I said, how do you know where the sun is? How do you know what the sun is?
All right, let's carry on. Flat Earth Dave Interviews 2 says, the video with the watch starts with no snow on the mountain, and then there's snow 2 seconds later. Provably edited. I think
False.
That's for you.
That's false. The video that has no sun on the mountain was taken by Anthony Powell at Scott Base. And he filmed the 24-hour sun, which flat earthers don't understand how hard it is. Go try to film something, anything for 24 hours. Especially in Antarctica, it's extremely hard. So he did the 24-hour sun film, which he's released unedited. Flat earthers will not acknowledge this. Keith, would you play the unedited footage from Anthony Powell of the 24-hour sun on your channel, yes or no?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you. Thank you so much for doing that.
100%.
So he's released the unedited footage. When they were making the documentary, they said, Anthony, we need you to tell us what we're looking at and what this is. And it was a different part of the season. So he went back on the roof and said, hey guys, I'm filming the 24-hour sun. It's midnight here. That's why there was a difference in the background. If flat earthers were true researchers, they would reach out to guys like Anthony Powell, who are very friendly and will explain things to you, which I did.
All right, let's carry on. The Grumpy Old Mechanic says, Flatzoid, why are you afraid to take 500 from me for a couple hours of reading abstracts?
Now you know why I block trolls, because this guy gets the same answer, says the same thing over and over. I'm not even going to answer the guy anymore.
I'll take $500, Grumpy Old Mechanic. You can read
I told him I'll
anytime.
take it. The guy just ignored it, and then the next day he says the same thing again.
All right.
I can't say, yes, I'll do it every single day. So this is why guys like that is not worth my time.
All right, let's just carry on. Phoenix Rising 86 says, the illusion is over. You all failed God. And death, a lot of babies? I don't know what's going on with your guys' super
Sounds more
chat.
like a statement.
The miracle of the life in the womb turned graveyard Duffy. I'll see you later personally. From God. Okay, so thanks for that. That's great. Big Daddy Globe says, Flatzoid, stop with the false dichotomy bullcrap. You explicitly said there's no 24-hour sun. You've been exposed and are now grasping at anything. All right, anything to say to Big Daddy Globe?
Okay, again, it's a false dichotomy because it doesn't prove or disprove anything. Therefore, false dichotomy. I still stick with, I don't think there's a 24-hour sun. The only thing I would do would change my mind is if they do see a 24-hour sun, is that it shows a 24-hour sun. Does it disprove a flat earth? No.
All right, let's just carry on. I'm just checking out the live chat, making sure everybody's behaving themselves. But yeah, let's ask the next question. So, Phoenix Rising says, Big Daddy Globe Boy, grow up projecting poop emoji. Okay, well, another objective super chat. Thanks for that. You got your couple seconds there of fame. That one random says, can you have Professor Dave on again versus Flatzoid?
Yay!
I think that'd be fun. I haven't actually gotten to host Professor Dave or even interact, so I think that'd be a lot of fun. I've met most of the people in the sphere, but that's always in the back pocket. Hopefully we can arrange something down the road.
Apparently my channel's too small, so you guys are going to have to help me to get a bigger channel so you can debate me.
A1. Well, I will say, actually, it just reminded me, I will remind our audience that if you like what you're hearing from either of our speakers, we are going to tag their links in the description of this debate. And if you're also listening on podcast forum, they'll be all the tags will be in the description there as well. But if you do want to catch them live, if you're listening on podcast right now, you do have to subscribe to the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel. That way you can ask questions and interact with the speakers on screen. This is where we do the live. All right. So Daniel Garuk says, so Flats, according to your answers, we expect to see reflections, not the actual sun.
I said it's a possibility.
All right, let's carry on. Cody Payne says, Flatzoid, if the sun is reflected off the dome, but the actual sun is too far away to see, why isn't it too small to see the reflection?
Say it again.
All right, so if the sun is reflected off the dome, but the actual sun is too far away to see, why isn't it too small to see the reflection?
Internal reflection. I don't know if you guys watched the video recently by Veritas, where he took a glass sphere, and he pointed a laser at it to try and show rainbows working. The angle will show why you see it the way you do.
Did you want to respond there or carry on?
No.
All right, we'll just carry on with the super chats. Thank you to our live audience. We're about halfway down now. So Wesley Grandillard says, Grandillard? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just butchered your name. I totally know it. Will, please read the text in the bottom right of your Gleason's map regarding the December solstice. Flats, do you agree with what Will reads? So, yeah, if you have that handy, if you want to read that out.
I do. Flatsoid, do you know what's in the bottom right of the Gleason's map? I'm curious.
Read it.
Well, no, before I read it, are you aware of what it says in the bottom right corner?
I know in the top it says scientifically and accurate. And the bottom right, you're talking about the scale bar.
No, the bottom right where it says December solstice.
Oh, yeah, what about it?
Yeah, the Gleason's map actually says there's no 24-hour sun. It says on December 21st, the sun moves around the Tropic of Capricorn and during the day lights up the southern portion of the Earth from the Arctic Circle to some portion of Antarctic ice. Here's the key line. There is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but only unknown regions of ice.
Nice.
No sunlight.
Nice. And again, does that mean flat Earth or not?
No, but what it means is that the guy who created this map, the actual creator of this map, Gleason, Alexander Gleason, he knows that a 24-hour sun is not possible on this map. And so if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, we should all throw this map away.
Did he ever look into internal reflections with this?
Internal reflections are not gonna solve this, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, the thing is now, a Mercator map is not perfect. Does that mean it's not a globe now because a Mercator map's not perfect?
A Mercator map comes from the globe.
Is the Mercator map perfect?
No.
There you go. So not a globe then.
I think we've entertained this one long enough. Let's carry on. Shovelhead Steve says, make dumbass prove editing of videos. Not sure.
You guys can go and search it. There's many people that have looked through a lot of these videos and showed them edited. So if you want to, just go and search.
Any thoughts on the other side, or do we want to just push?
Yes, I don't believe that's true, Keith, unfortunately. So I will watch for you to show these edits because there's only one. I've contacted both individuals that are responsible for the majority of the 24-hour sun videos in Antarctica, and they're just not edited at all. Robert Schwartz took one at the South Pole with 0 edits in it.
All right, Frode Nays says, Flatzoid, do you not answer questions because you know that you will be wrong and will not make prediction because you know they will not hold water? That's from Frode Nays.
No. I do answer. I don't make claims because it's not my burden to prove. The point is the claims coming from the globe side. I'm just pointing out how it's not true. The claim I do make is we are on a flat Earth. And these are the reasons we're on a flat Earth, and this is the reason it's not a globe. And I stick to those claims. And I'm sticking to the same claim that this whole experiment is not scientific and it's a false dichotomy, and it's not there to prove anything other than globers who have issues with their belief system in the globe.
All right.
I'll just say this one more time quickly. Flat Earth doesn't have a model because you can't model something that doesn't exist.
You either. You don't have a model. Just like you have models, we have models.
All right, Big Daddy Globe says, Ryan, you got to reel this one in, man. I'm doing what I can. I don't know what he means. I don't know what you mean by reeling
Ryan's
in.
doing awesome, man.
Actually, this came in, I think, right around when it was right after I'd said, we can have a theological debate, down the road. I think that would be interesting since you guys you really seem to have some fire under your ears for that one. So let's ask that next super chat. Young God Creationist says, question theoretical, the Bible would be false too? What is QTWD? What's that stand for? Hold on. I'm not up. My lingo.
Question for me.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. Yeah. All right. Question for, Will Duffy. All right. Theoretically, the Bible could be falsified too. Hey, it's their first super chat. Thanks so much.
I think, yes. I think the Bible could be falsified. How? I'm not sure at the moment, but I think absolutely it could.
All right, let's just ask the next question because it's for you, Flatzoid. Also a first super chat, so thank you. Lots of new interest in the discussions happening on Modern Day Debate. I don't know if you guys heard earlier, we're actually having another debate tonight. And then Alex Connor's going to be on with Stuart and Cliff Neckley. So yeah, you don't want to miss out that. I'm sorry for forgetting your partner's name. I don't have it up right now. So, oh gee, don't quote me out of context there, guys. Conspiracy Music says, Flatzoid, now that you've definitely heard it multiple times, what do you think about the hit song Optical, Not Physical?
I haven't heard it because it's a troll channel, which I don't watch. So it doesn't matter how much times the people send me the link, I'm not going to watch it because I don't watch that guy's stuff.
No jamming.
And by the way, if you guys want to know, the guy's literally just dedicated a channel to me.
All right, let's ask the next question. Phoenix Rising says, Duffy, the windows are galaxies. You are trapped.
Okay, cool.
I'm not sure.
I don't know what that means, but
they put a little rainbow and then a peace icon.
Okay.
If that helps, I don't know. We're doing what we can, Phoenix Rising. Thanks for your support. JSS Tiger says, Flatzoid, you said no evidence for gravity. Cavendish, Eddington, and more. I think I
been through this many times. There's no independent variable and dependent variable for the Cavendish. And Cavendish is a demonstration, not an experiment. And it has multiple claims, which actually just says gravity causes gravity at the end of the day.
All right, you got it. Let's carry into Megan Marie's question. I can't wait for the final experiment to prove the globe. Thank you for creating this experiment, but I think it's insane that this experiment has to be a thing in 2024. That's from Megan Marie. Did you want to say anything to Megan there, Will?
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the reasons I created this is I don't think we should be spending any time debating the shape of the world we live on. And hopefully I can put that to rest and we can all spend our time making this world a better place.
All right, next one coming in from Dr. Mantis Toboggan. Will, why do you think Keith was sweating so much during this debate? Oh, Dr. Mantis, aren't you just stop beating him. He's dead already, he says. Oh, boy.
I'm going to take a guess that it's because he is in his summer because he's in the Southern Hemisphere.
It's because it's 30 degrees Celsius now at 1:45 in the morning because we have a heat wave and it was 50 degrees Celsius the whole day. And if you look nicely, I'm actually sunburned to a crisp.
Oh no. Yeah, no, I lobster up as soon as that sun hits
That's
me.
why I'm wearing red, so it takes the red off of my skin.
Oh, see, you know you're color coordinated. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I just wake up and dad it up. All right, Bob says Flatzoid could be faking his position on flat Earth, so he's probably actually a glober. See how easy that is? Worthless argument. I think they're making a meta.
No, I can guarantee you I'm
analysis of what
definitely a
you've
flat
put up.
earther.
If Flatzoid was the one offered a free trip to Antarctica and he accepted it, then all flat earthers would have turned against him and called him a shill. That's what we've seen.
Well, I wouldn't waste my time and leave my nice family alone to go freeze my tits off for a false dichotomy.
At the beginning of your opening statement, didn't you say science was about, doing tests and exploration?
Can we quickly go through that for 5 minutes, if you don't mind? Can you tell me what's the scientific hypothesis for it then, please?
You just said you don't want to leave your house to go explore the world. I mean, if you,
No.
if you actually
I got a vacation with my family. I don't need to go and leave my family to go to an ice place where I just need to freeze my tits off to look at the sun and not prove anything because, like I said, it's a false dichotomy.
If I believed in a dome, which I don't, and if I believed in this dome and there was zero evidence for it, man, I would really want to get to Antarctica to try to find it. But hey, that's just me.
Are you allowed to go and see how far you can go to look at this dome in Antarctica?
I'm saying if I believed in a dome, I would want to go find it, but you guys don't want to. You guys don't want to get cold.
Experiment.
You don't want to get cold.
Do that as your next experiment. Send flat earthers to look for the dome in Antarctica. How's that?
I don't believe there's a dome, so why would I look for it? Sorry.
So you can send people to look at the sun, which doesn't prove anything, but you won't send them to go look for a dome which proves something. Okay.
All right, super chats are flying there, fellas. So let's push it forward. But it doesn't sound like regardless of what you choose there, Flatzoid, you're going to have one extreme or the other. So there's no winning on the weather for you. All right. So Bob says Flatzoid. Sorry, we just read that one. Thanks, Bob. X Forbidden One says Flatzoid. I firmly, also a first super chat. Oh, wow. Well, like I said, lots of new faces popping into, like I say, grill the person on screen. Every time I say that, another 3 pop in. I got to behave myself. We'll be here all day. I firmly believe you are not Christian based on your pathological lying and constant burden of proof reversal fallacies. You have the burden from both claiming it's flat and going against the census. Fail more.
First of all, these people keep saying I'm lying, which they still haven't shown me lying, which is weird. I stick to what I say. And yes, I'm definitely a Christian. Jesus died for my sins. I accept him for my sins, to die for my sins. And I am here by grace. And I do follow what the Bible says. So that makes me a Christian as far as I know. And as for these unfounded claims of lies and grifting and stuff, have you noticed that's all they ever say without providing evidence for it?
Well, I'm no gatekeeper, so I'm not, we're going to move on from there. You guys behave in the old live chat there, all right? But thanks for your support. Ask him how he learned about the crust of the earth and his claim of when he got into flat earth. I interviewed him with Butters and Soul.
Who is this?
Ironwork.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I remember our interview. Okay, so I got into flat earth in August of 2021 when my friend Wendy posted about it on Facebook. That's when I knew it was a real thing. Someone I was close to believed in it, and that people are making videos and spending an obscene number of hours on it. Is that good?
Yeah, let's just carry on. But thank you so much for answering the question there, Will. And once again,
Can I ask a question? There's a lot of people that believe in aliens or Bigfoot that spend insane amounts of time on that. Why don't you have an issue with that?
I do. I just haven't met any of them yet, and none of them are in my circles.
What are you going to do? I was going to say, if you start meeting people, oh my goodness, look what he's doing right now. Yeah, no, I'm just picking. All right, so Matthew of Ascendez says, is the final experiment going into orbit?
Would that convince Keith?
What do you mean?
If you went into orbit?
How will it convince me? Let's say I go in the Blue Origin. It goes up high enough and then it just falls. It's not going into space. It's still in Earth's atmosphere.
If you went up and saw the spherical Earth with your own eyes, would that change your mind?
There's no spherical Earth curve. If you look at the windows of the design, it shows how it literally takes form with the window's shape. I've actually showed this where it shows flat at the top, and as it's going with the window, it's curved.
So no. Okay, so no.
Let's just put it this way. It cannot show it to be curved because it's taking shape of the window. Just like if you climb in a cockpit of a Mirage, the window shape causes things to refract.
All right, next one. Phoenix Rising says, question for Duffy. How will you feel when you meet God?
I can't wait.
Amen.
All right. Theodore Paul says, Flatzoid, you don't understand thermodynamics. If you did, you should understand the Earth can hold its atmosphere, and yes, you can't have a model of non-existent things.
Again, you don't understand. Great statement, man.
All right, Rodman says, is Flatzoid going to answer Will's 3 questions?
I already did.
All right. I'll bounce that over to Will. So if there was anything from your 3 opening parts that you wanted to hammer out just for a second here for the super chatter, or we can just carry on.
Yeah, the answers weren't great. The 3rd question was, what do you predict the sun will do in Antarctica? I don't think we got an answer to that, did we?
We did. I said I don't predict the 24-hour sun because that's what I believe.
No. What do you predict it will do? Not what do you predict it will not do? What do you predict the sun will do?
I can't make a prediction on what it will do because I believe it's not there. So in other words, my prediction is I don't think there'll be a 24-hour sun. But if there is, all I will do is change my mind that there's a 24-hour sun, but it doesn't change flat or globe.
Yeah, but you won't tell us what you think the sun will actually do.
I don't think it will show. It would go down below the horizon. That's what I think will do. In other words, it will set.
I didn't know.
Can I make it any clearer?
Well, yeah, that's cool. Down below the horizon is a globe thing, but that's cool.
No, that's a flat Earth thing too. We can show demonstrations on flat surfaces. I've got many demonstrations on my channel. Many flat Earther channels can show demonstrations of this. It's an optical effect.
When you do the demonstrations, is the object resting on the table?
Over the table.
It's not resting on the table.
On top of the table. I even give a reference to show it's on top of the table.
Hold on. It's touching the table?
On top, over. I take an aluminium flat base with a bolt, okay? And I take caps and I place them in reference. You can see the caps look like they're going down. And that bolt at the end that's painted on the red on the bottom vanishes. There's nothing there because of diffraction. And I show the reference of my camera above there because I got a bolt next to it. We can do this with refraction as well.
It's not valid because the sun is not resting on the earth. So you're going to have to do a different...
I never said the sun's... You said things can't go below the horizon on a flat earth. Was that not what you said? The sun can. It's called lensing. It's called perspective. It's called diffraction. It's called angles limited. It's called foreshortening. Things have limits, man.
All right,
just model it where something's not resting on the table.
I can. You can even go to Rob Skiba's channel and you can see where he shows the Fresnel lens and he shows the sun going below. It's all optical, man. We can show different demonstrations non-stop doing the same thing.
A1. Let's carry on. Phoenix Rising 86 says, to the host, I'll see you personally too. From God. Oh my goodness, is my mirror talking to me? No, just pick it. All right. Godzilla says, great dollar savings idea. Just show the video of the 24-hour sun that you claim to have and end this. But you can't, can you? William McBluffy. Ooh.
Yeah, because I've got a question on that as well. If it was shown to be true, why do you need to go and spend money to show it?
Because you guys won't accept it.
You say you're going to send me an unedited video, so I can accept it off the unedited video, can't I?
Yeah, will you accept it?
Yes, if it's unedited.
Okay, great. I'm going to send you at least 2 unedited videos.
Great.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, once again, sounds like we'll have some more unpacking down the road. So, yeah, keep us posted here at Modern Day Debate there, gents, on what you guys are up to in your own spaces. And like I said, we'd like to have you back and maybe unpack some more
I'd like to do a biblical debate with Duffy. I think that'll be great.
Oh, I would agree. That would be fun too. But yeah, there's definitely room to revisit this after y'all, return and get yourself settled, and then hit us up. Tiny Captain says, Flatzoid, what is the lowest pressure in the pressure gradient of the atmosphere according to you? You banned me twice due to this question.
I haven't banned you. Notice that mods will do something if you actually cross the line. They first warn and then they ban. So don't play victim if you cross the line. Secondly, I don't know. It would be about 10 to the minus 11 maybe. But still in the same system, it doesn't really matter. The point is it's still the same system. According to the globe, you got 2 separate systems. One is a high pressure system, one is a low pressure system. The reason you have pressure gradients means you have containment.
All right, Roger Ledwell says, I asked you, Duffy, myself. You told me if I could raise the funds, I could go. Never heard back from you, just like your emails.
So yeah, if I've told a lot of people if you can raise the funds, then you can go. So why didn't he raise the funds?
Yeah, I was gonna say, send a message, Roger. I mean, I don't know, what you guys, what your history is, but yeah, we're just gonna carry on. The boy Lambert says, Flatzoid, are you saying that physical railway tracks optically converge, while optical rays of light physically converge?
Okay, if you take a point source of light that's a sphere, light is physically going in all directions. That's called diverging rays. A railway track is parallel with each other physically. They appear to converge due to perspectives.
All right. Conspiracy Music says, yeah, Flats, I was banned from your channel by saying, hi, chat, your channel is the most restrictive channel on YouTube.
Wow, it's amazing that they keep claiming I am banning them.
You could easily go into your YouTube settings, Keith, and you could show the list of all the people you've banned.
You know how much times I've actually unbanned everybody, and then I get people going in again with 30 soccer accounts to literally just insult and play victim like these guys. Do you realize that because they're all just saying, you are banning me, is showing they are literally just coming to cry because they crossed the line? It means they're showing their trolls.
I'm going to whack all these out then. Oh boy, I say the worst things. I say the darndest things. We're going to get all these out of the way right now. Tiny Captain says...
I also want to point out, how do you know they're even banned? Did they show you they're banned, or are you just believing them?
Well,
a lot of these people I don't even heard of.
Yeah, these are just super chats. So if you recognize their names, but like I say, you're welcome to engage with them or just say pass. So Tiny Captain says you also banned me for confirming my profession. Theodore Paul said
that's a lie.
Perspiration is not your friend. Flatsoid. Yes, that's great.
Not at this moment.
Oh man, we had some bad heat waves here in the summertime, I'll tell you. For us, it was no good. Let me just comb here to Flatsoid, which has more evidence, the dome or the flying spaghetti monster.
The dome.
All right, we'll just bang a few more out quick. Flatsoid, how many meters are in 35 kilometers again?
350,000. I think I misspoke.
I think both of those are wrong, by the way. You said 3,500 and then you said 350,000. I think it's actually 35,000.
35,000. Oh, 35,000, yeah.
No worries. Let's see. Flatsoid, Encyclopedia Americana of 1985 mentioned domes as geologic features, not a firmament. You lie.
No, that's 1980. The dome ones came before. 1958.
All right. Other strange ones. Danny Diesel says, are you pooping in diapers while in tents? What is going on with this?
I don't think so. They got a toilet, dude.
I don't understand. What is going on, Danny Diesel? I just don't understand. You know what else is intense, though? Camping. All right. Let's see. The grumpy old mechanic. Atmospheric pressure decreases with altitude. At what altitude does it stop decreasing?
Who says it stops decreasing?
All right. Let me just scroll down a bit more, see what else we might have. All right, quick, and then
the
we'll go
thing
back
is, you
up.
can't claim it stops decreasing because that will again be a violation of natural law, because you can't have nothing. There has to be something.
All right. And Big Daddy Globe said, Will killed it. Please come back to Modern Day Debate. Well, we extend the invitation out if you're interested in debating any other people on Modern Day Debate. You know some of the names we have. So
I will be back.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Our live chat will be happy to hear. It's been a lot of fun. And let me just see if we got any other ones we can whack it at the park here. Theodore Paul says 35,000 meters, you numpty. Oh my, well, thank you for your support. Godzilla says, Flat Earth, tell us again how many meters in 35 kilometers. What else do we got here? Just get through these ones, and then we'll get back to some that are a little bit more on point.
One thing I have to say, it's good they're giving a lot of super chats. Keep them coming.
They are very interested, and they really want to know about your thoughts about 35 kilometers. All right. All right, so I see the sun going under the Earth, Flatsoid.
No, it doesn't. You see the sun going below the horizon, which is an apparent position. You don't see it going under the Earth. That is a lie.
Flatsoid, my truck windshield is curved. Is reality distorted while I drive?
If you look on the edges of your truck, if it's curved enough, yes, you'll see distortion. This is how lenses work, refraction works. Refraction works with light rays meeting at an incident angle, which gives a refracted angle.
All right, let's just scroll back up. Let's see, Ryan also said, Will D be back on Modern Day Debate? Enjoyed this so far. So hopefully you're still enjoying it, my fellow Ryan, out there making your way. It's tough out there for Ryans these days. All right, let's see. We're just trying to comb through those ones that I just went through. Phoenix Rising says, Jesus was closest to God, a ghost, the Lord of Spirits, and I am farthest from. 66.6% in Father, and I am the other 33.3% of Infinity. This show is poop emoji. Thank you, Phoenix Rising. Yeah, I read it. You paid for it. That's what you get. All right. JSS Tiger says, we read that one. Laddie Whiteout says, Flatsoid, Another one for 35 kilometers. My gee, and that's a first super chat.
35,000. There we go. I misspoke. Thank you very much.
Oh, they're
Thank you all
busy.
for correcting me.
You got that. All right, JSS Tiger. Thank you for your super chat. We actually managed to comb through quite a few of them there. The Grumpy Old Mechanic says, atmospheric pressure decreases with altitude. At what altitude does it stop decreasing? I might have read that one already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. MTuck. Some of these are similar too. You know, I've hosted quite a few of these, like maybe 2 or 3. So sometimes these seem similar. MTuck, Flatsoid, God bless you, brother. But when you stand before God, good luck explaining how you wasted your time and sowed division among believers and non-believers alike over a nonsensical subject. So, would you like to defend yourself against MTuck?
First of all, it doesn't sound like he's a Christian because he wouldn't make that declaration. Second of all, no, I don't sow discourse. Do I say you're not a Christian because you're a globe believer? No. It's the other way around, though, which is really odd.
All right, couple other on-point ones, if you will. Sense my sarcasm. Blako says, a Flurf thinks the model is like a toy car model. That's their third super chat on stream. I don't know what's going on with you guys. You're all having fun too.
No,
that's good. They're having fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
No, I was just making a point with the model, that's all.
No worries. Phoenix Rising 86 says, I'm glad for the afterlife where Weasel become our toys. Devil emoji. Okay. Your guess is as good as mine, people. I don't know what's going on here. Flatsoid, you need to retire after this. Yikes. Astro Kate Sathack says, thanks, Will. I know several people who have been to space. Flurfs call them liars and deceivers. I love my friends, and I appreciate your honesty. So, just somebody giving you a huzzah in the chat. We appreciate those too. It's always nice just to have support for the speakers on screen. Once again, they are linked in our live description. I've only got a minute left on the timer and just a few more questions, if you guys don't mind humoring these for just 1 second. So, Electric Eye, great Judas Priest song, says, Flatzoid, if you won't make predictions, refuse to answer simple questions, have no model, and you won't commit to any of your own concepts or ideas, why are you even here? You have nothing to offer in this conversation.
Weird, because I did answer things and I did make a prediction. Just because it's not what they're like, therefore I didn't answer and didn't make a prediction. That's called that statement's a lie then.
All right, Godzilla says, Flatzoid, are there any flat earth scientists working on a flat earth model where we can replicate what happens in reality?
All scientists work on things, but the problem with the globe is it's based on pseudoscience. There's no science for the globe because it's not testable.
All right, M-Tuck, thanks for your second super chat there. Flatzoid, honestly, how does it ultimately matter? Flat versus globe. Surely Christ's words and actions are what matter most.
It doesn't matter.
Shouldn't we focus on following him?
Where did I say it matters? Again, I haven't said it matters, did I?
All right. Heaven Stalking says, let's compare. Globe can predict 24-hour sun. Flurfs have to invoke a second sun. Which sounds more plausible?
Don't have to evoke. Reflection. There's so many different ways you can have it. What is the sun? Where is the sun? We don't know. But there is a model that does make a claim, and that's the only one that can be disproven.
All right. Iron Work has another comment to you there, Will. So he says, Duffy doesn't address that based off of a rigid body. NASA never models a curved moving Earth. Duffy got ate alive by Sov and Butters on my channel.
So again, man, I hate this, but the flat earth side is actually not familiar with NASA. They're not familiar with the globe model. They make, false statements all the time. NASA does model a curved moving Earth. Look into JPL Ephemeris. It's the Jet Propulsion Lab. They absolutely do this. So again, maybe spend more time understanding your opponents, and then the arguments will be better.
All right, so Flurf Herder put in a $5 super chat, but there was no question attached, so thank you for the support, Flurf Herder. All right, free speech as but if it's round or a globe, then I think you all should go from South America to Australia via South Pole. Globers believe in fake moon landings, too.
You do know you can go to the South Pole too from Cape Town. A lot of people take the trips down to Antarctica from Cape Town too. Doesn't really matter where you're going. They're just going from Argentina.
Okay, so that just disproved this model. That's why, Keith, I was asking you where the South Pole is because people go from South America to the South Pole, they go from New Zealand and Australia to the South Pole, and they go from South Africa to the South Pole. On a flat Earth, that's going south, the opposite of north. They're going in different directions, and they all end up in the exact same place.
And does it take different amounts of times to get there?
Almost the same.
But different amounts of times?
Maybe like an hour difference.
And could they have multiple South Poles?
No,
Celebrating
because
South Poles?
no, because they all meet at the same place, and there's a building there.
So so they can't have multiple of the same things in different locations. Okay.
I'm telling you that there isn't.
You're just making a claim again.
All right, Jay says
Just saying something doesn't make it true. That's my whole point. There's so many things that can show it's not true, but just because you say it is, it doesn't make it so.
All right, let's get into the next one. JSS Tiger follows up and says, my truck windshield is curved. Is reality distorted while I drive?
It's always distorted. It's called refraction.
Reality is never distorted. That's the right answer to that question.
All right. Sensual Goat says, subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 to keep up to date with Flat Earth debates, a place where Will's lies and fallacies are displayed. Do you want to defend yourself there, or do you want to carry on there, Will?
I do want to defend myself, yeah. In all of my time in this Flat Earth community, the person who I've seen who's treated other human beings the worst by far is Nathan Oakley, by far. And that includes verbal abuse, very severe verbal abuse after telling people not to swear on his channel. And it also involves physical abuse of a child, which was caught on camera. A little girl was slapped on camera on Nathan Oakley's show. There's some debate
you
about...
don't need to bring stuff like that up. That's a bit...
There's some debate about...
A line, man.
We are going to open up a new can of worms, yeah, if we keep that one going. But yeah,
it's on YouTube. People can hear it.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I do want to give you a chance to defend yourself. I know that there can be quite some, what should I say, heated beef between some of the people here that we have a modern day debate. And I know we're a little over time, so, but yeah, it's a little off brand. So I will just carry on there. Kev Croft says, Flatzoid, go up 500 meters and the air pressure is measurably less. Why doesn't the higher pressure air at sea levels equalize?
Thermodynamic.
All right, next one.
Indices. So anyway, it's temperature, pressure, and volume.
All right, next one, and I'm going to warn our audience after I have all the super chats that I'm taking right now. If you put in a super chat, we're just going to have to, you can email us at moderndaydebate@gmail.com, or if not, we appreciate your support. Let us know next stream, and we'll ask a question pro bono, okay? So Matthew Vicendez says, is Flatzoid... if you were in orbit and saw the Earth as a globe, you still think the Earth is a flat plane and not believe in God?
I think I've answered that already.
I think they're saying, would you not believe in God? Once again,
I don't know what God has got to do with that.
I think yeah, we can get into that another time, guys. But thank you so much, Matthew. Run Boston Bear says the truth is worth pursuing, and it's not a waste of time. It also has a potential of setting people free from deceptions. I'm proud of everyone honestly seeking. Well, that's great, Run Boston Bear. Thanks for being here and your contributions. It's good to get the ideas out on the table and know how things are evolving, right? Because arguments change, and that's why we're modern day debate. Right. So Judge Rightly says, Judge Rightly, bad drivers of the lower 48. That's quite the name. Question for Will: did you consider bringing up the Himawari 9 images for this debate? I think it would put to rest the claim that it's just something from a modeling department. No.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. The Himawari 9 is one of the things that I felt was definitive proof we live on a globe. It's a Japanese geostationary weather satellite that takes pictures of the Earth every 10 minutes. So it's as close to live as possible. And it even captures events that happen on Earth that people can't even know about, such as underwater volcanoes like the Hunga Tonga. The only answer flat earthers have is to call it fake, but again, they have no evidence that it's fake. And the fact that it captures these environmental events before people even know they happen is definitive proof.
Sorry, I'm just chuckling.
No, like I said, you do get geocentric satellites.
We got another couple chats, and then I'll give you guys closing. Jack the Guitar God, are you a guitar god? I had a guitar off against somebody in Discord, our Modern Day Debate Discord. I think I won. I don't know. I don't even think we could find it now. But Jack is apparently a guitar god and says, I got banned and I don't even visit Flat Earth channels. Oh man, he's just picking. Kaplunk Steve says, Flatzoid, this we keeps coming up. We know that the sun is where the sun is and where it is, what the sun is and where it is. It's you that doesn't. So they don't like the inclusive language of we. I don't know if you want to say anything to Kaplunk.
Sorry, flat earthers don't make a claim of what the sun is or where it is. The globers do. This is fact. The globe says the sun is 93 million miles away. The globe says it's just nuclear fusion in space. The burden lies on the people making the claim.
All right, let's roll it. Conspiracy Music says, Will Duffy, you were much more prepared than I would have expected. Thank you. Excellent performance. Flatzoid, you did not prepare and were totally destroyed today. Flatzoid, thanks for loving our song. Conspiracy
As long
Music.
as they enjoyed the show.
Oh, my, that's Conspiracy Music. All right, let's see here. Hi, Witsit, what will you do in Antarctica? Witsit's not here, DJ, sorry. Last one that I would read here would be MTuck. So thank you, MTuck. You'll get the last one. Will, praying for a safe journey for you all, brother. Regardless of what is seen, have fun and be safe. Flatzoid, all the best to you, man. So a little group love there. Except me, MTuck, and yeah, I was to say apparently I just get left out. It's fine. No, I'm not going anywhere. You know, I'm just going to be hanging out here. Except for February 15th and 16th, I will be down for DebateCon. Keep an eye out. We are going to make some announcements regarding our DebateCon coming up. It's a live in-person event in New Jersey. I'll be flying out for that. So. Yeah, let's get into those closings, guys, and let our speakers go. They've been more than patient, I would say. You guys asked a lot of questions, so big round of virtual applause for both of our speakers. I do this EU style, so Flatzoid, you'll get your first minute on the floor. Let everybody know where you're at and your thoughts on the discussion today.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to Will for actually bringing this up. I'd still like to debate biblical cosmology with you. I think scripture will be cool to do. As I've explained, it's just a false dichotomy, and it's not an experiment, so it's not proving anything other than people are gullible to follow something that's wasting money. I wanted to ask Will Duffy about flight pitch data, but we couldn't get to that, so I'm just going to leave this thought with you. Why is it if you're flying over a curved surface, there is no pitch data to show this curved surface? Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Flatzoid, for coming back to Modern Day Debate. We appreciate you coming out today and having the discussion. We'll have you back again for sure. And Will, thanks for coming to Modern Day Debate for your first time, and also agreeing to come back and have some more fun. So we look forward to that, and it's been a lot of fun today. So I'm going to give you your 1 minute on the floor. It's all yours.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having us and modding there. It's not an easy job. So again, the biggest thing I've discovered throughout this entire final experiment thing, which we haven't even gone to Antarctica yet, is I've discovered that flat Earth doesn't have a model because you can't model something that doesn't exist. This is big. I want people, Globers, to start repeating this because the flat Earthers try to avoid having a model. They try to avoid having a map. They try to avoid making claims, and this is intentional because you can't model something that doesn't exist. And while flights, Keith, are not on topic, you're in luck because my grandfather worked for Delta Airlines for his entire career. And so if you want to understand pitch data, you need to speak to a pilot. Flat Earthers like to talk about pitch data without speaking to pilots. And I'm going to show you something right now that's crazy. You ready for this? When a plane lands, it goes nose up. Wow. When it lands, when it's going down, it goes nose up. That should tell you everything you need to know.
All right, well, I'm just going to pop a nice quick little poll into our live chat for the closer. So the Earth is flat, a globe, or a loaf of bread. There you go. For the people that don't like to play by the rules, we're going to start that poll and let our speakers out of here. So thank you to everybody who put in the super chats. Thank you to our speakers. We'll be back for more debates tonight.